prison of a life long before it could break him. His escape, however, came in the form of death, only to awaken on a new planet in a strange, lifeless body. This new world seemed peaceful on the surface, but lurking within were countless deadly dangers. Even more terrifying, the sorcerer's power that once made him a legend was now completely gone. Unwilling to accept this fate, Gieock began a journey to reclaim his spiritual power, facing every challenge head-on. But as darkness closed in, one question remained: could he regain his strength and conceal his true identity to survive in this new world? Fast forward to the present, where Gieock is swarmed by reporters. Is it true you cleared an A-rank gate all by yourself? We've heard rumors that you even subdued an S-rank hunter. They accused him of manipulating and hiding his true awakened rank during the recent dungeon break incident. Camera flashes exploded in his face, but his expression remained a mask of cold indifference. The truth was, Gieock didn't possess the incredible power they imagined. It was sheer luck and a bit of clever deception that had gotten him to this point. Looking at the clamoring press, he thought to himself, in short, I'm just a fraud. I don't even understand what these reporters are even asking. He finally spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If I had some grand plan, do you really think things would have turned out this way? He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if everyone found out he was just a lowly F-rank. For starters, the S-rank hunters he supposedly subdued would probably want to blow his head clean off. And what about the top-tier hunters who became his enemies after that gate incident? They wouldn't just let it slide. He could even end up cursed. It was a recipe for absolute disaster. Meanwhile, the entire nation was glued to their screens, eagerly awaiting his response. The broadcast zoomed in on his face as a reporter asked about his future plans. Gieock answered decisively, I will not be disclosing that. His cryptic answer only fueled the media frenzy. So you admit to manipulating your awakening rank, one reporter screamed. Do you have a message for the Hunters Association? The cacophony of shouts echoed in his mind as microphones were shoved in his face. Hunter Kim Gieock, please give us a response. Overwhelmed, he could only lower his head in silence, his hands hanging limply at his sides. His mind was racing. No matter how he played this, the situation was already a complete mess. Whatever the headline said tomorrow, he knew one thing. Letting this misunderstanding continue would tarnish the reputation of all hunters. As the shouting intensified, Gieock's hand slowly clenched into a fist. Hunter Kim Gieock, someone yelled again. He finally snapped, his voice cutting through the noise. I said no comment, you pack of animals. A stunned silence fell for a second before they erupted. What did you just say, Hunter Kim Gieock? Please clarify your statement. What do you mean by animals? Does this mean you really are an S-rank? They pressed. Stop being angry and just answer the question. It didn't matter if he was exposed as a powerful being, hiding his true strength, or as a complete and utter fraud. Either way, Gieock was stuck living on this rotten planet. He stood there dazed. Where did it all go so wrong, he wondered. The answer, of course, was his resignation, the event that kicked off this entire crazy manhwa recap of his life. To be clear, there's something you need to understand. Gieock wasn't originally from this world at all. He hailed from a planet with a highly advanced magical civilization. As the most powerful mage from a legendary magic academy, his role was crucial. But one day, a single thought took root in Gieock's mind. I have to quit this god-awful job. His work was considered public service, which meant that even if he worked himself to death, he wouldn't be paid a single cent. He was forced to work 640 days a year with zero vacation time. To make matters worse, thanks to technological advancements, eating and sleeping were no longer even necessary. Overtime had simply become a non-negotiable part of life. And so he asked himself one last time, when do we ever get to clock out on time? So what about this? The real issue is, how do I even quit? Especially with my role. As a crucial route, just walking away is incredibly difficult. They've established restrictions to prevent high-ranking individuals from abandoning their posts. For instance, if he tried to use teleportation magic, Gex's brain would get zapped. And even if he managed to escape the office, there was nowhere to hide since the entire planet was under the ruler's thumb. Gex wondered, what if I just got rid of my boss? But that was impossible. A fundamental rule prevented him from harming anyone on this planet. That restriction even extended to Gex himself, making it nearly impossible to just vanish. While pondering how to resign, an idea finally sparked in his mind. Wait a minute, he thought. They can restrain my physical body with magic, but not my soul, right? There's no known magic that can imprison a soul. Which means my soul can leave freely, right? The thought electrified Gex. Overjoyed, he knew this was the one and only answer. Exactly 10 years passed since that initial idea. After countless trials and errors, he finally perfected a unique brand of soul manipulation magic, the kind of overpowered skill you'd see at a top magic academy. By splitting his very soul, Gex could escape to a distant planet, a place where no one could possibly follow him. He joyfully cast his newly created spell, exclaiming, "It's working, it's a success, I truly am a genius. I've finally escaped this hellhole. Good luck running this planet without me, you fools." Gex's soul targeted Earth, filled with the sweet relief of finally quitting his job. In other words, this was his first ever experience with possession and reincarnation. A faint light gradually emerged from the hazy blur. As Gex opened his eyes, He realized he had arrived in a completely different dimension. A hand bathed in sunlight began to move. He raised it to his face, a profound sense of confusion welling up inside him. He was utterly bewildered. What is this? It's like some kind of long-moving protein block. Fortunately, it seems the soul of this body just recently departed, so the transfer was a success. Rebirth is a piece of cake for me. Hi, hello, he grumbled. Even adapting to a new language feels completely natural. The body itself seems fine, but is this it? According to his plan, he should have inherited the host's memories. That way even the parents wouldn't notice their child's soul had been swapped out. But why couldn't he remember anything? The memories were just scattered fragments like shattered glass. Gex clutched his head in frustration. What is this? Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his stomach. He roared in anger. Damn it, what went wrong now? All at once, his new body grew sluggish, his strength rapidly draining away. His eyelids felt heavy, his energy reserves completely depleted, and his vision blurred from sheer exhaustion. Finally, his eyes fluttered shut as he sank into unconsciousness. Gex screamed internally. Damn it all, this body is starving to death. He had established a few conditions before activating his magic. Rule number 1, reincarnate, as the being with the most magical power on the entire planet. If that condition was met, it was a given that the creature would also possess high intelligence. But he'd unexpectedly overlooked a critical detail, the physical condition of the host body. Gex lamented, I figured even if it was a single-celled organism, it would be fine, but this is just too much. His mind reeled as a burning sensation like acid tore through his stomach. After reincarnating, his magic was completely unusable. As we often see in these Manhwa recap stories, he would need time to adapt to this planet's mana. To stop the pain, he needed to get some food into his stomach and fast. Suddenly, a bright light streamed in from a nearby window, which jolted him to full awareness. Where Gex came from, everything was surrounded by water, and light was an incredibly rare sight, plunging the area into a deep abyssal blue. He deduced this was a new world, yet the place Gieock landed was utterly alien to his expectations. His eyes shot wide open, trying to process the strange phenomena unfolding around him. Gieock found himself intrigued by everything, the gentle warmth of the light, the crisp, dry air. His bare feet met the earth, and the ground beneath him was unyieldingly firm. This was no time to gawk at the sky. His first priority was finding food. Gieock trudged through the strange neighborhood, grumbling under his breath. But no matter where he looked, his frustration mounted. Why was there still nothing to eat? What in the world? What is wrong with this planet? He had no doubt now the original owner of this body had starved to his final breath. His world faded to a miserable gray. Gieock pressed his lips into a thin line, convinced he was about to suffer the same fate. But then, his eyes flashed with a spark of hope as he glanced at the ground. Gieock spotted a cockroach, an insect. It was tiny, but no, this was absolutely not the time to be a picky eater. He swiftly snatched it, bringing it towards his mouth and muttering, "Thank you for the meal." Suddenly, Gieock froze his movement when a figure darted past his vision. His mouth fell open in pure curiosity. That was a fellow human, a child no less, not some young adult. And what was that it was putting in its mouth? Gieock instantly threw the cockroach away. Now that was real food, and it looked incredibly delicious. The thought crossed his mind, should he just take it? He was trapped between a rock and a hard place. The alley was cramped, lined with parked automobiles. He found himself unconsciously tailing the boy, driven by the gnawing pit in his stomach. And right at that moment, the kid sensed the abnormality and halted. The child didn't turn around completely, but instead he snuck a peek over his shoulder. The kid's face instantly drained of color at Gieock's menacing appearance. Honestly, anyone would have found him suspicious looking. The little boy, now terrified, took off running in sheer terror. Gieock gave chase, shouting, "Hey, wait up!" He then stopped, looking around in complete confusion. What was all that about? His eyes landed on a flower, a plant of some kind. It didn't look edible, but it was a far better option than mugging a child. And then a loud noise erupted, causing Gieock to stop dead in his tracks. His eyes narrowed in pure annoyance. His footsteps matched his thoughts. Wasn't that the sound of a child screaming? He thought, I should probably check out why that kid was yelling. The boy from earlier was trembling uncontrollably, letting out piercing screams. Looming before him was a monstrously large and terrifying bird. Its eyes were cold and sharp, while smoke continuously billowed from its beak. The bird-like monster let out a deafening roar, clearly trying to intimidate the small child. It then opened its enormous maw. Slobber splattered everywhere as the monster used its long beak to clamp down on the boy's backpack, hoisting him into the air. The frightened child quickly slipped his arms out of the straps and plummeted to the ground, getting injured in the fall. The beast's massive feet never stopped, marching closer and closer. The boy hastily dodged out of the way, causing the giant bird to chomp down on a car instead. It didn't stop, however, and immediately resumed its pursuit of the boy. The child shrieked, "Somebody help me!" All the while, Gieock observed from a safe distance. A bird, he thought. But that thing is the size of a house. I take one walk down the street and I run into this. What kind of godforsaken planet is this? A truly awful place. Then a new thought struck him. Wait a minute. This is actually perfect. This body retains memories. which means I know I can eat bird meat. At last. A wild beast worthy of being hunted. As a grand archmage, I could probably take it down with a single cough. Once I've fully adapted to the mana in this place, conquering this entire world will be a trivial matter. This whole scenario is like a twisted Magic Academy entrance exam. Gieock snapped out of his internal monologue as he curiously sensed something entirely new. He could see a vibrant blue stream of magical energy flowing from where the monster stood. A brilliant flash of light shot right past Gieock's feet. He was suddenly enveloped by this new spiritual power, and a sense of awe washed over him. This mana, it's overwhelmingly powerful. This feeling was coursing through every single cell in his body. This is the crux of our Manhwa recap, folks. Yes, he realized, this is undoubtedly the magic of Earth. Gieock's expression froze in a moment of pure shock. But he just couldn't process it all. It was simply too overwhelming. Gieock made a comparison. If other planets were merely a bucket, this place was an entire swimming pool. How could such a prime piece of real estate even exist? I've hit the jackpot. With this level of magic, there's nothing I can't do. The child from earlier suddenly ran up to him, pleading for help. Mister, please save me. Gieock's expression soured upon hearing the boy's title for him. No, it's Big Brother. He tapped his head in annoyance. Kid, why are you asking a total stranger for help? What if I wasn't a Grand Archmage but someone else? Gieock then said, Fine, I'll help you on one condition. Give me that thing you're holding. The boy was startled. What? But in the moment he hesitated, the bird monster was already right behind them. The kid burst into tears and made the deal. I'll give it to you, just please save me. Gieock immediately stepped forward, shielding the boy and turning his back to the predator. Gieock looked up at the monster with an air of complete indifference, then issued a command. Now back off. As the leader of the 1st Mage Division responsible for protecting planets, I could flay this thing down to the bone with a single gesture. But when Gieock tried to channel his power, absolutely nothing happened. His eyes went wide with disbelief, unable to understand what was going on. Gieock scratched his head. What is this? Am I getting stage fright because it's a new environment? He let out a laugh. I can't believe this is happening to me. And then streams of light like blood erupted from the creature. Gieock shifted into a different stance, deciding to try an explosion spell. He then attempted another technique. No good. Well then, water magic? How about shadow summoning? Curses are useless too. Gieock was completely bewildered. Why isn't even a simple curse working? His hand began to tremble. What's happening? A deep sense of unease washed over Gieock. His magic was completely useless. The beast, consumed by a mad hunger, began to chase him down. It was as if its ravenous appetite was about to burst. Terrified, he ran for his life, screaming for help. He had barely made it out of the alley when Gieock darted in front of a 4-wheeled vehicle. The driver slammed on the brakes, his face contorting from the sheer force of the sudden stop. Other cars were also caught in the traffic jam. He kept running frantically, oblivious to his surroundings. The furious driver stuck his head out to yell, not even noticing the giant bird right behind him. You damn fool, are you insane? You got a death wish? Realizing he was the cause of the obstruction, Gieock knew. He had to think of something else. If it sees me, it'll keep following. I have to change direction. The monster stomped its massive foot down, causing the concrete pavement to shatter into countless pieces. Paying no mind to any obstacles, the beginner killer plowed ahead, its only target being Gieock. It swooped low across the road, sending cars both large and small flying into the air. He was completely baffled by this whole scene. Even though I've reached the main road, why is it still only chasing me? I haven't even eaten anything, so I'm feeling incredibly weak. Gieock was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, with clear signs of exhaustion etched all over his face. He didn't want to cause any more destruction to the city, so he leapt to the side. This is bad. I have to change my route. The beginner killer continued to demolish public property just to reach its desired goal. It used a car as a springboard, launching itself high into the air, spreading its wings and soaring toward the blue sky at an astonishing speed. Gieock became more and more stunned as this Manhwa recap delivered one shocking twist after another, leading him on a chaotic chase. That giant thing is flying. It then dove straight down, brandishing its sharp, iron-like claws and a jaw full of long, menacing teeth. Gieock thought his life was about to end for a second time. At this rate, I'm going to be eaten alive. But suddenly, a small orb of spiritual power suppressed at his side flared up with a pain so intense it felt like it was splitting his brain. Gieock, utterly confused, quickly guessed, is this body defective? A second later. But that was no longer the issue. The bird was about to snatch him up. Just at the most critical moment, Gieock tripped and slammed face first into the ground, blowing his one good chance to escape. With no time to think, he scrambled back to his feet. But it was already too late. In that instant, a mysterious force appeared, violently slamming the massive bird into a wall, successfully saving Gieock's life. The physical force was so immense that it sent the creature flying backward, obliterating dozens of houses, both large and small. After carving a massive arc through the air and smashing through every obstacle, it finally crashed beak first into the cold, hard ground. Meanwhile, from start to finish, Gieock could only cower with his head in his hands, eyes squeezed shut in terror. Only when the noise subsided Did he dare to crack open his eyes and see what happened? Brilliant red feathers drifted silently down from the sky, making Gieock let out a soft, "Oh." He cautiously approached the bird's head, his mind reeling with confusion. What was that? What just happened? He walked over the shattered debris, asking and answering his own questions. Did it just fly into the wall on its own? Gieock stared at it for a moment before coming to a ridiculous conclusion. Does this bird even have a brain? Or what a bird flies at a dangerous angle, crashes into a wall and dies? I'd love to ask Earth's scholars how such an incredibly stupid creature could even exist. But as his mind wandered, a rumble from his stomach pulled him back to reality. This isn't the time for philosophical questions. This thing has to be edible, right? Since it's a creature from this planet, its amino acid structure should be. Just as he was lost in a daydream about food, a voice from behind snapped him out of it. How did you do that? Yoon stood there frozen, staring at him as if he were some strange, undiscovered species. Her face was locked in a state of shock, her jaw hanging wide open. A few minutes earlier, the young boy had found help and was urging them on. Hurry, hurry! The boy ran in a panic, shouting, "Some guy got caught instead of me." She broke into a sprint at his words. "We can't afford any delays." The moment she arrived on the scene, Yoon immediately asked, "Is this the last known location?" The police officer instantly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Worried for their safety, she gave a firm order, "Everyone stay back." She then began her analysis of this particular monster. The beginner killer, a monstrous bird species that thrives near the Sand Desert Gate, a common training ground for any nearby magic academy. Initially, it was just an E-rank monster that could be subdued with conventional earth weapons. However, at some point, its rank suddenly surged to C-class, because it now moves at speeds comparable to a missile. Any hunter below C-class would be taken out before they even saw it coming. I have to hurry before there are any casualties. But just as Yoon was steeling herself for a fight, the sight of Gieock made her freeze in her tracks. Wait a minute. There's someone there! Her expression froze just as it had when she first arrived. The scene before her was completely beyond her comprehension. His face looked like that of a true demon, calmly inspecting its prey after the kill. This unexpected plot twist, something you'd see in a wild manhwa recap, left Yoon's shock plainly visible on her face. What did he actually do this himself? The police officer, noticing her stunned silence, grew concerned and called out, "What is it, Hunter Yoon?" She turned her head slightly and murmured, "Officer." The little boy rushed forward, shouting as if to reassure him. "Mister, I brought the police." The officer stepped up to express his gratitude. "Oh, my thank you for your hard work. Sir, we received a report about a monster sighting and rushed over immediately. It's a relief that it was just nearby." Gieock narrowed his eyes, his brain struggling to process the situation. "Hunter, wait, what's that? I can't remember." The officer beamed, offering his heartfelt thanks. "Thank you so much for capturing it." From a distance, Yoon remained utterly bewildered. He captured it. How could it have been that fast? This guy must have just accidentally run into the monster. Yuan reconsidered, thinking it actually made a bit of sense. The Biner Killer's natural habitat is a gate filled with sand that sucks your feet right in, making it a real nightmare to navigate. That's why they're actually easier to hunt outside the gate on solid ground. You can even take one down without laying a finger on it, as long as you can control its angle perfectly. But that's only possible if you have razor-sharp vision that can track its every single move. Looking closer, she could see it was killed using the proper method. If that's the case, this guy has to be at least a C-rank hunter. While she was analyzing the situation, Gieock called out to the little boy. "Hey kid, you haven't forgotten our promise, have you?" The boy looked up at him with innocent, confused eyes. Fighting back his sadness, the kid reluctantly handed over the fruit to Gieock. Gieock shoved it into his mouth, chewing greedily to stave off his hunger. The moment it hit his tongue, his eyes lit up as if he'd found heaven. "This is incredible. I evolved my body to not need food for years yet. A fruit this unbelievably delicious exists in the world." Seeing him eat so blissfully while the little boy was on the verge of tears, Yuan gave him a very strange look. Did he really just take food? From a child, the boy sadly mourned his lost tangerine. Shaking her head, she decided to step in and introduce herself. "Excuse me, I'm from the Hunters Association. My name is Sion Yu. You took care of that monster without a single scratch." Gieock didn't even bother wiping his hands. Before shaking hers, simply replying, "Yep." Unfazed, Yuan wiped her hand and continued her questions. "I don't recognize you from around here. Are you a freelance hunter? Could I see your hunter's license? I need to file a report with the association about this." Gieock was too busy devouring the tangerine to even react. All he could think was, a hunter's license. What's that? Better just make something up for now. Thinking fast, Gieock scratched his head as a bead of nervous sweat rolled down his cheek. "Sorry, I don't have my hunter's license on me." Juan let out a sigh. Not wanting to make things difficult, she said, "I understand. In that case, I'll just look you up in the association's hunter registry. What's your name?" He nearly froze solid at a question he didn't have the answer to. "Ah, well," Gieock thought frantically. "This is bad. I have no idea what this body's name is." This part of our manhwa recap is where things get really awkward for him. Seeing him blank out at every single question, she started to wonder if she should just arrest him. Yuan raised her voice, trying to snap him out of it. She was practically begging him to give her something to work with, but Gieock just zoned out. You are at least registered as a hunter, right? What about the awakening test? Don't tell me you're just using your awakened powers out on a main street without being registered. Her shouting finally jolted Gieock back to reality. That's illegal and you know it. He just stared blankly, since he'd never even been human before. So this was all a bit much. I have no clue what they're talking about, he thought, trying to come up with a solution for this mess. Can I really let myself get cornered like this? That thought, Gieock quickly formulated a plausible excuse. Of course not, I am registered. But I left my hunter's license at home. If you just wait here, I'll go grab it right now. And with that, he beat a hasty retreat from that hellish situation, drenched in a cold sweat and vowing to never take that street again. Once he got home, Gieock frantically searched the place. Let's see now. After rummaging around for a bit, he finally found what he was looking for. There it is. Gieock stared at the citizen ID card, thinking to himself, Kim Gieock, so that's my new name. But he couldn't find a hunter's license anywhere. Does this mean this body was never even registered as a hunter? Gieock's gaze then landed on an ashtray and a pack of cigarettes nearby. This wasn't the kind of clean living you'd expect from a Magic Academy student. He was utterly baffled. What in the world? Why is everything so complicated? He picked up the pack of cigarettes, trying to jog his memory for any clue about his past life. Happen. Suddenly, Gieock realized something critically important. He remembered. Cigarettes. Gieock finally understood the problem he was facing. The previous owner of this body was a heavy smoker. He clenched the pack of cigarettes, seething with anger. Damn it. This guy was a serious chain smoker. For a mage, smoking is a potentially fatal habit. Mages combine the magic flowing within their bodies with the ambient magic in nature to cast spells. This begs the question, which organ is used to fuse internal and external magic? That organ is the respiratory system, specifically the lungs. The moment this realization hit him, Gieock felt like he was going to lose his mind. So that's why I can't cast any spells. What on earth would possess someone to destroy their own lungs like this? Bakken in fury. Where the vast majority of the population used magic, this was absolutely unimaginable. He thought the people here were just primitive, but he never imagined someone could be this insane. Gieock took a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing and calm himself down. All right, calm down. What's done is done, he thought. What do I do now? It's my own fault for being so blinded by the sheer amount of magic that I didn't notice this body's critical flaw. He walked over to a mirror, thinking there had to be some way to heal it. After all, I finally escaped that place. I can't give up over a small thing like this. I'm going to live the rest of my life in this new land, and I will absolutely find happiness. But as this manhwa recap continues, you know that peace was never going to last. The security guard tilted his head in confusion and chided Gieock. Hey, you seem like an intelligent person, so why would you do that? At that moment, a commotion was happening nearby, but he paid it no mind and replied, I'm sorry. Had Gieock completely underestimated life on another planet? Arrested just a few hours after arriving on Earth, Gieock's body was so limp and worn out that anyone who saw him would be horrified. The personal questioning had already dragged on for 10 minutes. He clutched his stomach, his face ashen like a soulless corpse, with drool trickling down his chin. Gieock was unbelievably hungry. His inner voice cried out to the heavens. There are a billion things to investigate about Earth. But first I need to solve this malnutrition crisis. Just as he was on the verge of collapsing, the god of wind seemed to deliver a gift to Gieock. Wait a second. What's that smell? He found himself standing before a paradise that to him looked exactly like a bowl of pork soup. Just a few minutes later, a steaming bowl of pork soup so hot you had to blow on it was brought out. Is this pork soup? Gieock looked at the bowl so happy he could cry. He even chided himself. I can't believe there was food this close by. I really made things harder for myself. The first spoonful was quickly brought to his mouth. All right, time for the taste test. Almost instantly, the flavor rushed to his brain, and a flash of pure bliss lit up his eyes. After that one spoonful, Gieock began eating like a madman, as if someone might steal his food. This is so good. It's hot, but it's so good. Damn it, my mouth. But I can't stop. My hand is moving on its own. And yeah, up to that point, everything was fine. A little while later, Gieock was in a different location, getting chewed out for dining and dashing. Is the country at war or something? For a young man like you to have to eat and run? Gieock waved his hands frantically, denying the accusation. Suddenly, the police officer recognized him. I really just forgot, he pleaded. The officer exclaimed in surprise. Wait a minute, aren't you that hunter from earlier? After a bit more scolding, the officer let him go. Don't do it again, you hear? I'll let you off with a first warning this time. Overjoyed, Gieock bowed his head gratefully. I will absolutely go back and pay the restaurant. Am I free to go now? The officer pulled a card from his jacket, stopping Gieock. Wait a minute. Before you go here, he said. According to the investigation, it looks like you're a hunter who isn't registered with the association. You must have awakened recently. You should swing by the Awakened Evaluation Center. Don't worry, the evaluation is completely free. Seriously, make sure you go. I'm so jealous. Gieock took the flyer and walked away, his mind buzzing with questions. What was this awakening they were talking about? Was this common knowledge for everyone on Earth? The guy was so insistent. Maybe I should just check it out. It's not that far after all. Just a short while later, Gieock found himself standing in front of the very building pictured on the flyer he was holding. It was absolutely massive, looking more like a magic academy than a government building. He stared up at the imposing structure, unable to look away. An evaluation center, huh? Gieock's eyes widened in shock, as if he'd never laid eyes on it before. But then a dark, hazy memory started to surface. Kim Gieock had been here before. On a pristine white form from that memory, a box was checked for the lowest possible rank in the world, F rank. It was at that exact moment Gieock finally realized the truth. I remember now, he thought. Kim Gieock is an F rank awakened. But just as the memories were flooding in, a familiar voice broke his concentration. Hello, we meet again! Gieock turned and greeted her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hello, he replied. Yuan asked curiously, what brings you to the association? Since you're already here, would you mind giving me your hunter's license? And just like that, his mouth got him into trouble again. My hunter's license. I'll bring it right away. Asterisk. Oh no, asterisk. He thought asterisk. I think I already lied about bringing it to her. Luckily, I've remembered a few things now so I can actually answer her. Thinking fast, Gieock came clean. Sorry about that. I was in a bit of a panic earlier. The truth is I don't actually have a license yet. Yuan crossed her arms, a look of understanding on her face. So that's why you never came back. Gieock quickly added another detail to explain himself. But I am a registered awakened, he clarified. I just never bothered to get the ID card made because I was so disappointed with my evaluation results. Yuan let out a surprised, huh? Trying to look as cool as possible, Gieock stated plainly, I'm an F rank. The moment she heard those words, her entire expression shifted. You're an F rank? Then how in the world did you manage to take down a beginner killer? He answered bluntly. Pure luck. Gieock then described the moment, explaining how the dumb bird just flew headfirst into a wall. The reason was so absurd, and yet somehow plausible that it left Yuan speechless for a second. As ridiculous as it sounded, she had to admit that a beginner killer, failing to adapt to its environment and accidentally taking itself out, wasn't entirely impossible. But she thought the man I saw back then had the calm expression of someone who had slain hundreds of C-rank beasts, not a single trace of fear on his face. This whole Manhwa recap is getting stranger. Why? Would he try to hide his true strength? Most awakened who conceal their rank are dangerous individuals involved in all sorts of illicit activities. A seed of suspicion began to grow in Yuan's mind. Could this man be... Shaking off the paranoid thoughts, she forced a smile and played along. I see. You really are lucky then. Beginner killers are known for having extremely low intelligence. Seeing the masterful change in Yuan's expression, Gieock decided to imitate her. That's right, he mused. Earthlings use these subtle facial movements to convey emotion. I need to learn this to appear more friendly. He decided to give it a try, his facial muscles twitching as he spoke. The resulting smile was so profoundly unnatural that it would make anyone's skin crawl. I guess I really am just that lucky, he said. That horrifying smile hit Yuan like a bolt of lightning, sending her suspicion through the roof. What in the world was that expression, she wondered. This guy is incredibly suspicious. She decided she needed to get out of there and fast. No more beating around the bush. She reached into her pocket. Come to think of it, I have something I need to give you. So, what is your name? He provided the necessary information. I'm Kim Gieock. She handed him a yellow slip of paper. All right then, Mr. Gieock. Here, take this. It was a 50,000 won bill. 1,000 questions flooded his mind, giving money as a greeting. What kind of universe had such a fantastic custom? Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, Why are you giving this to me? Uzion explained everything. You left the carcass of the beginner killer. I had to dispose of it, and this is your share of the money. The only thing that came to Gio's mind at that moment was pork soup. The meal he had earlier cost 8,000 won per serving. With just this flimsy piece of paper, could he really eat 6 more bowls like that? He never thought that bird was worth so much. Are its feathers expensive? Yuzian shook her head and clarified the situation. No, the beginner killer's body is too soft, so it has no value. But you were very lucky. It had a magic stone inside it, a C-grade one worth about 2 million won. Gio was startled, realizing the error in her statement. Wait a minute. 2 million won, but why is my share only 50,000 won? Yuzian didn't want to bring it up, but if he insisted, she was willing to lay it all out. About that. It's for the damages you caused while catching that monster. My superiors reprimanded me and the fees for road repairs. And the pedestrian bridge repairs were all under my name. You did a great job, really. Uzian's words were like a bucket of cold water thrown in Gio's face. If those people hadn't fled, we could have legalized the hunt. The comment struck a nerve, hitting his weakest spot. I'm sorry. Uzian was indifferent. Her lips parted as if to say something else, but then she chose to turn her back and leave to keep things peaceful. It's fine, have a good afternoon. He watched her retreating figure for a long time. The bill in his hand crumpled for reasons he couldn't understand. 2,000,001 in my homeland, that bird is no different from an insect crawling on the street. 200,001 for eliminating that bird. That's a whopping 75 bowls of soup and rice to survive. Gio needed money, and he came to this earth to live a happy life. To enjoy that ideal life, Gio needed much more money. A look of pure bliss appeared on his face, completely unconcealed. Gio then clutched the bill in his hand, unable to hide his joy. I must become a hunter. Honestly, until lunch today, Gio's future was completely bleak. The original owner of this body was dirt poor. Splurging on a bowl of soup would have completely wiped out his savings. But things were different now. He knew that becoming a hunter could make him money. So Gio decided he would hunt using magic and make a living. Even though he couldn't use magic yet, he just needed a sufficient number of monsters. While he was figuring out a plan, someone shouted, "Hey, there's a gate opening over there." This was turning into quite the manhwa recap. Gio's eyes lit up as he focused on where the person was pointing. A gate! The passersby also gathered out of curiosity. This is the first time I've seen a real gate. No way is it really that big. Below there were 2 guards standing watch, carefully preventing anyone who wasn't a hunter from passing through. The gate conjured chilling images of monstrous beasts. This was a hunter's hunting ground. Gates were classified based on their magic density. The higher the level, the more dangerous the monsters inside would be. The mana density was strange. They said monsters lived in there. I need to analyze this. But with this many people around, it was difficult to get close to the gate. As Gio wondered what to do, a flow of mana appeared. Is there another gate nearby? He followed the trail step by step, moving away from the crowd. What is this? This new gate was located deep within a quiet, deserted forest. It's close! A moment later, Gio placed his hand on a tree trunk for support. He wiped his sweat, and after passing through some kind of barrier, he complained, "Another gate! Why is it so steep? Is this some kind of Magic Academy entrance exam? People on Earth have strange decorative tastes." Yet he headed straight for the gate that was cordoned off. Why even bother with the foliage? A few minutes later, the assigned team finally made their way over. Yoon-sung reported in before proceeding. "Hello, manager. We've just arrived at the gate." The person on the other end asked for confirmation. "Right. Yoon-sung, are there any civilians nearby?" Standing behind the barrier tape, he confidently reported, "It's fine, the perimeter has been secured." The manager complained with a heavy sigh. "These mutations are such a pain. I've lost count of how many rank-up incidents we've had this month." Yoon-sung offered a firm promise to build his trust. "Don't worry, we'll begin the investigation immediately." After finishing the report, he hung up ready for the mission. Fully geared up, Yoon-sung said to his friends, "Let's go." Among the 4 of them, someone complained, "Ugh, it stinks, like a cave in the middle of summer." Yoon-sung glanced at his specialized meter. According to the readings, the magic density in this dungeon was D rank. The guy with glasses in their group nonchalantly scratched his neck. It's always the same, like an unwritten rule in this Magic Academy world. Whenever a gate acts up, its rank jumps by 2 levels. As the other spoke so carelessly, Yoon-sung anxiously surveyed their surroundings. His teammate added, "Let's just clear this quick and go for a drink." Yoon-sung voiced his concern, suggesting, "Shouldn't we slow down a bit? I think we're moving too fast." The teammate looked back sarcastically. "Huh, why?" Yoon-sung explained, his eyes darting around nervously. "We've been walking for a while, but there hasn't been a single sign of any monsters. That's why I'm saying this." The man tried to calm Yoon-sung down by patting him on the head a few times. Confused, Yoon-sung rubbed his head only to get scolded. "Geez, you're young, so why are you so timid? We have an Yoon-sung, an A-rank hunter on our team." The moment those words left his mouth, reality, as it often does in a grim manhwa recap, delivered a blow from which he would never recover. What's there to worry about? Meanwhile, Yike stroked his chin, lost in thought. Looks like I've gone pretty deep into this cave. Did I enter the wrong gate? Why haven't I seen a single monster yet? Suddenly, he felt a stream of mana energy flowing towards him. Streams of blue auras swirled around Jake in the gloomy space. His sharp blue eyes carefully observed this flow of mana. Jake slowly followed the aura. It was faint and crude, but brimming with vitality. He continued to follow its path. A suspicion arose in his mind. Could this be from a human? He then discovered that the mana flow was originating from the gate itself, leaving him puzzled. Someone else entered the gate! Just then, he heard heavy footsteps approaching and quickly ducked behind a large rock. What was he sensing? What was going on over there? He tilted his head, watching their every move. What is that thing? It was the massive figure of a golem, its glowing eyes giving it a disgusting appearance as it lumbered closer. Fresh blood dripped down from its enormous stone body, as if it had just been in a chaotic battle. Beneath the golem's towering figure, a party of 3 was watching it intently. The golem's glaring purple eyes were a terrifying sight in the desolate space. Meanwhile, Yoon-sung, whose handsome face was now smeared with blood from a long gash, watched as a limp body collapsed to the ground due to massive blood loss. Yoon-sung's eyes widened in terror. "Oh my god, they were sent to meet their maker with just 1 punch!" Jang Ran was equally horrified. "No way!" Yoon-sung screamed. "Don't panic. Get a grip. If we make a mistake, we're all dead." Just then a teammate's warning voice rang out. Yoon-sung behind you! His sharp eyebrows furrowed, and he dared only to glance around. Yoon-sung quickly conjured a protective shield. A massive wave of mana met the shield head-on, trying to break through and deliver the golem's devastating attack. At that very moment, a stream of powerful energy shot out from nowhere, piercing straight into its abdomen. Yoon watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with utter terror. That shield. Yoon-sung was using every ounce of his strength to withstand the golem's horrifying power. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot straight down, enveloping its entire body. Chains forged from pure mana were now restraining its massive frame. The golem's eyes slowly glazed over its body, looking as if it was about to topple backward. Amidst the dense atmosphere, he and his shield hovered in midair before a powerful force slammed into Yoon-sung's ironclad armor, sending him crashing down onto the ground with enough force to crack the very earth beneath him. Meanwhile, from behind a large boulder, the face of Gieock stood be seen furtively peeking out. Yoon was examining the golem's body when he suddenly seemed to discover something so dreadful that his pupils dilated in shock. Seungmin smirked. As expected of Yoon-sung, even if he was a defender from the Magic Academy, an A-ranker was still an A-ranker. Jiang Rani chimed in, amazed he could fight that giant. With a cold voice, he declared, "I'll recover Cheonmin's body. Let's head back." But just then the golem's eyes blazed to life behind them, accompanied by a blood-curdling sound. Yoon-sung's brows furrowed, sensing imminent danger. He decisively spun around, channeling all his inner energy. But who could have predicted the golem would so swiftly snatch Yoon-sung's entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably? It brutally crushed Yoon-sung against a rock with its gigantic hand. Due to the vast difference in power, Yoon-sung coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. The beast frantically shook him in the air, making him dizzy before violently hurling him into the distance. Seungmin's face went pale as he screamed in panic, "Yoon-sung!" In that instant, Seungmin launched his own attack against the colossal creature. The surprising thing was, his powerful energy blast was actually enough to make it lose its balance. Seungmin's dazzling purple pupils emitted a light that detected the approaching mana. He decisively drew his long, sharp sword. In the vast, overwhelming space, his small figure raised his sword to fight beneath the golem's massive body. Seungmin channeled his inner energy, scraping his feet against the ground to launch himself high into combat. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, his determined face could be seen as he delivered a series of decisive sword strikes. But suddenly he broke into a cold sweat, horrified to see his sword simply snap in two. The golem casually swatted his body away, sending him flying high into the air. What a turn of events for our Manhwa recap. Behind Jiang Rani, the intense battle unfolded as Seungmin crashed hard onto the ground. Now only the silhouette of Jiang Rani in her brilliant red cloak remained standing. As he collapsed to the ground in pain, she could feel a chilling presence drawing closer step by step as the colossal figure, 10 times the size of a human, took direct aim at her. Jiang Rani glanced behind her, her entire body trembling uncontrollably with fear. The golem's tightly clenched fist was slowly descending upon her. In that suffocating atmosphere, her body seemed frozen, able only to accept its fate. But at that moment, a source of light and energy appeared with incredible speed. Yoon-sung reappeared with his shield, mustering all his remaining power to block the golem's fist. However, his condition was clearly unstable. Blood streamed down from his head and his whole body was shaking. She could only bite her lip in terror. Terrified, he heard a desperate warning. "Use the binding spell now. If we don't stop that thing, we're not getting out of here alive. The whole team is going to be wiped out," he cried out in agony. His eyes now held only a desperate plea for survival. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Yoon-sung, his face slick with sweat, quickly glanced over. But as he waited, he heard the sickening scrape of her feet on the ground as she bolted. A cold dread washed over Yoon-sung. Where are you going?" Jiang Rani gritted her teeth and fled, abandoning her conscience to the sound of his agonized screams. "You're just leaving us!" Yoon-sung's mournful cries echoed through the cave. "And what about Cheonmin?" It couldn't be true. His face was ashen sweat pouring down as he whimpered, "Don't leave us." The shield barrier was showing signs of cracking. "Don't run!" he pleaded. At that very moment, the creature's fist came crashing down with a deafening, earth-shattering boom. Yoon-sung's body was brutally crushed, a crimson spray of blood erupting into the air. Within the vast cave, his cold, lonely corpse was all that remained. The feeling that followed betrayal wasn't anger, but a profound emptiness. He had obtained A-rank awakening powers from a dungeon break, received invitations from all sorts of major guilds, built good relationships, formed a team, and racked up an impressive record of gate conquests. Everything had seemed to be going so smoothly. But in the end, in a twist worthy of any manhwa recap, this was his fate, his body collapsing onto the freezing cold ground. It was just too pathetic. Suddenly, a stone tablet flew straight into the giant golem. Detecting the projectile, it quickly scanned its surroundings to check for threats. Amidst the chilling silence, Gio spoke nonchalantly. "I really can't stand to watch this any longer." "Is this the true nature of Earthlings?" "Well, thanks to that little display, my analysis is complete. Seeing it up close, it's obvious, but it's quite an outdated model. Isn't it? No matter. It's a pleasure to meet you here, Golem, a construct of clay using mana as its power core. Golems serve countless roles in Enfori, from everyday tasks, like manual labor and chores and construction, all the way to full-scale combat. Manhwa is truly a nation built by the hands of golems, Gieock mused thoughtfully. His own specialty was golem warfare, a complex field you might study at an elite magic academy. Gieock continued to ponder, realizing the reason there wasn't a single other monster around was because this big guy was standing guard, which likely meant this gate belongs to someone. He faced the giant. Well, since I've already alerted the guardian, there's no chance of a peaceful exit now. Gieock slowly pulled his hands from his pockets. Looks like I'll have to fight. I can't use magic, but there are other ways. The giant's arm shot out like a bolt of lightning, trying to snatch Gieock, but he dodged the attack perfectly. That punch smashed into the ground, sending shattered rock flying everywhere. The massive monster wasn't giving up, lunging once more toward Gieock. Again, he evaded the attack. This only enraged the golem further, and it continued its relentless assault. It attacked him wildly, but Gieock was agile enough to dodge every single blow. Witnessing the creature's terrifying power, Gieock grew so tense that beads of sweat began to form on his brow. His expression had changed without him even realizing. He'd been so confident. But why wasn't this going according to script? I can only dodge the golem's attacks because of its massive size and clumsy movements. But eventually, Gieock started to feel his stamina drain, muttering to himself, "This wretched body. It's so useless." He then stared in shock toward his left hand. Himself. The golem had appeared out of nowhere. A single second's delay, and it would have been game over. The creature retracts its arm, already preparing for the next strike. And just moments later, it lunges with even greater force. Gieock manages to dodge its attack, but the relentless monster refuses to give up. It continues to focus its power on him, slamming down with a mighty blow that sends Gieock flying 3 meters away. He tumbles back a considerable distance. As he sits on the ground, it continues its assault, giving him no time to rest. Then he notices the golem's hand is stuck in the crater it created. Gieock's face lights up. Perfect. This is the opening he needed. He gets to his feet, ready to counterattack. The method for disabling a golem is actually quite simple. It all comes down to the gemstone engraved on the golem's arm. This gem isn't merely for decoration. It's a magical energy-sensing device, a key detail in this manhwa recap. Gieock dashes towards the golem. All he needs to do is input an emergency stop command into that sensor and it's all over. For security reasons, only the owner and the creator of the golem are supposed to know the emergency stop command. Gieock doesn't waste the opportunity and unleashes his magic. But for a golem, this crude and simple deciphering the encrypted command is almost too easy. At that moment, a brilliant blue light emanates from Gieock's entire body. And then the golem's eyes slowly turn red as it begins to sway unsteadily. Finally, it collapses to the ground, creating a significant tremor. He immediately begins to climb onto its massive body. Since Gieock only activated the emergency stop command, it's not completely shut down, of course. To switch it to a fully deactivated state, he needs to remove the core located in the center of its back. He slowly makes his way up, getting closer to the golem's core. This core, Gieock stares intently at the golem's power source, knowing it must be removed. He places his hand on the stone plate protecting the core, and gently lifts it. Doing this with my bare hands isn't the best choice, he thinks, but it's not like I have any other option. As soon as the stone plate is removed, a strange flickering light appears from within. Gieock cautiously peers inside the golem's core. Inside is a giant spherical mass of energy. He focuses with all his might to remove the core. Gieock had already severed most of the connecting wires. Finally, he decisively pulls the energy sphere out of the golem's body. At last, the monster has truly ceased to function, as its core has now been completely removed from its body, a classic takedown for a student at this magic academy. Gieock holds the sphere in his hand like a valuable trophy. Too easy. Meanwhile, nearby, it seems Yun-seong has also been attacked by a golem. He's covered in injuries. Yun-seong's hand lies limp on the ground, trembling uncontrollably in spasms. In this life-or-death moment, he remembers his mother's words. Yun-seong, I know you want to be a hunter, but do you have any idea how dangerous this job is? Back then, Yun-seong had carelessly replied, Don't worry, Mom. I may not look like it, but I'm an A-rank awakened being. But his mother was not reassured. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong. I respect your wishes, son. But what if something were to happen? Before she could finish, he cut her off. Mom. Yun-seong stepped forward, taking her hand to comfort and reassure her. He said, I'm an officially recognized hunter now, so you don't need to worry anymore. I promise I'll show you just how successful I can be in my career as a hunter. Yun-seong's mother looked at him. Just this once, please believe in me, Mom. Right after that, he said goodbye to his mother. I'm heading out now. However, Yun-seong's mother still felt deeply worried. Yun-seong, his mother gently advised, no matter what you do, please be careful. Yun-seong groggily opens his eyes, emerging from that dreamlike memory. He tries with all his might to push himself up. Even though his body is still racked with tremors, Yun-seong forces himself to lift. He looked up, his eyes immediately widening in shock at the unbelievable sight before him. Gieock stood majestically on the golem's body, a scene straight out of a manhwa recap. What is this? What happened here? Yun-seong wondered, completely bewildered. Staring at Gieock, he thought, did he take down that golem with his bare hands? No more importantly, how did he even get in here, I'm sure? That there were guards checking everyone who came in and out. A thought suddenly struck Yun-seong, he must be a hunter. He then, decisively, tossed the golem's core to the ground. Gieock began to walk slowly toward Yun Sung, who thought, he's coming right for me. His body tensed up, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Yun Sung thought his strength completely gone. I still can't move. A muscle. He cautiously glanced up, his eyes widening in shock. When had Gieock gotten right in front of him, Gieock suddenly spoke, making Yun Seung flinch. Hey, Gieock said, holding out a hand. You need some help. The scene shifts as sunlight bathes the tall city buildings. An angry voice cut through the air. These damn reporters! Is this really how you want to make the headlines, Yun Seung? Yun Seung calmly replied. But the newspaper isn't wrong. Trung Hoa yelled in frustration. Yun Seung, why are you making this so complicated? Trung Hoa explained. Look, I get that some other hunter defeated the monster, not you. But you don't even know the guy's name. If he's really stronger than you, there's no way he wouldn't be famous. But look around, no one knows anything about him. He's probably not even a registered hunter. Fortunately, the reporters are only focused on the fact that an A-rank monster was defeated. Besides, if you keep this up, Yun Seung shot up and yelled, Director? The director responded gently, I'm only looking out for you, son. Yun Seung, this is only going to tarnish your career. Even as an A-rank hunter, if you show any weakness, you'll immediately become a target for others. You know this better than anyone, right? So why not just say you were the one who defeated the golem? Yun Seung clenched his fist and let out a sorrowful sigh before speaking. I'm sorry, but I feel that I have to be honest. It's the least I can do to show respect for that hunter. He certainly didn't seem like the type to do anything illegal. Trung Hoa pressed. Are you certain? Yun Seung affirmed. If he had any malicious intentions, he wouldn't have left me alive. He's a good person, and I truly want to find a way to repay him. Hearing this, Trung Hoa didn't argue any further. I see. If that's your final decision, he said softly, I'll take my leave now. Yun Seung replied, Yes, sir. And with that, Trung Hoa left the room. Elsewhere, Trung Hoa sat in a corner deep in thought. He murmured to himself, a hunter who can effortlessly destroy a golem that even Yun Seung's team couldn't handle. Trung Hoa mused, completely baffled. Does a hunter with that much power and integrity really exist outside of a story? It's like a character from a Magic Academy series. I'd love to meet him at least once. Meanwhile, in a small room, Gio was sitting on a rug, grinning like he'd just discovered a new wonder of the world. He was amazed, thinking to himself, these people from Earth are basically gods. I accidentally unlocked this phone last night, and it's been doing this ever since, the golem asked. What is that thing? Gio explained. You mean you can freely access information without being part of the privileged class? Is this what they call paradise? Thanks to this little device, I've already gathered a ton of intel. First, the gate you entered wasn't privately owned. The screen displayed more information. Second, each gate has different entry restrictions because South Korea is a nation that strictly manages its awakened individuals. To enter a gate, you need prior approval. That approval comes from the Korean Hunters Association, or Hunhu for short, and third, that Yun Seung guy wasn't a thief trying to loot the gate's items. Gio scoffed. And this dude is supposed to be A-rank. He then looked closely. Focusing on the information on his phone, he spoke aloud. All right, it looks like the first step is to get a hunter's license. In a nearby courtyard, Gina announced, this is the theoretical safety training course that will be conducted inside the gate. We will be distributing the necessary equipment shortly. Please wait a moment. Gieock stood there, letting out a huge yawn of boredom. In short, just don't be reckless. Around the monsters, right? The training instructor approached and said, I will now distribute the equipment. Please take one. Our hero was completely bewildered. Gieock asked in surprise, what is this thing? A voice from the crowd muttered, what, he doesn't know what this is? That's a shocker. Another person asked softly, did you really choose to pick that up? The whisper spread through the group. Where has this guy been living? On a mountain? Did he come from another planet or something? Gieock worriedly thought to himself, have I already blown my cover as an outsider? The instructor explained, this is a basic analyzer. It utilizes magic lens technology, and I will now explain how to use it. Magic lens, huh? Gina said cheerfully. All right, has everyone received their analyzer? If so, please scan this monster through the lens. A shimmering butterfly fluttered around them. Gieock thought, seriously, you want me to scan that thing? After the device identified the creature's image, an information panel displayed F-rank poison butterfly. Gieock had a brief thought. So Earthlings use tools to identify their enemies, Tae-hun added with a smile. All analyzers not only support monster verification, but also have an item search function. Gieock repeated the words. Item search. The instructor continued, it will help you find useful resources. So go ahead and try looking around. Gieock pointed the device at Tae-hun, and the notification panel displayed data not found. So it's ineffective against humans, he mused. The device then registered the image of a red bush. The information displayed hot fruit, a species characterized by its red fibrous muscle-like threads. Gieock was surprised. So this is the item identification function. In that case, it should also recognize this. The device then identified an image of A patch of dirt, and the information panel read, "Data not found." He was utterly shocked by this. Gieock muttered to himself, "What the heck, I thought it could distinguish useful things." Then a realization dawned on him. Wait a minute. Could it be that it only recognizes objects with mana, differentiating between valuable items, and those without mana is convenient? But it's also a very inaccurate method. There are plenty of useful things that don't contain mana, and this patch of soil is a perfect example. Gieock closed his eyes in contemplation. At a glance, it's just ordinary dirt. He silently whispered mana absorption, a rare spell capable of absorbing magical energy. Gieock thought, it seems no one here knows about mana absorption, but that's strange. If this world's magical research is fairly developed, there's no reason they wouldn't recognize mana absorption. He pondered. Why doesn't anyone know about this? Wait a second. He walked over to the instructor. He said politely, "Excuse me, I have a question." Tae-hun replied, "Yes, what is it?" Gieock asked, "Do you know when the awakened first started appearing in Korea?" The instructor answered, "Yes, of course. It was 7 years ago. At that time, the dungeon shock caused awakened individuals to appear simultaneously all across the world." Gieock was completely floored. Hearing the answer, he asked in disbelief, "What?" His mind reeled with confusion. 7 years ago, it's only been 7 years. The history of magic in Anhui is over 60,000 years old. I get it now. I have to live among these primitives. This whole Manhwa recap feels less like a proper magic academy and more like a kindergarten class. And what's with all this tech? All the tools here are electric, but they look so strange. There's no way electrical engineering could have advanced this fast. To this extent. He mused on the strange evolution of this world, so different from the structured teachings of his old magic academy, where primitive magic knowledge stood in stark contrast to modern technology. It had all unfolded in such an unusual way. Truly fascinating, he thought. Gio crouched down, his mind still lost in contemplation. Regardless, he gently raked his fingers through the soil and picked up a small handful. A thought suddenly struck Gio. He could probably use his magic absorption ability without anyone finding out. After all, being a hunter was a profession that could make you millions if you were determined enough. But compared to the glamorous stories told about the profession, the life of a low-ranked hunter was nothing short of hell. He thought to himself, plus I have this leg injury and I can't even use my original magic openly. So, before I run out of cash and end up starving, I need to figure out a way to earn some money. Gio glanced at the bag beside him. I've already collected a ton of mana with my absorption technique, he thought. From what I've gathered, this stuff should be potent enough to take down certain types of monsters on this planet. The only issue is they only appear in C-rank gates. But I'm just an F-rank, so according to the rules, I'm not even allowed inside. Plus, using this mana absorption technique without fully understanding how things work on Earth feels a bit risky. And the fact that this body I'm in is an F-rank is a whole other problem. While Gio was lost in these idle thoughts, the sudden ringing of his phone startled him so badly he jerked his legs up, knocking over the small table in front of him. Geez, that scared the hell out of me. He grabbed his phone and saw the notification, emergency disaster alert. Monster outbreak from a dungeon. A red gate has appeared near the Mapo district. Warning, B-rank monster detected. Evacuate immediately. After confirming the monster's path of movement. After reading the alert, he wondered aloud, what's all this about? He stared at his phone and mumbled, evacuate, huh? And so as Gio quickly got dressed, he wondered what the scene outside would be like. He threw on a suit and hurried outside to see what was going on. All right, let's check this out. The moment he stepped onto the street, he saw people running around in a panic. Everywhere people were shouting, a monster broke out of the dungeon. Someone in the crowd gasped, whoa, is that really a B-rank monster? It's huge. That comment drew his attention to the creature in the distance, a scene straight out of a wild Manhwa recap. The monster looked like some kind of dinosaur perched atop a tower, its long tongue flicking out. A crowd was pushing and shoving, trying to get a better look at the beast. Suddenly, a young reporter named Jin Ho came barreling through the crowd, shoving right into Gio. Excuse me, coming through? The impact sent Gio tumbling to the ground. The reporter glanced back with a sneer. What a lightweight. A little push and he's already on the floor. These people are just standing around blocking the way, making a bunch of noise. Gio stared back at him with an icy glare, prompting the reporter to snap. What's with that look? You got a problem? Gio didn't understand the hostility, muttering to himself. What is this guy's deal? I was just looking. The reporter then aimed his camera at Gio and smirked. You've got some guts, don't you, pal? Do you have any idea who I am? I'm a hunter. And just so we're clear, we are not in the same league. I'm not an idiot who risks his life getting close to a monster hoping to get lucky and awaken some power like you probably did. I'm here to gather footage for my work. For my own research. Gio got to his feet and replied calmly. Same here. I'm also a hunter and I'm here for the exact same reason. The reporter scoffed. Oh, is that so? What rank are you? Gio answered flatly. F rank. Upon hearing this, the man burst out laughing so hard he practically spat. Still holding his camera, he wheezed, You've got to be kidding me. Seeing him laugh, Gio thought, making his stomach turn. Hey you, did you just laugh? I swear that guy just laughed, didn't he? At that moment, he was still wondering if the man was actually laughing at him. Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus-like beast began to open its maw, letting out a deafening roar as it spotted the helicopters circling overhead. After approaching their target, the soldiers inside the choppers pointed their guns, aimed directly at the monster, and unleashed a relentless volley of fire. Each bullet that struck its scales immediately erupted into a shower of fiery sparks. In response, it swung its massive tail, swatting one of the helicopters. The aircraft spiraled violently toward the ground, exploding in a massive fireball. Meanwhile, the remaining helicopter carrying a few hunters, including Yun Seung, also received orders to support the ground team in engaging the target. Just then, the monster began to crawl down the building and slammed its head into the glass windows, sending the people inside scattering in pure terror. It opened its mouth and shot out its long tongue, wrapping it tightly around two innocent civilians and yanking them out of the tower. The two victims caught in its grip screamed in horror as they were pulled into the open air. The eyes of the monster were bloodshot with deep red pupils that seemed to see right into the very soul of human fear. The hunter Han Shu leaped into action, and with a swift motion of his sword, he sliced the monster's tongue in two. It roared in agony. The two civilians were saved. Yun Sung witnessed the creature turning its attention toward the crowd below. Realizing the immense danger, he shouted out a warning, "The monster is heading for the civilians!" The huntress Shou Yun, who was part of the team, immediately drew her bow, aiming at the beast while simultaneously channeling magic into her arrow. She fired two flaming arrows that flew straight into the monster's tail. The powerful wind-splitting arrows instantly severed the tail from its body. The creature, writhing in excruciating pain, abandoned its attack and scrambled down the building to escape. It bared its fangs and snarled as it fled, its eyes glowing with a furious red. Yun Seong activated his lightning skill and launched himself towards the beast. The impact sent it curling up like a shrimp before it plummeted to the ground. He then unleashed a powerful attack, a surge of blue energy enveloping him as his eyes blazed with determination. Using the momentum from his fall, he raised his shield and delivered another crushing blow right into the creature's midsection. His face was a mask of intense concentration, his fighting spirit as solid as steel. Struck by his incredibly powerful attack, the monster let out a final pathetic shriek of pain. Its neck had been snapped by the force of the blow, and just like that, its life was over. Yun Seong took a long breath, standing before his kill. The people around them erupted in cheers. They got it! They actually caught that thing! The hunters are amazing! Shin Hoi, look, they're coming this way. I wonder if we can get a picture with them, Gio thought to himself, as he watched the team of hunters approach. I've learned one thing from my recent research, something this real-life Manhwa recap is making crystal clear. In this world, A-rank hunters are the absolute elite, belonging to the top 3% of all awakened beings. I wonder if they train at some secret magic academy because they're a powerful force, essential for protecting the city, and are seen as idols by so many people. This must be why everyone is scrambling just to get a glimpse of an A-rank hunter. Right. He was being pushed and shoved by the surrounding crowd. People next to him were buzzing. It's the hunter Yun Seung. The hunter Yun Seung. I've only ever seen him on TV before. Yun Seung walked over and stopped right in front of Gio, saying hello there. He then unexpectedly grabbed Gio's hand. Yun Seung said cheerfully, "You're my benefactor, aren't you? I can't believe I'm running into you here. Back then, if it weren't for you, I would have been a goner for sure. You might not remember who I am, but I'm the person you helped. Back at that gate. You single-handedly stopped that golem, man, you were unbelievably cool." Gieock simply replied, "Ah, right, I remember now." The guy who'd just been sneering at him was floored. No wonder he looked so familiar. Overhearing their conversation, Jinho turned his head to look. His gaze fell on the man whose face was now ashen and slick with sweat. This caught Yun Seung's attention, and he turned to Gieock asking, "Wait, are you with—" "This guy." Yun Seung's eyes narrowed at the man. "I saw you glaring at him earlier." Gieock thought to himself, "Can't blame him. I'd be glaring too." The two of them staring him down made the man turn pale with fright, stammering, unable to get a single word out. Then just as suddenly, Yun Seung broke his intense gaze and offered a bright smile. "Anyway, since we've met, allow me to introduce myself. I am—" "Ha, Yun Seung. If it's all right, could I get your name?" Gieock gave a short reply. "Kim Gieock." Yun Seung beamed. "Ah, so you're Mr. Kim Gieock." As Gieock took the card, Yun Seung continued, "So are you free at the moment?" He scratched his head and added with a laugh, "There's something I'd like to talk about." Gieock looked surprised, lowering his voice to ask, "You really want to repay me?" Yun Seung scratched his head, replying hesitantly, "Mr. Gieock, I know you might not be comfortable with it, but I can't just let it go. I felt on edge. Ever since you disappeared. You saved my life after all." Gieock stroked his chin, lost in thought. Back then, Yun Seung was just a kid running from the authorities. There was nothing unusual about a powerful A-rank hunter wanting to repay a debt. Not wanting to disappoint him, Gieock finally said, "Actually, there is one thing." At these words, Yun Seung's face lit up, his voice growing louder with excitement. "Really, just leave it to me." The scene cuts to a phone displaying a specific location on a map. Gieock holds it up, his voice even. "Could you follow me?" "Into this gate for a moment." They now stand under a gloomy sky in a withered forest devoid of life. Gieock turns to his companion asking, "What's wrong? You've looked uncomfortable this whole time." Yun-sung hesitated before brushing it off. "It's nothing really." Gieock then took the lead. "Is that so? Then let's pick up the pace," Gieock urged. Yun-sung answered politely, "Yes, sir." But no matter how he looked at it, he just couldn't believe it. Yun-sung mused internally, a hunter as incredible as Gieock. Just a few minutes ago, he was thrilled at the honor of raiding a gate with him. "Are you here to gather materials?" he had asked. Gieock immediately shot it down. "No, I'm here to hunt monsters." Yun-sung had been utterly stunned. "Is that so? Then this is a great chance to learn from you," Gieock had sighed. "I need to clear up a misunderstanding some people seem to have." A confused Yun-sung had unconsciously replied, "Yes." Gieock then calmly presented his hunter's license. "I'm an F-rank hunter," he stated, "so you can just think of me as a porter." Back in the present, Yun-sung was still reeling from that revelation. He thought, is he really an F-rank or was the measurement device just broken? Yun-sung nodded, trying to reassure himself. That must be it. He remembered hearing stories before. Mid to high-rank awakeners are often forcibly mobilized for dungeon breaks. Because of that, some are rumored to manipulate their official rank to fly under the association's radar, a classic trope you'd see in a Magic Academy story. Yun-sung came to a conclusion. So Mr. Gieock is just hiding his true power? At that moment, Gieock looked down, his expression calm. "Found them. Below them was a swarm of one-eyed monsters," Gieock remarked. "Looks just like in that Manhwa recap I saw." Yun-sung also peered down, crying out in surprise. "Huh. Those are Flames Peters," Gieock asked, puzzled by the name Flames Peters. "What kind of name is that?" Yun-sung began to explain. "Well, there was this whole translation fiasco with the analysis system in Korea. The monster was first discovered in Ohio, and since the bat-like creature was covered in fire, it was originally logged as Firebat, but a machine translation glitch turned that into Flames Peter." Gieock listened, looking intrigued. But Gieock was genuinely impressed by Yun-sung's knowledge. "Is that so? You certainly know your stuff." A moment of silence passed between them as they both looked down. The creatures began to ascend, erupting in a blaze of crimson flames. The two heroes stood in the center as the flame spears circled them menacingly. Gieock swiftly reached into his pouch, and Yun-sung watched with burning curiosity. "Hey," Yun-sung began. "I've always been curious. What exactly do you keep in that pouch?" Gieock's gaze drifted into the distance as he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, this thing." Just then, the creatures let out a series of ear-splitting screeches and dove straight for them. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a handful of brown powder toward the attacking flame spears, the substance landing squarely on their wings. Instantly, the flame spears' bodies were engulfed in fire. They shrieked in agony, caught completely off guard by the dark powder, and the entire swarm was set ablaze. The flame spears let out frustrated growls as they staggered away in retreat. Gieock commented casually, "Just something I keep handy for situations like this." Yun-sung watched them flee. That was incredibly effective. He then turned to Gieock and asked hesitantly, "Sorry to bring this up in the middle of a hunt, but..." As he tossed another handful of powder, Gieock replied, "It's no problem. I'm listening, so go ahead and ask." Yun-sung couldn't hide his confusion. "Why do you rely on items so much? With your strength, you could easily take down a C-rank monster barehanded." Gieock felt a wave of exasperation. Asterisk, did this guy read my hunter license upside down or something? He's unbelievably dense. Asterisk. Of course, a top-tier hunter like him, a prodigy straight out of a Magic Academy story, would have no idea how lower-ranked awakeners have to fight to survive. Asterisk. Still, there is no need to reveal my weakness. Asterisk, he thought. Instead, Gieock posed a question. "Yun-sung, have you ever really thought about what this awakening truly is? Lifting a 1-ton truck, creating enough water to flood an entire region? These are certainly convenient powers. But we didn't earn them through hard work." Gieock's voice grew somber as he glanced down at the pouch of powder in his hand. "It was all just a coincidence. What comes easily can be lost just as easily. I find this power to be a crutch, which is why I refuse to rely on my awakened abilities." He put on a brave face, but inside Gieock was terrified. Asterisk. This sounds like complete nonsense, but he'll probably buy it right. Asterisk. Upon hearing this, Yun-sung was completely stunned at a loss for words. Tears streamed down his face. "You're absolutely right. How could I have never considered that? Things that are easily gained are just as easily lost. Why did I just assume this power would be with me forever?" He was in awe of such profound reasoning. "That makes perfect sense," Yun-sung exclaimed, his excitement growing. "Furthermore, considering the recent trends with the gates, the rate of mutations is increasing. It could be preparing us for a future where our skills become useless inside dungeons. While I was just taking the easy route, neglecting my training, you Gieock were looking so far into the future. It's truly profound." Yun-sung covered his mouth, his expression shifting dramatically. Wait a minute. Could it be... He thought about how high-rank awakeners can supposedly sense power through intuition. Just standing near an S-rank hunter is enough to give you chills. But with Gieock, I feel absolutely nothing. It's like he's a common housefly. At that, Gieock's body went rigid, a look of pure exasperation on his face. Asterisk, huh? Did he just call me the greatest mage, Alphao? A housefly, asterisk? Meanwhile, Yun Seong's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea, a key point in this manhwa recap. If you're training to suppress your power, does that mean you can also control your mana signature? I've never witnessed such a peak level of control. Gieock squeezed his eyes shut. Asterisk. Just endure it, asterisk, he told himself. He's basically a caveman, so he thinks awakening level is the same as mana density. Asterisk, asterisk, whatever. I'll just roll with it. It's close enough, I guess. After they left the dungeon, Yun Seong was still chattering away. Hey, if you're going into another dungeon, can you please call me? Gieock asked, genuinely perplexed. And why would I do that? The debt is paid, isn't it? Yun Seong replied, scratching his head. Honestly, teaming up with you has been a real eye-opener. Because of that incident? My team was disbanded and I only awakened less than half a year ago. It's incredibly dangerous to operate alone since I'm so inexperienced, not like I graduated from a top-tier magic academy or anything. But if I try to form a new team, well, you know how it is. Kiryu fell into deep thought. It seemed the kid was still scarred from being backstabbed by his former comrades. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. If I were in your shoes, I'd feel the same way. Kiryu said, if you want to help, I have no reason to refuse. But if we run into danger, don't expect me to save you. You have to protect yourself at all times. I'm not strong enough to look out for you. If it comes to a fight, I'll definitely lose. Because I'm incredibly weak. As for the golem incident, your approach was a bit... The problem is, you were too reckless. Yun Seong's eyes lit up as he thought to himself in admiration. Kiryu is so humble. Is he worried I'll get hurt if I let my guard down? By the way, how old are you? Yun Seong asked curiously, prompting Kiryu to glance back. You want to know my age? With a look of pure admiration, Yun Seong replied, yes. He continued, I'm currently 22 years old, but since I got a second chance. My graduating class is... He tilted his head, trying to recall. Wait, how old did Kim Gieock say he was again? Yun Seong suddenly remembered. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Let's exchange phone numbers. Gieock quickly pulled out his national ID card. He held it up for Yun Seong to see, who looked at it and gasped in surprise. 24 years old! Yun Seong's jaw dropped in disbelief. There was only a 2-year difference. He quickly averted his gaze. So I'm 24. Yun Seong hastily corrected himself. That's not what I meant, it's just that... You seem so calm and mature. Kiryu glanced towards some university students walking by. I don't have any memories of university. Staring at his phone, Kiryu felt a pang of sadness. His contact list was completely empty. What kind of life had he lived? The image of Kiryu standing alone felt incredibly lonely and isolated. His face was obscured, his memories a blur, and the air around him grew dark and cold. On a nearby screen, a news report began. The phenomenon of mutant gates is on the rise in countries across the globe. The Hunters Association has yet to uncover the underlying cause. Even high-ranking investigators have been unable to determine the reason for this phenomenon. The public's anxiety is growing by the day. Meanwhile, a man named Jang Ho twirled a strand of his hair, his face calm, but his eyes were as sharp as ice. Yesterday, he had received a call from Ha Yun Seong. Hey, you want to go see something cool tomorrow? I've got priority access to a new gate. Kiryu had replied with a deadpan expression. Sure, how could I possibly resist an offer? To see something cool, I'm just bursting with excitement. In Korea, whenever a new gate appears, access is restricted. An investigation team is sent in first. Once the association's probe is complete, the gate is sealed, and today is the day. It officially opens. A rumor was circulating that a strange new type of plant was inside this gate, a key plot point in this manhwa recap. Kiryu suspected that this plant might be the key to restoring his magic. All he needed to do was check out that plant, find an entrance, and then get out. Looking down at the crowd below, Kiryu commented, there are so many people here. Are all of them going inside? A passerby suddenly recognized his companion. Hey, it's Ha Yun Seong, Yun Seong quickly replied. Most of them are just spectators and reporters, but it's definitely more crowded than I expected. Down the road, a supercar came tearing through at breakneck speed. The vehicle's sudden appearance immediately caught Kiryu's attention. He turned his head curiously, and in a flash, the supercar zipped past him and sped straight ahead. The car screeched to a halt and its door swung open. A figure with purple hair stepped out, and everyone in the vicinity turned to stare with curiosity. The crowd began to murmur. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Kang Trang-ho. Why is Kang Trang-ho here? A bewildered Gi Gieock turned and asked Yun Seong. Huh, who's that? Yun Seong's face went pale. That's the S-rank hunter Kang Trang-ho. Gi Gieock was taken aback. An S-rank? You mean one of the 3 S-rank hunters in all of Korea? Gi Gieock's gaze turned thoughtful as he analyzed the newcomer. He noted internally, his mana is incredibly stable. Definitely a rare talent for this world. Just then the man paused, sensing he was being watched. Kang Trang-ho turned his head, locking eyes with Gay EOC, and the air instantly grew thick with tension. Gay EOC's expression remained neutral. Aren't his eyes a bit strange? Yun Sung whispered, covering his mouth. They say those are dragon's eyes, obviously an incredibly rare artifact. Noticing Kang Trang-ho start to walk towards them, Yun Sung flinched. Wait, why is he heading straight for us? Kang Trang-ho stopped right in front of them and demanded, Your name? Guy EOC was clearly irritated. He replied coolly, Excuse me. The S-rank hunter, completely ignoring the polite tone, repeated his blunt question. Your name? Gieock's expression hardened as he growled back. Kim Gieock. Kang Trang-ho continued with the same curt tone. Hunter rank. At that, Yun Sung moved to stand protectively in front of Gieock. Greetings, Hunter Kang Trang-ho. This man is just a porter assisting me. If there's any issue, please take it up with me. But the S-ranker just got annoyed, his intimidating aura flaring up. I'm not talking to you, he snapped. Yun Sung had no choice but to shrink back behind Gieoc, who answered with a defiant tone, F-rank. At this, Kang Trang-ho crossed his arms, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? You're really telling me that's true? Gieock's face remained a mask of calm, but inwardly a seed of worry was planted. He wondered, did he actually see the latent mana hidden within my body? In the world of this manhwa recap, mana isn't just for flashy spells you'd see at a magic academy. It's a fundamental energy source. Just because one's respiratory system has been refined doesn't mean their total mana reserves decrease. A sorcerer of a certain caliber, like Kang Trang-ho, could likely gauge a person's potential from the faintest signal. Maintaining his composure, Gieoc spoke again, his voice cold. If you don't believe me, I can show you my hunter license. Kang Trang-ho let out a faint amused smile. A person who could look an S-rank hunter straight in the eye and calmly declare, I'm an F-rank hunter, was anything but ordinary. Kang Trang-ho's tone suddenly softened. Hunter Kim Gieoc, if you'd be willing. But Yun Sung immediately cut in. Gieoc, look at the time. We were just here to take a quick look, right? We should probably get going. We're going to be late for our appointment if we don't leave now, Gieoc immediately shot back. But the plan today was to explore this place. Yun Sung quickly urged him on. Come on, let's go quickly. As he was pulled away, Gieoc glanced back with a puzzled expression. Kang Trang-ho was left behind, standing alone in the middle of the crowd. Once they were a safe distance away, Yun Sung asked, Seriously, you really don't know who Hunter Kang Trang-ho is? Have you been living abroad or something? Gieoc averted his gaze. I was away for a time. Yun Sung immediately launched into an explanation. Look, I don't mean to gossip, but that hunter has a really bad reputation. Hearing this, Gieoc asked with a hint of doubt. How so? Yun Sung was quick to elaborate. Well, he has a criminal record for assault. Nobody wants to raid a dungeon with an S-rank who has a history of violence. And even if you ignore his past, his more recent activities aren't much better. Gieoc's interest was piqued, and he asked curiously, What kind of activities? In response, Yun Sung held up 3 fingers. I have a cousin, her name is Choi Jane, and she's a rank 3 A-class hunter. She went into a dungeon with Kang Trang-ho, and he ended up attacking her. Apparently, he has a habit of picking fights exclusively with other powerful awakened individuals. Gieoc covered his mouth, a silent thought crossing his mind. So that's why you dragged me away. You were worried that S-rank lunatic would start something with me. What a thoughtful little creature you are. After that brief, strange thought, Gieoc made a suggestion. All right, let's head back for now. We can check on that so-called hidden plant species some other time. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze turning pensive. Then Gieoc lowered his voice. But Yun Sung, about what you said earlier. So, Jang Ho's eye is something like a dragon's eye, right? Does that mean it's an item that can be bought and sold just like your shield? He stroked his chin, his tone confident. Yes, when he first acquired it, it was in the form of a small orb. He likely swallowed it when he used it. Gieoc then asked, Are there any dragon lungs available? Yun Sung quickly replied, Let me check. After a quick search, he said, It looks like there are only transaction records. Nothing's listed right now, but since lungs aren't very popular, one might pop up eventually. Gieoc leaned in, asking curiously, Why aren't they popular? How much do they usually go for? Yun Sung scrolled through his phone, digging for information. They don't enhance mana like the eyes or heart. The liver can at least be processed into potions, but the lungs have absolutely no practical use. Here we go. The price is cheap too, just 2.6 billion. Gieoc, not quite processing the number, just nodded along. 2.6 billion? Then it suddenly dawned on him that something was very wrong. What did you just say, 2.6 billion? Yun Sung was still ecstatic. It's a steal, you couldn't buy the other parts no matter how much you offered. Gieoc could feel the tears welling up. He really shouldn't have asked. As their taxi cruised down a deserted street, its tires humming in the silence, Gieoc was scrolling through Jang Ho's profile on his phone. He stared intently at the screen, lost in thought. The more he learned about the guy, the more terrifying he seemed, especially for someone attending a magic academy. Letting a person like that roam free was just insane. Asterisk. Should I avoid making eye contact with him from now on? What if he decides he wants to pick a fight with me? My life would be over. Just then, behind the taxi Gieock was in, a familiar supercar appeared in the rearview mirror. Its driver deliberately slammed it right into the back of the taxi. A violent jolt startled Gieock, who had no idea what was happening. The driver expertly swerved, trying to shake them off, but the supercar relentlessly stayed on their tail. The taxi ended up crashing hard into a nearby utility pole. At some point, Gieock had been thrown from his seat. The panicked driver whipped around to check on him. "Oh no, are you all right?" Pale-faced and sprawled on the floor of the cab, Gieock still managed a polite yes. The driver got out and stormed towards the supercar, yelling, "You psycho, are you out of your mind? Don't you know how to drive? Get out of the car right now." Stepping out of the driver's seat, the man said softly, "I am so terribly sorry. It's been a while since I've driven, and I seem to have mixed up the accelerator and the brake." Gieock, pulling himself up using the taxi door, was stunned. "Jang Ho." The man held out his phone, his voice oddly intense. "Hello, Kim Gieock, F rank hunter. I need to ask you for something." "Could I please get your contact information?" Gieock's face remained a blank mask. As we continue this manhwa recap, he thought, asterisk, is this guy nuts? What kind of terrible driver crashes into someone on a completely empty road, asterisk? Meanwhile, the taxi driver, still trembling, hesitantly spoke up. "Hunter Jang Ho, since you caused this accident, you'll have to pay for the repairs." Jang Ho immediately shoved a wad of cash at the driver. "Here, take this." Gieock stared at the thick stack of bills. Asterisk, how much is that even, asterisk? The driver bowed deeply, saying gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Jang Ho then held his phone out to Gieock again. "Please save my contact information. I just used all my cash, so it might take me a little while to pay for your medical expenses." Gieock was completely bewildered. Asterisk, I have no idea what this guy is thinking. Is this really how you handle a car accident? It's just a phone number. What's the harm, asterisk? After a moment's hesitation, Gieock decided to give him his number. "Here you go." After getting the contact info, Jang Ho stared intently at his phone. He was the only son of a famous corporate chairman, a man born with a silver spoon who then became a hunter. But he also had a criminal record for aggravated assault. Thanks to his family's money, he'd hired the best lawyers to get him off, but he still ended up getting sent away. He'd even done time, and there were countless online testimonies accusing him of abusing others. However, there were even bigger problems. Right in front of him, Jang Ho's parents had died a few years back during a dungeon break, and immediately after that incident, he sold off all his inherited company shares, effectively liquidating his family's business. People used his ambiguous awakening period as an excuse, and rumors began to spread that he'd committed assault for money. Gieock glanced over at Jang Ho, though nothing was ever proven. The man turned to him. "Here to look after that chicken again today. I'm a little surprised a guy like you is doing porter work." Jang Ho leaned against his car. "I know of a few jobs that pay much better." He smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Interested in hearing about them?" As Gieock stared at the man before him, he thought to himself, "A high-paying job." He replied coolly, "It doesn't hurt to listen." Hearing this, Jang Ho pressed on with his offer. "Stop working for An Yun Seom and come work for me. I'll give you 80% of the items and profits you earn from the gates." The proposal made Gieock hesitate. Was this guy scouting him with such ridiculous terms? This S-rank hunter must have recognized the potential within Kim Gieock's body. Could it be that Kim Gieock's magic was on par with, or even higher than S-rank? If I could just harness my magic properly, I could control this entire planet. He crossed his arms, feigning indifference. "Well, I'm in a situation where entering an S-rank gate is a bit difficult. I'm not sure I can even work with you." Jang Ho exclaimed in disbelief. "What are you talking about, S-rank? There's no way they'd push a hunter of your rank into a high-level gate like that." Gieock looked at him, puzzled. "Did you approach me after checking my awakening potential?" Jang Ho shot back, stunned. "What awakening potential? You're an F rank, right? My proposal is to train you directly. This isn't some formal magic academy. Think of it more like I'm offering to be your personal sponsor." Hearing this, Gieock awkwardly rubbed his neck. "Oh, I see. That was my misunderstanding, so I said some strange things." Gieock's face immediately flushed red. So embarrassing. Jang Ho smiled at him. "Can I take that as a yes?" Gieock held up a hand to stop him. "Hold on. What exactly did you see in me to make such an offer?" At that, a wicked grin spread across Jang Ho's face. He looked at Gieock with clear admiration. "Well now," Gieock thought in despair. "Damn it, Yun-sung, I really miss you right now." Meanwhile, in a building downtown, a surprised voice cried out, "A car accident." Gieock calmly recounted the events to Yun-sung. "Yeah, I told him I had to meet you and ran off, but looking back it felt like that bastard intentionally caused the whole incident." Yun-sung immediately agreed. "It's true he only preys on strong hunters. I guess I managed to avoid trouble thanks to you. Brother Kiryu, even an A rank like me could become a target." Gieock popped a piece of candy into his mouth. "Is that so?" Yun-sung's eyes sparkled. "With a hunter like you by my side, I won't stand out anymore. If Jang Ho tried that, you would have..." Gieock tuned him out, lost in his own thoughts. What should I do? Call the police. But what would I even say? He imagined the conversation with the cops. An S-rank hunter said he'd keep me safe and give me items. Gieock shook his head in frustration. Just forget it. This whole thing sounds like a wild manhwa recap. The cops would never take it seriously. Suddenly, Yun-sung spoke up. Oh, by the way, brother Kiryu, did you watch TV this morning? Last year, Korea was ranking second in the evaluation for excellence in gate management. While the abnormal mutations remain severe, civilian casualties have dropped significantly. The news stated that humanity would soon conquer the disaster known as the gates. Gieock let out a sigh, muttering, "This reporter has a real knack for picking subjects. The whole concept of gates. It's intriguing. It feels like a miniature version of my own life." Then, on one fateful day in the year 2017, a bizarre phenomenon emerged simultaneously across the entire globe: gates, monsters, and the awakened. The fundamental principle of magic involves drawing mana from the planet's core. However, unlike the world of Enfuri, Earth's geology is predominantly rock, making it difficult to significantly increase the available mana. But the gate phenomenon that appeared 7 years ago acted like a well drawing forth mana. This is a key plot point in our manhwa recap today. As a result, some people exposed to this mana became awakened, yet our understanding of the gates themselves remains dangerously limited. The people of Earth don't delve deep to extract mana, and inside these gates lurk terrifying creatures. It's not the kind of subject you'd find in a basic Magic Academy textbook. These beings are incredibly hostile towards humanity, unaffected by the technology of either Enfuri or Earth. So what are they exactly? I don't get it at all. Yoon tried to get Gieock's attention. "Hey, are you feeling all right?" The voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Sorry, I was a bit distracted." Hearing this, Yoon Seung asked curiously, "What was on your mind?" Gieock glanced over at Yoon Seung. "I was just imagining what it would be like to be the one who created the gates. I think there's something fundamentally wrong with the current situation here in Korea." This made Yoon Seung even more skeptical. "How so?" Gieock calmly explained his theory. "Whatever their purpose, the monsters inside the gates want to end us. The items we find inside are just like the cheese on a mousetrap. But what if the little mouse figures out a way to just eat the cheese without getting caught? Wouldn't the ones who set the trap be furious?" A look of realization dawned on Yoon Seung's face. "Now that you mention it, you're right." Suddenly, Gieock froze in place. "What's wrong?" An energy hot as lava began to boil up from beneath his feet. He calmly glanced down at the ground. Yoon asked blankly, "Hey, is something wrong?" Gieock instantly realized the problem. "Damn it, it's mana," he panicked, shouting at the top of his lungs. And Yoon Seung started to panic too. "What is this?" Gieock cursed repeatedly as he was engulfed by the wave of mana. "Damn it!" He thought to himself that he was being dragged away. A moment later, Gieock groggily opened his eyes, surprised as he scanned his surroundings. He was standing in the middle of a narrow, deserted alley. He quietly surveyed the area. "Where am I? Inside a gate? There is nothing worse than running into a monster in a dead end like this. I have to get moving, especially with a body that can't even cast magic. So the simple question is, how the hell am I supposed to get through this?" Suddenly something caught Gieock's eye. He looked suspiciously at the stone monument in front of him and exclaimed, "This is a stone stele with something written on it." An abrupt noise put him on high alert. Gieock immediately shot to his feet, spotting a figure walking towards him, while another person approached from the opposite direction. Trung-ho stared at him in surprise, wondering aloud. Kim Gieock was just as shocked. "Trung-ho, who is this guy? What's going on?" Trung-ho just grinned and greeted the newcomer. "Well, if it isn't Dion Hong, I heard you were in Singapore?" The man calmly replied, "I just got back today." Watching this, Gieock was even more bewildered. They weren't usually this friendly with each other. He awkwardly asked the other two, startling them. "You two know each other?" Trung-ho looked back at him astonished. "Kim Gieock, I should be asking you. Don't you—" which startled them. "Wait, you two know each other?" Trung-ho asked in astonishment. "Kim Gieock, I have to ask, you aren't—" "You know Dong Hong," Gieock thought with a sigh. "I've only been on Earth for 2 weeks. How could I possibly know him?" Seeing the look on his face, Trung-ho turned to taunt Dong Hong. "See that he genuinely has no idea who you are. Guess you need to work a little harder." I didn't even know who you were at first." What an idiot, Gieock thought, breaking into a nervous sweat. So who exactly is this guy? Trung-ho quickly made the introduction. "This is Dong Hong, South Korea's #1 hunter." Gieock was stunned by the reveal, lost in thought. Damn, this guy is a much bigger deal than I imagined. Trung-ho's voice kept ringing in his ears. "He's known to people as a national hero. But since you're out of the loop, we'll let it slide. Dong Hong, this is Kim Gieock, an F-rank hunter." Gieock awkwardly spoke up. Hello." Dong Hong responded right away. "Yes, a pleasure to meet you, Kim Gieock." Hearing this, Gieock silently sized him up. "Why are you staring at me?" Dong Hong asked, and began tapping the watch on his wrist. "We can save the formal introductions for later." "Were you both suddenly pulled into this place as well?" Gieock's eyes were fixed on the device on his wrist. Is that some kind of analyzer? He couldn't believe such a sleek and powerful-looking design even existed. Dong Hong's voice cut through his thoughts. "There's no doubt now. We are definitely inside a gate." The analyzer's screen lit up unidentified gate, no information. He muttered to himself, "The rank is X. This is going to be a problem." Gieock overheard him and couldn't help but ask, What on earth is an X rank? Ugh, what now? Trung-ho grumbled annoyed as he raised his phone. I was dragged in here completely unprepared. If we don't find a way out soon, this is going to be a massive headache. Dong-haong looked at the stone slab in front of them and spoke. There's an inscription here. The symbol of true faith shall become the key. A clue for the gate, huh? It looks like our only path forward is through that door. He quickly placed his hands on the massive gate and pushed with all his might. Trung-ho calmly observed, it's not even budging. Dong-haong then turned to him. Hunter Trung-ho, a little help here. Trung-ho looked back completely baffled. Dong-haong was already breaking a sweat as he glanced at Trung-ho. I can't open this with my strength alone. Seeing the situation, Trung-ho just waved his hand dismissively. Well, there's no other choice. Is there? He quickly moved forward to help Dong-haong. Dong-haong gave Trung-ho a meaningful look, who returned it with a nod. Dong-haong immediately channeled his power into the gate. Together, the two of them strained to force it open. Trung-ho stared intently at the door before him, and then without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful blast of mana directly at it. Gieock's jaw hit the floor, watching them in awe. In the world of this manhwa recap, S-rank hunters are the absolute peak among mana users. They are part of an incredibly small elite, blessed with extraordinary talent. These are individuals with godlike powers, and yet these two really couldn't force open a single door. Trung-ho panted exhausted. Looks like it's true we can't open it with brute force. Gieock calmly turned away. In that case, it seems there's only one other thing we can try. Hearing this, Trung-ho walked thoughtfully towards him. He looked skeptically at the lion statue with its gaping maw. But doesn't that mouth look like a hole just big enough to stick an arm into? At Trung-ho's words, Dong-haong fell silent, and Gieock's expression grew grim. No way. But if we don't get that door open, we're trapped. We came in here completely unprepared, so if we stay like this, we'll eventually run out of supplies. Gieock watched in surprise as Dong-haong approached the statue. Without a word, he plunged his hand into the mouth of the stone lion. The other two stared at the silent gate waiting, and then it finally began to open. A triumphant shout rang out. It's opening! It's open! Gieock turned to look at Dong-haong. Dong-ha-seong, are you okay? 2 bloody puncture marks were clearly visible on his arm. Blood was steadily dripping from the wounds. He grimly held up his arm. I'm losing too much blood, startled Gieock blurted out. What did you just say? Dong-haong quickly recounted. I was in shock. I tried yanking my hand out, but no matter how hard I pulled, it wouldn't budge. It was completely stuck. At that moment, I even considered hacking off my own shoulder. Jong-ho, however, didn't bother listening and turned away. Is that so, anyway? The door's open now, so let's get a move on. Gieock's expression grew grim as he stared at the doorway. I have a really bad feeling about this. Are we sure this is a good idea? The 3 of them cautiously stepped through the portal. Jong-ho's brow furrowed in irritation as he took in the scene. Damn it, not again. Before them stood another lion statue. Dong-haong nudged Jang-ho's shoulder and walked toward it. We don't have time to stand around gawking. We need to get out of here fast. After saying that, he thrust his hand into the lion's mouth. Once it was over, he clutched his bleeding arm and calmly walked on. Let's go. A moment later, the group stopped dead in their tracks once again. Jang-ho was in disbelief. He was staring at yet another lion statue. Again! Gieock broke out in a cold sweat as he assessed the situation. You put your hand in the lion's mouth and the door will open. That's really all there is to it. Dong-haong then turned to Jang-ho with a suggestion. Hunter Kong Jang-ho, you can open the next one. Jang-ho stared back blankly. What, why me? Seeing his reaction, Dong-haong calmly explained, the rate of blood absorption has changed. The first one was fine, but the second one made me a bit dizzy. In these kinds of dungeons, a common trope in any manhwa recap. The requirements tend to escalate. We should take turns. Jang-ho just stared at him intently. You've been doing a fine job so far. Why don't you just see it through to the end? Dong-haong's gaze turned menacing. Are you refusing to cooperate? Jang-ho shot back with a contemptuous smirk. Do you have any idea what my hunter rank is? Hearing this, Dong-haong's patience snapped. He stated bluntly, I don't care. I'll say it again. Hunter Kong Jang-ho, cooperate. Jang-ho put his hands on his hips, challenging him. And what if I refuse? Gieock watched them sweating profusely. Are these guys about to fight? He raised a hand to try and stop them. Hey! Dong-haong's voice cut in his explanation, continuing relentlessly. If I keep opening these gates by myself, I'll eventually be bled dry. You get that, don't you? But Jang-ho still refused to back down, retorting. At the very least, I should have the right to choose my own turn, so no one feels like they're being cheated. Don't you think so? Besides, isn't there another hunter right over there? Why don't you ask him? Gieock froze in terror upon being mentioned. Damn it, he thought. Now he's dragging me into this. The survival rate of a side gate is about 60%. This place might not have monsters, but this isn't some graded test at a magic academy. It's a maze that lets you proceed by offering up your blood. A blood-draining hole perfectly sized for a human arm. In other words, the solution to this dungeon is to sacrifice one person. We're completely screwed, aren't we? Dong Hong shot Jang Ho a mocking glance. Are you seriously suggesting an F-ranker handle this when there are two S-rank hunters right here? That's just... Suddenly he froze. He'd heard a noise. The sound instantly captured all three of their attentions as a monster slowly advanced toward them. A fearsome wolf, its sharp claws extended, growled as it stalked forward. Gieock couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is that I thought there weren't supposed to be any monsters in here?" The wolf silently bared its massive fangs, looking absolutely rabid, charged straight for him without a moment's hesitation. He threw up an arm to defend, bracing for the impact. Just in the nick of time, Dong Ha swiftly unleashed a torrent of mana, striking the massive wolf. He decisively ended it before it could lunge at Jae-wook with its terrifying power. The brilliant light from his attack illuminated the entire vast space. Jae-wook stared at Dong Ha, utterly speechless. No way, he thought. Is that fire in the air some kind of special magic from the Magic Academy? Is he a primeval mage? If so, his potential is... Meanwhile, Jang Ho stood off to the side, sighing and muttering, he can still fight just fine after having his blood drained. Suddenly, Jae-wook was startled, his eyes darting to the space behind Jang Ho, where another massive wolf was lunging straight for him. A look of panic crossed Jae-wook's face at the sight. He desperately yelled out as he saw it bare its fangs at Jang Ho. "Jang Ho, behind you!" The hunter shot a quick glance over his shoulder. The image of the enormous wolf instantly filled his vision. Without a second of hesitation, he immediately dispatched the monster. Jae-wook was blown away as he witnessed this raw power. He's insanely strong. Is Jang Ho's awakened ability some kind of physical reinforcement? Jang Ho clenched his fist, remarking, "Its body is weaker than I thought. Probably just a C-rank monster." Dong Ha coldly shot back at him. "It's too soon to relax. Look over there." More wolves were emerging one after another, phasing right through the wall. Razor-sharp claws materialized before them as a whole pack of wolves emerged, baring their vicious fangs as they charged the trio. They poured out relentlessly in a ferocious frenzy, never hesitating or slowing down. The massive wolves landed on the ground, poised to strike. All three of them were now completely surrounded with no escape route. The beasts watched their every move intently, never blinking. Dong Ha surveyed the pack and sighed. They aren't high-rank monsters, but a number this large is going to be a real pain. Cover our 6-hunter Jang Ho. Hearing the assignment, Jang Ho just smirked and replied, "Just you worry about yourself." The horde of monsters immediately began its charge. Dong Ha braced himself for the battle, his gaze fixed as he prepared to launch his attack. Jang Ho decisively raised his fists, ready to confront the giant wolves. Dong Ha unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. This only made the wolves more ferocious, as if they had lost all control. A dangerous glint appeared in Jang Ho's eyes. He shot them a look, and immediately countered with a powerful mana strike of his own. His blow wiped out a significant number of wolves, but seeing their packmates fall only drove the remaining ones into an even greater frenzy. Dong Ha calmly faced the onslaught without flinching, continuing to unleash mana blasts that obliterated the beasts one after another. Jae-wook was still reeling in astonishment, witnessing the sheer ferocity of this battle like something straight out of a manhwa recap. He silently marveled as he watched their incredible power. This is insane. 2 S-ranks are already this powerful. Meanwhile, Dong Ha muttered to himself while fighting, "There are more of them than I anticipated. Because of the blood loss, my stamina is dropping to a critical level. At this rate, I won't be able to hold out." His gaze fell upon the stone lion statue, its mouth agape in a haunting snarl. Suddenly he froze, as if a realization had just struck him. Dong Ha murmured to himself, just as a beast lunged at him from behind. "I see it now," he said, quickly planting his foot and pivoting with incredible force. He unleashed an intense mana blast at the massive wolf, obliterating it instantly. It was as if that single attack had revealed a critical secret to him. "So that's how it is." Jae-wook was drenched in a cold sweat, having just witnessed the brutal and decisive slaughter. The sheer power of the other two was paralyzing, absolutely terrifying. So this is what an S-rank hunter is capable of. They were killing those monsters in the blink of an eye. Even if I somehow acquired magic, conquering the world would be a pipe dream. This whole situation feels like a high-stakes manhwa recap. Suddenly, Dong Haong's alert voice cut through the tension. "Chang Ho, Kim Gieock, look. The eyes of the lion statue are glowing. It seems like if it's fed blood within a certain time frame, it triggers a wave of monsters." Another large wolf materialized menacingly through the wall. Ji Seok flinched in absolute terror at the sight of it. Dong Hong was still lost in his thoughts. "So that means..." Ji Seok's scream ripped through the air beside him. Dong Hong snapped back to reality, glancing behind him. He immediately unleashed a mana-infused strike at the monster. Dong Hong's blade successfully sliced into its throat. He watched the creature slowly collapse, all while analyzing the situation. At that moment, Chang Ho finally voiced his own thoughts. "Is there a time limit?" As if on cue, a whole new pack of large wolves burst forth, launching a direct assault on them. Ji Seok was frozen solid before the ferocious onslaught. Seeing this, Dong Haong roared a warning. Kim Gieock. Chang Ho, however, was fixated on the stone lion statue in the distance. He shot towards it like a flash of lightning without a shred of hesitation. While Dong Haong fiercely engaged the pack of beasts, Chang Ho had already gritted his teeth and thrust his hand deep into the stone lion's mouth. The two eyes of the lion statue immediately flared a brilliant bloody red as his hand went inside. Chang Ho stared intently at the stone lion statue. In an instant, the monsters surrounding them vanished into thin air, and the gate before the three men slowly creaked open. Gieock was so astonished he couldn't form a single word. What in the world? I can't believe he cooperated that quickly. Chang Ho turned back to the other two and asked, "Who's next?" Dong Haong proposed, "Let's take turns. We can't be certain that a single one of you can handle it alone." Standing behind them, Gieock had a silent epiphany. This is why they call him a national hero, a protector straight out of a Magic Academy epic. The moment he learned I was an F rank, he immediately took me out of the rotation and even protected me when a monster appeared. Thanks to him, we were all able to advance, and I didn't have to shed a single drop of blood. But still, I can't help but feel a pang of guilt. The trio resumed their journey. Dong Haong was panting heavily as he walked, with sweat pouring down his face. He looked like he was on the verge of collapse. Gieock quickly asked with concern, "Dong Haong, are you all right?" Hearing him, he replied wearily, "I'm fine. These gates are usually small, so we can't be far from the exit." Gieock stared at him, thinking to himself, his face is getting paler by the second. Fortunately, it was now Chang Ho's turn to open the gate. Without so much as a glance back, Chang Ho spoke up. "Dong Haong, let's stop for a moment." Dong Haong asked, bewildered. "Why?" He voiced his suspicion. "I've just realized there's no guarantee the exit is behind this gate. Furthermore, everyone is starting to feel the strain. It's possible we've missed a clue. Let's go back and check the previous rooms." Hearing this analysis, Dong Haong retorted angrily, "You're just trying to stall for time, aren't you? When raiding an S-rank gate, the standard procedure is to follow the conditions. You know that perfectly well. Or are you planning to attack me during the chaos when the monsters appear? Just like in the Choi Jane incident, I'm not dragging this out any longer." "Open the door." Chang Ho just smiled, placating him. "All right, I'll open it." "Don't. Why are you so tense? I never said I wouldn't help with the strategy. Besides, you've completely misunderstood. What happened with Choi Jane was just an accident. I'm not some lunatic who attacks his own teammates without a reason. I get why you don't trust me given my criminal record. But Dong Haong, right now, you're being far too suspicious. That's why you keep making these hasty decisions. You're just desperate to escape as quickly as possible. Aren't you? Fine. I'll open the gate, but you really need to think seriously about what I'm saying. Even when it's your turn, I still propose we go back and double-check first." Gieock silently sized him up, thinking, he's making more sense than I expected. Could the rumors just be rumors? But just then, Kang Chan-ho cried out in pain, yanking his hand back from the stone statue. Dong Haong rushed to his side, asking, "Are you all right, Kang Chan-ho?" He managed a calm smile and replied, "Don't worry about me. I brought a recovery potion so I can probably open the gate a few more times after drinking this." Hearing that, Dong Haong urged him, "Just try to push a little deeper. If in the next room we don't find an exit, then we'll figure out another way." Gieock glanced over at Kang Chan-ho, who was now pulling out a glass vial. At this rate, Gieock thought, I'm going to have to support Kang Chan-ho. But suddenly he froze, watching the S-rank hunter's next move. Kang Chan-ho decisively swung the large vial and smashed it right into the back of Dong Haong's neck. The glass bottle shattered on impact, and a dazed Dong Haong collapsed to the ground in utter disbelief. Gieock was completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. Kang Chan-ho stared down at the fallen Dong Haong, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "So it even works on an S-rank hunter," he mused. All the blood drained from Gieock's face as he thought, a recovery potion, that absolute fool. He immediately confronted him. "Kang Chan-ho, what in the world are you doing?" The man turned, casting a sideways glance at him. "Gieock, have you ever heard of a gate called the Iron Maiden that appeared in Northern Europe? This dungeon is nearly identical to it. To escape, one of the hunters must be offered as a sacrifice." Gieock couldn't believe what he was hearing. "So he's planning to sacrifice Dong Haong." Kang Chan-ho continued his chilling analysis. "What's more, according to the current data on X-rank dungeons, the survival rate is only 60% regardless of the hunter's rank. Those aren't great odds to bet your life on. Now are they? I just want to guarantee we have a fighting chance." Hearing this, Gieock was lost in thought. This was the kind of dark twist you'd expect from a grim manhwa recap. Logically speaking, his reasoning was sound. If this dungeon truly required a human life to clear, then they needed a sacrificial lamb. And it was best if that was either Kang Chan-ho or Dong Haong. But Gieock knew he wasn't in any position to be the one chosen. So perhaps it was best to just go along with the S-rank hunter's plan. Still, asking an F-rank hunter to take the fall when there were two S-rank hunters present just felt wrong. It wasn't the heroic code you'd learn in a Magic Academy. Just as Kang Chan-ho was about to place Dong Haong's hand into the stone lion's mouth, Gieock suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I'll open the door, just leave Dong Haong alone." Kang Chan-ho shot him a sneering look and scoffed. "What's this, a sudden burst of conscience? I thought you'd be smart enough to stay quiet when someone else takes the fall. I was going to guarantee your survival." A cold sweat broke out on Gieock's brow as he realized his predicament. It was clear he was in no position to negotiate. How could he possibly save Dong Haong now? Meanwhile, Kang Chan-ho began his cold calculation. Considering the statue's ability to drain blood, "Tu dachne se samket thoi. Motlat sao kan kwa da moraturok mat hovoyan sang choi loa. Kaban goingo ngak tien vifia kan kwa. Honinde motbuk tuong nu dan duok daro Kim Gieock kan fong. Trang hong ingol en tieng loi thot. Gia ok kung tron mat kiningak. Thuk suket thuk roi sao chive thoya. Trang ho nu van kong the tin vao su that han kin ngak thot len kong thung Matthew nu sat da swat hieno day. Ham nunguch naket thuk roi. Buk tuong nu then bang da voy mot vat fat sang tren te kang tron en choi loi. Trang ho koi kai. Tu trak ban den min. Toi dang mat three roi chak chan la chung takemot ke song de hien tema. Dulali du vi sao toi lai chon trong haung. Nyo kata thuk de roi fan na di chak toi sigap jack. Gia ok the nien gat loi han. O ben trong dai fu nuok komot fan tuong. Kao nak chiek vang tren te tuong nu tan shuang. Kao nin cham vao no dak mak de la kong kumatuat. Gia ok nguan ve fia trang ho de swat. Ki trong haung tint lai. Kole an kong simuan dong kai na de shin loi de. Trang ho bat dao len tieng. Gay su voe do san gioi nat kong pai la chuyen de dang duok bo kwa dao. Hiep hoi se kong bo kwa chuyen ne. Nyu chung da hien de luan kao ta di ko fai de Hong Kong. Nung ma vi chung da van dang ben trong kan kong kao kong itoi neng get kao ta luan kong. Jiao king eve lien kiningak thot len kai gi. Nu koi kwa trang ho kang ngai kang tron en nam hiem. Kai sak sibian mat ki kan kong dong lai. Ma van de kon lai dui nat lang goi chung kien thoi. Ko chung koli do gi de pai bi mat vi chuyen toi get trong hong ka. Kong e eve lien gat min chat van. Ve an kong din get luan toi a. Han koi dai chigyu. Toi nao dung noi ve chu. Sao toi lai pai get kao te vao do. Toi chi muan mot chut nyova thoi. Han den han chong da te len vai gia ok. Trang ho dengi voi kao voi an mat nam hiem. Kao ko the kai la kao da ha trong Hong Kong. Gua bao kong ki huang tan I trang ho dung tren dao kon rong sao ki dan bai no. No ko vat fam hiem le duok tu mot kon kwai vat kap aluk long duok goi la long dan. Kon mat kia ko mau shan luk vo kong huyen bi. Long tan ko rat ni chuk nang ki mang no vao hiu kwa lien duok fat hui. Tam din ro rang de sag din kag vat dio sa tang kwang ma fap. Dong mana mau san trong ko the moin goi kong tu do hien ra de chan tuk. Hung moi do chua dong lai o do dam chi kakanang dan ge mok do dok tin kwang goi kag bang mat tuang. Katip tuking itham voi doi mat do kao ta kong bao gio fai neo mat the nin rohon. Choden look do. Nung pia trang ho lai dang lo romot ve ko hiu trang guang mat min moin in nama. Hanta cham dan gia dong mana o kwan gia ok. De lamot loe mathuat kila chua tong de truok de. Tong luang maluk kong neo. Thung makolin goi ne so hu kinang do kinang makak do san tren the gioi dio kao kat. Ngay sao da. Han lien chudong den tra hoi kao tengi. Gia ok kong theo toi quen madap Kim Gieock. Trang ho lai tiap tuk tim kiem them thong tin kap do. Du ve kavan kai that cho han kap fa. Nghe they du do long dan kwa trang ho kang them puk tap. Noi doi trong mat han Gia ok dang totra vibin the nung rat dang ningi. Mot kap flynin thang vao mat toi the ne a. Doi voin goi thuang hei thuk tin gia kap tap ti thuk tin gia kap kao trong jiong nu kwai tu kong. Well, this was unexpected. It had been a long time since Kang Chan-ho had been to a convenience store, but he was certain that Kim Gieock, the F-rank hunter, was no ordinary pushover. To satisfy his own budding curiosity, Kang Chan-ho decided to provoke Kim Gieock just a little. His first move was to deliberately crash into his car. He followed up the sudden traffic accident by testing his target's integrity with a lavish offer worth hundreds of millions. But as this manhwa recap shows, the response Kang Chan-ho received after all his attempts was always the same absolute indifference from Kim Gieock. He was so different from what Kang Chan-ho had anticipated. Was this guy seriously ignoring an S-rank hunter like him for Kang Chan-ho? A man who was always the center of attention, Kim Gieock's unique indifference was actually quite intriguing. So it definitely wasn't because Kim Gieock's recent attitude was bothering him. In fact, it's precisely why he now felt bold enough to make a proposal. Can you testify that you were the one who took down Jung Ha-wang? Kang Chan-ho continued laying out his persuasive argument. Even if Jung Ha-wang remembered the situation clearly, it would be nearly impossible for him to prove it. The testimony of the other raiders would be prioritized in any official hearing, he explained, gripping Kim Gieock's shoulder to emphasize his point. You just need to say one thing. Kim Gieock's gaze calmly drifted down to the hand on his shoulder. There was some friction during the raid, and you had to pacify Jung Ha-wang. After he finished speaking, the young man finally asked, And what if I refuse? Kang Chan-ho cheerfully retracted his hand. Well, then I can't be the only one dragged down for this. Can I? His dragon eyes suddenly flared with light, a silent threat that he could in fact handle Jung Ha-wang himself if necessary. Faced with this clear threat, Kim Gieock remained unnervingly silent, his expression unreadable. Kim Gieock, I'm curious, what is the ability that you're hiding? Kang Chan-ho reasoned that if he was truly hiding something, this blatant threat would surely force a reaction. However, the decision Kim Gieock made next completely caught him off guard. Fine. Kim Gieock calmly began discussing the logistics of the plan. So, all I need to do is go and spread the word that I was the one who knocked Jung Ha-wang unconscious? Is that it? Kang Chan-ho, a mix of disbelief and surprise, replied, Oh, what? Just like that. It's that simple. He immediately scanned the man's face for any sign of fear, but there wasn't a single trace. His expression was completely neutral, meaning he wasn't agreeing out of fear. Suddenly, Kang Chan-ho's eyes widened as a new realization struck him. Could it be that he's just trying to avoid a confrontation? Kang Chan-ho quickly shifted to a new theory, recalling how Kim Gieock himself had mentioned that he couldn't enter an S-rank gate recently. which implied he could enter them before. This train of thought immediately put him on high alert. So is Kim Gieock actually a high-ranking awakened being? What if he deliberately suppressed his power level, a skill unheard of outside a top-tier magic academy, down to the level of a mere bug? To Kang Chan-ho, that kind of self-restriction would feel as suffocating as being gagged and put in a straitjacket. It was no wonder that even he couldn't figure out what kind of awakened being Kim Gieock truly was. He crossed his arms, his outward demeanor remaining perfectly calm. But was it really necessary to lower his rank all the way down to F? He wanted to probe further, but decided against it. For now, this was enough food for thought. He quickly turned and walked away. It was time to get out of this god-forsaken dungeon. That would be all for now. The moment Kang Chan-ho was gone, Gom tensed up, cursing internally. That bastard. Then, it trotted happily alongside Kim Gieock towards the exit. We made it out, what a relief. And just like that, they were heading back towards the bright, sparkling blue sky. We're finally out. But the sight that greeted Kim Gieock was not freedom, but a massive wall of reporters. It seemed the hunters had finally emerged from the third exit. Our protagonist was immediately thrown into a state of confusion. Why are there so many people here? Before Kim Gieock could even process it all, the moment they emerged, a storm of reporters descended upon them like a tidal wave. Get the cameras rolling, get in there. Congratulations on making it out alive. Can you tell us what kind of gate it was? What was the level of the monsters inside? Are there any other survivors? Suddenly, a reporter shoved a microphone toward Gieock. How many hunters did you start the raid with? The question caught him completely off guard. A gate. Only then did Gieock's eyes scan the area around him. Wait, that's not right. Are all the exits converging on this one spot? However, the reporters were immediately distracted by what happened next. Trung Ho and Dong Haong were the next to emerge. It's Hunter Trung Ho, and Dong Haong is with him too. Two S-rank hunters. The scene was becoming more intense than any Magic Academy showdown you'd see in a Manhwa recap, and predictably the crowd immediately zeroed in on one question. Why is Dong Haong unconscious? Du Yang from the association quickly pushed through the crowd. Hunter Trung Ho, we need to ask you a few questions. He glanced over at her and asked coolly, Are you from the association? She responded with a firm nod. That's correct. She then got straight to the point. I have a lot of questions, but it seems there's one person who needs our immediate attention. Why is Hunter Dong Haong unconscious? As soon as she asked, Trung Ho's eyes darted away. Oh, about that. Du Yang pressed on. Don't tell me he was affected by some kind of curse from the gate. But Trung Ho was quick to shut that theory down. No, it wasn't that. There was a disagreement over choosing who would be the sacrifice. In the next breath, he pointed a finger directly at Gieock. And so that guy over there took down Dong Haong. Standing off to the side, Gieock could only sigh internally, lying the second he steps out of the dungeon. His story, however, left the official utterly stunned. What did you just say? Please make it make sense. How could South Korea's #1 hunter be taken down by a hunter I've never even heard of? Internally, Gieock found himself agreeing with her. At least the association staff has some common sense. Meanwhile, Du Yang pressed Trung Ho again. Stop trying to deceive us, Hunter Trung Ho. Just tell us the truth. At this, Trung Ho's expression hardened his face, turning cold as he felt the wave of doubt from the crowd. Weren't you the one who did that to Dong Haong? Suddenly, the corner of Trung Ho's mouth slowly curled into a wicked, cunning smile. Hey now. Trung Ho casually sent a warning glare in Gyeok's direction. Instead of just standing there and listening, why don't you speak up? Realizing the situation was inescapable, Gieock let out a weary sigh. There was no other way out of this. He then stepped forward, speaking up to draw everyone's attention. Well, you see! Gieock began, his voice cold, as he made a stunning declaration right in front of them. I am the one who took down Hunter Dong Haong. The moment the confession was confirmed, Du Yang froze solid for a second, her mind reeling in disbelief. The other reporters were a mix of gaping mouths and faces drained of all color. Amidst the stunned silence, only Trung Ho was secretly smiling, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Gieock quickly continued, but I never intended to harm him. I just put him to sleep. For a little while to ensure the raid could proceed more smoothly. I will personally apologize to Hunter Dong Haong as soon as he wakes up. As for Du Yang, she was still stammering in utter confusion. That's impossible. If it wasn't an S-rank hunter, then... Trung Ho insisted, I already told you it wasn't me. But suddenly his words were cut short by a sharp pang of pain, and sweat began to pour down his forehead. Seeing Trung Ho's sudden distress, she panicked. Hunter Trung Ho. He was breathing heavily, each breath a struggle before turning to challenge her. Can't you see? In response, Du Yang hurriedly bowed her head as if she had made a terrible mistake. Do I look like I could have possibly done anything to Jong Haong? Nearby, Gieock watched them with careful eyes. Kang Trung Ho had also lost a massive amount of blood inside the gate. I thought it wasn't a big deal, but this means he did it deliberately. The somber atmosphere was shattered by Zon In's voice. Wait a moment. And with that, the cameras and all the questions swiveled towards Gieock. Did he really do that to Jong Haong, Hunter? Is it true? Did you actually render Jong Haong unconscious? You took down an S-rank hunter. A forest of microphones was now shoved in the young man's face, everyone awaiting his response. The corner of Gieock's lips twitched ever so slowly before he uttered his answer. With a completely emotionless face, he directly admitted it. Without a hint of hesitation. Yes, I did it. A few days later, a newspaper reporting on that very incident was being crushed in someone's hand. Jung Haong had already woken up, but as we see in this manhwa recap, his mood was absolutely terrible after seeing the news. Yun Seong spoke up. Hey, I saw that article this morning before it was taken down. Is it really true that you defeated Jong? Gieock replied. That, he thought to himself, so that's why he wanted to see me today. So Gieock casually stated, well, you could put it that way. Yun Seong, completely astonished, gently asked, by the way you were stuck. In the subgate, right? You weren't injured, were you? He replied cheerfully. Of course not, thanks to you pushing me aside. Before he could finish his sentence, Gieock's phone began to ring incessantly. He said, hold on, I have a call. Gieock answered, his voice calm. Hello? He briefly wondered who could this be. The person on the other end asked if this was the number for Hunter Kim Ki. This is Jong Haong. Upon hearing the introduction, Gieock was both incredibly surprised and delighted. He replied, yes. Yun Seong, go ahead and eat first. Gieock thought I left my number with the association because I wanted to apologize to him in person. How should I apologize? Should I start a video call and bow? The voice on the other end stated, I have some questions about what happened yesterday. In a room somewhere, the man on the other end of the line asked, at the gate, were you the one who knocked me out? Gieock suddenly thought, something about this is strange. The man continued, to be honest, I fainted so suddenly that day that I don't remember anything. I suspected Hunter Kang Trang-ho was behind it, but I wasn't sure. At that moment, Gieock had a realization. Based on what he said, Jung Haong remembers being hit on the back of the head. The problem is what he saw when he turned around. Jung Haong asked inquisitively. Can you explain what happened then? Gieock thought with a sense of dread. I'm screwed, this S-ranker is getting suspicious. And with all these strange news reports popping up, should I just tell him that Kang Trang-ho forced me to do it? But on what grounds would Jung Haong believe me? Gieock realized. I found something out after looking into this matter. The reason Jung Haong is called the national hero is because of the sheer number of gates he has successfully conquered. He thought, in other words, he's a workaholic obsessed with clearing gates, not the politics of the Magic Academy. Would someone like him care about protecting an F rank like me? Could he even be sure he could win against Kang Trang-ho? Gieock finally spoke. I'm sorry, Jung Haong. I was the one who knocked you out. Jung Haong was completely stunned. Gieock continued. I was worried you were overexerting yourself, so that's why I did it, while you were unconscious. I was planning to sacrifice myself. I actually have something for you as an apology. It's the reward item from clearing the dungeon. He asked, Are you kidding me? Gieock replied. What do you mean? Jung Haong said. This is something we could have resolved just by talking. And yet you? Do you really think you can smooth things over with that pathetic little item? What you did was utterly despicable. You took me down inside that gate. So your intentions were crystal clear. You planned to sacrifice me to ensure your own safe escape, didn't you? Now that I think about it, that Hunter Kang Trang-ho. He knew you from the start. The two of you were in cahoots, weren't you? Kirio simply replied. You've misunderstood. Jung Haong staggered to his feet, his voice weak as he asked, And you? Are you really just an F-rank hunter? He clutched his phone tightly. A look of deep sorrow etched on his face. Kirio said, It's a bit of a situation. But Jung Haong bluntly cut him off. That's enough. Talking more is just a waste of time. Jung Haong warned him, From now on, I will be watching you. Despite this, Kirio continued to plead earnestly, saying, Jung Haong, please wait. Jung Haong just sighed and spoke into his phone. You took a while to call. My apologies, Mian replied. It's no problem. Oh, here is the information you requested. A news alert popped up. Breaking news, S-rank hunter Jung Haong returns unconscious, she continued. The guild acted immediately, so all the articles have been taken down. But there was a storm of comments online like, knocked out by another hunter, our national hero. Our top hunter treated like a joke. Jung Haong's skills are no laughing matter. Mian tried her best to stop him. Sir, you don't have to read all the comments. Jung Haong said softly. Even if the articles are gone, the public already knows. Now the entire world will see that S-rank hunters are not invincible. They're getting worried, she said. From what I can tell, the hunter Kang Trang-ho is the one behind all of this. I investigated that hunter as you asked. He really is just an F-rank hunter. Jung Haong replied. I thought so too at first, but something isn't right. If that hunter were truly just an F-rank, Kang Trang-ho would never have let him live. Why would Kang Trang-ho need to make a deal or coerce an F-rank hunter into taking the blame? He had no reason to do that. He could have just silenced him. Jung Haong thought. More importantly, the look in Kim Gieock's eyes. It was like he was watching me fall to my ruin. It wasn't the gaze you give a person, but something you discard. That cold, indifferent stare. From the moment of his awakening until now, no one had ever made him feel so profoundly uncomfortable. He muttered, just as I suspected. There's a high probability his rank is a complete fabrication.
Contact the association immediately,
he ordered. Mian sounded bewildered. That's impossible. Dong Haong stated, I'm going to request a reevaluation of Kim Gieock's awakening level. Now, for those new to this manhwa, recap skills are essentially the superpowers of the awakened. Every single person has at least one skill when they awaken. But the magic of this planet, a staple of the Magic Academy genre, has many limitations. Mages can only use the type of magic they acquired upon awakening. For instance, no matter how hard Dong Haong trains, he can never master ice magic. If they want to use a different type of magic, there is only one way: they must pay a steep price to obtain a magical item called a skill stone. But I'm different. I am a reincarnated soul who already knows everything about magic. Therefore, in theory, I can use any skill on this planet as long as I meet the conditions. A smug thought crossed Gieock's mind. I'm a genius. But he knew the problem was that he couldn't just show off this talent right away. Furthermore, the recent incident had already drawn the attention of S-rank hunters and others, so I've been researching a solution and have finally found a way to use reinforcement artifacts. This body of mine is so broken that my mana can't circulate completely, but since I'm still breathing, I can control a tiny bit of mana inside, and I'll use that to activate the reinforcement artifact. But how in the world do I get the materials for it? He briefly wondered. The Korean Magic Tower. So they're the ones who own that gate. A voice suddenly called out, Hey! Lee Yun stepped out and asked, Weren't you just here yesterday? And now you're back again? You need an appointment to enter, so stop blocking the doorway, Lee Yun snapped. But I do have an appointment today, he replied with a smirk. An appointment? Lee Yun scoffed internally. An F rank like you. Our hero simply thought F ranks are people too, you know. Lee Yun just sneered. You just got kicked out. How could you have an appointment, stop lying, and get lost? Gieock found the whole situation absolutely ridiculous. Just then a voice called out, causing both Gieock and Lee Yun to turn their heads in surprise. Yoon Sung came running up explaining, My apologies, I'm late. The company called me unexpectedly, but they promised it would be quick. Gieock replied, It's no problem at all. I'm the one who asked you to come here. I know you paid off your debt to me ages ago, but I had no one else I could possibly ask for help. He casually replied, It's no big deal, I have plenty of time. Lee Yun then spoke up, her voice filled with surprise. Hunter Yoon Sung, I've actually been following your progress for a while now. Hunter An Yoon Seung, I heard you were the first one to discover that recent dungeon break, he gushed. I'm a massive fan. Yoon Seung just smiled back a bit embarrassed. Lee Yun then asked him, So what brings you here today? He replied, I already informed the guild in advance. I have something important. To discuss with the representative of the Magic Tower, Lee Yun said. Is that so? I'm not entirely sure the guildmaster is in today. She's the one who told me to come, though, Yoon Sung stated. At that, Lee Yun's attitude completely changed. Well then, please come in. You can bring your friend with you. After the long conversation, everyone finally headed into the building. Lee Yun then added, About your friend. According to company policy, S-rank hunters aren't allowed inside for security reasons, so my deepest apologies. Gieock could only think to himself how pathetically they groveled in front of an A-rank hunter. As they walked further inside, he thought, So this is the Korean Magic Tower. He knew it was one of the largest guilds managing a vast number of hunters. As you'd expect in this kind of manhwa recap, they made most of their money from the hunters' activities. We have an appointment to see the head of this place, Yoon Sung announced. An Yoon Sung, A-rank hunter from the Nell Sisters Guild. I sent a letter yesterday afternoon. The receptionist replied, You've arrived. The representative's office is on the top floor. The elevator is just over there. Just press the button for the 60th floor, Gieock whispered. Are we going alone? There's no guide. Yoon Sung just walked forward nonchalantly, saying, Let's just go and see. The elevator bell chimed, signaling its journey up to the 60th floor. Gieock stood frozen, his voice filled with disbelief. The 60th floor. Yoon was just as surprised. With a frustrated look, Gieock called out, Yoon Seung. His eyes fell on the image of a girl sitting on a sofa. Something is definitely wrong here, isn't it? Gieock said. I'm sure I pressed 60. So why did we stop on the second floor? Is the elevator broken or something? Yoon Sung replied with an awkward look. My apologies. I forgot to mention it earlier, but it seems we're being put through some kind of test. Gieock repeated, confused. A test? Yoon Sung glanced over at him and lowered his voice. There's a rumor that the owner of this building, the guildmaster, has a rather peculiar hobby. But I guess it makes sense, he continued. South Korea only has 3 S-rank hunters, so getting a meeting with her is incredibly difficult. This isn't your average magic academy. The staff here acts as if they're sure visitors will get a meeting, but once they're inside, they trap them in a custom-made maze. Gieock looked around the building and asked, So this entire place is a maze, right? Exactly. The whole building is a labyrinth. You have to find your own way to the top floor. Gieock's gaze sharpened as he analyzed the situation. So it's one of those, I'll only meet those who can pass my trial situations. How about we just take the stairs? He walked over to a door. He grabbed the handle and prepared to open it. As the door swung open, a dim light flooded in, causing both him and Yoon Sung to freeze in utter astonishment. Naturally. They both stared at the scene before them. They'd just descended from the second floor, only to somehow leapfrog directly to the underground parking garage. Yeah, I heard that if you open a door, it connects to some random location, trapping you in an endless loop. Maintaining his composure, he scanned the area and said, "Let's head back to the second floor." Beside him, Yoon quietly agreed, "Right." The pair turned back to the stairs, their heavy footsteps echoing. Gieock's voice was low and steady as he asked, "How many people have actually passed this test?" Yoon Sung answered, "I really don't know, there's been no news. For all I know, maybe no one from this magic academy has ever passed." Gieock's voice was laced with skepticism. "How can that be?" "It's impossible that not a single person has passed. The staff working here must know the solution." "Do you have any leads at all?" Yoon Sung replied from behind as he climbed. "Only a few members of the executive board know the way. How are we supposed to decode a labyrinth this complex by ourselves? Do they really expect us to burn through expensive items just to figure this out?" Gieock narrowed his eyes. "That's probably it. I mean, we're the ones who urgently requested this meeting. But to pull all these stunts just because of that, honestly, this person has some tastes I just can't stomach. Still, I have to admit this maze is incredibly well designed. It's the kind of complex trap you'd expect to see in a high-stakes manhwa recap." Suddenly a flash of blue light cut through the darkness of the labyrinth. "It's so impressive it almost makes me want to meet the mage who created it," he mused, "a maze created by magic. It feels like the work of someone who shares my own origins." Yoon Sung trailed behind him, a worried look on his face. "Hyung, what do we do now? Should we split up to find the path? At this rate, we're just wasting time." Gieock kept walking, then turned to reassure him. "Don't worry, Yoon Sung." He touched the elevator, thinking deeply for a moment. "Even though I'm basically a powerless wreck right now, there's still something I can do." He closed his eyes, placing a hand on the elevator, much to Yoon Sung's confusion. Gieock muttered, "To think these primitive people couldn't solve such a simple magical structure." He opened his eyes, sensing the flow of magical energy around them. His voice rang out, "I found it, the path to the rooftop." Beside him, Yoon Sung's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in astonishment. "For real? How did you figure that out?" Gieock glanced at him. "Yoon Sung, let me ask you something. If you wanted the elevator shaft to be empty, wouldn't you just move the elevator car to a different floor?" Yoon Sung repeated, surprised. "The elevator shaft, empty," Gieock continued. "An elevator is built inside a vertical shaft, isn't it?" "So, the car only moves up and down, correct?" Yoon replied. "Oh, yeah, that's right." Gieock's voice was firm. "All right, just wait here a second." His words left Yoon Sung standing there, completely baffled. His finger touched the call button as he explained. "The first step is to press the button to open the doors. Next, you step inside. E. And press the button for a higher floor. Then before the doors can close, you quickly step back out." Standing before the elevator doors, he gestured with his hand. "Yoon, get back." Though he didn't understand, Yoon did as he was told, letting out a confused, "Huh." Gieock settled into a stance, his left foot sliding back, gathering momentum. Then his foot slammed violently into the door, in front of him, making Yoon Sung jump. "What are you doing?" The powerful kick splintered the metal doors, sending shards flying. Yoon Sung, shocked, stumbled backward. Gieock's face remained cold and resolute, his expression unchanged as the shattered doors revealed a gaping empty space within. Yoon Sung yelled in alarm. "Why would you just do that?" Gieock's command was sharp and final. "Go!" Yoon's voice cut through, snapping Yoon Sung back to his senses. Where are we going?" he stammered, glancing at the shattered door. Gieock answered, "This floor connects to the one above through a portal." Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the empty space below. As his body plummeted through the air, his voice echoed back up, "So just jump." From the edge, Yoon Sung stared down, calling out, "Gieock!" He then vanished into the magical void, landing smoothly on the floor of another doorway. Yoon Sung landed a moment later, staggering as he muttered, "I've jumped down chasms way more dangerous than this in dungeons before. So why am I still so terrified?" His attention snapped towards a sudden noise coming from a chair in the room. A voice suddenly echoed from the chair. "So the two of you managed to make it here." The chair swiveled around, revealing a beautiful young woman. She smiled warmly and continued, "And the strongest among all who attempted my maze at that. I must admit I didn't expect that you two would discover the emergency exit. I'm thoroughly impressed." She then stood and slammed her hand on the desk, but this was merely the opening act. "From now on, your opponent is me, Esther of the Magic Tower." She placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "Come on, everyone, have a seat." At the mention of his name, Yoon Sung trembled while Gieock remained as cool as ice as they slowly approached. She glanced at Gieock, then smiled at Yoon Sung. "Could you introduce your companion? From what I've observed, this man possesses an incredibly powerful analytical skill. Because with your, let's say, ordinary analytical abilities, there's no way you could have solved my maze. I set the difficulty to an extreme level, yet he unraveled it with ease." A thought crossed Gieock's mind. "So she's the creator of this labyrinth? The rumors were right. Her personality is certainly unique." He looked at Esther and spoke in a low voice. I'll introduce myself. I am Kim Gieock. Esther beamed from across the table. I have a fondness for skilled individuals. Kim Gieock, I hope we can become good friends, especially since we both possess such rare skills. Yoon-sung glanced over at Gieock only to find him wondering the same thing. We both have rare skills. What does that mean? He asked. Esther elaborated. Awakened who possess analytical type skills are exceedingly rare, which makes you quite special yourself. Yoon-sung turned and whispered, Oh, right. Esther here is a hunter with the curse attribute, one of the very few in the entire world. He mulled over the concept of a curse attribute. Then it clicked. He remembered reading something about her company. Esther, the Awakened who possesses the curse attribute. She hunts monsters by applying debuffs like weaken and slow. Their world was still in the early stages of the mana explosion, so individuals capable of using such complex magic were incredibly rare. He guessed that on Earth, most of the Awakened were probably like Hang and Kang Trung Ho people who awakened simple fire-type magic and used it purely to enhance their physical combat abilities. Awakened who could create magic shields or perform healing like Han Seum were even rarer. That meant individuals who awakened skills like analysis curse or mental manipulation must be practically unheard of. This manhwa recap is getting intense. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner, Yoon-sung said. I'm still a bit shocked by everything I've just learned. Seeing this, Esther decided to tease him. She leaned forward with a smirk. You must be too busy to watch the news lately, huh? I've been on television quite a few times, you know. But with an impressive analytical skill like that, I bet you get tons of job offers, right? Especially in the Magic Academy circuit. Anyway, that's enough small talk for now. Ha Yoon-seung, you mentioned you wanted to discuss business with one of our... The gate to the Magic Tower, correct? Yoon was startled. Ah, yes. Yoon-seung glanced over at Gi. But it's not actually me who wishes to enter, Gi added in a cold, deep voice. I am the one requesting entry. Yoon-sung was simply helping me schedule this meeting. Because I'm just a low-rank Awakened, I was certain I'd be denied entry. Esther asked, What is your rank? He presented his professional card. Esther glanced at it, surprised. Oh, so you're F rank. That's understandable for an Awakened with analysis skills. But compared to them, your rank is indeed even lower, Gi stated confidently. So what if I decoded your maze I don't see? What's so strange about that? Esther replied seriously. Then why do you want to enter the gate if you're planning to gather resources? I can't help you with that. The resources produced by those trees are barely enough for my own use. Gi quickly responded. I will absolutely not go anywhere near the area with the fruits. Esther pressed. So you're not targeting the fruits then? Even so, it would be difficult for me to grant you access. Are you disappointed? Esther's voice echoed. Of course I am. What else would I be? You Awakened Gi are from another guild. Since you arrived with An Yoon-seung, I can only assume... You're a member of the Nell Sisters Guild, correct? Furthermore, maintaining a gate exclusively costs an immense amount of money. I have no intention of using the blood, sweat, and tears of my guild members to benefit someone from a rival guild. However, if you are truly determined to enter, I propose this. Have a representative from your guild come speak with me. Yi fumed internally. She means bring someone with equivalent authority, not some low-level staffer to negotiate. Is that what you mean? Esther issued a challenge. Let me be clear. I'm a serious person and I don't like to play games, so make certain that my words are relayed to the proper person. Getting in is simple enough. Just pay the full price, and it's all yours. The thought rang through Gi's mind in this exciting part of our manhwa recap. What precious resources could a low-tier, nearly D-rank dungeon possibly have to make her so arrogant? She doesn't even know about half of the useful resources inside that dungeon. He then said smugly, Hunter Esther, pardon me, but I don't belong to any guild. Hearing this, Esther was taken aback. What Yun shot up from his seat. He shouted, Oh, that's right, Gi isn't even on a team, let alone in a guild. He's a solo hunter. Gi calmly continued. And earlier you referred to me as an analyst, but I've never actually held that job. The only person I know in this industry is Yoon-sung. A statement that left Yoon-sung both stunned and deeply moved. Helping me offers no benefit? To any guild. This is purely a personal request of mine. Across from them, Esther was utterly flabbergasted, unable to react. He briefly debated whether to bring up the other issue. After a moment, he added, And I never had any intention of asking for free entry. Before he could finish his sentence, Esther interjected, Wait a moment. So currently? A sinister smile crept across Esther's face, revealing a savage glint in her eyes. Heh heh. She stood up, leaning on the table with a wicked grin that made her guest flinch in fear, thinking, What is this woman? Esther smirked, her sharp eyes glowing with a ghostly purple aura, an intensity not taught in any magic academy. She exuded an enchanting yet dangerous vibe. Ji felt flustered and confused. Why is she suddenly licking her lips? I haven't even mentioned the part that would really make her drool. With an arrogant gaze, Esther leaned forward, a triumphant smile plastered on her face. She boomed, Then why didn't you just say that from the very beginning? A helpless Kim Gieock could only reply with a look of annoyance. Yes, Esther made her offer. Come to the Magic Tower and I'll hire you immediately. If you agree, will you be granted access to the gate? That's a simple matter. I'll give you the entire gate. He thought to himself. For real, is she being serious right now? And Yoon Seung explained that the major guilds, especially those tied to a magic academy, have a massive supply of magic stones and weapons. People with appraisal skills are in extremely high demand. Gieock suddenly remembered. That's right. These people can't even visually inspect the purity of magic stones. To avoid getting scammed in magic stone transactions, they have to hire professional appraisers. Esther held up 5 fingers. In front of him, confirming that upon signing he would receive an additional 500 million bonus. He asked in disbelief. What did you just say? She wondered, what is that too little? Did the Neo sisters make a better offer? They even managed to recruit An Yoon Seung. Why do you always try to poach our people? An Yoon Seung urged. Calm down. Gieock thought to himself, 500 million. Just how many bowls of soup could I buy with that? Esther explained. At our Korean magic tower, we already have many outstanding appraisers on staff. The workload probably won't be too demanding. He asked, are you seriously trying to hire me as an appraiser? For 500 million, she was ecstatic, welcoming him with open arms and exclaiming absolutely. Gom was equally astonished. A thought crossed Gieock's mind. Just sitting at a desk sorting items for a huge pile of cash? I wouldn't have to be a hunter in dangerous situations anymore. I'll take it, Esther immediately added. On top of that, you only have to work 4 days a week. He was stunned. Huh, she clarified. In the appraisal department, you only need to work 4 days a week with a flexible schedule. Gieock suddenly had a dreadful realization. Wait a minute. Work. In front of a switch, a tiny hand reached out and pressed it. Gom thought, I regressed to enjoy my retirement, not to get roped into an employment contract like some character in a manhwa recap overtime. Morning meetings with the higher-ups, customer complaints. Both he and Gom felt the rising stress. He flatly refused. No way. I refuse to work. Esther immediately presented another document asking, how about a little more motivation then? And Yoon Seung was also taken aback, saying, it's this much. She pressed on with her recruitment. If you happen to change your mind, our doors will always be open for you. Gieock said dejectedly, I'm sorry, but I'm going to pretend I never heard that offer. Esther was floored. What? Then what exactly is it that you want? He explained. It's not about the money. To be more precise, I have no intention of joining a guild. Her eyes were filled with disappointment, having failed to recruit a talent like him. Esther replied softly, is that so? If that's how you feel, then very well. But are you certain, since you've rejected my offer, you'll have to pay the entrance fee for the gate yourself? I wonder if you can even scrape together that kind of money. Gieock began to speak with a serious tone. I want to negotiate. I know of a very interesting material. If it's mixed with concrete or metal to form the exterior of buildings, it will create a certain degree of resistance. Even if monsters attack, that building can remain standing without collapsing. It absorbs mana. Gieock continued his pitch, taking slow, measured steps across the floor. And maintaining a barrier around the entire tower is quite expensive, isn't it? This information alone should be more than enough to cover my entrance fee. Esther replied, that does sound effective. Of course, that's assuming the thing you're talking about actually exists. Gieock issued a challenge. Then feel free to test it. I'm the only one who knows its location. This thing, but I'm willing to share the secret with you. Gok's mind raced, recalling its previous use, the very substance that had once defeated a creature of fire. He wondered, could that sand truly absorb mana? He was hesitant to reveal it now, especially since people were constantly snooping around the gate, meaning they would find it eventually. He could probably set a high price for the information before it became a bargain deal. Esther eyed him skeptically. Is this material really that effective? Are you seriously trading such a vital piece of information just for the right to enter the gate? You're not offering this deal to anyone else, are you? Gok thought to himself, just moments ago she was acting all high and mighty, and now she's pretending the gate is no big deal, he said aloud. I promise you I won't breathe a word of this to anyone else. She questioned him. If that's the case, wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage? Gok replied. That's true, but I really don't need any changes. Just consider it me helping out someone who shares a rare attribute. Later that day, as a brilliant sunset cast its glow, golden light streamed through the building's windows. Beams of light cut through the office as a curious voice asked, Miss Esther, did something unpleasant happen? Esther offered a faint, thoughtful smile. Not exactly a bad thing. I was just having a little fun with our recent guests. Hadi asked in surprise. Seriously? You haven't gone back to cursing guests, have you? What did you do to them this time? You promised you wouldn't do that anymore, Esther replied nonchalantly. So what? It's fun. And it's not like I did anything too harsh. The worst that ever happened was them getting a foot stuck in a cabinet corner, the other person asked. So what was it this time? She answered coolly, sneezing for 30 seconds. Dai sighed in relief. That's so minor, so petty. But wait, those people just now didn't sneeze at all, did they? Esther confirmed. That's right. She placed her cup down gently, whispering precisely. A realization dawned on her, and she calmly thought, when I activated my skill just now, they should have started sneezing uncontrollably. Right. An image of Gieock's piercing, deep-set eyes flashed through her mind. Esther murmured, "But it was so natural," she said, bewildered. "That man just stared right at me, his presence completely commanding." Gieock's intimidating aura had been unmistakable. Esther thought, the way he looked at me was terrifying. He must have known everything from the start. An awakened who can block my curse when it can even affect an S rank. This is the kind of plot twist you'd see in a wild manhwa recap. What kind of monster not trained in any known magic academy crawled out from where? A voice suddenly called out, "Miss Esther Minnan." Reporting hastily, they said, "The appraisal results for that material are in." "It can genuinely absorb mana." The assistant then asked, "So he said he was willing to give something like this away. Doesn't that mean he was trying to make a good impression on you?" Esther thought to herself how utterly terrifying. She commanded, "Bring me the file on Hunter Kim Gieock." Hadi responded, "Yes, I understand." "I need to find out exactly what kind of person you are," Esther resolved. At that very moment on the road back, Gieock was heaving repeatedly. Yoon-sung asked Han Ha-hyung, "Is he going to be okay?" Gieock made a mental note to himself. "Remember this well. I will never ever drink that coffee again." He grumbled, "I actually thought that stuff was only for special guests, so I just chugged the whole thing." It was only then that Gieock realized how bizarre the drink was, thinking, "What is this?" It smelled faintly like Anif's industrial-grade adhesive, and she always said that was for VIPs only. So why on earth would she serve this to me? The image of Esther lingered in his mind. Back in his mind, Gieock suddenly recalled, "Not only that, but I even made eye contact with her." Esther's voice cut through his thoughts. "Is the coffee not to your liking?" Gieock had no choice but to reply, "It's not good." But his internal monologue was frantic. "I can't spit it out, otherwise I'll look like some kind of alien creature." He quickly ran through the facts again. "Okay, let's establish this one thing. Right now, Kim Gieock's body is being controlled by me, an alien entity with its own magic. Therefore, unless someone with more powerful magic comes along, no one can take control of this body with something as simple as a hypnotic drug. Not even a hunter's charm of E rank would have any effect." Gieock suddenly realized his mistake. "That was way too close." Yoon-sung's voice then piped up, "Gieock, that thing you just gave to Esther. You said you were the only one who knew about it, right? I've never heard of a substance like that before. A type of sand that can instantly extinguish a fire bat's flames or even reinforce buildings." Gieock clicked his tongue and said, "I just discovered it myself." Yoon-sung continued rambling a bit. "Do you have any idea how valuable that stuff is, but you chose to give it to Esther instead of taking it to the association? By the way, do you hate the Hunters Association or something?" Gieock replied nonchalantly, "No, I don't have any particular feelings about it." Yoon-sung pressed, "Really?" Gieock stated with a serious voice. "I'm just trying to make a good impression on Hunter Esther, that's all." Yoon-sung was completely taken aback, shouting, "What?" Gieock flinched, letting out a small sound. "Ah," Yoon-sung guessed. "Wildly, is Hunter Esther your ideal type or something?" Gieock immediately shot that down. "No, I don't have any feelings for her either." Yoon-sung hesitated before saying, "I see." But Gieock was still completely bewildered by the conversation. The kid remained curious. "Then what do you plan on getting from that gate then?" The next day, sunlight streamed down as a cool morning breeze swept across the city. Gieock woke up feeling completely drained. "My whole body aches," he groaned. "Let's see, I wonder if those things have dried yet." The day before, Gieock had entered the gate from his deal with Esther, taking Yoon-seong along with him. The pair was immediately attacked by a horde of monsters. He fought with all his might, and thanks to Yoon-sung being an A-rank hunter, the hunt went incredibly smoothly. Gieock easily acquired his target, a key ingredient for a mana amplifier that you won't find in any Magic Academy textbook, the wings of fairy-type beasts. He felt a wave of satisfaction. "I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get these, but it's all thanks to Yoon-sung. Everything is going according to plan." Now that he had obtained the most difficult ingredient, the rest would be much easier to find. He was now one step closer to reclaiming his former power. Once Gieock could use magic again, the era of Homo sapiens would finally come to an end, a major turning point in this manhwa recap. He swung open the refrigerator thinking, "All right, time for my daily nutritional supplement." Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, interrupting him. He wondered, who could that be, a friend or family member of Kim Gieock? A voice called from outside, "Come on out." Gieock reluctantly went to the door thinking, well, whatever. If it's an acquaintance of the original owner of this body, this is going to be a pain. A woman's voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Kim Gieock. I'm from the Hunters Association. May I have a moment of your time?" Gieock thought wearily, just as he was about to eat. He replied, "What is it?" The woman one said, "Could you please step outside for a moment? I apologize for visiting without prior notice, but we are required to conduct these kinds of visits unannounced as per our regulations." As she spoke, her eyes darted, trying to get a look inside the room. "All right. Let me be clear about the reason for this visit. We've received a report of a suspected unregistered awakening at this address. An illegal awakening. Through our investigation, you've been identified as potentially having falsified your awakening report." Gieock was taken aback. What are you talking about? Yuan explained. We need to conduct a reevaluation of your abilities. Therefore, you must come to the Hunters Association. Immediately. Gok asked for clarification. Right now, Yuan replied. That's correct, her tone threatening as she gestured towards the two guards, who accompanied her. Unless you'd prefer to be escorted by force. Gok eyed the two burly men with concern. It looked like lunch was definitely off the menu for today. The car carrying him sped down the road. Now to explain why this particular woman, with her stern demeanor and long straight hair, appeared before Kim Gieock at this very moment, we need to rewind a few weeks. This manhwa recap is about to get interesting. She glanced at him, her eyes full of scrutiny. Kim Gieock. Yuan recalled looking at Gok's current state. Back then he had told her with a straight face. A cold expression. My rank is F. She had exclaimed in disbelief. You're an F rank, then how did you take down that monster? He casually replied. It was just a stroke of luck. That stupid bird bashed its own head against a wall and died. Kim Gieock's answer was completely unlike that of a typical F-rank hunter. That was the moment Yuan began to suspect he was falsifying his rank. Her suspicions only intensified when she reviewed Gok's file. She doubted he was truly just an F-rank. Wait a second, just one gate entry, that's his entire career. A person who had only entered a single F-rank gate, and yet he had single-handedly taken down a C-rank monster in broad daylight. How is that possible? If there were individuals faking their ranks like this, they would be extremely dangerous. This isn't some Magic Academy story. In the real world, who knew what they might do among weaker hunters? However, Sun Yuan didn't have the authority to investigate further, so she simply filed a report of suspicion regarding Hunter Kim Gieock. Normally, the matter would have ended right there, but a few days later, Yuan was shocked when she read the news. What in the world? She looked at the report about Huang and exclaimed, "This is insane." Everything changed when Trong Huang, who had returned from a gate unconscious, personally submitted a report about Kim Gieock. Yuan assessed the situation seriously. I'm just a civil servant, but if even a hero like Trong Huang is suspicious, then this is a major issue. There's no way Kim Gieock isn't hiding his true rank. I had thought he would resist or try to flee when notified about the reevaluation. But surprisingly, he's being cooperative. She recalled glancing inside Gok's home. His house had looked so small and old, a place where even D-rank hunters wouldn't live so modestly. Is he just extremely frugal, or does he have secret assets stashed somewhere? Yuan was lost in thought when Gok's voice cut in. Excuse me, how much is the reevaluation fee? I didn't exactly bring any money with me, she replied. The test fee is about 480,000 won, but since this is an investigation-based evaluation, it's free of charge. However, that's only if your rank doesn't change. If fraud is detected, you will be penalized and charged for the test. A wave of anxiety washed over Gok. So am I in some kind of danger? Hearing Yuan's words, he glanced around, assessing the room. It was a large chamber with several people sitting at stations to have their abilities tested. Gok looked at the equipment they were using with disdain. This kind of setup is completely absurd. There's no way they can accurately measure the power of someone with respiratory problems. Gok felt a sense of relief wash over him, and he visibly relaxed. Especially since Kim Gieock was a chain smoker, his lungs were completely wrecked. There's probably nothing to worry about. You really expect that mediocre device to detect anything? Yuan's voice suddenly pulled him back. Gok was snapped out of his reverie. Mr. Kim Gieock, right this way, please. This reevaluation will utilize state-of-the-art equipment. He was taken aback. State-of-the-art equipment? He questioned. The woman quickly clarified. The previous method was found to be inaccurate for individuals with pulmonary issues. You surely received the reevaluation notice sent out last year, correct? Gok was completely floored by this revelation. The people of Earth already identified this problem and even managed to improve upon the technology, he thought, as one then chimed in sarcastically. Mr. Kim Gieock, you've had numerous opportunities to voluntarily correct your ranking. Panicked Gok desperately looked for an escape. Hold on, there must be some kind of misunderstanding, he pleaded. But two guards stepped forward, firmly grasping his arms. The woman announced coolly, In that case, we shall begin immediately. I'm sure you've seen the news reports about the penalties for false reporting, haven't you? He was forced onto the measuring device, unable to put up any resistance. This was bad. Before his anxiety could build any further, one announced the results were ready. If the discrepancy in the results is significant enough to alter your rank, you, Mr. Kim Gieock, will be branded a rank counterfeiter. You've surely seen on the news what happens to those found guilty of fraudulent reporting, correct? Gok was in a state of utter confusion. I didn't know anything about this. I just reported the information I was given. Gok's anxiety skyrocketed as he thought frantically, who could have known they possessed such advanced technology? Will my immense mana reserves previously concealed by this body's lung condition finally be exposed? This is a critical moment in our manhwa recap. He scrambled for an explanation in his mind. The truth is, I'm an extraterrestrial being occupying the body of Kim Gieock. However, this body was a heavy smoker, which is why his lung condition was so prominent. He paused, a sudden dreadful thought striking him. The testing fee was the whopping 480,000 G. One began to read the results aloud. Awakening value 14, rank F. There is no evidence to suggest any fraudulent activity. Gieock was utterly baffled by the results. What no evidence? He stammered. She continued reading. Your value has increased by approximately 2 points since last year's test, but this level of increase is not considered problematic, so there is no cause for concern. He thought, dazed. So it did go up a little. Gieock then asked, is it possible for this value to continue increasing in the future? She replied flatly, no. It typically only increases to this extent and then plateaus. One's innate awakening value doesn't change naturally. Her words hit him like a physical blow. So this body truly only possesses F-rank mana, he thought in despair. The reason I failed with magic wasn't because the output mechanism was faulty. It was because the fuel tank was empty from the very beginning. It was never about the lungs. Then, a crucial detail resurfaced in Gieock's mind. But back then, I took the same route, yet the golem didn't even notice me. It only attacked on Yun Sung's team. Even when I was standing right there, it paid me no mind. The horrifying realization dawned on Gieock. Could it be that it didn't even register me as an intruder? The brutal truth washed over him, and a heavy weight settled in Gieock's chest. Suddenly breathing felt difficult. One called out his name, her voice laced with concern. Kim Gieock, but his spirit was in a freefall, his gaze lost in the empty space before him. I have to accept it, he thought, his world crumbling. My reincarnation magic was a complete and utter failure. Now I'm destined to live as the weakest mage on this entire planet. As the day drew to a close, the vivid sunset painted the sky in shades of crimson, staining a corner of the world. Gieock walked the familiar path home, lost in thought. Well, just because I was a grand archmage doesn't mean I'm immune to failure. Perhaps realizing this sooner rather than later is a blessing in disguise. At any rate, all suspicions against me have been cleared. Throughout his inner turmoil, one had been walking silently beside him. She finally broke the silence, her voice gentle with worry. Are you absolutely certain you're all right? This Magic Academy setting is proving to be tougher than he ever imagined. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Sometimes these tests for low-level awakened individuals can cause side effects, especially if you're still feeling dizzy. Gieock quickly reassured her. I appreciate the concern, but I'm truly fine. Despite his words, however, one couldn't shake her unease. He'd looked pale ever since the test. Meanwhile, Gieock was so moved he was nearly in tears, finding it unbelievable that an Earthling was actually worried about him. He spoke up. Hey, Miss One, what brings you here? Gieock asked, full of curiosity. How did you know I'd be home today? It's the middle of the week after all. One replied cheerfully. Oh, that's my awakened ability. I'm what you call a tracker. Confused, he repeated, a tracker. She patiently explained, simply put, it's an ability for tracking. You can find more detailed information on the PC Wiki. I can pinpoint the location of an object or a person in real time. The most common application is using it to hunt down criminals. But before one could finish her sentence, Gieock stopped her in her tracks. Hold on. He blocked her path and pointed. There's something dark, sprawled out on the ground right by your feet. One asked cautiously, What is that? She glanced at the road-killed weasel lying on the pavement and said, It's just a weasel. Looks like it was hit by a car. Gieock was now crouching beside the creature, staring intently at it, with an expression of deep sorrow. She added, That sort of thing happens pretty often around here. Then to her surprise, he grabbed the weasel by its ears and lifted it up. One was completely taken aback, exclaiming, Hunter Kim Gieock! He muttered, Such a waste of something so valuable. As he cradled the dead weasel with an air of sympathy, she thought to herself, Valuable. Does he just mean it's a shame? She then mentioned to him that the animal looked like it had been dead for quite a while, adding, Touching it like that is a little unsanitary. But Gieock simply replied, If it's dirty, I'll just wash it. He then stood up, and with a cool demeanor, said, Well then, Miss One, I'll be taking my leave. She quickly responded, Oh, all right. Gieock then pointed the way for her. Just turn down this alley and my house is right there. We're almost there. A bit stunned, One replied, Okay, take care. As she watched him with the weasel nestled in his arms, she wondered, is he going to take it home and give it a proper burial? Now, as we're learning in this manhwa recap in the world of Anfuri, the ingredients for golem creation are divided into two main categories. The first, crafted from black stone and metal, are known as inorganic golems. The second type utilizes animal carcasses and are called organic golems. In short, Kim Gieock, a student of a different kind of magic academy, had just found himself an excellent test subject. At that moment, as he was walking home, a strange little creature suddenly appeared and perched on his shoulder. He thought to himself, This is my lucky day. On this planet, biological specimens are just scattered all over the place. Once I complete the mana enhancement potion, I'll conduct my first magical experiments right here. One was still standing a ways back, and after witnessing this scene, she felt a sense of surprise. Watching Gieock's retreating figure, she murmured, Turns out he's much warmer than I initially thought. But for an Earthling unaware of the full story, Kim Gieock's actions left a very powerful, albeit mistaken impression. Later that evening inside his apartment, Gieock was laying out all the necessary equipment for his experiment. He cried out in frustration. "What is this? Why is the compatibility so poor? Is it the lungs trying to increase the concentration without the right equipment? Is really taking a toll on my lungs." Just then his phone buzzed with an incoming call. He thought, even if my mana is only F rank, I should at least be able to activate some basic magic. With that thought, he picked up the phone to answer the call.
Hello, I'm already on edge. What kind of maniac is calling at this hour? It's already 10 o'clock at night, he grumbled to himself.
He figured it was because of that post he'd read online earlier, which convinced him to add the sense skill to Kim Gieock's profile. Back then he had gone online, asking what to do after the awakening test. Someone had replied, "If you've received your hunter rank, you should head to the association to get your skills tested. Clearly listing them on your profile will make finding work much easier later on." Gieock continued to ponder. So that means all that information is public for anyone to see. Because of that, ever since I added the sense skill, the invitations from scout teams have been flooding in non-stop, making my life more complicated than a final exam at a magic academy. What a pain. At that moment, Gieock sat up on his bed and sighed heavily. I'm too lazy to even reject them all. This is exhausting enough to kill me. Just then, another notification chimed, and he picked up his phone, feeling completely defeated. What now? After reading the message, Gieock blurted out, "The sweetest in the world. What's that supposed to mean?" He was utterly confused. "Meet at the convenience store right now." Without a second thought, Gieock quickly headed out of his house. The night was late, so the streets were completely deserted without a single soul in sight. As he walked, he muttered irritably, "This is so tiring." Still, he'd heard they had prepared a little something for him, so it wouldn't be right to just blow it off. As Gieock continued on his way, he suddenly spotted a car parked directly in front of him. He found it incredibly strange. As he cautiously approached, he wondered aloud, "What's this? Why is a car stopped here?" The shadowy figures inside the vehicle sat in complete silence, not uttering a word. Then in a flash, they threw the doors open, revealing themselves. Seeing this, he cried out in alarm just as one of them darted behind him and lunged forward. The attacker swiftly wrapped an arm around his body, clamping down on his neck and head in a vice-like grip. Gieock was completely immobilized, his face turning pale with terror. "No, this can't be happening." Gieock's consciousness began to slip away, his eyes fluttering as his vision blurred into nothingness. The only thing he could make out was the large silhouette of a man, his face a complete mystery. My head hurts so much, Gieock thought as he drifted into the black. If this were a magic attack, I could probably handle it, but a physical one, it's impossible. Wait a minute. How long was I out? His hands were now bound tightly behind his back. Where am I? His eyes were covered by a thick blindfold, leaving Gieock utterly helpless. This whole situation feels like a twisted manhwa recap. This world is a truly terrifying place. Who would do something so monstrous? At that very moment, a voice cut through the silence. Is that F-ranker the one over there? Hearing this, Gieock strained his ears, trying to listen intently. The voices continued. Yes, we nabbed him while he was wandering around nearby. Gieock's mind raced. Are they targeting me? Could they have a grudge against Kim Gieock? There were two of them there, and they kept talking. Good thing we made the deadline, but is he really an F rank? I specifically had some D rankers ambush him. And he couldn't even put up a fight. Make sure nothing's broken. If you find any cracks, fix them immediately. Hey, I'm not an amateur. Suddenly one of the men exclaimed in a flustered tone. Oh, the boss is here. Yes, I am, a new deeper voice replied. Gieock thought to himself. Someone else just came in. A man quickly walked over to the newcomer and barked an order at his subordinates. All of you greet him. This is our VIP guest. They all bowed their heads in unison, chanting, Greetings, sir. One of them added, The VIP will inspect the merchandise personally later. Go and prepare everything now. The other two quickly complied. Understood. When Gieock heard that, he froze. Merchandise! The so-called VIP guest they were welcoming was a man named Kang Trang-ho. At that moment, he then let out a chilling laugh. Hold on a second. Trang-ho glanced over at Gieock, who was bound tightly to a chair, and said, Is the kid tied up over there awake? At that moment, Gieock could distinctly feel someone's footsteps approaching, and he thought to himself, What? How in the world? How could he possibly know? The man strode closer to Gieock and ripped the blindfold from his eyes. Trang-ho casually tossed the cloth into the air and said, Hello there. It's been a while, hasn't it, Hunter Kim Gieock? Gieock was stunned to see him. Mr. Kang Trang-ho, what are you doing here? The man immediately replied, You seem to have been dragged here rather abruptly, so you probably have no idea what's going on. Allow me to explain a little. There's been a massive rumor circulating in the industry lately, one you might have heard about in a previous manhwa recap. It's about a hunter with a top-tier perception skill, powerful enough to navigate the labyrinth of the magic tower. But the real kicker is that this so-called perceptive hunter is an F rank, a status that simply doesn't match the high-grade skill he possesses.
A skill like that makes him a prime target for criminals. Hearing this, Gieock cried out in fear. So, what are you people planning to do to me? Trang Ho smiled warmly. Why, we're going to sell you, of course. There are plenty of people in this world who want to conceal the true power of their equipment. And to do that, they need a personal appraiser. You're aware of that, aren't you? The contract fees for a legitimate appraiser are anything but cheap. Gieock shot back. So bending the law is more cost-effective, is that it? The man scoffed. It's not even in the same league, especially when you factor in the maintenance costs. At that moment, a dreadful thought crossed Gieock's mind. Does this mean I've been captured by an organization that traffics in fake awakeners? Trang Ho added. Especially those who are D rank or lower. Their willpower is incredibly weak, making them easy to exploit. The group of henchmen standing in the corner were muttering among themselves. Having worked here, I know these fake awakeners well. Once they're forced into servitude, you don't have to worry about betrayal. It saves a lot of trouble. Gieock thought, did he say something about a VIP? Just then, Trang Ho began to walk away, but Gieock called out to him. Wait, Mr. Kang Trang Ho, could you possibly— Help me out a little, the man replied coolly. And why would I do that? I'm merely a guest here. My business here is entirely separate. I was just passing through. Well then, it was a pleasure seeing you again, Hunter Kim Gieock. Utterly helpless Gieock could only think to himself. Right. A moment later, a different voice called out. The new merchandise has arrived. Take that F-ranker upstairs. Two of the henchmen moved toward him. They approached Gieock and said in unison, Yes, sir. He looked up at them, his eyes filled with a mixture of terror and dread. He thought desperately, This can't be. I shouldn't have been reborn into a situation like this. They then dragged him into another room. Pushing open the door, they shoved him violently inside, causing him to stumble and fall. The room was pitch black, and the two henchmen wore helmets that completely obscured their faces. They started talking to each other. Hey, this one isn't blindfolded. The other one grunted. What does it matter? He's going to be out cold soon enough anyway. With that, the two henchmen quickly slammed the door shut, leaving him in the dark. Gieock remained silent, his eyes scanning his surroundings. He managed to sit up, leaning his back against the cold wall. He wondered, it seems being brought here doesn't mean I'm going to be sold immediately. So what's the reason for leaving me here all alone? But then a strange aroma suddenly hit his nostrils. Wait a second. On the small table in the corner of the room, there was some kind of object emitting this peculiar scent. Gieock thought, it's a sweet fragrance, almost like some kind of flower. He could now make out the object on the other side of the room. Is that a magical artifact? He began to analyze the situation. It appears to be some kind of sleep-inducing artifact, not unlike something you'd find in a magic academy. Judging by the potency of this scent, it could probably knock out even a B-rank awakened would be put to sleep by this. Of course, for a grand mage from a prestigious *** magic academy *** like him, this stuff had absolutely no effect. At all. He started trying to yank out his shoelace, but this was no time to worry about footwear. He had to move fast. And get out of here. He took the freed shoelace, put it in his mouth, and bit down hard. He pinned the other end with his foot, holding the part in his mouth taut right against the ropes on his hands. Please work, Gieock pleaded silently. He frantically sawed the shoelace back and forth to create friction. Finally, a spark appeared, and smoke began to rise. In his mind, Gieock kept repeating, help me thermal friction. After a moment of intense effort, the ropes binding his hands finally snapped. He was a bit stunned. It actually worked, Gieock said to himself. Even though he was immune to the brainwashing in a situation like this, getting sold off while unable to use any magic would be incredibly dangerous. First things first, he had to report this. But where was his phone? It was gone. That figured. There was no way they would leave personal belongings with a kidnapped victim. So what could he use to escape right now? This part of our *** Manhwa recap, *** is where things get interesting. Gieock stood up, and his eyes immediately fell upon the magical artifact that was still relentlessly emitting that fragrant aroma. He reached out, grabbed its chain, and picked up the device. Holding the fragrant sensor, Gieock thought, in the end, I guess this is the only thing I can use. At that very moment, the two henchmen who had been letting their guard down suddenly whipped around with looks of surprise. From the room holding Gieock, the scent from the magical artifact was now pouring out so thick it was almost blinding. The two men covered their noses and mouths, yelling, What is that? Instantly, Gieock hurled the artifact straight into one of their faces. The other guy saw this and became absolutely enraged. You little bastard! But the fragrance was now so overwhelmingly thick that even covering his nose with his hand was useless. Because of this, the second man quickly collapsed out cold. At this point, only Gieock was left standing still, holding the magical artifact. He held it up and said, Pretty effective, isn't it? Suddenly, his foot accidentally kicked one of the henchmen's phones. He thought to himself, before anyone else realizes what happened and comes looking, I need to act fast, right? Gieock bent down and picked up the phone. He muttered, Did these guys drop this perfect timing? He then went to the keypad and dialed 112. He thought to himself, if I were a normal person from Earth in this kind of dangerous situation, this is definitely who I'd call. Immediately after, he hit the call button and put the phone to his ear. A voice on the other end answered, "Yes, police department. What's your emergency?" Gieock stood up and said, I've been kidnapped." But it seemed the police on the other end couldn't hear him, so they asked again. "Hello, can you speak up please? I can't hear you clearly." Gieock repeated, "I said I was just kidnapped." But the other side just responded with, "Hello." Gieock looked at the phone feeling helpless and thought, "What is this? Can they not hear anything? Is this phone broken or something?" He then switched to the messaging app and typed, "My name is Kim Gieock, and I am currently being held captive." He felt a bit defeated. "Well, let's try texting and see what happens. This should work right." A message from 112 was received stating it might take some time to dispatch forces. "In case of an emergency, please contact 112 immediately." Gieock typed back, "How long will it take to get here?" But he only received the same pre-programmed message as before. At that moment, all his hope was dashed, extinguished. Gieock thought helplessly, "What the heck? What's with this automated response? Did they even read my message? I wonder, was the report actually received? This feels way too risky. No, I have to find another way to guarantee my safety. That's the only way." He then typed another message, this time to Yun Sung, hoping for a rescue. After sending it, he stood up and tucked the phone into his pocket, feeling a slight sense of relief. With the report sent, he then gripped the magical artifact in his hand. Gieock wondered if it was time to kickstart his escape plan. At that very moment, two hulking henchmen were making their rounds. One of them noticed something was off and spoke up. "Hey, what is that?" Ahead of them, the potent fragrance of the magical artifact was wafting through the air, slowly spreading towards their location. The two goons were completely baffled by it. "There's something hazy over there." Gieock then stepped towards them, and one of the men exclaimed in utter surprise, "Who is that guy?" Seeing Gieock up ahead continuously tossing the magical artifact with incredible speed, the other henchman foolishly remarked, "Did one of our guys dye their hair?" At that moment, Gieock tossed the magical artifact into the air to build momentum, and then hurled it straight at the man in front. Caught completely by surprise, the goon couldn't react in time and took the artifact right to the face. The remaining henchman was horrified, yelling out, "Wait a minute, are you the awakened we just kidnapped?" But by the time he realized who he was facing, Gieock was already charging straight at him, artifact in hand. The henchman's soul practically left his body as his nose erupted in a spray of red and he collapsed motionless on the ground. Gieock scoffed. "A bunch of useless idiots, their skills are nothing compared to what you'd see at a proper magic academy." He thought to himself, "To get out of here, I need to find an exit first. I don't know the layout of this building and the windows are completely sealed off." Suddenly, he sensed something and let out a surprised, "Huh." Gieock immediately spun around. Right before his eyes was a spatial gate radiating an immense amount of spiritual energy. He thought, this magical power is so strong that it's actually traceable. How can I feel it even in this weak F-rank body? Is that a gate? There's no mistaking it. There's a gate right outside this building. Most of the gates that hunters pursue are usually found in places like forests, mountains, or vast open fields. If I use this as a landmark, I might be able to get out. Just then, a group of the people appeared behind Gieock. A voice called out, "Hold on, what's going on here?" "That F-rank we locked up has escaped." And so the chase scene for this manhwa recap begins as Gieock quickly bolted down the stairs, thinking as he ran, "First I need to get downstairs." However, the moment he stepped onto the staircase, Gieock's knee buckled from a sudden sharp pain. He panicked, thinking anxiously, "Damn it, I haven't even started running and my leg is already giving out." Just then, one of the men behind him spotted him. "There he is." They quickly rushed forward, shouting, "How on earth did an F-rank manage to escape?" "Get him now!" But then they saw what Gieock was holding in his hand. Seeing the magical artifact, they cried out in alarm, "Wait, that thing he's holding!" and quickly warned the others. "Everyone hold your breath!" Gieock's expression turned ice cold. "It's a little too late for that now." He then swiftly began tossing the magical artifact, relentlessly making the fragrance even more concentrated. The group of men were now scrambling to cover their faces with their hands. They tried covering their mouths and noses, but it was completely useless. They coughed and choked violently, crying out, "I can't breathe," as Gieock prepared to toss another one. He threw the magical device, but one of the henchmen managed to snatch it out of the air. Gripping it tightly in his hand, the man's face twisted with rage. "You damn F-rank piece of trash," he snarled, immediately lunging towards Gieock with incredible speed. In a flash, he had one hand wrapped around Gieock's throat, slamming him hard against the wall. At that moment, Gieock's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably with fear. The henchman leaned in and sneered, "I'm not supposed to damage the goods before a sale, but for you, I'll make an exception. Today is your unlucky day." But before he could finish his threat, Gieock grabbed the man's arm and brought up his knee. He slammed it hard into the henchman's chin, causing immense pain. The man staggered backward and collapsed, completely dazed and out of commission. Gieock slumped to the ground, panting. He looked around to see that the rest of the henchmen had all collapsed, knocked out by the aroma from his magical device. Catching his breath, Gieock muttered, "Man, I'm exhausted." He then glanced at the magical device, picking it up with a look of surprise. "Whoa, what's going on? Why is the mana draining so fast?" he thought. "Damn it, as if fighting my way out wasn't tiring enough, now I'm being tracked." Gieock glanced behind him and suddenly spotted a spatial gate. A powerful aura was radiating from it, pulsing with immense magical energy. He thought to himself, things are about to get a lot harder. Is that an exit? There's no mistaking it. He could feel the fluctuations of the portal from the other side. Mustering his strength, Gieock pushed himself up, using the wall for support. He staggered towards the mysterious door. As he got closer, he noted its design, thinking, this reminds me of the typical architecture found in buildings in this world. A door this large? It has to lead outside. He reached it and placed both hands on its surface. It wasn't even locked. But just as he was about to push it open, a henchman's panicked shout echoed from below. Director and Awakened just escaped from the upper floor. At that exact moment, Gieock swung the door open, only to be met with a shocking sight inside. The boss himself was standing there in conversation with none other than Kang Trang-ho. They both froze, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief at his sudden appearance, a twist worthy of a manhwa recap. The two guards behind them went pale. The boss, utterly bewildered, snapped, "What is this? How in the world did this happen? What kind of shoddy work are you people doing letting him escape?" Gieock's mind raced. This is bad. Seeing their boss's fury, the henchmen immediately bowed in unison. "Our apologies, sir." Gieock's gaze shifted to Kang Trang-ho, who was watching him with a smug, knowing smirk. He thought desperately, the portal is inside the building, and of all people, Kang Trang-ho is here too. I'm so screwed. If only Kang Trang-ho had been standing outside, I would have sensed his mana and bolted. Just then, one of the guards stepped forward. He pointed a finger at Gieock and shouted, "Hey, F-Rank, what did you do to the guys upstairs?" The other guard looked on in disbelief, exclaiming, "Don't tell me he took down that entire squad by himself. You told us he was just a measly F-Rank. Was the report a lie to trick us?" A realization dawned on Gieock. I see. They have no idea I used the device's aroma, a classic Magic Academy trick, to incapacitate the guards upstairs. If I could just find a way to get Kang Trang-ho to leave, I might still have a chance to escape. Things would be so much easier if he wasn't here. The boss, thoroughly embarrassed by the situation, pulled the brim of his hat down over his eyes. He let out a heavy sigh and turned to Kang Trang-ho. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Kang, for a situation like this to arise right after we concluded such a critical transaction. I realize this is a shameless request, but could you possibly lend me a hand? The man asked in return. Lend you a hand? The man quickly replied, I only asked you to capture that hunter because the chairman himself is coming for an evaluation. My people are sufficient to restrain him. But if an S-rank hunter handles it, everything will be more certain and swift, wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Gieock thought to himself, does this shameless fool really think he can just order a VIP around? What was going through his head? Jang-ho, however, cheerfully and promptly agreed. Of course I'll help. We're all in the same boat after all. The boss's face lit up with excitement. Haha, you truly have a quick and decisive mind. Witnessing this, Gieock felt a jolt of helplessness. You've got to be kidding me, the man then added, addressing Jang-ho. That reminds me, it seems you also need that sensor device, don't you? On this occasion, I'll give you a major discount. With that, Jang-ho turned his attention back to Gieock. Did you hear that, Kim Gieock? You're helping me score a sweet deal? I think that guy will see me in a much better light once I capture you. This isn't some manhwa recap where you get a last-minute escape. There's no way out of here. Gieock's mind raced. What do I do when the police arrive? Are they even coming? Did you even see my message? Jang-ho leaned in his voice, a low whisper in Gieock's ear. How do you plan to escape now? There's no path behind you, and you've already run yourself ragged. Even if I were to let you go, you wouldn't have the strength left to run. Gieock thought bitterly, as if I don't want to run. At this point, I don't even know what to do. And my jaw hurts from trying to explain things. Just then, Gieock spoke up. Hey, Hunter Jang-ho. Have you up until now ever actually seen me run? The question startled Jang-ho, causing his expression to freeze. Gieock's gaze turned ice cold as he continued. Don't tell me you're thinking... At that very moment, those words triggered a memory in Jang-ho. His mind flashed back to the past, to a time when he had met and spoken with Gieock, snapping back to the present. He gave a cold reply. Never. Hearing this, Gieock's face became an emotionless mask of ice as he pressed on. Not even once. At that very instant, Jang-ho moved closer to Gieock and demanded, Are you saying that you don't intend to run this time? So should we test that theory right here? No, I don't think we need to. Fight here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gieock raised both hands in the air and declared, I surrender. Jang-ho was taken aback. He thought incredulously, Surrender. He then voiced his suspicion, You took down all of my guards to get to this point, only to say that Gieock felt deeply wronged, thinking, No, I didn't touch anyone. Does he assume everyone is a brute like him? Jang-ho pressed on. Do you really expect me to believe such a convenient surrender? Gieock stared back at him, considering the situation. He had to admit, if their roles were reversed, he wouldn't believe the words of someone who had already escaped him once. Suddenly, a streak of mana flared to life, sizzling past Gieock's face. What are you planning now? He whipped his head to the side, thinking, What was that just now? At that exact moment, from a shimmering spatial tear, a figure began to emerge, calling out, "Hey, boss." It was a tall, powerfully built man from overseas. As he watched the man step out of the portal, Gieock's mind analyzed the phenomenon. Is that a gate? No, it's not a gate, but a magical conduit. This is advanced magic way beyond what they teach at any magic academy. A spatial teleportation skill. At the same time, the boss walked over to the newcomer and said, "Right at 12 o'clock on the dot, as expected." "Being punctual is your signature trait," the foreign man replied with a smile. "Well, Korean people are very good at... It's a matter of keeping a promise." Just then, Trang Ho walked over to them and added, "Aha, so this must be the transporter." "I presume," the boss replied, "an incredibly rare mage possessing a spatial teleportation skill that can even move people." Hearing this, Trang Ho feigned surprise. "My goodness, I never thought I'd see one in the flesh." The boss began the introductions. "This is the S-rank hunter Trang Ho. I'm sure you know of him, right?" The foreigner replied with a smile. "Of course. He's the man at the very top of the hunter world." Meanwhile, Gieock suddenly noticed a strange sound in the air. Seeing them like this, he thought, what if I just made a run for it? Behind Trang Ho's back, a brilliant gleam of magical energy began to form. The foreigner spoke again. "It's a true honor to meet you, Hunter Trang Ho." It turned out he was secretly activating his power. Trang Ho, seemingly unaware, continued the conversation. "About our promise." Before the foreigner could finish, Trang Ho unleashed a lightning-fast strike directly at his head. In the next moment, the man was sent flying backward, his head smashing hard against the wall. Witnessing this sudden brutality, Gieock was utterly shocked and confused. The boss saw this and screamed in a panic, What is this, Hunter Trang Ho?" At this point, the foreigner was already out for the count, his head embedded in the wall. Trang Ho turned to face the boss, his eyes as cold as ice. The man continued to yell, "What in the world is going on here?" Trang Ho answered calmly, "It took a great deal of time and money just to handle this one piece of trash. Those with spatial teleportation skills will vanish at the slightest opening you see. That makes them incredibly difficult to capture. I couldn't care less if you people were smuggling or illegally occupying the gate. But when it comes to someone with the ability to open a spatial rift, that's an entirely different matter." Listening to their conversation, Gieock was completely lost, thinking to himself, what is even happening right now? At that very moment, Trang Ho's eyes began to glow ominously. Activating his immense power, he strode towards the boss and spoke, his voice low. This was a level of power you wouldn't see in any magic academy. "I really do care about that." Seeing this, the boss was petrified with fear. His two henchmen quickly moved to shield him. Trang Ho continued, "Poaching someone with a teleportation skill from my territory is a completely different story." Instantly, he flash-stepped behind one of the henchmen, whose face turned pale with terror as he yelled, "Boss, get into the gate now!" In that same split second, Trang Ho slammed a powerful punch into the man's gut. The henchman was sent flying far behind Gieock. Seeing this, Gieock thought to himself that it was true. This man was simply unbeatable. It's no accident he reached the S rank. This whole Manhwa recap is about to get intense. Initially, the Hunters Association only had ranks from A down to F. But at some point, hunters with extraordinary power began to emerge in greater numbers. And so the classification that was created last was a level that existed beyond any measurable scale of power, the S rank. The other henchman was also struck down, crashing hard onto the ground right in front of Gieock. He stood there silently observing, thinking, in reality, he's the apex predator at the top of the food chain on Earth. Now only the boss remained alive in the room. He was pressed against the wall, his face a mask of utter terror and despair, his entire body trembling as he stammered, "Please, I beg you, spare me, please." Trang Ho strode closer to him, his expression darkening as he growled, "In a situation like this, you're making demands of me." His eyes were filled with pure contempt as he continued, "You want me to spare your life, is that it?" The crime boss looked up at Trang Ho, and upon seeing the murderous intent radiating from him, the boss's face went deathly pale. In the next instant, Trang Ho swiftly ended his life. He snuffed out the boss's life in one clean motion. Hearing the piercing scream, a helpless Gieock could only turn his face away, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that getting involved with Kang Trang Ho was a terrible, terrible idea. But suddenly at that very moment, the wail of police sirens cut through the air, causing both Gieock and Trang Ho to jump in alarm. And it wasn't just one, there were 5 police cruisers. They were parked right outside the building. The two of them exclaimed in shock. The police, Trang Ho, immediately spun around, impatiently asking the boy, "Did you call the cops?" Gieock thought to himself, "Oh, that's right." He then answered casually, "Ah, yeah, I did. Why are you so surprised?" Trang Ho froze for a second, clearly caught off guard. Then he began to speak. "Let me make one thing clear," he said. "Don't you dare lump me in with this organization. I was only stopping these scumbags from selling off Korean awakeners to foreign countries." Gieock quickly cut him off. "That's a job for the police." Trang Ho let out a dry laugh. "If you knew how painfully slow the cops are, you wouldn't say that. This isn't some ideal magic academy where justice is served instantly. I initially planned on searching for this place for a few days, but tracking it down took an eternity. After most of the awakeners from the public sector switched to being hunters, the manpower shortage became critical, so delays like this are unavoidable. But they were faster than I expected this time. In any case, it was thanks to a little help from Hunter Kim Gieock. At that moment, he clapped a hand on the boy's shoulder and added, "I'm curious, but it's late, so I won't press you for details now." Hearing this, Gieock blurted out in surprise, Thanking me." He then thought, wait a minute, if that guy leaves now, I'm going to be in a really awkward spot. With that realization, he quickly yelled out, "Kang Trang-ho, hold on, Kang Trang-ho, hey you punk, wait!" But despite his calls, Trang-ho quickly vanished from the scene. Gieock cried out in frustration, "Damn it! In a situation like this,
If that blasted S-rank hunter just disappears, the next part of this manhwa recap is about to get a whole lot worse for me."
And right on cue, a squad of police officers stormed into the room. One of them rushed toward Gieock, while the others aimed their guns squarely at him and shouted, "Hands up, police!" They quickly moved in, grabbing him by the neck and seizing his arms while threatening, "From this moment on, the use of any awakened ability will be met with severe punishment." "Now what did you do to the kidnapping victims?" Gieock tried to explain in vain. I'm the one who reported the crime." But the officers completely ignored him issuing a command, "Do not move. As of this moment, you are under arrest for violating the Special Act on Awakened Criminals." Gieock thought helplessly, unbelievable. These guys have some serious nerve, treating a kind-hearted alien like this. Just then, from behind him, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait a minute, that's one!" She came running over panting for breath as she asked, "Mr. Kim Gieock, why are you in handcuffs?" He turned and shot back a quick reply, "That's what I'd like to know." The officer holding him, he immediately asked, "You know this person?" Yuan confirmed, "Yes, he's the one who reported the kidnapping of the Awakened. Fake." Hearing this, the officer immediately unlocked the number 8 handcuffs and said, "Ah, is that so? My apologies."
Gieock thought in frustration, "I've been trying to tell you, why won't anyone just listen?" He then turned to her and asked, "But how did you get here so fast, Miss Song-won?" She held up her phone, displaying a text message as she explained,
"Well, I was contacted by Hunter An Yun-sung." She clarified that the message was forwarded from Hunter Kim Go. Gieock looked at the text and thought to himself, "Thank goodness Yun-sung got my message just in time." Meanwhile, another police officer was busy running background checks on the unconscious individuals scattered around the room. Song-won continued her explanation. "Right now, Hunter Yun-sung is dealing with a monster from a dungeon break in Sui City. I heard he received your message right in the middle of that mission. After that, I just used my own tracking skills to pinpoint this location." Just then, an officer called out to his captain. That same officer hurried over, handing him a stack of ID cards and reported, "Sir, I've run the identities of the individuals we found scattered about. Almost all of them are connected to an illegal human trafficking ring." The captain reeled back in shock, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Song-won was equally taken aback by the revelation. The officer continued, "This is the very organization that's been kidnapping awakened individuals and selling them overseas. It looks like this was their central hub of operations."
Song-won's mind raced. "I've heard rumors about this group, a highly sophisticated syndicate, so elusive that even the Bureau of Investigation has struggled to track them down." The captain then said, "It appears this was the ringleader's main base, but it's now been abandoned. In fact, it's likely the entire organization has already been shattered." He then turned his sharp gaze back to Gieock and asked, "Are you telling me you're responsible for all of this?" Gieock quickly shot back, "It wasn't me. It was that lunatic Kang Jung-ho." The officer pressed on, "And what about all the people knocked out on the first floor?" "You're saying you had nothing to do with that?" Gieock stammered, "Oh, well, that part was me, but..." Before the officer cut him off again, "You're the one who called this in, so could you please give us a straight answer?" Gieock sighed, thinking to himself, "Well, I guess there's no other way," he finally answered. "The truth is, everything I did was in self-defense." Hearing this, Song-won's expression shifted to one of intrigue. She placed a hand on her chin, murmuring to herself, "Now that I think about it, Kim Gieock wasn't restrained at all. In fact, he was found in the boss's private room. And he's the one who called the police." Just then, an officer approached Gieock holding up a magical artifact and asking, "Does this belong to you, Hunter? I found it lying in the hallway." Song-won remained silent, her gaze sweeping across the room, taking in the strange spatial gate humming in the center. Her internal analysis continued. "And now that I look closer, he's almost completely unscathed. For someone who was supposedly about to be sold overseas, he's remarkably calm. Kim Gieock, was he really a victim here? Or is this entire situation something else entirely?" Her eyes narrowed, focusing on Gieock as he held the artifact, a strong suspicion forming in her mind that this was all part of Gieock's plan. This whole manhwa recap is getting more complex by the minute. Later on, a peaceful street corner bathed in the morning sun, we find Gieock in his room muttering to himself, "It's not like I did it on purpose." On a low wooden table before him sat a dark brown object. A grin spread across Gieock's face as he said, "Still to walk away with a free magical artifact like this? I'd say that's a pretty sweet deal, wouldn't you?" he thought to himself. If the police couldn't even identify its purpose or its real owner, this thing must be incredibly rare. This is way more exciting than any Magic Academy lecture. I really like this. The fact that it's rechargeable for continuous use is a huge plus. As for someone ditching me and leaving me to handle this mess alone, well, I can just laugh that off." Gieock then wondered aloud, "This only works on humans, doesn't it? What about on beasts? Or monsters? It probably wouldn't have any effect."
Suddenly, a bubbling sound erupted from the kettle on the stove. He turned and finally Gieock walked over and switched off the burner. He whispered, "It's a success." Look at this perfect color, Gieock thought to himself. To think I could create this while stranded alone on such a desolate planet with only the most mundane ingredients. It just proves it. I'm undoubtedly a once-in-a-generation genius archmage, the kind you only read about in stories from a magic academy. He had created a magic enhancement potion. Drinking this would allow him to surpass the minimum mana threshold required to activate magic, enabling him to use spells for a short period. To put it simply, it's like the flint on a lighter. It provides that initial spark of energy. He set the cup down, muttering, "Good, my breathing is stable. The effective duration of this potion is 5 minutes. That's more than enough time to complete a single spell." Gieock gently raised his hand, and a faint light flashed from his palm. "All right then," he declared. "Time to cast my first spell on Earth. Target restore the right patella and the damaged calf muscle." Gieock pushed the blue energy forward, his voice resonating with power. Body state fixate. Cease degradation. He took a few tentative steps across the floor, murmuring, "Is it finished?" A wave of relief washed over Gieock as he suddenly realized, "It's done, the pain is gone." But he quickly tempered his excitement, saying, "It's too early to celebrate, though." He knew the journey ahead would be nothing short of a long marathon. As we see in this Manhwa recap, Gieock paused, running a quick diagnostic on himself to be sure. The mana capacity of this body, Kim Gieock's body, was utterly pathetic. He'd used a single low-tier spell, and his mana was already completely drained. On top of that, this body's lung capacity was severely diminished. This meant he couldn't rely on the magic enhancement potion frequently. "No, I shouldn't get ahead of myself," he thought, trying to stay positive. "A success is still a success. I need to think as positively as I can. For now, I should probably prepare today's meal." Just then, a sharp knock echoed from the door. Gieock walked to the door and called out, "Who is it?" As he moved, a thought crossed his mind. "Don't tell me it's Xiong-Wan again." He swung the door open to find a man standing there. "Hello?" The man's voice was unfamiliar. "Ah, student, you're home." It was Jin Cha, his landlord. "I was just about to give you a call." Gieock stood silently for a moment. This was the owner of the house. It was a relationship the body's muscle memory still recognized. Gieock managed a somewhat awkward, "Hello?" The landlord replied, "Sorry to drop by unannounced like this. Student, you know." "Things must be tough for you this month, right?" Completely bewildered, Gieock just replied, Yes they are." Jin Cha pressed on. "That's because you still haven't transferred the rent money to me." The word hit Gieock like a ton of bricks. Rent. The landlord sighed. "It's been several months now. I can't really afford to wait any longer. On top of that, your mailbox was stuffed full, so I brought your mail up. It seems the management fees haven't been paid either, have they?" Flustered and utterly confused, Gieock stammered, "Well, about that." The color drained from his face as if he'd been plunged into an abyss. He thought, all of these bills. How many months overdue are they? Jin Cha's tone softened slightly, but the message was firm. "Look, kid, they keep calling me about this. You need to pay up soon. I can only wait until the end of this month." Gieock had to ask, "I'm sorry, but how much is the rent exactly?" The landlord replied, "It's 450,000 a month. You're 3 months late, so that comes to 1,350,000. The number stunned Gieock. "What, 1,350,000? Jin Cha laid it out plainly. "If you can't pay by the end of the month, you need to pack your things and leave. I'm counting on you." The landlord's words were final. Gieock could only reply, "I understand. Right." Gieock turned his back, his hand gripping the lock as he closed the door with a heavy heart. He thought grimly, if I can't pay 1.35 million, am I going to be kicked out of this house? Kim Gieock's current balance was a meager 3,351. He muttered, if the deadline is the end of this month, does that mean I only have 14 days left? Gieock's mind raced, calculating the total bills. The amount he needed to prepare along with the rent was a staggering 2 million. Gieock mumbled to himself, is there anywhere I can get that kind of money? Or maybe some cash I hid and forgot about? A tiny desperate spark of hope flashed in his mind. Gieock immediately ran to his phone, saying aloud, "That's right, I still have that." He suddenly remembered a method he truly didn't want to use, but he had to go and collect the money he was owed. The dial tone rang as he made the call, his voice steady. "Hello, is this Jang Ho's number?" At that very moment, in a towering skyscraper, a smooth voice echoed from the other end. "Compensation money, you say? Jang Ho, for that traffic accident from before I tried to contact you, but you never answered." "What is it now, some kind of delayed side effect?" he asked gently, a scheming smile playing on his lips. "So how much do you need?" Gieock froze, hesitating and stammering before Jang Ho's question. He stuttered, 300. The man on the other end asked with feigned surprise, "What was that? I couldn't hear you clearly." Gieock thought to himself, "I need 200 million. Thinking it over from the Donghang incident to the recent human trafficking ring you owe me, so it's not unreasonable for me to ask for more." "Right," Jang Ho replied coolly. "If you're not going to say it, I'm hanging up." Gieock shouted, "Wait, hold on, is 300 million okay?" The man asked again, surprised, "Are you asking me if it's okay?" Hearing this, Jang Ho casually tapped on his phone, thinking how utterly ridiculous this was. A transfer notification pinged on Gieock's phone as the man said, "It's sent." Gieock was completely astonished,
thinking how such a large sum could be sent so easily. But after paying off all his rent and outstanding bills, there wouldn't be much left. It turned out this wasn't just about earning enough to eat. Is there any way to make more money?
I wonder what can a weak outlier mage like me do? This isn't some ideal magic academy where power comes easy. Suddenly a call came in and Gieock was surprised to see it was on Yunsung.
He mused, realizing he had been so flustered he'd forgotten to say thank you.
Is he calling first because he's worried about me?
With that thought, Gieock raised his hand to accept the call, but then he paused, thinking, wait a minute.
An A-rank hunter can earn tens to hundreds of millions from a single gate conquest right. This was the kind of detail you'd find in a top-tier Manhwa recap. A moment later at a small cafe,
Gieock began.
Thanks to you contacting Xianwu that day I survived. Yunsung,
I wanted to buy you a meal to express my gratitude.
Yunsung replied, you just need to buy me a cup of coffee, that's enough. Gieock reluctantly agreed.
Yeah, all right. The younger man said he would enjoy it very much.
Sir, Gieock thought uncomfortably I would have much preferred a meal.
Just the smell of coffee beans makes me nauseous.
The cafe employee asked, are you ready to order? Gieock replied, I'll have set B from the menu, vanilla. Yunsung said, I'll have 1 iced Americano. Gieock quickly added, but please hold the coffee, and anything else that has a coffee scent. The employee was completely stunned but managed to stammer, yes sir, I will do my absolute best.
Gieock thought to himself,
what did I just reveal that I'm an alien? Yunsung broke the silence. Anyway, I was really surprised. When I heard you'd been kidnapped, I was shocked. I'm truly sorry, I should have come in person. Gieock replied gently. I already heard you were handling a dungeon break at the time, right? He explained sincerely. But to be honest, the situation there that was just awful, so I had no other option but to call in Hunter Yuan. I started by saying, all right, I know you've been working hard until late.
Jack thought to himself with a sharp gaze,
better start with a compliment to soften the blow. Then he spoke up, but, hey Yunsung, have you only been on cleanup duty lately? Yunsung looked surprised and asked, huh? Jack pressed on with a serious tone. How long has it been since you entered a gate, not counting the times you've tagged along with me? Hearing this, Yunsung started sweating bullets, stammering, well, about that. My gaze sharpened, feeling like I could stare a hole right through him. Just as I thought, I said, continuing to press him. Are you still scared of entering the gates? Yunsung looked completely flustered, stuttering. To be honest, you're right. The thought of going back in, it's still a bit much for me. I thought to myself, just as I suspected. An image flashed through my mind, a surprise encounter with a high-level monster only to be betrayed by the very teammates he trusted. The sheer feeling of terror that comes from death breathing down your neck. He's just a college kid who's barely turned 20. How could anyone expect him to just get over something like that? The trauma must have been immense. So I told him, but Yunsung, even with all that, you can't just keep tailing an F-rank hunter like me forever. It's about time you started your own party or prepared to go solo. You get what I'm saying? Yunsung still looked uneasy, replying with a frown. Yeah? I suddenly thought, he looks so down all of a sudden. Does he really think I'm trying to ditch him? I'm not a fool. Why on earth would I throw away a talent like you? I made my proposal. That's why I've given this a lot of thought. Yunsung, if you don't mind, I want to train you myself. Think of it as your own personal magic academy. How about it? He looked completely stunned by the offer, replying, for real? I told him I can teach you how to properly use your skills and control your mana at least to a certain degree. Yunsung's face lit up, exclaiming, really, that would be amazing for me. I gently set my cup down, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling like I'd accomplished my goal. He took the bait so easily, I thought, a satisfying feeling washing over me. I continued, well then, speaking of which, let's head to a suitable gate right now and get started. The scene then shifts, showing a sky filled with mysterious golden clouds. I thought to myself, excellent. In this part of our Manhwa recap, everything is going exactly as planned. We're at a cafe near the D-rank gate Maximus. This particular gate is pretty unpopular because the drop rate for magic stones is extremely low. In other words, it's the perfect spot for some private training. I spoke up gently. This place looks good. All right, let's see. You mentioned that the attribute you awakened is defensive, right? First things first, show me your main skill. Yunsung obediently replied, yes, sir. I have to admit, demonstrating it in front of you is making me a little nervous. He then furrowed his brow, his expression turning unusually serious as he focused all his energy, manifesting a solid protective shield. The shield slammed into the ground, creating a massive impact that sent out a blinding flash of light. The skill was Protective Shield, an active ability that creates a defensive barrier of mana directly in front of the caster. The more mana poured into it, the larger the shield becomes. Once he was done, Yunsung asked cheerfully, so what do you think? I remained calm and collected, then said, first I need to ask you one thing. I pointed at the shield and asked sternly, why does it only block what's in front of you? Yunsung replied, why does it only block the front? Because that's just what the skill does. It's been like this ever since the day I awakened. In such a way. Gieock finally understood, murmuring, so that's how it is. The sight suddenly reminded him of watching a chimpanzee holding a knife for the very first time. Gieock muttered under his breath, this is unbelievably frustrating. He was completely stumped, wondering where to even begin. His lesson. Gieock gently addressed Yun-sung, explaining, hey, that skill isn't just for protecting what's in front of you. It has to cover every single direction. Yun-sung replied in surprise. Oh, Gieock elaborated. You're not supposed to just put up a flat wall in front of you. Instead, you need to envelop your entire body with it, shaped like a glass dome. A bewildered Yun-sung asked, a glass dome shape. He focused his concentration once more, attempting to form the dome-shaped shield as instructed, but then Yun-sung suddenly spoke up, hey, I can make it bigger, but I can't change its shape at all. Gieock instantly thought to himself, good grief, his denseness is truly infuriating. He stepped closer to Yun-sung, offering encouragement. Let's try again. Imagine your chest is the core of this skill and radiate your mana outwards in a perfect sphere like a crystal ball. Yun-sung tried asking round like this. He sighed in defeat. I don't think I'm doing it right. Gieock clapped him on the shoulder and told him, stop making that pained face and focus. He added sternly, don't lose the image in your mind. With his trademark determined gaze, Yun-sung responded firmly, yes, sir. Gieock gave another strict command. Keep your back straight and breathe out. Yun-sung immediately complied. No. Gieock corrected him again. That's not how you're supposed to project the mana. Yun-sung quickly said, I'm sorry. Gieock sighed. It was a grueling process for both Yun-sung and myself. But after a full 20 minutes of this Spartan-style training, Gieock breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, we finally have results. An excited Yun-sung shouted, I did it! This is right, isn't it? But I can't move a single inch. Then unexpectedly, the dome-shaped shield suddenly shattered, sending fragments scattering everywhere. All he could do was laugh awkwardly as he said it had crumbled to pieces. Gieock calmly reassured him, it's all right. Just keep practicing and you'll get better. He thought to himself. Once he truly masters this, with enough practice, he'll eventually be able to create a perfect shield with 0 blind spots at this magic academy. Yun-sung said gratefully, thank you so much for your help. I never imagined my skill could be used like this in this entire manhwa recap, Gieock explained. Ultimately, a skill's effectiveness depends on your state of mind. In fact, mana is heavily influenced by the user's psyche. That's why those who are a bit boastful and arrogant often have a higher aptitude for becoming powerful mages. Yun-sung called out earnestly, Gieock! When Gieock turned to him, Yun-sung asked with serious determination, what's the next phase of training? Gieock replied, all right then. He gave Yun-sung an appreciative look and said, this time let's try some real-world application. He continued, after all, a skill only truly improves when you use it frequently against actual monsters. At that, Yun-sung's expression immediately tensed as he spotted a sentinel, and he prepared to take it down. He channeled all his strength, manifesting the dome-shaped shield to block the creature's oncoming attack. The force behind the blow was immense. Yun-sung had to plant his feet, firmly bracing himself against the impact. He then thrust his hand forward, his eyes blazing with determination as he launched a counterattack. Yun-sung slammed his protective shield directly into the sentinel's torso, but the attack seemed to have no effect. He frowned and pulled back, but as he did, he suddenly noticed something, and the creature raised the axe high, smashing it down on the dome-shaped shield with ferocious power. A thunderous crash erupted as the steel axe collided with the magical barrier, echoed throughout the entire space. Yun-sung's eyes darted. It seemed he had found a new opening for a counterattack. Yun-sung turned his back to the axe, planting his feet firmly on the ground. He drew his leg back, setting up a kick for the next counteroffensive. Yun-sung thrust his arm forward, generating an immense amount of power. A fierce battle unfolded as he lunged forward with incredible speed. The fight reached its climax as he unleashed a devastatingly powerful attack, ending the confrontation. Jian, watching from the outside, offered praise. Very good, well done. That's an A-ranker for you. The power gap is truly overwhelming. With a relaxed demeanor, he said, all right, then let's take it slow now. John's eyes then fell upon the diamonds scattered about, and he muttered, I suppose I should get started too, huh? He thought to himself. Someone definitely said that these magic stones and the gems from their foreheads could be exchanged for cash, right? Jian then called out, safety is the top priority. Got it, Yun-sung. Keep a close eye on what's ahead and take it down. He schemed internally while he's busy practicing his skills. I'll have to quickly snatch up the items the A-ranker drops. For my own survival. I'll just pick up every single thing he drops, all on the down low. Jian figured. Why even bother hunting monsters myself when just this is enough to live on for a month? This is way better than directly asking Yun-sung for money or to hunt for me. If I happen to annoy an A-ranker, it's game over. I'll just take as much as I can without An Yun-sung finding out. He then asked An Yun-seong, how's it going? Have you gotten the hang of it yet? Jian narrowed his eyes, feeling annoyed when Yun-seong's attitude wasn't what he expected. A sense of panic crept into Jian's mind. His reaction is a bit slow, that's weird. Could he have discovered that I was stealing his loot? The A-rank hunter An Yun-sung
Not once in his entire life had he ever felt fear. Even during his school days, he never had a respected mentor like other teenagers usually do. Even when faced with the achievements of sports stars endlessly praised on television, he never truly felt any admiration. He simply thought that such talented people just existed in the world. That's all. They must be happy was the only fleeting thought he ever had. But today, and Yoon-sung finally understood the true meaning of the word awe. As this manhwa recap continues, Yoon-sung's mind reeled with questions. This is absurd. How can he figure out the hidden uses of my skill just by seeing it a single time? What's more, his guidance feels as natural as breathing. I've never even heard of a skill that can diagnose the problems of another skill. Besides, Jian isn't an analysis type awakened. I saw with my own 2 eyes that he is a hunter with clear combat abilities. The sensory skill he has must have been learned from a store-bought item. A sensory skill obtained that way couldn't possibly be this exceptionally brilliant. So in the end, just what level is his true power at to be able to give advice like this? His insight rivals any professor at a magic academy. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Jian's gentle voice cut through his thoughts. Yoon-sung, what's wrong? He then stepped closer and asked sternly, Do you understand clearly now? Yoon-sung stammered, Young, well, it's like this. He seemed to have something difficult to say. He thought it's so embarrassing. To be unable to even use my soul skill properly in front of someone this talented? I must look absolutely pathetic. Just what level am I at? Yoon-sung lamented. I've been trying my absolute best, but it looks like I just can't pull it off yet. I'm so sorry you're spending your valuable time to teach me and I'm just wasting it. I promise I'll practice until it's perfect as soon as I can, sir. But Gio wasn't angry or frustrated at all. Instead, he spoke in a calm, affectionate tone. Yoon-sung, don't be in such a hurry. If you can't get it today, then we can just try again next time. It's not like you need to jump back into hunter activities immediately. What's the big rush? Yoon-sung thought to himself. He said he'd help me again tomorrow and the day after that, and for as many days as it takes. I'm an F-rank hunter, Gio had said, so I've got all the time in the world. Overjoyed, Yoon-sung let slip a fond big bro. He couldn't help but think that this man was sharing his priceless experience to help someone like him, someone who had completely lost all confidence. He was even telling such a blatant lie just to keep him from feeling any pressure. Yoon-sung had sensed it from their very first meeting, but now he was sure. Gio was truly one of those rare, admirable people. He had to find a way anyway to repay this incredible kindness. Stealing his resolve, Yoon-sung asked, Sir, is there anything at all that I can do for you? Gio seemed genuinely baffled by the question, unsure how to respond. When Yoon-sung pressed the issue, Gio just stammered, Me what? What could I possibly need from you? No, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. And just like that, Yoon-sung thought to himself, Asterisk, I knew it. I knew he'd say that. Asterisk. It's because he's a person completely devoid of self-interest. My question must have sounded so absurd that it even made him stutter. Asterisk, asterisk. He isn't the kind of person to be swayed by material gain, unlike so many others in this day and age. Asterisk, asterisk. I thought that once I become an A-rank hunter, I'll finally be able to repay him, yet I can't even properly express my gratitude to my own family. Asterisk, pulling himself together, Yoon-sung said, I understand, sir. I'll follow your advice for today. Stop here and not push myself too hard. He bid a cheerful farewell. Well, I'll be taking my leave then, sir. As he walked away, Yoon-sung thought, asterisk, for now I need to focus completely on his training. Asterisk. I'll take it seriously, build up my strength, and one day I will absolutely find a way to help him. Asterisk Gio remained frozen in place, utterly silent, as if processing what had just happened. He mused internally, asterisk, he really doesn't, asterisk, asterisk, expect anything from me. Or was that just his subtle way of putting pressure on me, asterisk? A cynical, annoyed expression crossed his face. This whole situation felt like a cheap manhwa recap. He glanced at Yoon-sung's retreating back. His eyes then fell upon the scattered diamonds on the ground, and he thought, asterisk, I guess for a real A-rank hunter this stuff, asterisk, asterisk, is probably worth about as much as a 10-1 coin. Still, if things keep up like this, even C-rank or B-rank gates could become quite lucrative. Just selling the loot from today is more than enough to cover this month's rent. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted behind Gio, cutting through the eerie silence of the dungeon. A woman Yuan appeared with a deep scowl, clutching something in her hand. Gio froze, about to question the intrusion, when the woman spoke first, her voice sharp. I'm here for Hunter An Yoon-sung. This is only a D-rank gate after all. I have a message that needs to be delivered to him personally. Yuan stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she sized him up. And you're Hunter Kim J. Ryan, an F-rank. Her voice was laced with suspicion. So tell me, why are you in a place like this? This isn't some field trip for a private magic academy. Weren't you just recently under investigation for a suspected reawakening? You even had to undergo a reevaluation, correct? Yuan's frown deepened. To think that just after those suspicions were cleared, I'd find you here. Trespassing in an unauthorized gate. You've been caught red-handed entering a portal far above your registered rank, Hunter Kim J. Ryan. Just my luck, he thought, of all the problems to have. Yoon-sung began to speak. Hunter Seong Yuan, the thing is he, but was promptly cut off.
I entered as a porter, Gieock explained. I'm under contract with Yujin, Uan shot back. Just digging through a bag to see what's inside and you call that working. Is that your explanation now? And as for you, Hunter and Yun Sung, you're on thin ice too. If you keep recklessly entering gates illegally like this, you're going to face serious consequences. He replied. That's true. But, Gieock interjected, hold on illegal. As far as the association's regulations go, it's clear that there are no restrictions on porters entering a gate, she retorted. But doing so is a betrayal to the genuine porters. That rule exists to help them, not for crafty individuals like you to exploit. Don't you realize that an attitude like yours only makes you more suspicious F-rank hunters, usually fearing for their lives, stick to the regulations religiously? But this blatant disregard for rank limitations makes it impossible not to be suspicious. Please just cooperate with the association. Gieock had no choice but to concede. All right, I understand. Internally, however, his mind was racing. He knew there was nothing else he could say for now. He'd gotten so used to people being easy on him that he'd forgotten his place for a moment. But this awakened was a B rank. Even a B rank was a monster capable of tearing a lion apart with their bare hands. Causing more trouble was the last thing he needed. Uwan then addressed the other hunter. Hunter and Yun Sung, please come with me for a moment. There's a matter we need to discuss concerning the regional changes following the recent dungeon break incident. Yun Sung readily agreed. Of course. Gieock watched, thinking, even an A-rank hunter like An Yun Sung can't refuse them. If this is the case, then I won't be able to use this method to earn money anymore. He resigned himself to the fact, oh well, there's nothing I can do about it. I saw this coming, so I've already prepared a plan B. All the while, Uwan kept her eyes fixed on Gieock, her expression a mixture of annoyance and deep suspicion. The next day, a notification about a new item popped up on his phone screen. He murmured, looking at the message. Gieock mused aloud. My morning routine has basically turned into a daily Manhwa recap gathering intel on other hunters. It looks like the analysis of this item is finally complete. The twin guardian gods, huh? He continued. There's been zero information on this until now. So it turns out this bracelet first appeared in that X-rank dungeon. A thought crossed Gieock's mind. I was holding on to this, hoping that maybe Hayen would contact me again. I guess it's time to let that go, huh? Then his eyes widened in surprise. No way is this for real. The weapon that I've kept locked away all this time. This precious item. There must be a reason it's finally time to use it today. All right, let's get this show on the road, because today's experiment is going to be a little dangerous. Shortly after, Gieock found himself walking across a field of lush green grass. He was completely bewildered, wondering to himself, where in the world am I? Then suddenly, Gieock's gaze locked onto something unusual in the distance, a black void surrounded by an ethereal blue glow. He murmured, found it. A gate with the lowest possible danger level, an F-rank gate. Gates are divided into two types, blue gates and red gates. This one is a blue gate, the type where no final boss appears. Instead, in a vast area, weaker monsters spawn continuously. You just have to eliminate a certain number of them and the gate closes automatically. Gieock thought today. I'll hunt here. Since this gate has unrestricted entry, it's the perfect place to train, almost like a starter zone in a magic academy. Xiongwuan's warning had, blocking his lucrative path to making money. The sun blazed in the vast cloud-filled blue sky, its brilliant light forcing Gieock to squint. He found himself standing in a gorgeous lush green meadow that seemed to stretch on forever. Not far from Gieock was a herd of goats grazing on the mountain. Their bleating sounded like a shattered violin, truly a magnificent symphony. He held a vial containing a strange blue liquid. Gieock uncorked it, and a mystical wisp of smoke billowed out. On the surface, it looked quite harmless, but in reality, this was a dangerous monster ranked among the most powerful F-class beasts. He downed the entire vial in one go. It was worth a pretty penny. Gieock felt a change stirring from within. All right, it's rising up now. His body began to radiate a formidable energy. Mana. Gieock's mana erupted violently, an aggressive presence that was impossible to ignore. The mountain goats stared at him bewildered as Gieock said, Oh, so you finally noticed me. But it's far too late. Mountain goats, my casting speed is faster than anyone's. He conjured a large, powerful fireball, declaring confidently, Turn to ash, you monster. The fireball shot straight toward one of the goats. It blazed brightly in midair only to flicker and weaken. Before its heat could even spread, the orb of fire fizzled out into nothing. It barely managed to leave a tiny scorch mark on the goat's forehead. Though the wound was minor, it was more than enough to infuriate the beast. The ferocious monster snorted heavily, building momentum. It charged toward him like an arrow, its face twisted with rage, its eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched. Gieock's jaw dropped as he let out a terrified scream. He turned and ran for his life. I knew it. I knew this was going to happen with F-class mana in this Manhwa recap. Of course this was bound to happen. Gieock ran for some distance before glancing back to see if he'd lost the monster. But he had severely underestimated the stamina of this mountain goat. He panicked. What in the world? How is it so fast? The creature's sheer aggression made it impossible for Gieock to escape. Damn it! He sprinted with all his might toward the gate just a little further, running himself into exhaustion and despair. The mountain goat continued its frenzied pursuit, roaring as it opened its massive jaws.
In the very instant it seemed about to chomp down on Gieock, he successfully dived through the gate. Am I going to die here? Gieock stopped, gasping for air after finishing the race for his life. He sighed in relief, thinking, I'm safe. Good thing it didn't follow me out of the gate. Kim Gieock's magical condition even for a Magic Academy attendee is worse than I thought. And on top of that, his physical stamina is pathetic to get this winded after just a short run. Suddenly a voice from behind Gieock spoke up. Huh, is that you? It's been a while, hasn't it? Gum asked, scratching his head. Who's this guy? Gieock wondered warily. Who are you? The other man replied. It's been so long. Are you still working as a hunter? Don't you remember me? Remember when we took the hunter certification exam together and entered a gate for the first time? I was the team leader back then. Gieock tried to search his mind for any of Kim Gieock's acquaintances. I have a vague memory of him. If he knew the old Kim Gieock, I can't afford to say the wrong thing, the man continued cheerfully. Now that I think about it. Your name is Seung-hoon, right? Bak Seung-hoon. Gieock corrected him. Close enough. I'm Kim Gieock. The man then remembered. Ah, that's right. Gieock Hyung. Do you remember that time we ran from that monster? It was just a Class F monster. You even tripped while running away and just lay there begging for your life. Gieock grumbled internally. This dude talks way too much. He asked. But what are you doing at this gate? Don't tell me you're trying to hunt all by yourself. Gieock just gave a vague reply. Yeah, I'm just here for a quick hunt. Ji-hyun let out a sigh. There you go again. Did you forget you promised you'd drop the formal speech with me? Gieock was startled, thinking to himself, damn it, did I really promise that? He stammered. My apologies. I've been a bit forgetful these days. All right, I'll drop the formalities. Ji-hyun. The man replied cheerfully. Yes. Gieock started scheming in his head, feeling quite annoyed by the situation. But I can't just walk away right now. I have these massive gaps in my memory from a failed soul possession spell, something they never taught at the Magic Academy, and this earthling might just be the missing piece I need to fill in the blanks. Just then, Ji-hyun extended an invitation. Anyway, since we've bumped into each other here, let's party up for today. Gieock was taken aback. Team up for today's hunt. Ji-hyun explained. To be honest, going solo is a bit of a challenge. And as it happens, our team is short exactly one person. Ji-hyun turned and pointed behind him. You see that group over there? Not far from where the two stood was a group of 3 men. He continued, those are the guys I'm working with. The one holding that axe is our D-rank party leader. Gieock glanced at him and thought, no wonder he looks like the strongest one in the group. Ji-hyun turned to Gieock. So what do you say if you're in, we can enter the gate right now? But our protagonist flatly refused. Sorry. I've already used up all my mana. It'll be too difficult to hunt now. Gieock thought to himself, actually, I've already used a mana recovery potion today. Ji-hyun just kept smiling brightly and said, oh, is that so? No worries, we're not actually looking for another hunter. Gieock was confused. Huh. Ji-hyun replied. The person who bailed on us today was actually our porter. Everyone on the team is worried about how we're going to carry all the backpacks. Without it being a huge pain. Could you help us out as a temporary porter just for today? I'll make sure you're paid handsomely for it. Gieock's eyes lit up and he thought in astonishment, he's going to pay me handsomely. He began to seriously consider the offer. If all I have to do is carry things, it might be worth it to observe how a normal hunter party operates like a live-action manhwa recap. Just then, a beast with a razor-sharp horn charged straight for the group, looking like it wanted to swallow them whole into its massive gut. The sound of the beast's heavy breathing echoed, shaking the very ground with a piercing hiss. Gieock raised a magic cube into the air and gave a reminder. It's sprung the trap, Manhwa responded with a clear command. From now on, aim for vital spots. Everyone be careful, don't engage it head on. At that moment, the beast gnashed its teeth in a frenzy, clearly starved for a meal. Gieock warned them, everyone hold on! A terrifying sound ripped through the air as the monster gathered its strength, heaving its massive body up and charging them with incredible speed. He watched as a dozen magic cubes shattered. Now's the time, he thought as his teammates behind him braced themselves in a solid defensive formation. Suddenly, dust and smoke billowed up from the ground as a thicket of tangled roots erupted, ensnaring the charging beast's neck. The creature let out a horrifying roar, struggling frantically to break free from the powerful bindings. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed from the ground as dust flew everywhere. After an exhausting struggle against the restraining roots, the beast finally collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. The axe-wielding hunter decisively swung his sharp weapon, slicing straight into the monster's belly. Over on the sidelines, Gieock, wearing a pair of clown glasses, was casually munching on some popcorn as the beast's breathing grew fainter and fainter. Its eyes rolled back, turning completely white in a terrifying display. Seeing the beast finally defeated, the teammates ran over excitedly. All right, we did it, everyone. You all worked hard. Gieock stroked his chin, reflecting on what he had just witnessed. This team's coordination is actually pretty impressive. The strategy was classic. The vanguards would bait the monsters, drawing all the aggro, allowing the mages at the rear to immobilize them for the killing blow. It was a simple but remarkably stable formation, like something out of a history book about hunting mammoths. With this kind of teamwork, they could almost effortlessly deal with all the feeble F-rank monsters.
At that moment, Wonho's calm voice rang out. Okay, time to close the gate. He approached Gieock with a disarming smile. Thank you. I only made it out alive thanks to you. I can't believe that irresponsible bum left me to clean up his mess. Regardless, I have to say I'm thoroughly impressed with your performance. If you hadn't kept things in check, it would have been total chaos. Honestly, my gratitude extends beyond the fact that you're an acquaintance of Hae Hyun's. This turned out great. Gieock looked at the bundle of cash, his face unreadable. What's this? This wad of money is for what? Wonho grinned, extending a few bills in front of him. Go on, take it. Gieock was stunned. For someone who was just carrying bags, this seemed like way too much. The man quickly insisted, You were a huge help to us, so it's only right you get a little something extra. Wonho's words sent a jolt of happiness through Gieock. This was incredible. But then Wonho suddenly added, Oh, and Mr. Kim Gieock, are you by any chance free tomorrow? Gieock was curious. Tomorrow? The man replied, The thing is, we have one more F-rank gate to take care of, but we're short-staffed on porters, and finding a replacement now would be a huge hassle. If Mr. Kim Gieock would agree to help us out, it would be a massive relief. Gieock's eyes were drawn to the gleaming gold-plated bracelet on Wonho's wrist, which was emitting a faint glow. Wonho pressed him. So what do you think? The scene shifts the deep blue sky, a backdrop to brightly lit diners as a new voice cuts in. Hey, you sure about this? Jian asked. I already told you, didn't I? Yeah, it's definitely a high-rank gate item. Its value could skyrocket by 400%. Wonho was incredulous. You've got to be kidding me. Are you positive? His partner sighed in exasperation. Look, the intel on that ring just dropped yesterday. Right. There are probably already knockoffs floating around. Wonho smirked, his mind already racing, wondering if there was anything else he could exploit besides the ring. That dude looks broke as a joke, Jian chimed in. Even so, that ring alone will be enough for us to live comfortably for a while. In the brutal world of hunters depicted in this manhwa recap, there are always scavengers like these. They've given up on facing truly dangerous and ferocious beasts, opting instead to prey on easier targets, much like predators singling out the weakest in a herd. These guys are typically low-level hunters, the kind who are still green when it comes to gates and focus way too much on protective gear. They make their living by targeting easy marks, just like a frog snatching up prey smaller than itself. In the biz, they're known as frog hunters, and these certainly aren't the prodigies you'd find in a magic academy. Then Jian asked with a sly grin, The spot is that gate, isn't it? The one with no CCTV coverage. Wonho continued to eat his food, looking completely content. You've partied up with that guy's team before, right? Jian asked. Anything we need to watch out for with him? His informant reported swiftly. Watch out for, please. The guy's the weakest hunter I've ever seen. He's got a bad leg. Can't even jump properly. But their villainy didn't just stop at simple theft of precious artifacts. He gets his hands on so much good stuff, John continued. I heard last year he even ditched his team in an F-rank gate. Wonho's voice was low and confident. Yep, that's the one. Tomorrow's job is going to be child's play. In many cases, their actions escalated to taking lives for sheer sport. But a new day dawned, bathed in the warm rays of the sun. Gieock was completely engrossed, staring at something on his phone. After a moment of scrolling, he muttered to himself, There's nobody here. I guess I'm way too early. In fact, I haven't been able to stop thinking about this since yesterday. Every time I see Jian, I get this feeling like he's trying to tell me something but holding back. Just then, a grating voice shattered his train of thought as Wonho approached. Leading his crew, he called out, You're here early, huh? Gieock looked up and replied, Oh yeah. Hey, about the pay, it's still the same as we discussed yesterday, right? Wonho quickly confirmed. Of course. He shot Gieock a strained smile, adding, We just got a brand new quest. The gate is nearby inside a small cave. We should head out immediately. Gieock figured why not. A new mission sounds good to me. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape of cooled lava littered with the severed wings of fallen beasts. Together they stepped into the new territory of the heroic dungeon. Gieock turned to Jian, asking, You said this F-rank gate has 2 bosses, right? Jian simply nodded. Yeah, that's right. But a seed of doubt remained in Gieock's mind. Normally a gate closes after the boss is defeated, but if someone is left alive inside, it stays open. I'd love to research these types of gates more, but for now I need to focus on the job. If I can make this kind of money just hauling loot, then maybe I won't have to rely on An Yun-seum's goodwill anymore. Looking at the others, Gieock felt he had to say something. Hey everyone. I think we've already passed through this area before. The others looked stunned. Huh, what are you talking about? He raised an arm pointing ahead, and explained, Look, the monster carcass from earlier is still right there. It looks like we're going in circles. Does anyone here? I have a pathfinding skill. As soon as Gieock asked, 2 of the men exchanged a sinister knowing glance. The veins on Wonho's hand bulged as he gripped a wine bottle. Gieock glanced around. No one in that case. But while his attention was diverted, Wonho seized the moment. He decisively swung the bottle, smashing it against the back of Gieock's neck. Shards of glass exploded outwards. Gieock collapsed to his knees, trembling as he clutched his now bleeding head. Wonho feigned concern. Don't worry. Too much Kim Gieock. Just take a little rest and everything will be all right. Gieock pressed his hand to the gushing wound on his head,
Thinking, why would a hunter attack another hunter? Meanwhile, Trong Ho swirled a glass of wine, taunting, "Goodness, you earthlings really have a thing for ganging up on people." Jian shot him a contemptuous look.
Surprisingly, he's taking it. Better than I expected. Manhwa scoffed. Like I said, one hit for me is all it takes to down an F-rank monster in 5 seconds. His face now a mask of crimson, a thought screamed through his pain. They're up to something. This kind of low-level magic.
Shouldn't be enough to take me down. My stun resistance is practically perfect, a skill I honed back at the Magic Academy.
The fact that I'm still conscious
Isn't because of my endurance. It's something else. And this smell, it's absolutely foul. Nearby, a trembling BOC whispered to Manhwa,
Boss, I think it's been more than 5 seconds.
The words reached Gieock's ears and his blood ran cold. Something was terribly wrong. Pushing himself up from the scorching ground, he knew that with this bizarre foul smell in the air, his only option was to run.
The thugs panicked, shouting, Hey, what the hell, he's getting away! Grab him! Stop him!
And just like that, Gieock was sprinting for his life, trying to escape this nightmare. Seeing him bolt, Manhwa pointed furiously and screamed, He's making a run for it, get him now! This manhwa recap is getting intense. One of the other goons, slow to react, could only stammer,
That guy, I thought he was completely done for. But Gieock was already pushing forward.
Gieock kept his feet moving, his mind racing as he ran, thinking he needed to ditch this heavy backpack to pick up speed. He absolutely had to escape this godforsaken place first. But just then, a long vine whipped through the air toward him, aiming straight for Gieock's leg and wrapping around it tightly.
He lost his balance and stumbled, his mind still reeling with the question, What's with these vines?
Kim Jae-hyun had caught him with magic and couldn't help but taunt him. This is truly miraculous. Last year you were limping around a total weakling, so how are you completely healed and running like the wind now? Gieock was now hanging upside down by the vine, and he pleaded, Is that really what you're worried about right now? Please just let me go? Manhwa stared at Gieock in utter disbelief. What in the world is that guy?
How is he not knocked out after all that? His teammate also chimed in.
I have no idea. I searched him all over, and the only thing I found was that cheap-looking bracelet.
Manhwa ordered Kim Jae-hyun.
Put him down and let's see.
Watch out, he might pull a fast one. Kim Jae-hyun immediately dropped him hard, causing Gieock's whole body to slam painfully onto the ground.
So hard that he cried out. He clutched his head in agony, his face etched with exhaustion as he moaned,
Oh, for crying out loud! Before Gieock could even recover his senses,
he heard a command. Listen carefully.
Manhwa aimed a sharp scythe directly at him and warned, If you try to escape one more time,
I'll pull out every single one of your teeth before I deal with you.
Understand? He conceded.
I get it.
You could have just said so nicely.
You know. Gieock's expression suddenly shifted, his voice becoming more serious. At the very least, you should let me know the reason why you're doing this to me. He lifted his head to look at the group, his face a mask of intense focus. The group turned back, but not to look at him. Their eyes were glued to the golden bracelet on his arm. Gieock then glanced down at the bracelet on his own wrist.
It seemed he had figured something out. He moved his hand to the right, and the group's gaze instantly darted to the right.
He moved his hand to the left, and they hurriedly followed its motion. At that moment, Gieock pointed to his bracelet and asked, Don't tell me it's because of this bracelet. Holding up both his hands, he thought seriously. So that's why you were trying to knock me unconscious. According to the information from Peaky Wiki, this bracelet's function was to withstand damage 2 times, with no limit on the attack method. It could even endure attacks from an S-rank monster up to 2 times. Gieock clutched his bracelet warily, never imagining that a piece of equipment meant for self-defense would land him in such a dangerous predicament. If he just handed over this bracelet, it would all be over. But he knew they planned to finish him off and close the gate to erase all traces.
This whole manhwa recap is getting intense. Manhwa's face darkened as he finally spoke up. Kim Gieock,
hand over that bracelet right now.
If you do, I might just spare your life. Gieock immediately shouted, Don't you dare come any closer. Surrounded by the thugs, he yelled a warning. Back off before I use up both of my protection charges.
You think I'm crazy enough to just hand it over that easily? Manhwa hesitated. This guy, a plan was already forming in Gieock's mind. At the very least, it guaranteed his survival to a certain extent. Even a light touch would be enough to activate the defensive effect. And once both charges were used, this bracelet would be nothing more than an ordinary piece of jewelry. But if things continued like this, the standoff would never end. It was then that Gieock asked Kim Jae-hyun, Can't you just let me go? Kim Jae-hyun looked at him, surprised.
What? Gieock continued. If you spare my life, I'll just pretend today.
Nothing's wrong. It's not like I'm seriously injured, so how could I even file a complaint against you? Jae-hyun sneered.
As if. You really think we don't know you'd go crying to everyone about this the second you got away?
Gieock sighed in defeat. Was I that obvious? Hearing this, Manhwa gritted his teeth in fury. You little punk! He lunged forward, a powerful kick, sending Gieock sprawling backward before he could even react.
Manhwa grabbed him by the collar, roaring, Are you messing with me?
In F-rank, nobody like you has the nerve to talk about items. This little game of yours testing my patience. It's really starting to tick me off. He punctuated his words by raising a fist. Then blow after blow rained down on Gieock, each one accompanied by Manhwa's furious shouts.
Go on, try it out now!
Gieock's face was already a bloody mess, but Manhwa didn't let up, his expression twisted with pure malice.
I said try out that protective function on your bracelet. Go on, you piece of trash.
The rest of his cronies just watched, their faces filled with scorn, as Gieock took the beating. The second that item runs out of charges, it's your funeral. Just as Manhwa reared back to deliver another devastating blow,
Gieock hastily cried out, "Wait, please stop, I'll give you the item, I'll hand it over, just please stop."
Manhwa grinned triumphantly. Should have just done that from the start, shouldn't you have? Gieock's hand trembled uncontrollably as a thought crossed his mind. So this is the reality for an F-ranker at the Magic Academy. Getting pummeled, being mocked. Being powerless is the ultimate humiliation. He reached for his bracelet. If I can't get through this, it's all over. His body was battered, his gaze empty, and his life might be next. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance. Manhwa whipped his head around.
What the hell, who dares to just walk in here?
He craned his neck, his face a mixture of surprise and tension. Gieock struggled to lift his bruised head to see.
It can't be. Why is someone here? A frantic-looking Yun Sung strode into view.
Gieock called out weakly,
"Yun, let's rewind the clock 30 minutes.
Gieock was staring intently at his phone, reading an enthusiastic text from Yun Sung. It's such a relief. Even though I have no value anymore, he still treats me and helps me just like he always has. He thought, to a big shot like him, I'm probably just a key to high-level gates. After that incident where I was caught entering a gate without permission, I thought he'd never seek me out again. Yet here he is, willing to spend his precious time helping me refine my skills.
Could he be the fated benefactor in my destiny?
Gieock mused with a small smile. He glanced at the water bottle in his hand. When I see him, I have to give him this first. But 20 minutes later, Gieock was still a no-show. Yun Sung's patience was wearing thin, replaced by a growing sense of unease. He glanced at his watch, his expression clouded with worry.
He's running pretty late, isn't he? He should have been out by now.
He said he was just clearing an F-rank gate, right? There's no way it should be taking this much time. Then, his expression darkened as a terrible premonition struck him. Don't tell me! He shot to his feet, fists clenched as a dreadful thought took hold. An irregular mutation. What if the gate's rank suddenly spiked? It's the kind of twist you see in a wild manhwa recap. He didn't wait for another second and broke into a sprint. His mind raced, trying to dismiss the thought. No, that kind of thing is rare. It couldn't have happened. He plunged into the forest, and upon seeing the shimmering space-time portal, he steeled his resolve. Still, I can't just assume. I have to go in and check. He stepped through the portal into another dimension. Looking around, Yun Sung tried to calm himself. Okay, no need to overreact.
It's just an F-rank gate after all. Looks like the monsters have already been cleared out.
He ventured deeper, scanning the area for any sign of his friend. Sword, where on earth is Gieock? His expression changed instantly at the sound, and he immediately took off at a full sprint. He charged toward that source of the noise, silently calling Gyeock's name as he dashed forward, a shield already materializing on his arm. His face was a mask of shock sweat beading on his brow from the frantic run as the group ganging up on Gieock whipped their heads around. What the hell? Who dares to just barge in here? Jin was the first to speak. And Yun Sung, why is he here? Gieock looked up, his eyes pleading for help. Yun Sung, you have to help me. These guys are robbers. They're trying to kill me for my items. Yun Sung was completely floored. Am I seeing things? Gieock, the guy who's always so calm and overwhelming, is here looking like that. He tried to get a grip on the situation. No, I can figure this out later. What's more important than my confusion right now? His aura flared with killing intent as he growled. You're the bottom feeders, aren't you? He radiated a menacing pressure as he closed in, the kind of trash that preys on other hunters. As their next meal, seeing his intensity, the other men panicked. Damn it. Instantly a shout went up. Everyone scatter, but it was far too late. Yun Sung shot forward, grabbing one guy by the head and simply launching him through the air. I can't believe there are people pulling these dirty tricks even in low-level dungeons. Then Yun Sung turned his cold gaze toward the others. Dealing with this kind of rabble doesn't require any complex tactics. This isn't some high-stakes exam at a magic academy. Seeing his terrifying presence, they instantly broke and desperately tried to flee in all directions. Yun Sung pursued them with blinding speed. The only thing he really had to worry about was, as he cocked his fist back behind the nearest runner, holding back his own strength. In the next instant, that thug was slammed face first into the unforgiving ground by Yun Sung. Next, he glanced sideways, his shield arm shooting up to intercept. Another thug whose face promptly smashed into the solid shield. Finally, his other hand shot forward, his eyes as cold as the winter storm. Yun Sung's hand clamped down on the collar of a fleeing coward, yanking him back. He slammed the man onto the ground, his face turning a shade of purple from the impact. Yun Sung planted a foot firmly on his shoulder. He looked down, thinking, still these guys are pathetically weak. Are they D rank? Or maybe just F rank? How could Gieock let himself get cornered by this level of fodder? Suddenly a voice broke his train of thought. Gieock, his face covered in cuts and bruises, approached him and said, "Thank you. You saved my life." Seeing his state, Yun Sung rushed over, his voice filled with concern. "Sir, are you all right? What about your injuries? Gieock managed a small smile. Yeah, I'm okay. You came in because I was late, didn't you? I'm sorry. It must have been tough entering the gate alone, and I ended up making things even harder for you. Yoon-sung was taken aback, a wave of emotion washing over him. This whole scene feels like something straight out of a dramatic manhwa recap. He couldn't help but think back to all the times he had entered gates by himself. Normally, just the sounds from inside would be enough to terrify him. But because he was worried that Gieock might be in danger, he had acted without a second thought. As this realization dawned on him, he froze. Wait a minute. Yoon-sung studied Gieock's beaten appearance and wondered, was this entire thing your plan? Following this, the two began to talk things over. Gieock spoke first. Let's get out of this gate for now. He scanned the area and added, I'll report this incident the moment we're outside. Yoon-sung nodded. Understood. As he looked around, Yoon-sung couldn't help but think, how could I have been so blind? As they walked, the pieces of the puzzle started falling into place for him. Looking back, even though Gieock he was being attacked by the other hunters, yet strangely he didn't flinch in the slightest, as if this was all part of his grand design. The more Yoon-sung pondered, the more bewildered he became, wondering if he was just overthinking things. After all, Gieock had no reason to orchestrate any of this. Just then, Gieock suddenly called out to Yoon-sung, adding, If I were a high-ranking awakened one, I would have definitely formed a party with you. Hearing those words, Yoon-sung was taken aback and turned around. Gieock continued his speech. Sure, being powerful is fantastic. But what's far more admirable is having the courage to step up and save others. Hunters like you are a rare breed. You're truly a magnificent awakened one. I hope you realize that about yourself. At that moment, a powerful wave of emotion washed over Yoon-sung. He was instantly overwhelmed, tears welling up in his eyes. Gieock's words resonated deep within his soul, hitting him right where he needed it. If I were a high-ranking awakened one, I would have definitely formed a party with you. Yoon-sung's mind flashed back to the past. He realized the reason he couldn't form a new team and was trapped in a cycle of stagnation was his past failure. On that fateful day, he had been unable to protect his comrades as a defensive awakened, and as a result, he couldn't bring himself to connect with any new hunters. And yet, in this very situation, he had successfully saved Gieock, knocking those thugs unconscious. The act of stepping in to save an acquaintance who was in danger was a pivotal moment. And here in this manhwa recap, Yoon-sung starts connecting the dots, smiling as he looks at Gieock. Could it be that Gieock had intentionally recreated a similar situation to help him finally experience success? As this thought dawned on him, he started to see Gieock in a completely new, almost heroic light. That had to be it. Everything was part of Gieock's master plan. From calling him to this specific gate to allowing himself to be defeated by those low-level awakened. Yoon-sung gazed at Gieock's battered face. Even those injuries, he thought, must have been self-inflicted as part of the act. He couldn't believe someone would go to such lengths for another person. And so Yoon-sung spoke up. Sir, can I ask you something? Why do you always look out for me like this? Gieock heard him and glanced over, asking, Look out for you, homie. Yoon-sung pressed on. Yeah, you teach me all sorts of things and even help me train like a personal mentor from a magic academy or something. Gieock casually looked up and replied, Well, you're a good kid. That's reason enough. Hearing this, Yoon-sung couldn't help but smile with emotion. He thought to himself, he's truly like an older brother. Afterward, they headed for the gate, and once they were outside, Gieock turned to Yoon-sung and said, We're finally out. Hey, Yoon-sung, could you file the report for me? He immediately replied, Oh, of course. Gieock didn't forget to add, Sorry about this. We'll start training tomorrow. I'm just gonna head home for now. Yoon-sung was shocked to hear that. What, you're not going to the hospital? You're just going home. Let me call a healer I know. But Gieock just calmly waved a hand, saying, Nah, it's too much of a hassle. I can handle it myself. See you later. As Gieock walked away, Yoon-sung cried out, No, wait, sir. But he just watched the retreating figure with a worried expression. What kind of ranker can just heal themselves? The medical bills must be insane. Unless, he then couldn't help but wonder, does this mean he's dropping the act of being an ordinary F-ranker in front of me now? However, behind that cool and composed facade, Gieock was pale as a ghost, clutching his side. My ribs are killing me. A few days later, back at the building, Gieock was still wincing as he gingerly touched his injuries. He looked in the mirror, assessing the damage. Just how many bones did he break? They were only just now starting to feel normal again. It had been the absolute worst week of his life. As he got dressed, he recalled the traumatic memory of being sold to traffickers. And almost, I could have been killed by robbers targeting this item, and on top of that, I still have to attend a guild meeting today, Gieock lamented. It would be so much better to get this over with in one go. Why do they need to hear my side of the story again? He sighed. This is such a drag. Of course, grumbling wouldn't change a thing. Gieock picked the object up from the table. Now what am I supposed to do with this? Do I have to hide it up my sleeve? He'd only found out later that the item's auction price could reach into the hundreds of millions. It could negate damage twice,
But that was still a far cry from being enough to buy a dragon's lung. With that, Gieock shoved it into his pocket. Even so, I can't just decide to sell it that easily. From now on, he'd have to carry it without attracting any attention. He pondered this as he walked up the stairs. Unlike the prodigies in a magic academy, for someone with no magical talent like me, I have no idea when or how I'll ever need this thing. The moment he reached the top of the stairs, Gieock's expression sank. Parked right in front of him was a flashy, bright red sports car. What kind of lunatic parks like this in the middle of the day? Just then, the tinted window slid down. He jumped when he saw who was inside. The person in the driver's seat was none other than Trang-ho, who looked right at Gieock, with a smug smirk plastered on his face. The second he saw Trang-ho, Gieock cursed under his breath. Damn it, what a total maniac! If I'd known he was here, I would have just looked the other way and kept walking. Annoyed, Gieock turned, pretending he hadn't seen a thing. Trang-ho chuckled. I know you're avoiding my gaze. He then asked with a sleazy grin. Hunter. Gieock, where are you off to at this hour? Without even glancing his way, Gieock replied, I have some business at the Hunters Association, but I think I lost track of time in the sauna. I'm in a hurry, so have a great Monday. At that, Trang-ho flashed a menacing smile. Get in. Gieock knew he had no choice but to comply and get into the car. Fine, Gieock muttered, seething internally, as he settled into the passenger seat, unable to believe this guy's nerve. I'm absolutely not doing this because I want to, he told himself. As an intelligent, civilized being, I am merely responding to an invitation to resolve matters through dialogue. He glanced at the smirking man beside him, completely bewildered. But why on earth would this guy show up right at his doorstep? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. If this was about the secret involving Trang-ho, he had done a perfect job of keeping his mouth shut, even omitting any details about him when reporting the kidnapping. I can't think of anything I've done to warrant him personally tracking me down like this. Suddenly, Trang-ho floored the accelerator and spoke. So I heard the news. Word is you were attacked by a bunch of frogs. Gieock was confused. Frogs, Trang-ho elaborated. You know the lowlifes who make a living by preying on hunters like us. Gieock's mind raced. Is he talking about the attempt to steal my bracelet? But how could he possibly know about that and show up here? Playing along, he simply replied, Yeah, that's right. Trang-ho continued. I heard you got hurt, so I came to check on you. Good thing it wasn't anything serious, right? Gieock replied curtly. Yeah, it was nothing major. But as the words left his mouth, something clicked. He turned to Trang-ho. Wait a second, you came here. To check on what exactly, Trang-ho chuckled. I came to see if Hunter Gieock was badly injured in that little scuffle. It was a dangerous situation after all. He then continued, looking at Gieock's bewildered face. First you get dragged into a high-ranked gate. Then you get yourself kidnapped. Your life is more dramatic than a manhwa recap. It seems you can't go a single day without trouble. It's gotten to the point where I'm starting to wonder if you still had a taste for dangerous situations. Then, as if a thought just struck him, Jang-ho spoke up. Oh right, I have a surprise for you. Go ahead and open the storage compartment. Gieock was baffled by the request. The what now? Jang-ho prompted him again. The one below your knee, or... There's a little compartment there. Pull it out and open it. Gieock glanced down. This thing? The moment he slid the drawer open, something was revealed inside. It was a small vial of some kind of potion. Jang-ho explained, It's a recovery potion. You probably don't need it right now, but I already prepared it, so just take it. Gieock held the vial, his mind racing. An Earth-made recovery potion, is this because... He heard I got hurt during the robbery. This kind of thing is pretty common where I'm from, actually. You know, if someone gets injured, their friends buy them healing potions. He remembered his own friends buying him a whole crate of them once. Make sure you drink this and get better, okay? That's the only way you'll be useful to us. The gesture felt just like someone giving you fever medicine for a common cold. Gieock turned to him and said, Thanks. I'll make sure to use it well. But inside, he was thinking, accepting a small gift like this is just being polite. Hearing this, Jang-ho let out a small laugh. Is that all? Aren't you even a little surprised? Gieock looked at him confused. No, what I'm truly surprised about is that a guy like you would suddenly do something so kind, but there's no way I'm risking drinking this thing. As he thought this, the car continued to speed down the road. He was already calculating his next move. I can take it back to my lab for analysis. Who knows what kind of strange concoction is mixed in there? A short while later, Jang-ho announced, We're here, get out. Gieock let out a confused, huh, as he realized they were parked in front of a massive building. Jang-ho smirked. You're not getting out. Didn't you say you had business at the Hunters Association? Gieock was taken aback. He immediately turned to Jang-ho. I never expected you to drive me all the way here. I just assumed you had your own errands to run. Jang-ho replied coolly, I told you the other day, didn't I? Today was just about checking up on you. So, take care of yourself. Don't do anything stupid and get yourself taken out of the picture. Hearing this, Gieock unbuckled his seatbelt. He said quietly, Thank you. But then, just as he was about to leave, Gieock spoke again. Hey, Jang-ho. The man simply grunted in response as Gieock leaned back in. He looked into the car, his confusion evident. Why are you so invested in me? He kept the rest of his thought to himself, especially when you threatened to kill me if I didn't tell you everything. Jang-ho flashed a wide, toothy grin. Let's just say I'm very interested in cultivating hunter talent here in Korea, like this is some kind of twisted magic academy. He laughed, a genuine spark of excitement in his eyes. And you, my friend, are one of the most promising prospects. Therefore, I have no desire to harm a legitimate hunter unnecessarily. You catch my drift. Even with the explanation, Gieock felt a deep sense of suspicion. So you're telling me to keep my mouth shut about Dong Hwan? Jang-ho just looked at Gieock. All right now. I get going. I heard you were late because you took too long in the shower. I'll see you around. And with that, he floored it, the car peeling away. Gieock watched the car disappear, mulling over his words. Cultivating talent. His mind was flooded with doubt. Someone so concerned with training Korean hunters that he'd dismantle entire kidnapping rings and personally deliver potions to any injured talented individual? It sounded too good to be true. For a fleeting moment, a sarcastic thought crossed his mind. What a true patriot. He then turned and headed inside. I want to believe that's all it is. Just like in some simple manhwa recap, he thought, but a darker possibility emerged. An awakened being who is willing to kill his own kind to achieve his goals can't possibly be that righteous. With that unsettling thought, he continued on into the building, inside the Hunters Association building. But what truly consumed Gieock's thoughts was the potion he was clutching, a gift from Trang-ho. Why on earth would a powerhouse like Trang-ho take an interest in a low-level hunter like him? He closed his eyes, sinking deep into contemplation. He figured the answer to this baffling puzzle would surface eventually. But then a sudden horrifying thought jolted him, his eyes flying wide open. A wave of panic washed over Gieock. Could it be? He immediately pulled up a news article detailing the shocking crimes targeting newly awakened individuals. Were these heinous acts really just about their newfound powers? He wondered, a chilling thought taking root. It couldn't be because of asterisk, that asterisk, could it? Gieock's mind began to race, speculating about a particular skill he'd read about on a site that classified the abilities of Earth's Awakeners' ambition development. This was a terrifying skill that allowed the user to eliminate the strong and absorb their abilities. Gieock stared at the description and marveled who in their right mind would give such a bizarre name to such an unbelievably potent skill. If this article immediately makes me think of Trang-ho, am I just overreacting? Pondering this, Gieock got serious. It was time to re-examine every single one of Trang-ho's actions. First, Trang-ho had offered to sponsor his hunter activities. And second, he was unusually sensitive about the nation's famous awakeners being scouted by foreign powers. And third, he had advised Gieock not to die. As he connected all these dots, a truly monstrous image began to form in Gieock's mind. That man wants to fatten him up before the slaughter. The realization sent a jolt of pure terror through him. No, that can't be it, right? He couldn't shake the silent dread. Damn it all. I never should have caught that S-ranker's attention in the first place. Regardless, at this point, I only have one path forward. With that, Gieock clenched his fist, a steely resolve forming in his heart. I have to deal with this pathetic low-level body immediately. Whether that means transferring my soul to a new vessel, or finally curing this wretched illness. A few hours later, back at Gieock's apartment, he was still contemplating his options. But that's the reality of research. Even with a firm resolve to change the desired outcome, doesn't appear overnight. Gieock was now lying on the floor, surrounded by the dregs of green, red, and purple potions. He stared blankly, wondering. Thinking back, I was reincarnated to get some rest, so why am I still working my tail off? Just as this manhwa recap was getting heavy. As he was pondering that very question, his phone vibrated. Gieock quickly grabbed it. As he looked at the caller ID, he saw it was an unknown number. Gieock answered, hello. However, the other end of the line was completely silent. He sat up straight, annoyed. Why call if you're not going to say anything? Hello, who is this? The person on the other end finally replied. It is I, Hunter Gieock. Hearing the voice, he let out a confused, huh. It was Juan, and from the sound of it, she was walking while talking. My apologies, but would you be able to meet with me tomorrow? Time then jumps to the next morning in the bustling city where her voice cuts in. Sorry for calling you so suddenly. The two of them were sitting together on a flight of stairs, and she seemed to be choosing her words carefully. But I thought, these are matters that should be discussed face to face. Gieock understood. I see you don't need to apologize, he thought to himself. However, that contact from the association is typically a massive pain, but I'm also wary of this S-rank hunter, so I might as well hear her out. She looked over at Gieock and said, We require your analysis skill, Hunter Gieock. She then asked, Would you be able to assist me with a case? It should only be for about 2 weeks. Hearing this, he inquired, Is this for an item appraisal? Juan quickly clarified, No, there is an ongoing case I am cooperating with the police on. The criminals involved in that case left something behind. We found traces at a gate, but we couldn't decipher them. As a result, the investigation has hit a dead end, she explained. We've brought in all the government-affiliated experts, but none of them could make any headway. The most valuable cases are usually snapped up by foreign corporations or major guilds. As for the experts who are still left in the country, their skill sets aren't really up to the task. Gieock cut straight to the chase, asking, "So to put it simply, you want me to investigate that gate, don't you?" She replied, "Yes, I believe a hunter like you could make a difference. You even conquered the labyrinth of the Magic Tower, a place that would stump any Magic Academy student. Besides, among all the experts I know, you're the only one who isn't tied to any organization." Hearing this, Gieock mused internally that it was true. Being an expert tied to a private corporation wasn't always easy. As he was thinking this, Yuan began to apologize again. "I'm sincerely sorry, but we can't offer a high fee due to our current situation. With the budget, our subsidies have been slashed, so it's almost like volunteer work at this point." Hearing this, he asked incredulously, "Volunteer work?" She continued, flustered. "I know it's an unreasonable request, but please could you possibly help us? I've also helped a hunter once before." That's not it." Gieock, who had been silently observing Yuan the whole time, interjected. She immediately turned her head away, saying she had to apologize for her rudeness, and asked him to forget what she had just said. Gieock was confused by this. She went on. "Rescuing those who have been kidnapped is simply the right thing to do. It was inappropriate of me to bring it up here." Yuan then lowered her voice. "If the official payment isn't enough, I'll use my own money to supplement it. Please just cooperate with us on this investigation." Seeing her desperation, he sighed. "I really should be more thick-skinned in situations like this. This isn't some dramatic manhwa recap where the hero works for free," he thought. He looked at the young woman and wondered. Besides, isn't her job supposed to be at the Hunters Association? Even though she sometimes seems to assist the police with her tracking abilities, why is she so passionate about this particular investigation? And so Gieock voiced his curiosity. "Is there some kind of special reward if you catch the culprit?" She replied, "I don't really stand to gain anything tangible from it." She then expressed a sense of empathy, saying, "Even so, we still have to give it our all. At the end of the day, someone's life is always on the line in these matters." Gieock couldn't help but be taken aback by her sincerity. It was like she was from another planet, so pure-hearted and kind. He wondered if it was because he was so used to being led by superiors who lacked any sense of ethics or responsibility. Suddenly he found her earnestness wasn't so bad after all. But business was still business. Gieock suddenly spoke up. "When a moment ago you said you were even willing to use your own money to hire me, correct?" Yuan quickly replied, "Yes." He then stated coolly, "Then let's use that money right now." She was taken aback by his demand. How much?" The next thing she knew, a delicious-looking bowl of noodles was placed in front of them. Gieock immediately pecked up his chopsticks and started eating. As he slurped down the noodles, he thought to himself, "Wow, this is way better than I expected. Absolutely fantastic." Yuan watched him eat with gusto, completely bewildered. What on earth is happening right now? She wondered. She was completely lost, thinking that she would have to go through a huge struggle to convince him, but the very first thing he asked for was... Yuan replayed their earlier conversation in her mind. "From this day forward, for the entire 2 weeks of the investigation, you will buy me lunch every single day. On that condition, I will agree to participate in the gate investigation." She had replied, completely stunned. Is that all?" As she watched Gieock devour his meal, her mind was racing in confusion. She was so flustered that she'd brought him straight to her favorite noodle shop. Could it really all be settled with just one bowl of noodles? After he finished his meal, Gieock and complimented, "This is actually really good." She thought silently, he's enjoying it even more than I am. Yuan couldn't help but wonder, could an awakened like him truly exist? His skills seemed to defy everything taught at a magic academy. Most awakeners with sensory abilities become completely unhinged after hitting a massive payday. They usually get lost in a despicable life of luxury and vanity. Yet this man lives in a tiny, cramped, rented room. As she recalled this, suspicion began to creep in. No, that can't be right. Maybe he's just always been used to a simple life. Still, Yuan felt bewildered. She remembered back then, during the kidnapping incident, why didn't he run? Why was he found in the room of the human trafficking ring's leader? And why did he sneak into a high-rank gate? The questions about him in this manhwa recap just kept piling up. On top of that, after the news broke that he possessed the appraisal skill, she heard he'd received countless recruitment offers. Yuan continued to eat as she mulled it over. He ignored all of them, so why did he accept her terms? Was it simply to repay her for her help during the kidnapping? No way. That incident was Hunter Gieock's responsibility to handle, no matter how you look at it. I was just used as a tool to catch the criminals, so how could he say he was helping me? It's impossible. While we're cooperating out of necessity. I absolutely cannot let my guard down. Meanwhile, Gieock picked up a dumpling and suddenly, Gieock paused. He figured it was a bit rude to just keep eating without talking business. And so he spoke up. Hey, Juan, let's talk about work now.
She immediately looked up and Gieock asked, "From this point on,
Which gate are we supposed to investigate?"
she thought for a moment before answering terrorism. He was taken aback by her words. Terrorism in Korea. She gave a silent nod. Yuan continued. But their methods are a bit unusual. It's not the kind of terrorism, with bombs or explosive gas. This left him confused. Then how? She replied grimly, with monsters. And then she began to explain. Recently, someone has been intentionally causing dungeon breaks. The dungeons have become far more dangerous and chaotic than usual. A dungeon break is a phenomenon where the mysterious creatures from beyond the gate pour out onto the streets. The name is related to the gate's properties. A gate is essentially a passageway to another dimension called a dungeon, and it operates on a rule that's like a ticking time bomb. Typically, the timer is set for 7 to 10 days or 3 to 5 days for larger scale ones. If the dungeon isn't conquered and is left alone, when time runs out the entrance, the gate itself is destroyed. In a supernova-like explosion, the dungeon vanishes. All the monsters inside are simultaneously unleashed upon the city. This is why the phenomenon is called a dungeon break. The entire process of humanity developing the explorer profession was primarily motivated by this very threat. After listening for a while, Gieock, who was heading out the door, commented, "And someone is causing this disaster on purpose." He then asked, "How is that even possible?" Yuan replied, "We don't know either. That's what we have to investigate now." The blonde man continued, "But if a dungeon break has already occurred, the gate should have disappeared. So what's left to investigate?" She answered, "The gate hasn't disappeared." Yuan said softly, "That's why I said the culprits left a trail. Not long ago, a monster of the fire element appeared on the outskirts. It was a case of a large-scale dungeon break, but the dungeon where the monster came from still hasn't vanished." Hearing this, Gieock grew deeply concerned. The scene shifts to a few days later. With him standing before a shimmering gate, Gieock stared into its depths with an emotionless expression when suddenly a voice cut through the silence. "Gieock!" The two figures from across the way hurried over. Yuan asked, "You're here awfully early, aren't you?" Gieock simply replied, "I took a taxi." His gaze then shifted. Seeing the person next to Yuan, Gieock inquired, "And this is—" Before the man could reply, Yuan explained, "This is the person who will be entering the gate with you, Hunter Gieock." The man offered a respectful bow as a greeting. Gieock then turned back to Yuan, asking, "What about you? Aren't you coming in?" She shook her head. "I'll be waiting out here. I'm not exactly suited for combat. My awakening didn't bless me with any defensive-type skills." She glanced at the portal and continued, "Don't worry, this isn't some high-stakes final exam at a magic academy. It's just a rank 8 gate, and the suppression team already took out the boss. So there shouldn't be anything left inside. There's no danger, so feel free to investigate at your leisure." Gieock, however, felt a nagging suspicion that something was deeply wrong with this gate. Despite his misgivings, the two of them stepped inside. They were immediately met with the brilliant searing light of molten lava. Wiping sweat from his brow, Gieock realized a full hour had passed since they began their investigation inside the gate. "My God," he thought, "in this oppressive heat, you'd think there'd at least be some water. I'd kill for just a single spoonful right now." As he continued to mop his brow, he scanned the desolate landscape. There was nothing but rock, no monsters, and certainly no survivors. So why hasn't the gate collapsed yet? His companion finally broke the silence. "Should we head back? I think we've checked everything." Gieock nodded. "All right, let's go." As they walked back, he knew this time wasn't wasted. They had discovered something very interesting. After they emerged, Yuan turned to see them, both men completely drenched in sweat. "You're back," she said, quickly rushing over. "Did you find anything?" Gieock rasped. "Just give me some water first." Like a man who'd been lost in the desert, he immediately downed the entire bottle. Yuan pressed on. "Was there anything unusual inside?" With his strength returning, Gieock finally spoke. "First off, there's some bad news. It seems it's going to be extremely difficult to identify the culprit." Hearing this, Yuan was visibly startled and worried. "What? Why? How could that be?" "There are absolutely no clues that could help us identify anyone," Gieock explained. "And there isn't a single sign of outside interference within the dungeon." He gestured toward the portal. "However, we did discover one strange detail. That gate. It's like a pathway that someone forcibly ripped open." Yuan's mind raced. If it was a forcibly opened pathway, then— Gieock continued her thought. "In other words, it's a fake exit." The full explanation would take up half of this manhwa recap, so I'll just give you the main points. They all stared at the gate. The terrorists know how to create their own entrances and exits within dungeons, which means they also know how to close off the original ones. That means this gate has been swapped. A wave of concern washed over Yuan. Why would the culprit do that? Is it necessary just to cause a dungeon break? "Not necessarily," Gieock replied, his eyes narrowing. Inwardly, his mind was already running through a detailed analysis of the gate. He knew there were several ways to intentionally trigger a dungeon break, but he said aloud, "The number of pathways isn't related to a dungeon break." Taking another swig of water, he continued, "One, this isn't the first time a strange incident like this has happened, is it?" "No, you're right," she confirmed, her mind drifting back. "Just this year alone, there have been 3 cases like this. Those dungeons should have still had time left, but they suddenly erupted." Gieock's brow furrowed in confusion as he pieced it together. A total of 3 suspicious incidents, and the previous ones left absolutely no clues. So why this time would they deliberately leave a gate behind? An empty space that draws attention. Yuan voiced her concern. What if this case and the previous ones weren't committed by the same culprit? Gieock took another sip of water and calmly replied, "There's no way to confirm that right now. If we had more data, I could have run a few more investigative scenarios." After finishing his drink, Gieock capped the bottle, thinking to himself, "Being bound entirely by the laws of physics is causing me no small amount of inconvenience." He then turned to her and said, "Oh right, Yuan. From now on, don't use this gate anymore." She looked at him completely baffled. Gieock continued, "I've already told you. This false exit is unstable. The gate is going to collapse in less than a day." Hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over her. "But it's our only way forward," she protested. "And it's just going to disappear. Before that happens, I have to find a new clue, anything." Gieock was taken aback by her determination, a flicker of concern in his own eyes. As night fell, the moon cast its pale light over the building. And just as he'd predicted, much to Yuan's dismay, the gate vanished before their investigation could gain any traction. Just like that, their only lead on the culprit was gone with it. He stared silently at the phone in his hand. From that day forward, the terrorist attacks abruptly ceased. Consequently, his contact with Yuan dwindled to almost nothing. Gieock scrolled through a newsfeed thinking, well, the gate we needed for the investigation is gone, and there's barely any news. This whole manhwa recap could end right here if nothing else happens. Then suddenly, he spotted a different announcement. It seemed a new case was stirring up a lot of chatter. A news report was playing. The 7th victim. In the Uyong district, serial disappearances has been reported just 4 days after police established a special task force to search for the missing individuals. Gieock mused to himself, is it possible someone is actually abducting these people? The comment section was buzzing with theories, but one fact stood out. All the missing people were ordinary civilians, not awakeners. Why would anyone target powerless individuals? It's not like they're rogue students from a rival magic academy. Just then, his phone started ringing. It was Yuan calling after a long silence. Gieock answered immediately, his mind racing. Could this be a new lead? A clue about the terrorist who caused the dungeon breaks. He quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, Gieock here." The moment he heard her voice, he was left completely stunned by her words. Gieock asked, bewildered, "You want me to come to Unyong district? Right now?" The moonlight now shone brightly down on the silent, still mountain. Later, deep within the forest, a group made their way through the trees. "We were called all the way out here." "But what about the promise you made?" Gieock grumbled, trailing behind Yuan. "If this is just about finding missing people, shouldn't your ability be more than enough? I'm not even sure how I can help. This just feels like a pointless rotation of personnel." Yuan replied as she walked, "Well, I already tried searching for the missing individuals earlier. I activated my power, but..." To demonstrate, Yuan activated her skill again. "The location is strange," she explained. "When I tried to find the first 2 people, I couldn't get a trace on them at all. It was only with the most recent victim that my skill finally worked properly." She paused, then added, "The location it's showing is underground." Gieock stared at her in disbelief. "What did you say?" Yuan continued. "I can sense the missing person at an unusual depth, a place where they might have been buried." Gieock processed this. "So you're saying one of the victims is buried underground right now?" Yuan shook her head. "This is definitely not a simple case of burying a body. My ability can pinpoint a target's location even if they're dead, but in the previous 2 cases I couldn't even get a lock on the target. Damn it, there's definitely been interference from the culprit. The missing person appears to be the main target, but I get the feeling this is a trap they've deliberately set." Hearing this, Yuan spoke up thoughtfully, as she continued, "And this is precisely the reason I called Gieock to this case." Gieock internally scoffed, thinking, did they really call me all the way out here just to be a glorified trap detector for this manhwa recap? Yuan then looked back and said, "Well, it's true this isn't exactly a place that requires a false sensor, but having a professional hunter along will make the search much safer." He immediately asked, "A hunter for what? This place is practically a gold mine." Hearing that she was completely taken aback, Gieock strode forward. Watching his back, she asked, "What was that you just said?" He replied, "It's nothing." Gieock thought to himself, whatever, there's no point in arguing with her. As he walked, Gieock continued, "In any case, I understand the situation. Let's just keep searching." She remained silent at his words. Following that, they began their search through the forest, their footsteps imprinting on the soft ground. Just then, suddenly, she called out to everyone. Gieock stopped and looked back. Yuan's eyes were glowing an ethereal blue as she declared, "This is the place." All of them were stunned. Standing in the middle of a clearing, she said, "The missing person is underground right where we're standing, and I can't sense any movement at all." Hearing this, those behind them hesitated. Could the clue we're searching for be... At that moment, all 4 of them were gathered together, talking perhaps closer to the truth than they realized. They were completely unaware of a figure hiding behind them. A moment later, Yuan called the others over and began to set up a warning perimeter. After hearing the story, the person who had just arrived said, "In other words, the missing person is under this very ground." She replied, "Yes, Captain." The captain heard her and said, "Understood." He then gave the command, "Start digging and check it out." Immediately after the captain began assigning roles, Team 1 continued searching the surrounding area. "Understood." 1 then turned to Gieock and said, "Hunter Gieock, come and check the perimeter with me." He immediately replied, "But we already found the missing person's location?" She said seriously, "But didn't we establish that the culprit intentionally lured them here? There could be explosive traps or something else dangerous around here." He looked down at her, lost in thought. Although he couldn't see any sign of a major trap, Gieock replied, "I understand." He then looked toward the others and said, "By the way, aren't you the one in charge here?" She replied, "My job is finished. For today I've already used up all my allotted search skill uses for the day." Yuan looked slightly crestfallen. "After tracking 3 times, I'm basically just an empty shell. Capturing the criminal and rescuing the victim is now up to Team 2. All the awakened from the Magic Academy are on Team 2 anyway." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "An empty shell, huh?" Then Yuan turned and said to him, "By the way, have you noticed anything dangerous nearby?" He replied, "No, I don't see anything unusual. At least, in this immediate area, there are no traces of mana having been used." Hearing this, Yuan gave a forced laugh. "Ha, well that's good." Suddenly, she glanced back, sensing something. Yuan stopped in her tracks and said, "Wait a minute. Hunter Gieock, hold on." She pointed in a specific direction. "Do you see that over there?" Gieock followed her gaze. He asked, "See what?" She pointed toward a tree and said, "Over there next to that tree, it looks like there's a shadow. I is standing there." Gieock followed her gaze, wondering, what in the world does she see there? I used to live at the bottom of the ocean in my past life, so while my eyesight isn't terrible, he decided to channel his mana for a much faster scan. As he focused his mana, the woman beside him asked again, "Do you sense someone standing there?" Gieock peered into the distance and replied, "Huh, there's an awakened over there." Hearing this, she was startled. "An awakened, are you absolutely certain?" Gieock looked intently and confirmed, "Yes, I'm positive." He thought to himself that although the mana source was incredibly weak, he could feel it distinctly. Yuan immediately spun around, her voice laced with concern. "Understood. Since the situation is unclear, you stay right here. I'm going to call Team 2 for backup." Just then, Gieock saw the figure behind the tree trunk make a subtle movement, right behind the tree that Yuan had pointed to. In that instant, he thought he saw the man's face. Gieock stared at him, wondering, "Are you just out for a hike? Who is this guy? Is he connected to the case? He's definitely an awakened with mana levels around E rank. But what in the world is he holding?" The man meanwhile seemed to be gritting his teeth in pure rage. Over on the side, Yuan was already on the line with her captain pointing ahead and saying, "Captain over there." At that moment, a flicker of spiritual energy seemed to escape the man's lips. "Is that lightning?" Gieock wondered. Immediately after the man activated his power with immense force, Gieock felt the sudden dramatic surge. The man's eyes widened as he glared directly at Gieock, who was taken aback. "Wait a second, that guy." Gieock spun around in alarm as the man began accumulating a massive amount of mana. Could his target possibly be Yuan? The rest of the team was charging forward when they heard Gieock's desperate shout, "Hunter Yuan!" He stretched out his hand as a warning. "Fall back immediately, run!" But it was too late. The man had already unleashed his mana, beginning to form some kind of circle under the feet of the 4 agents on the other side. Gieock lunged forward at the same instant. They stood stunned inside the glowing circle, looking around in utter confusion. In the next moment, a vortex erupted, where they stood swirling with immense power. Yuan struggled to keep her footing against the powerful mana current. Gieock immediately rushed toward her, saying, "Don't panic, Yuan." Hearing this, she asked in confusion why not. He thought to himself, "Because we're about to take a fall." An instant later, a deep chasm opened up beneath them, and the entire group plummeted into the dark pit. Just like that, the whole team was sucked into the deep hole, their faces etched with terror and shock, everyone except for Gieock. A massive splash echoed as they crashed into a pool of water, and they all immediately scrambled to break the surface. Yuan was flailing desperately nearby, crying out, "Help me!" Another junior member saw her and shouted in alarm, "Hunter Yuan Gieock!" However, was calmly floating on his back, letting the water carry him as he sighed internally. "Ouch, that nearly broke my spine." He simply gazed up at the black void they had fallen through. Where are we now? What is this bizarre scenery? This was getting more complex than a final exam at a magic academy. They were in an entirely different realm, surrounded by a crystal-clear lake. As he floated on the water's surface, he began to wonder, were we dragged into a dungeon again? This method of transportation? Is it like how the alien aquatic species from my past life moved? Just then, a voice cut through the air. Gieock glanced over to see the young man had just managed to pull Yuan onto the shore. He was calling her name anxiously. "Hunter Yuan, wake up." She immediately began to cough up water. Seeing this, he let out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank goodness!" He then turned to Gieock, asking, "Captain Kang, what in the world is going on? Did we just step into—" "So, we're inside the gate," Gieock asked as he got to his feet.
then answered himself, "Seems that way." He looked up to see the portal had already sealed shut behind them. He couldn't help but be reminded of the dungeon break. Could that terrorist have caused this? As Gieock stared up, lost in thought, the full gravity of the situation began to sink in. He was now seeing the aftermath of the incident in the Yong district firsthand. Assessing the scene, he quickly pieced together who had been pulled inside. There was Won, a D-rank officer, and himself. That made a total of 3 people. The captain hadn't made it in time. Gieock took a step forward, ready to survey his surroundings, but his thoughts were a jumbled mess. First, he needed to get a handle on the situation. Just then, 2 figures approached them. "Hey, are you guys hunters?" a voice called out. Startled, both Gieock and the officer turned, and the policeman exclaimed, "Good heavens, are you the missing high school students?" The 2 teenagers' eyes welled up with tears the moment they saw his phone trying to get a signal and said, "We need to assess the situation first." But the kids began to panic. There were so many people dragged in here. Our group had 6 people. They're all gone now. Everyone's gone, and now it's just the 2 of us left. Hearing this, a chill ran down the officer's spine. It was then that his phone finally identified their location. They were inside the Istanbul Wintergate, a B-rank dungeon. The officer stared at his screen in disbelief, his voice filled with dread. A B-rank gate. Gieock glanced over, thinking to himself, "That's a pretty high rank." Yuan, on the other hand, was trying to find a sliver of hope, thinking it was lucky they had a corresponding awakened on their side. As if on cue, Gieock spoke up, his voice calm. "Regardless, the monster count doesn't seem overwhelming. A single B-rank hunter should be enough to aim for a full clear." The police officer looked at him, slightly relieved. "Oh, is that right?" Gieock then turned his attention to Yuan. "For now, let's just start hunting. Who knows, clearing some mobs might reveal an exit, just like in a classic Manhwa recap." He noticed she was still sitting there, trembling in silence. He looked down at her. "Yuan, what's wrong?" Before he could process her state, she finally spoke, her voice cracking. "Let me out." She was completely losing her composure, her eyes wide with terror. "Let me out of here. I can't be in this place. I have to get out now. Hurry." Yuan's expression turned grim, as if she was reliving a horrifying nightmare. Please just let me out of here." This triggers a flashback to Yuan's childhood. Back then, her life was perfectly ordinary. She would wake up in the morning and head off to school. And after her classes, she'd help her parents out on their tea plantation. Her mother would watch her and say, "Oh, my dear daughter, I'm all right. You should go play with your friends. Your father and I don't want you spending your youth doing such hard farm work." But Juan would just give a radiant smile and reply, "But I think picking tea leaves is much more fun." She adored the lush green tea hills and took every chance she got to join her parents in the fields. One afternoon, a sudden gust of wind picked up, sending her straw hat tumbling away. And then, on a day that started like any other, the world turned red. In an instant, her peaceful life was shattered as a terrifying monster materialized in the sky. It had come from a dungeon break, a jagged crimson portal tearing open the sky. This wasn't some fantasy story about a magic academy. This was real, and the monster flew right out in front of Yuan. Both mother and daughter froze, trembling in utter shock. Everyone in the field stared up at the creature, paralyzed by fear. A moment later, the beast dove towards them, its maw opening wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Her mother's frantic scream pierced the air. "One!" A hand grabbed the back of the young girl's shirt, and her mother forcefully threw her backward out of harm's way. In the very next instant, the monster descended. It sank its fangs directly into Uwan's mother. The horrific image unfolding before her left the little girl utterly frozen. "Mom!" Her mother's lifeblood streamed onto the ground, every single moment of it seared into her memory. In that instant, Uwan's father rushed toward them in a panic. "No!" Her father charged straight at the monster. The creature was already taking flight, her mother clamped in its jaws as it began to flee. In a desperate move, her father managed to grab hold of the monster's talon. Uwan watched the scene, letting out a terrified cry. And just like that, the monster ascended toward the shattered dungeon gate, dragging her father along with it. This was 7 years ago, on the day that the dungeon breaks erupted across the globe, and she lost both her mother and father right before her very eyes. Uwan clutched her face, consumed by horror. On that very day, her entire world shattered into a million pieces. And at that moment, a torrent of spiritual power surged from within her body. Yuan screamed in agony as mana spiraled around her. That was also the day she awakened as a B-rank hunter. Back in the present, Yuan hugged herself tightly, her face deathly pale as she trembled uncontrollably. Gieock placed a hand on her back, calling her name repeatedly. "One," he said again. "Can you hear me?" However, she seemed completely oblivious to his words. Seeing this, Gieock grew more concerned. "Damn it, this is a full-blown panic attack. The only person here who can actually fight the monsters has a crippling phobia of gates. How did I not realize this sooner? 7 years ago, after the dungeon shock, countless people perished." The other 3 watched her, equally stunned and worried. Gieock looked at Yuan's terror-stricken face and thought, for all the people who managed to overcome that tragedy, there were just as many who were completely broken by it. He told himself, "Stay calm. If I can't get this B-rank hunter to snap out of it, we're all going to die." Gieock continued to coax her. "Yuan, I need you to take a deep breath.
At his words, she slowly lifted her head to look at him. Gieock thought to himself, to be honest, this is nothing short of a 50-50 gamble with my life. Gieock spoke again. I'm going to count to 3 and you need to calm down. If she resists, my arm bones will undoubtedly snap instantly. If Yuan perceives this as a threat. He then began to count. 1. Internally, he was freaking out, scared to death. I really don't want to star in a real-life manhwa recap where I get torn to shreds. He continued the count, 2. And finally, 3. She let out a breath. At that, Gieock stood up and asked, How are you doing? Are you calm now? Yuan exhaled once more. Gieock stood, his expression unreadable, and said, If you've calmed down, then from now on listen to me very carefully. This is a B-rank gate. That police officer is D rank and I'm merely an F rank. The only person here who can actually defeat these monsters is you. She immediately wrapped her arms around herself again, whispering, I can't do it. Gieock pressed her. Why not? You were hunting monsters just fine outside. The knee-binner killer, for instance. She screamed. That's because they were only C rank. I've never fought a monster at my own level before. Yuan's face was a mask of pure terror. Can't you help me, Gieock? He replied. Calm down, Yuan. I'm just a low-rank hunter. She still wouldn't believe him. How can you say that at a time like this? She shrieked. This isn't some Magic Academy story where the weakling suddenly gets a power-up. Why are you forcing this on me? Please just help me. Do you still think I faked my rank? You reevaluated me yourself? Why won't you believe me? She cried out. And you know I'm a seer besides that one skill. I can't use anything else. What am I supposed to do? Gieock asked again, his voice firm. So you really can't do it. If Xiao Wuan doesn't step up, everyone here is going to die. But trembling, she covers her face and stammers, I can't. In the end, I'll just end up dead anyway. Gieock remains silent. She screams frantically. I told you I can't do it. That's when Gieock finally acts. He places a firm hand on her shoulder, his voice steady. Snap out of it, Xiao Wuan. By now, her face is a mess of tears, but Gieock looks directly into her eyes and asks a pointed question. You didn't awaken as a mage, did you? He gives her shoulders a gentle shake, trying to break her out of her panic. Come on, Xiao Wuan, snap out of it. You haven't, have you? I've known all along, but I didn't say anything because you were trying so hard to hide it. Your true awakening is the wind element. Are you even listening to me? On a planet with an atmosphere as dense as this one, awakening with a wind affinity is incredibly rare, making you potentially the strongest hunter at your rank. She stares at him, completely bewildered. What? How could you possibly know that? But it's not a lie. I have no idea how you found out about my true awakening, but the fact is I can't use my skills. My powers, they just won't activate. Seeing her confess with such raw honesty leaves Gieock at a complete loss for words. Xiao Wuan continues, her voice trembling. The monster that took my parents from me, it controlled the wind. Every single time I try to use my powers, that memory flashes in my mind and the skill just fizzles out. Do you get it now? I genuinely cannot use my own power. Gieock racks his brain, a headache forming. So a psychological block is making her magic completely unusable. I've never heard of a case like this back home, he thinks. This must be a unique problem for a fledgling mage, almost like a first year at a magic academy struggling with their trauma. Their own abilities. He gets her attention again. Hey, Xiao Yuan, listen. As far as I can tell, there's nothing physically wrong with you, which means if you can just find the will, you can tap into your awakened powers anytime you want. If you can just reclaim your abilities, the monsters in this gate will be no match for you. Gieock then holds out his hand to her, his voice filled with warmth and reassurance. Just trust me. She looks up at him, her eyes filled with doubt, whispering, Can I really do it? She thinks to herself, why does he keep insisting? And for that matter, he's clearly not just some ordinary F-rank hunter himself. So why am I just standing by and letting this happen? But just then, their moment of introspection is shattered as both of them whip their heads around, in the direction of a sudden terrifying sound. Gieock's eyes go wide with shock. What in the world is that? Gieock's voice instantly turns ice cold as he barks an order, Get back! A menacing dark purple creature known as a bugo appears, complete with long horns, pointed ears, and a jaw full of razor-sharp teeth framed against a blood-red backdrop. This is the kind of nightmare scenario you'd see in a dark manhwa recap, and Gieock's face pales as cold sweat traces paths down his cheeks. We're so screwed, he mutters before spinning around and screaming at the top of his lungs. Xiao Wuan, run! Get out of here now, damn it, this is insane! For survivors like us, running is the only option. Even if we could fly, we'd still have to run-go. But as he's fleeing, Gieock suddenly notices something odd about the situation. Wait a minute. Why is it ignoring her and chasing me? He wonders, pushing his legs to run even faster. He's running for his life, trying to escape the monster's relentless pursuit. But in his blind panic, his foot catches on a small rock on the ground. And just like that, Gieock goes down hard, slamming into the ground with a painful thud. His sharp eyes immediately dart around. Scanning his surroundings, his body coiled with tension. The bugo is closing in fast, the distance shrinking with every second.
He knows. This is it. He's the goner. Using the last of his strength, he manages to scream, "So one hunter, help me." Her face is slick with sweat, her eyes wide with terror. In a brutal, swift motion, the bugo's long tail lashes out and impales Gieock through the shoulder, leaving a gruesome deep wound. With blood streaming continuously down from his mouth, Uon's eyes were wide with astonishment, reflecting the sheer terror of the horror that had just unfolded. Fresh blood then started to trickle from his nose, causing the skin on his face to turn a deathly pale. She was frantic, having just made a world-shattering discovery. Hunter Kim Gieock. She struggled to crawl back towards Gieock, slowly finding her voice. Hunter Kim Gieock? Yuan barely dared to breathe. What in the world is this situation? Could it be he wasn't faking his rank all this time? Impossible! Could he really be just an F rank? What do I do? What am I supposed to do? If this continues, that monster will fly away with Hunter Kim Gieock. And then it will send him to the afterlife in the most brutal way imaginable. Just like that other time, chaotic fragments of memory flashed through Yuan's mind. Bogle with its sinister grin, revealing horrifyingly sharp fangs as her own terrified face screamed at the top of her lungs, "Don't you dare!" She quickly unleashed a powerful blast of her awakened ability. The glowing gem in her hand pulsed with a potent aura as she roared with fury. "Stop right now!" The powerful energy beam shot directly toward Gieock and the Bogle. Its face was struck head-on, contorting in excruciating agony. That devastating blast of energy, a truly epic moment for this manhwa recap, successfully tore its body into nothing but shattered fragments. At that moment, her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, as if something truly astonishing was happening right before her. Gieock's entire body was suspended in midair, caught within a swirling vortex of active mana. She immediately sprinted towards him, raising her arms to catch Gieock's solid frame as he fell. Yuan successfully braced herself and caught his full weight. Her face was slick with sweat from the exertion as she panted heavily. She quickly steadied Gieock Kim John's body as he was about to collapse. "Are you all right? Oh, what should I do? Do I have a recovery potion on me?" "No potion." Just then, his weak, raspy voice cut through her panic. "Co1, did you just use your skill?" Her expression froze for a good 3 seconds, a look of pure bewilderment on her face. Gieock's blood-streaked face was turned towards her. "I told you that you could do it!" As warm sunbeams broke through the chaos, illuminating their silhouettes, Gieock spoke again. "I'm alive because of you." Overwhelmed with emotion, tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. I never imagined that I could actually save someone." Just then, a frantic voice called out, "Hunter, are you all right?" She replied, "Officer, do you have a first aid kit?" Bokjon answered, "No, I'm afraid I don't." Gieock tried to speak, but the officer immediately shushed him. "Hey, you shouldn't be moving your head around." The man quickly supported him. Gieock managed to say, "I'm fine, but first, everyone please step back a bit. I'm going to take off my shirt to check the wound and use a recovery potion," she asked, confused. "You have a recovery potion? Are you sure you can do that by yourself?" Gieock turned to Bokjon and said, "Yes, it'll just take a moment. In the meantime, please gather all the survivors in one spot. The monster might still be lurking nearby. Everyone needs to remain quiet." Uan was a bit curious. His body has a gaping hole in it like that. How can a student from our magic academy remain so calm? Or maybe the pain is so intense he's gone completely numb. In the thick, tense atmosphere, the group huddled together. Yuan tried to console them. "Please don't cry, kids," she said to a whimpering student. His voice trembled with fear as he cried, "I want to go home." At the same time, behind a large boulder, Gieock was shaking uncontrollably. "Man, I almost had to start my third life," he muttered, sighing wearily. "First things first." With the tail still impaled in him, he gripped the barbed appendage, piercing his shoulder as each drop of his blood splattered onto the cold ground, creating a chilling rhythmic sound. With a grunt, he yanked it free, letting the grotesque tail clatter to the floor as his trembling hand reached for a potion vial. He thought to himself, "Good thing I prepared this magic enhancement potion, a trick I picked up back at the Magic Academy." Gieock threw his head back and chugged the contents, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. He then quickly channeled a stream of energy, rapidly healing the gaping wound on his shoulder. Every moment of the process was excruciating. Nearby, Yuan watched anxiously, her head on a swivel. She wondered, but is Gieock really going to be all right? After all, that wound looked incredibly severe. If something happened to him just because she led him into this dangerous dungeon, she'd never forgive herself. Suddenly, his calm voice cut through her thoughts. "The healing is complete." Bokjun spoke up. "Appraiser, are you stable now?" He simply replied, "Yeah." Yuan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A wound that massive just vanished in an instant. A recovery potion that potent must cost hundreds, no, thousands of gold. For an F-rank hunter to carry a healing elixir like that is unheard of. Gieock slowly walked over to her and spoke her name, Yuan. She answered yes. He continued, "All right, let's start clearing this gate. The basic principle of any gate is simple: defeat the final boss, and an exit will appear. We should take down the boss here first. Since I've already used my skill once, we should head to the boss room before the sensation fades." She wondered if things could really go as smoothly as he claimed. Noticing her anxiety, Gieock offered a word of comfort. "Don't worry." His sharp gaze met hers as his deep voice resonated with confidence. "I'll provide all the support you need." The scene shifts to a powerful blast of energy tearing through a horde of monsters. As Gieock's voice calls out, "You're doing great, that power is your weapon. Don't let it control you, you control it." In the next moment, he yelled, "Yuan," and quickly pointed. Warning her, above you, enveloped in a bright blue aura, Yuan seized the moment and launched herself into the air. With a powerful motion, she unleashed a wave of energy that sliced the creature in two. Seeing the sweat pouring down her cheeks, Gieock encouraged her, "Excellent work, see you can do it." Bokjun chimed in, "You did great, so now can we get out of here? We can finally go home, right?" But Gieock replied, "Let's rest here for a bit." Bokjun was baffled. But the boss monster is right there." Gieock advised, "It's best to be fully prepared before we enter." Yuan's thoughts raced. What do I do? Should I tell them the truth I've never actually cleared a gate before? I'm just an office worker who does paperwork. Does that mean I have to face all of this for real? I have to take down a boss monster of this rank. A wave of anxiety washed over her. It was terrifying. Can I really do this? Meanwhile, Yuan was completely unaware that Gieock was observing her every shifting emotion. Her expression darkened, and the dreadful feeling of dread lingered in her mind. Can I really see this through to the end? As we continue this manhwa recap, the scene cuts to them resting at the entrance of the boss's lair. Gieock, with his hands in his pockets, walked over to her. "So you still can't bring yourself to do it, huh? Even so, you're not to blame. If anyone's at fault, it's me. I tried to force you back on your feet despite your trauma. I apologize for how I acted earlier. This is a life or death situation after all, and I let my anxiety get the better of me. This is all the fault of that damn item that threw us in here. Look, this isn't your fault, Xianwu, but given the circumstances, you have to try one more time. If you can push through this, you'll be able to survive any gate that comes your way. I know this is a tall order, so prepare yourself mentally. And then we'll move out. Just rest a bit longer." But before he could finish, she stood up and declared, "I've had enough rest." Her face was a mask of pure determination as she stared him down. "Let's go! Time to take down this boss!" They began to move, their footsteps muffled and silent to avoid making any noise. Suddenly, Gieock raised an arm, halting them. "Hold on, look over there," he warned. "The chamber ahead is massive, maybe 4 to 5 meters high. It's bound to be dangerous, the kind of final test you'd see at a magic academy, so from this point on, only Xianwu and I will enter. The rest of you stay put." With that, the two of them bravely stepped through the massive gateway. The moment the path opened up, a wave of biting cold washed over them, revealing a floor coated in ice and snow. And there it was, baring its horrifying fangs in a grotesque display. In this frigid, icy cavern, the beast sniffed the air, searching for the unfamiliar mana signatures. He spoke in a low voice, whispering, "I can't see any obvious weak spots. Your best bet is to use a skill right away to lock it down." She simply replied, "Got it." Xianwu unleashed a brilliant surge of power, thinking to herself, "If I can, I have to end this in a single blow." A stream of mana formed a vortex enveloping the freezing chamber. The monster seemed to sense the incoming mana assault immediately. But instead of showing fear, it effortlessly dodged the attack and charged toward them with horrifying speed. Her eyes flew wide in shock. "Asterisk, it dodged my attack, asterisk, seeing the imminent danger, Gieock!" Roared at the top of his lungs. "Xianwu, move!" The beast's jaws gaped open, a powerful energy gathering within as it prepared to fire. It unleashed a terrifying blast of frigid energy. Seizing the moment, Xianwu countered with her own mana source, and just like that, her powerful mana clashed fiercely with the monster's icy breath. However, the beast let out a ferocious roar, its maw opening wide, as if it intended to swallow her whole. The color drained from her face, replaced by sheer terror as sweat beaded on her skin. Despite the freezing air, Xianwu desperately scrambled to escape its gaping jaws, but in her haste she was careless and stumbled, falling hard onto the icy ground. She scrambled back to her feet, channeling every last bit of her strength to get closer and unleash another blast of mana. Violently right at its face. Watching from a distance, Gieock grew increasingly anxious. Xianwu looked completely drained. It looked like her mana reserves were almost empty. Even with my support, taking down a boss of this level is never easy. What's more, this is the first time she's ever used her powers. He could see fragments of the beast's icy armor chipping off and falling to the ground. The best case scenario is that the monster collapses before Hunter Xianwu does. Gieock's unease grew. "I can see," he thought. "Xianwu is clearly hitting her limit." He watched as her body grew weaker, her mana almost completely depleted. No matter what I do to help, defeating a boss of the same rank is a monumental task. Especially since this is the first time she's ever used her powers. He saw more fragments of the beast shatter and fall. The only saving grace was that it seemed the monster might collapse before Hunter Xianwu does. The clash between its frigid breath and her mana was absolutely brutal, as seen straight out of an epic manhwa recap. Xianwu was desperately trying to unleash one final powerful blast of mana. Just then she realized the monster's roar was getting dangerously close. Reacting instantly, Xianwu enveloped herself in a protective barrier of energy against the biting cold. Then with a decisive move, she launched a blast of mana high into the air directly into its path. Unsurprisingly, the magical energy cleanly sliced right through its foot. The beast let out a ferocious roar of agony as deep crimson blood sprayed everywhere. but then just as suddenly, after it regenerated and sprouted a long whip-like tail, it lashed out at her. However, the attack seemed to be misdirected, slamming harmlessly into the ground instead. At this moment, it was clear her mana reserves were running dangerously low. Yuan struggled to stay on her feet, her face slick with sweat, and her breathing coming in ragged gasps. This is bad, she thought. I've been burning through my power non-stop. It feels like some kind of curse is just sucking my energy dry. She desperately tried to summon a protective barrier, but even controlling the beast was becoming an immense struggle. She could feel it with chilling certainty. Her body was completely out of mana. She had finally hit her limit. With one final decisive act, Yuan unleashed every last drop of power she had left. I have to end this now. The power she unleashed formed a swirling vortex of mana rocketing forward with incredible speed. Instantly, the torrent of energy shot directly towards the monster's twisted face. The powerful blast sent the creature stumbling backward, throwing it completely off balance. In the sudden stillness, its shriek was ear-splitting, but it recovered in an instant, resuming its frenzied pursuit of her. Yuan desperately tried to scrape together what little mana she had left. Just a little more, please, she pleaded internally before firing it off in a single decisive beam, slicing through chunks of its flesh. This, however, only seemed to enrage the beast further as it charged at Yuan with renewed fury. Sweat poured down her face as she gritted her teeth, her body tense. Enough of this! A powerful current of mana surged forward, smashing into its colossal frame. Her expression was one of pure bone-deep hatred. Go to hell. But just then her vision suddenly went white. The hand that was channeling her mana began to falter, the energy flow dwindling to nothing. She stared, stunned. The magical aura around her had vanished, replaced by a horrifying, bone-chilling cold. Yuan watched in sheer terror as the monster's cavernous mouth closed in. But in that critical moment, Ji burst forward, sprinting towards her. He summoned a brilliant golden shield of mana, bracing it against the creature's overwhelming force. Gieock, straining to hold the monster back, yelled, "What are you doing? Snap out of it!" Yuan looked at her own hands in confusion. But my mana is gone! You told me to gather the last of it! Are you just going to give up again? He shot back. Get a grip, Gieock! Do you want to watch everyone die right in front of you? Tears welled in Yuan's eyes as the full weight of the danger crashed down on her. Life and death hung precariously in the balance. Her mind flashed back to another time, another battle in a vast, empty desert. There, too, someone had fought with everything they had against a monstrous beast. She watched as that vicious creature snatched up the person she held dearest in its jaws. And in that moment, all she could do was collapse in helpless despair, her cries echoing in the emptiness. The memory brought fresh tears streaming down her face, a torrent of grief and self-hatred for being powerless, for just standing there as she lost them one by one. She remembered the happier times, the laughter she shared with her friends at the Magic Academy, the warmth of their conversations. It all coalesced into a powerful resolve deep within her soul, urging her to fight on. With newfound strength, Yuan surged forward, unleashing the very last vestiges of mana she had scraped together into the air. This is a Manhwa recap moment you don't want to miss, as that ferocious energy tore the monster's body to shreds. Blood erupted in a gruesome spray, as its ferocious head was severed, finally putting an end to the tragic battle. Her ragged breaths came in exhausted gasps. Only then did Yuan finally find the courage to look up. All right. I did it. She stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. But what was that thing just now? As this Manhwa recap continues, Gieock was lost in thought, wondering if there was anything valuable to collect. She was deeply skeptical. How could he possibly have blocked the attack of a B-rank monster? It was obvious Kim Gieock wasn't wearing any special equipment, nor did he use any skills whatsoever. He finally spoke. You've worked hard. Sion Yuan replied, yes. An awkward silence fell between them, so Gieock broke it. The boss has been eliminated. Just then, Bokjun's group rushed in shouting, the hunter is incredible, that was truly impressive. You've all been through so much. We're so grateful to you both. Haeyun pointed into the distance, her voice sweet. As honey, look over there. Everyone roared with joy. The gate is open. It's the exit. We're alive, we can finally go home. He tilted his head towards Sion Yuan. Let's head back now. She replied, yes. Sion Yuan watched his retreating back of Gieock and wondered, what if my suspicion is actually true? She felt a certainty rising within her. Yes, that's it, it was a difference in mana density, an absolutely overwhelming disparity. This meant that this man could withstand an attack from a B-rank monster, without taking any damage at all. It meant he possessed a colossal source of mana, something you'd expect from a graduate of an elite magic academy. Gieock turned around looking puzzled, and asked, what are you just standing there for? We should get out. Sion Yuan stared at him for a long moment, before mustering all her courage to ask, Are you actually insane? His face froze at her words. Gieock quickly tried to play it cool, concealing the source of his mana behind his back as he spoke. The scene shifted to a foggy landscape with numerous police cars and a crowd in the foreground facing a misty forest. He swiftly unfastened the protective emblem from his arm and breathed a sigh of relief. Gieock thought to himself that it was a good thing. He always carried this bracelet, the twin guardian angel. It could only be used twice, so he had wanted to save it if possible.
If that last attack had been a direct hit, he would have been pushing up daisies for sure. If he let anyone see,
The bracelet robbers might come after it. He had to keep it well hidden. At that moment, Seon Yuan's sharp voice cut through the air. "Hey, Hunter?"
Kim Gieock, he answered. Yes.
Gieock felt a strange tension in the air. Why has she been so furious this whole time? Seon Yuan began striding purposefully towards Gieock, radiating pure simmering anger. Seon Yuan thought, I seriously just want to grab you by the collar and shake some sense into you. A hunter that the boss couldn't even touch. And you pretended to be injured, putting on an act all so that I would overcome my trauma and activate my skill? I can kind of guess your reasons, but I'm not about to.
Thank you for something like that. Are you actually out of your mind? He merely glanced at her, saying nothing. She
Pressed on. Why in the world did you have to go that far? Gieock replied. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be thanking you.
Why would Miss Seon Yuan be thanking me?
His voice was filled with warmth as he said, Miss Seon Yuan, you're the one who saved us. Because of you, all of us made it out alive. His handsome face took the chance to give her a charming wink. I'm truly grateful. Seon Yuan's eyes went wide, staring at Gieock's gesture in a complete daze. Just then another voice called out, Hunter Seon Yuan. She quickly turned. It was Ha-Yoon, a brilliant smile on her face. I almost forgot to properly thank you.
Hunter, thank you so much, her mother added. You are my daughter's savior.
Thank you from this bottom of our hearts. It feels like you've saved our entire family. A small smile finally touched Seon Yuan's lips. She waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it was nothing. I just did what anyone would have done. But then the corners of her eyes drooped slightly, a wave of anxiety washing over her. The entire time I was inside the gate, all I could think about was myself. This is the first time I've ever closed a gate, and I'm even being thanked for it. Why would Hunter Kim Gieock go to such lengths for me? What could he possibly gain from it? Yuan glanced nervously at Gieock, feeling that if anything, she should be the one thanking him. She noticed Gieock staring blankly toward the forest. Yuan wondered, what on earth is going through his mind right now? At that same moment, Guy slowly pushed himself to his feet, looking utterly drained and lethargic. The unease was still clearly visible in his eyes. I guess I can leave now, right? Things got a little rough, but the criminal was captured safely, and the missing person was rescued. That means my job here is done. I'll leave the rest to the police. In any case, my 2-week promise with Song Yuan is up tomorrow. I even managed a small smile earlier to thank her for saving my life. Just a slight smile, that's all. I'm not sure if I conveyed the emotion correctly. I really wish I understood the locals' reactions better. Just then, Yuan sensed someone staring at her from behind and quickly turned her head. As a result, the two of them were suddenly face to face, an awkward silence hanging between them in the warm air. It's hard to say who taught him how to smile, but the one Gieock was attempting right now was genuinely horrifying. I'm not even exaggerating. That grin from Gieock sent a jolt of fear through her heart. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she decisively spun around and walked away, leaving a baffled Gieock standing there. What was that? Why did she look so shocked? Does my face really look that strange at home? I've been practicing my deadpan and icy expressions. One day my control over my emotions will be so perfect I could deceive all of humanity. And in that moment, Yuan glanced back at his sturdy figure striding away through the warm sunbeams. A few days later, warm rays of sunshine streamed through the thatched roof, giving the cafe a cozy atmosphere. Yuan, looking incredibly chic in her work attire, was savoring a cup of coffee in the tranquil space. But suddenly a voice cut through her peaceful moment. Hunter An Yun Sung approached her timidly and offered a greeting. Hi, the weather is truly beautiful today. She replied politely. Hello to you. Hunter An Yun Seong, is an iced Americano still your drink of choice? He responded. Yes, thank you. Yun Sung then ventured. But why did you ask to see me? You don't usually schedule meetings on the weekend. She stated calmly. I just have a few things I'd like to ask, Yuan began slowly. Hunter and Yun Sung by any chance? Are you close with Hunter Kim Gieock? Good heavens. The question made him choke on his coffee. Yuan felt a bit awkward. I haven't even finished my sentence. What's with such a suspicious reaction? He stammered, no, I mean, hearing Gieock's name so unexpectedly just startled me, that's all. She lifted her coffee cup and continued. I was already aware that you two were close from before. Yun Sung looked curious. Oh, is this about that kidnapping incident? She replied. Not really. Honestly, I didn't think much of it at the time. But later seeing an A-rank hunter and an F-rank hunter emerge from a gate together, I felt something was off. It's like a plot point from a Magic Academy manhwa recap. So, I'm asking you now, Hunter and Yun Sung, when did you first get to know Hunter Kim Gieock? Yun Sung answered hesitantly. Why the sudden curiosity about that? Does this have something to do with the association? Yuan noted that his defensive posture was surprisingly strong. No, this has nothing to do with the association, so you don't need to worry about that. To be perfectly honest, I'm starting to suspect. That Kim Gieock might be a criminal. Yoon Seung was completely stunned. What are you talking about? He demanded. If by some chance Hunter and Yoon Seung has been harmed or entangled by a wicked awakened one, I am here to help you. Yoon Seung reacted fiercely. That's completely absurd, Gieock a criminal. There's no way. Won simply stated. Did he conceal his awakening stats? Her question struck Yoon Seung like a thunderbolt, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Yuan began slowly. Falsely reporting one's rank is a serious crime, and this line of work just increasing by a single rank changes the salary exponentially. So to intentionally declare a lower rank, it's incredibly difficult to understand. Unless he's aiming to exploit something else, isn't that highly irregular? He conceded. Well, yes, that's true, Yuan continued. The entire association knows that Hunter An Yoon Seung is an upstanding and diligent man. That's precisely why it's so odd for someone like you to be close to that. Sandbagger. I believe there's a specific reason Hunter Kim Gieock misregistered his rank, a classic trope in any good asterisk Manhwa recap asterisk, or perhaps he's so powerful that even A rankers would be wary of him. I'm afraid that you might be being used by him. Yoon Seung felt it himself. It felt as if she was interrogating him with information she already possessed. If so, could it be that Gieock had already revealed his true awakening stats? Yuan crossed her arms, staring directly at his reaction. Thinking back, you two were both caught up in that gate incident. In the Ujeongbu district, weren't you? He clutched his head, completely flustered. I see now. He must have been forced to protect everyone. And had to reveal his true strength. If that incident already blew his F-rank cover, what else can I do? Suddenly, Yuan spoke up. Let me be clear, I have no intention of arresting you or Kim Gieock immediately. I just want to confirm the facts. In his heart, he thought, all right, it's better if I clear up the misunderstanding about him right here and now. Doing this might actually be more helpful to Gieock, Yoon Seung bravely spoke up. In that case, I will tell you about Gieock. But first I need you to agree to one condition. Can you keep all of this in absolute secrecy? She offered a polite smile. Finally, of course, I promise. His face was tense, his heart pounding within his chest. Gathering all his courage, he began. I met him on a summer day. Are you aware that my team was wiped out at the abnormal gate? Some time ago? She replied. Yes, I am. That was a rather significant accident. Yoon Seung declared firmly. The company ordered me not to reveal the truth. In reality, the only reason I survived that day was because of him. The truth he had just laid bare left Yuan completely dumbfounded. What? Suddenly, he shot up and slammed his hand on the table. I still remember that moment. As clearly as if it were happening right before my eyes. Back then, our team was on the verge of total annihilation. Then out of nowhere, Gieock appeared. While passionately delivering his praise, Yoon Seung abruptly stopped, making the atmosphere between them a bit awkward. He continued. You're still wondering why his awakening is registered as F rank, aren't you? There is definitely a reason behind it. Can you just overlook it? Yuan asked, intrigued. What reason? Yoon Seung replied. I didn't ask him directly, but it might be a case similar to the one in Haong. You still remember that incident during the interview, don't you? The S-class magic power caused a mass fainting among civilians. While not that extreme, it's like a plot from a Magic Academy story. He's intentionally suppressing his power because he's worried it will affect those around him. No matter how you look at it, the point I'm trying to make is that Kim Gieock would never be involved in anything criminal. If he were deliberately hiding his rank for some malicious purpose, he'd be obsessed with taking lives or chasing dirty money. But he's just not that kind of guy. Yuan questioned this. So he really has no desires at all, she pressed. He quickly shot back. Desires. The guy's daily meals are just rice and soup. Yuan stared directly into his worried eyes. You've been defending him so fiercely this whole time, even though you two just met not too long ago. Why do you hold Kim Gieock in such high regard? You haven't known him that long, have you? At this, he fell into a pensive silence, not uttering a word. After a few moments of reflection, Yoon Seung confessed frankly, he's helped me out an incredible amount. He was worried that I'd be trapped by the failures of my past. So one day he went out of his way to help me get my confidence back. He's the kind of person who would sacrifice himself without a second thought. Yuan was taken aback. Sacrifice himself? He continued. That's right. For me, he deliberately took a beating from those good-for-nothings. How could I possibly doubt a man like that? Yuan spoke up. I'm not convinced. The protocols at the Magic Academy teach us to be wary, and I still can't bring myself to trust him. Hunter Kim Yoon Seung. Everything you've said so far only paints Kim Gieock in a positive light. What if there's another side to him that you're not aware of? Yoon Seung snapped back defensively. Another side to Gieock that I don't know about? She replied. There is evidence suggesting that Hunter Kim Gieock has attacked other hunters inside dungeons. Furthermore, it was a cowardly attack from behind. He cut her off. Hold on, Hunter Song Yuan. You're talking about the White Palace incident, right? The incident with Dong Ha Song. As far as I'm aware, that was the one and only time he ever attacked another hunter. Seeing his genuine reaction, Yuan fell silent, unable to speak. She then began slowly. So it was true then. Wasn't it because Kang Trang-ho was pulling the strings?
He replied, "Wait, don't get the wrong idea. I know the full story. It wasn't a fight with Hunter Dongha Song. After he got out of the labyrinth, we grabbed a meal together, and he told me everything that happened. At the time, Jiro told Dongha Song, 'It's true that I knocked you unconscious, and for that, I am truly sorry.'" Yun Sung slowly recounted Jiro's exact words. "I saw that you were pushing yourself too hard, so I had to step in and stop you. While you were out, I was planning to take your place as the sacrifice." He then stood up, declaring this to Yuan with absolute conviction. Those were his exact words. In other words, he was forced to take action in order to save Dongha Song. She questioned, "He was forced to—" "You're saying he knocked someone out on purpose?" Yun Seong's eyes lit up as he quickly answered, "Exactly. He wanted to become the sacrifice in Dongha Song's place. Normally, everyone scrambles to push that sacrificial role onto someone else. But he refused to do that. He even apologized for it. Isn't that just incredible?" Yuan's mind began to race. Wait a minute, she thought. That's not the most important detail here. An F-rank hunter taking down the #1 hunter in Korea. This whole situation is more unbelievable than a manhwa recap. So he really has been falsifying his rank. And yet not even the most advanced measuring equipment can prove it. "There's nothing more I can do about it," she then said aloud. "In any case, I've heard the full story now. The explanation is completely reasonable." He replied happily, "Really?" She affirmed, "Yes. I don't believe it's necessary to view Kim Gieock as a potential criminal any longer." Yun Sung beamed. "I knew it." Yuan smiled, thinking to herself, "Honestly, I was never fully convinced. From what I've observed, he doesn't seem like a bad person at all. It might be a bit late to say this now, but as a member of the association, I don't believe Hunter Kim Gieock concealing his true abilities is a bad thing. In fact, him hiding his power might even be a blessing." Yun Sung questioned, "A blessing, you say?" She elaborated that if Hunter Kim Gieock's true rank were ever exposed, the guilds would absolutely not remain idle. He nodded in agreement, realizing that the current balance of power among the guilds was already incredibly fragile. As it stands, 3 major guilds maintain a delicate equilibrium in South Korea. Backed by massive corporate funds and possessing an overwhelming number of members is Nelsister. Then, under the commanding leadership of the S-rank hunter Esther, a formidable collective of awakened individuals has assembled at the Korean Magic Tower, which is a key setting in this manhwa recap. And finally, there's an organization with few high-level agents but deeply entrenched connections to the political world, which maintains control over the awakened, the Hunters Association. Yun Sung mused that amidst these titans, the only reason that association still has any influence is because all the S-rank hunters operate independently, each looking out for themselves. But what if at this very moment, a 4th S-rank hunter were to emerge? Worse yet, what if that hunter were to align with one of the existing powerhouses? The delicate balance that's currently being maintained would instantly shatter, tipping heavily to one side. In that scenario, the association would likely lose all ability to keep the other factions in check. If that happens, the current peace would completely crumble. Yun Sung then voiced his conclusion. "So it's for the best that Kim Gieock continues to pose as an F-rank and maintains his neutrality. That's just the association's point of view, of course, driven by their need to control the situation." Yun Seung let a small smile play on his lips, apparently satisfied with that explanation. He then spoke slowly. "If that's truly the case, then you have nothing to worry about. Jiro Hyung doesn't seem to have any intention of joining a guild. Last time, he even ignored an invitation from the Magic Tower. She was taken aback, is that right? He turned down a contract from a top-tier guild? That's quite unexpected. Then again, it makes sense. Since he's officially an F-rank, no guild would go all out to recruit someone like him. So I suppose we can breathe easy for the time being." The scene then shifts, giving us a grand view of the Korean Magic Tower. Right in the main lobby, a pleasant voice chimes in. "Thank you for making time for me today," Kwak Byung-di continued. "I am the manager in charge of hunter recruitment, Kwak Byung-di of the Korean Magic Tower." Gieock simply stared intently at the cup of steaming, aromatic coffee on the table before giving a nonchalant reply. "Ah yes." Kwak Byung-di seemed a bit concerned. "You look a little pale. Are you feeling all right?" Gieock retorted. "Are you folks from this so-called magic academy possessed by caffeine-deprived spirits or something? I just now finished the assignment I was recently given." Kwak Byung-di began awkwardly. "Well, you must be exhausted then. I won't beat around the bush and we'll get straight to the point. As you've likely guessed, this is a recruitment offer and the figure we're proposing is—" But Gieock cut him off. "Hold on. Recruitment." The icy tone in Gieock's voice made the manager freeze in his tracks, unsure of how to reply. Gieock then spoke with simmering anger. "Are you telling me that you people want me to come work for you now? This again, you're bringing this up again." The timeline flashes back to a few days prior. Inside the Korean Magic Tower, a bewildered Kwak Byung-di stammered, "Wait just a moment. Director." He was shocked. "Recruit an F-rank hunter. You want me to do it personally?" He protested. His awakening index is a measly 14. That's practically garbage tier, isn't it? Why are we targeting someone so far below average? Esther rested her chin on her hand and sighed. "I told you to bring him in, so just go and bring him in." She continued, "You're the one who complains every single day that we're short-staffed in the analysis department." Kwak Byung-di shot back. "But at least they have to meet the bare minimum standards. You know full well what the criteria for the analysis team is. Anyone below C rank is an absolute no-go.
He picked up the file. An awakened with these stats would drain their mana after just a couple of skills.
And what's with this absurd signing bonus?
Still annoyed, he demanded, I get it. The person who did this appraisal wasn't the usual guy, were they?
I need some actual information if you expect me to negotiate.
She closed her eyes and rested her chin on her hand. Esther spoke cryptically. Among the awakened, some are reluctant to publicize their true abilities.
Because sometimes even the slightest bit of leaked information can become a fatal weakness. He wondered if her words were related to the current situation.
She confirmed his suspicion.
Of course. It's highly likely that Kim Gieock is exactly that type of person. She slowly lowered her hand.
You don't need the details. Just understand that he's no ordinary F rank. Prying any deeper will only lead to trouble. Esther slammed her hand on the desk and shot to her feet. I've already prepared a provisional contract.
If you feel more money is necessary, name your price. I don't care what it is.
Her eyes blazed with determination.
I'm even prepared to sign a blank check.
Byung-yi was stunned. What you're saying that Hunter is worth that much? She crossed her arms. His worth that is something I'm not sure of yet. All I know right now is that the man can't even afford to eat, he yelled.
What?
He continued ranting. So you're not even certain of his actual value yet. You're planning to recruit him with an S rank level offer? This is way too reckless.
It's nothing short of a massive gamble.
Esther closed her eyes.
You're so loud.
As Byung-yi continued to protest, she sank deep into her thoughts.
His worth, huh? After all, he was the one who cleared the labyrinth I designed in record time.
And he did it without any special equipment or items. On top of that, he effortlessly overcame my S-rank curse. Whatever his true identity is, he's clearly no ordinary man. If I can bring him to our side, so many things will become possible.
Even if he turns out to be a villain, getting a handle on his true nature before anyone else does is a strategic advantage.
Snapping out of her flashback, Esther glared at him.
What are you still standing there for? She commanded.
Stop gawking and contact Hunter Kim Gieock immediately, he replied with resignation. I understand. So in the end, you're still not going to explain anything clearly to me. As he turned to leave, he couldn't help but think that treating an F-rank hunter this way was completely over the top. This wasn't some magic academy where they scouted based on hidden potential. Unless it was a case of a falsified registration. Byung-yi picked up the datapad. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. My job is just to scout him after all. And scouting is fundamentally a game won with money. He glanced at the info, the details sounding like a wild manhwa recap identifying Kim Gieock as a returnee hunter. In the present, Gae was glaring furiously at Byung-yi. Are you telling me that I have to go work for your company now? The man swallowed nervously, his hands trembling slightly. He chose his words carefully. We are well aware that you've already rejected one of our scouting offers, he explained. Because of that, our side had temporarily given up on the idea. But just in case I decided to try contacting you one more time, Byung-yi slowly reached into his coat. The previous offer was made rather abruptly, so perhaps the conditions weren't to your satisfaction. He confidently placed a new contract on the table. That is why I've brought a revised contract with me today, he added professionally. Of course, if you'd like to negotiate the terms further, that's entirely possible. Gieock stroked his chin. Well now. He looked at the contract, thinking to himself that for an F-rank, this sum of money was absurdly high. He steeled his resolve. But this is nowhere near enough. I'm a man who accepted reincarnation itself just to win my freedom. Live an office life again? Absolutely not. With that thought, he looked up. That's enough. I refuse. Byung-di was taken aback, his surprise evident as he stammered, You refuse so decisively. Please just a moment, Hunter. He said, his voice laced with concern. Have you already struck a deal with another guild? Gieock averted his gaze. That's not the reason. At all, Gieock stated flatly. I simply have no intention of joining any guild. Byung-di pressed on. But if you plan to continue your career as a hunter, you'll need a guild sooner or later. Is there any chance you might reconsider? But Gieock was resolute. I already said no. Byung-di's hand clenched into a fist. So this is how it's going to be. I never imagined I'd be pleading with an F-rank hunter to this extent. The director certainly didn't send me out here on a whim. He was genuinely intimidated by the young man's presence. I really thought I'd gotten used to the pressure from high-ranking hunters thanks to the director, but this is something else entirely. Byung-di finally spoke up. It appears we've made a miscalculation. He scratched his head awkwardly. You're truly not the type to be swayed even if we offered a blank check. And just nod along. He managed a strained smile, his eyes carefully studying Gieock's expression. Byung-di was astounded. Even with a blank check? He doesn't even bat an eye. To show such obvious displeasure, does he mean to say you can't even hope to move him? With money. But in truth, Gieock was internally panicking. Byung-di sighed. A man like this couldn't possibly be a mere F-rank. There was no other choice. He tucked the contract back into his coat. I understand that signing an official contract might feel like a heavy burden. He bent down again, placing the folder in his briefcase.
Let's just consider the previous offer as if it was never made. Gieock let out a small sound of surprise. Byung-di continued, what I'm about to propose is something entirely different. If it's not an official contract, but merely a temporary request, would you be able to consider it with a more open mind? He then presented another document. We recently acquired a piece of equipment during a gate raid. But our performance analysis has hit a snag. That's why we're seeking an outside specialist. Gieock was surprised. Just a single piece of equipment? He seemed a bit swayed. That doesn't sound too bad. Examining one item probably won't take up too much of my time, he hesitated, thinking. But I've never formally taken on an appraisal request before. I wonder if this is a good idea, Byung-di continued. As for the compensation, this is the standard fee set by Korea's premier magic academy. For a request of this nature. Gieock took the document and stared at it silently, contemplating. The agent tried to persuade him, I'm sure it's not a significant amount to you. But for procedural purposes. Without a second thought, Gieock cut him off. I'll do it. Byung-di was still processing the sudden agreement. Oh, yes, sir. Gieock pointed to the paper. I just signed here, correct? Byung-di quickly offered a pen. Ah, yes, that's right. Here you are, sir. He thought with suspicion. What's going on? Is he acting aloof but actually feels guilty for his flat-out refusal? He mused, I never would have thought. He had such a compassionate side. After signing, Gieock looked up. Where and when do I need to be there? Time flew by. And 2 days later, sunlight gleamed off the side of a large building. As Byung-di stepped inside, he was met with the ambient hum of the lobby. A young woman at the reception desk spotted him and greeted him warmly. Section Chief, you've arrived. He nodded back. Ah, hello. She then reported. Hunter Kim Gieock is waiting outside analysis room 2. Byung-di was startled. He's here already. He immediately turned to head that way. I see. It's a shame the scouting attempt failed, but perhaps this is for the best. This entire manhwa recap starts with just one small request. This way, one step at a time isn't so bad. He walks with a brisk pace, convinced that once Gieock experiences the top-tier equipment and treatment in the industry here, he will undoubtedly change his mind. Arriving at the designated room, he turns to Gieock. He speaks up. Hunter Gieock, please come in. Byung-di swipes a keycard to open the door, revealing the secure area where the equipment for appraisal is kept. The door slides open, bathing the two of them in a blue light. The room is filled with numerous glass cases. Byung-di introduces the area. This is the second analysis room. He continues speaking as they walk. This time, the item we need you to appraise is a piece we obtained from an A-rank gate. Our current assessment places this item's level at unique. Gieock silently reflects on this information. If it's a unique grade item, then according to the Hunter Association's classification system, it would be the 3rd rank out of a total of 5 tiers. If he remembered his basics correctly, a standard taught in any magic academy, the ranking is determined by a comprehensive evaluation of the item's durability and abilities. Byung-di stops in front of one of the displays and announces, This is it. Gieock narrows his eyes. Even a quick glance tells him this is no ordinary item. A black sword radiating a sinister dark aura is encased within the reinforced glass. Byung-di states, its temporary name is the Cursed Sword. Gieock glances over his expression filled with skepticism, cursed. Byung-di's face pales, confirming there's a grim story behind that name, a tale perfect for this manhwa recap. As I mentioned, this is loot that our company's attack team acquired after defeating an A-rank monster. After the creature vanished, the sword it was holding was left embedded in the ground. Naturally, a unique grade weapon is incredibly rare, so everyone was ecstatic. One of our hunters slowly reached out with both hands to pull the sword free. But the moment his hands grasped the hilt, a black smoke erupted, and his agonizing screams echoed through the dungeon. A moment later, he collapsed to his knees, completely drained. His face looked as if all life had been sucked out of it, and only then did we discover that this was a mana-draining weapon. Byung-di internally recounts that from the first A-rank hunter who touched this sword, there have now been more than 10 victims of this so-called cursed sword. He continues aloud. But because the amount of mana it absorbs is so abnormally high, it's been incredibly difficult to analyze it accurately. As he speaks, he presses a button to open the glass case. I believe there might be some hidden condition, but for now that's just speculation. Gieock simply replies, Is that so? Byung-di glances at him with a serious expression. Even for you, Hunter, this won't be an easy task. Gieock steps forward without hesitation. Byung-di tries to reassure him. By the way, there's no penalty for failure, so please don't feel any pressure. The moment Byung-di finishes his sentence, Gieock immediately grips the sword's hilt, lifting it as if it were a mere toy. Huh, this is lighter than I expected. Byung-di's jaw drops, his eyes darting back and forth between the sinister sword and Gieock's steady hand. Beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. Wait, Hunter Nim, you're not supposed to just touch it so casually. Gieock, however, remains completely unfazed. Oh, was I supposed to appraise it from a distance without physical contact? Byung-di is utterly stunned. Hadn't he just spent several minutes explaining in detail how dangerous it was? And yet this man just grabbed it without a second thought. He stares at Gieock, his mind racing. Why isn't anything happening to him? Even the most elite hunters from our G Guild couldn't handle it and were knocked unconscious. He stares at Gieock in utter disbelief. Is he really withstanding that terrifying level of mana drain without any effect? Byung-dee's face goes pale. Just what kind of monster did the director recruit for the guild?
After observing the sword for another moment, Gieock turns and says frankly, from my observation of its design.
Staring at Byung-dee's face, he wondered, what's his deal? Is he actually mad just because I questioned him? He idly tapped the tip of his sword.
But this is just a simple magical artifact, isn't it? Its mechanism is straightforward. It just drains mana from the user's body,
acting like a vampire in exchange for power. A light gleamed from the gem on the sword. However, this blade has a built-in failsafe. The moment the user's mana drops to the bare minimum needed for survival, it automatically stops the drain. The higher a hunter's rank, the larger their mana pool,
which makes the sudden depletion far more shocking and agonizing.
He silently wiped away a tear. It seems an F rank's mana capacity is just barely enough to sustain life. Perhaps that's the very reason I'm completely unaffected by this sword's curse. No wonder the tower couldn't appraise it. After all, here in this elite magic academy, there isn't a single person below C rank.
Why on earth are you crying? Byung-gee rushed over, his voice laced with concern. Hunter Nim, are you truly all right?
Gieock reassured him, yes, I'm fine. But as he lifted the sword again, the man flinched in terror. In any case, the appraisal result was surprisingly simple.
This blade is merely a weapon that grows stronger the more mana it drains, Byung-gee stammered.
Then how is anyone supposed to use it?
Even an A-rank hunter collapsed instantly, to which Gieock calmly replied, you just have to endure it.
Byung-gee could only let out a dumbfounded, huh. Gieock continued, you just need to bear the pain as long as you don't let it drain more mana than necessary. The two of them stared at each other in silence, one filled with doubt, the other with confusion. As Gieock slowly lowered his hand, a thought suddenly struck him. Is it possible that no one else here can do that?
Upon hearing those words, Byung-gee's entire body went rigid. He was stunned.
So you're saying, Hunter Nim, that the pain from the mana drain can simply be endured? Is that what you mean?
Gieock confirmed with a simple, that's right.
Byung-gee was utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't that the kind of casually cruel remark only a true prodigy could make? His hands clenched into fists, especially after Gieock had added, can't everyone here do that? Spoken with such a deadpan expression. It was as if Gieock was a villain, pointing right at Byung-gee and asking, is this really the best the guild known as the Pillar of Korea can do?
Byung-gee felt a flash of anger.
Of course not, he retorted defensively. Our magic tower is praised as one of the top guilds in the entire industry.
He then tried to make an excuse. Oh, well, this sword was actually intended for the rookie hunters on the reserve team. He laughed nervously.
Because you know there are a lot of newcomers over there. Ha ha.
Gieock simply responded, I see. Then it really isn't easy to find an awakened individual
with enough skill to wield this blade, though the issue lies more in control than in raw mana capacity.
Gieock then raised the sword, deciding to bluff a little.
Among the people I know, perhaps, Kang Chan-ho could do it. If it were him, I'm sure he could use it without any issues. In reality, he barely knew anyone. Gieock placed the sword back in its glass case. Byung-gee's voice stammered, Kang Chan-ho. Gieock just hummed in affirmation. And just like that, Byung-gee's imagination went into overdrive, creating a whole manhwa recap in his head. Did Gieock mean you have to be S-rank to use this sword? If that's the case, then he himself must be at a level approaching that of an S-ranker. After a moment of contemplation, he breathed out, what a terrifying individual.
The more Byung-gee thought about it, the more terrified he became. What was truly frightening was the complete absence of any detectable mana from Gieock. He couldn't fathom what kind of technique
could allow someone so powerful to appear as a completely ordinary person. Just then, Gieock turned his head, making Byung-gee jump in surprise. Manager Byung-gee, Gieock said, confused by the man's reaction.
Is something wrong? Byung-gee stammered, it's just, I was startled.
The sound of a door sliding open drew both of their attention. Gieock wondered, what's happening now? As Esther Kang strode into the room. What's going on?
Byung-gee immediately greeted her director. She grinned.
What's all this? You're giving me such an enthusiastic welcome today. She casually walked further in her hands in her pockets. I heard you were here, so I thought I'd drop by. Is the job going well? Just like that, Gieock's mood plummeted.
Yes, he mumbled. I just finished.
He silently wondered, why is Esther of all people here? Esther leaned in closer. Is that so? And what were the results? Her proximity made him jump.
Get a grip, man. Gieock desperately tried to steady his nerves. One wrong move from here on out and it's game over for me. He scratched the back of his neck, feigning nonchalance. Well, there's nothing particularly dangerous about it. A smirk played on her lips.
Oh, so you're saying there are no hidden threats? Her hand suddenly closed around the sword's hilt, catching Byung-gee completely off guard. I thought there was some incredible secret, so I didn't even dare to touch it until now. Esther gave the blade a little swing.
It feels much sturdier in my hand than I expected. Gieock's mind raced.
Of course he thought a level 5 artifact would naturally have strong resistance to mana drain. He glanced at the terrified Byung-gee and wondered, is he really that worried she'll get a paper cut? With that thought, he turned back to her.
Hunter Esther, could I borrow that sword for a moment? I'd like to perform one final check before I complete my work. She beamed, handing it over. Sure thing. Esther then asked Gieock a question. So Gieock, do you like that sword? He was taken aback. Pardon? She just smiled. Well, it's not like anyone at Gun has an urgent need for it. If you like it, I could just give it to you. Gieock stared at the sword in his hands, his thoughts swirling. Honestly, it wasn't some must-have magic item. For an F-rank scrub like me, this is probably way out of my league anyway. Besides, accepting such a big favor from a curse mage felt risky. With that in mind, he politely refused. I think this is a bit too much for me. Esther let out a sigh. Oh, are you saying your skills aren't up to par? Gieock shot her a slightly irritated look. Is this some kind of classic earthling sarcasm, he wondered? This was one of those times where a charming smile and a witty comeback would have been perfect. But after Sangguan's disastrous reaction last time, he was too hesitant to try. Little did he know Esther actually considered him to be incredibly powerful. Seeing him remain silent, she let out a soft, Gieock slowly took a step forward. All right, I get it. She met his gaze. So that means Hunter Kim Dio is... Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone cut through the tension. He slowly pulled his out. A bright red notification glowed on the screen. An emergency message. At the same moment, Esther's phone also began to buzz. She answered it immediately. Yes, I see. After listening to the person on the other end, her eyes widened in realization. She looked up, an icy chill emanating from her. An A-rank red gate has opened. As Esther started to move, she muttered, This world just won't give me a break. And this, folks, is where our Manhwa recap takes a sharp turn. Gieock was puzzled. An A-rank gate? But why would they contact you directly, Esther? She replied curtly, because two of them appeared at the same time. His eyes narrowed to slits. 2 A-rank gates, simultaneously. He glanced down at his phone again, his heart pounding. And there it was, plain as day, 2 separate emergency alerts. Her voice broke through his thoughts. Hey, Gieock, I'm really sorry about this. Esther offered a tired smile. I was really going to insist on getting coffee today, but something's come up. Gieock's expression remained flat. Don't worry about it, I mean it. She then turned to Bung Jae. Oh, right, could you call 2 people from the analysis team for me? With multiple gates, there's bound to be a lot of loot. He nodded in compliance. Ah, yes, ma'am. But just then Gieock spoke up. Please wait a moment. He made a bold proposal. If you don't mind, may I accompany you? If you let me tag along, I can help sort the mana crystals. She looked at him, a hint of doubt in her eyes. You Gieock, I suppose it's fine, but this isn't some field trip for a magic academy. What would you even do at the site? Gieock laid out his fabricated reason. I want to see how you fight in person. I've been curious about your S-rank cursing abilities for a long time now. But deep down he was shaking his head frantically. The real reason was because he had never seen curse magic on Earth before. I should take this chance to mark a suitable person. He then wondered aloud, Esther with such an immense amount of mana. Your control must be leagues beyond what they teach at any magic academy, right? Esther remained completely silent. Meanwhile, Byung-yi had turned pale with fear. He stammered, if Hunter Nim says so. But she cut him off sharply. Let's just do that. She then extended her hand with a menacing expression. You can ride with us. Gieock nodded. Thank you. In his mind, he was feeling incredibly proud. He was certain he had just scored some major points. Indeed, when dealing with a curse-type user, praise was the most effective tool. He put his hands on his hips, thoroughly satisfied. He decided he had to maintain this kind of amicable relationship with the fearsome S-rank curse mage from now on. She stood silently, motionless and without a word. Esther glanced back, thinking, Kim Gieock, so that's the method he dares to use to fool people. The 3 of them headed to the car. What, you want to know about my S-rank curse abilities? After daring to nullify my skill right in front of me, you have the nerve to ask that now. She got into the car, slamming the door so hard it startled the driver. With an ability so pathetic you can't even dislocate your own joint. You still want to watch me fight? She crossed her arms and commanded, The association has already blocked the road, so just floor it. The driver stammered, First, please put on your seatbelt, ma'am. Esther retorted arrogantly, If there's an accident, do you think you rookies would be the ones to bite it before I do? Byung-yi set his bag down. Treating an S-rank like me this way. You must be very confident in your own abilities. Your two-faced nature is showing, isn't it? The car sped off like a bullet. But wait a minute, Esther thought with suspicion. What's with this sudden provocation, could it be? She recalled his emotionless face. If you dare to fall. For this cheap provocation and pull another curse trick, don't expect me to let it slide like last time. She found this rather interesting. Is that supposed to be a warning? The thought made her unable to hold back a smile. Esther looked at Gieock, sizing him up. Mr. Kim Gieock, huh? For someone who looks like that, he sure can fight fiercely. The scene shifts to the gate, where the wind was howling and a brilliant light flared in the sky as people were busy evacuating civilians. The road has been blocked. Please turn around. You must turn back. Absolutely do not proceed any further. Esther's foot touched the pavement. We're here. a subordinate commented. Representative, its size is quite formidable, isn't it? She leaned against the car, looking up at the sky in awe. I know. Two massive red gates loomed in the sky. She asked, have all the civilians been evacuated? Her subordinate reported, yes, ma'am. Hearing this, she rubbed her hands together. All right, then. Esther strode forward confidently, as curse power slowly gathered in her hands. Let's go. At that moment, Gieock also stepped out of the car. He let out a gasp of surprise. So this is a red gate. Unlike a blue gate, which becomes more dangerous the longer it's left alone, he'd heard that once a red gate appears, it spews out monsters within minutes and then vanishes without a trace. Staring at the blazing red portal, he felt a sense of suspicion. But what is that sound? He speculated. Is that the sound of monsters from beyond the gate? Esther then gave an order. All right, listen up. If you want to clock out early, find a corner and stay put. From now on, it's time for your guild leader to get to work. They all responded with a powerful, yes, ma'am. Gieock watched them run off, wondering, what's going on? Aren't they spreading out too far? At this rate, no one will be able to provide support for Esther. Byung-yi's jaw dropped and his face went pale. Hunter Kim Gieock. He then pulled him away. From now on, you absolutely cannot get close to our representative's position. Please this way, Gieock replied. Okay. Gieock looked up. It seemed everyone had absolute faith in Esther's abilities, a trust you only see in the most intense manhwa recap stories. He watched her figure. Jace stared at Esther's back, a heavy doubt creeping in. Could she really handle this alone? Just then, a monstrous hand shot out from within the gateway. But Esther just smirked, a sight that always signals something epic in a manhwa recap. A deafening shriek tore through the air as thousands of winged monstrosities swarmed out of the portal. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. Yet she stood perfectly still, unfazed, as the creatures latched onto the surrounding buildings, their claws digging into the stone. Then a headless behemoth brandishing a massive stone pillar stepped out. With a thunderous roar, it slammed the pillar into the ground, obliterating a nearby building in a cloud of debris. Swarms of spider-like creatures scattered from the impact, just as a single pristine white foot stepped through the portal. A new monster looking like a walking skeleton emerged, orbited by droplets of crimson liquid. It gathered the ominous drops onto its fingertip as a dark, sinister aura flared to life. The condensed droplet shot forward like a cannonball, its power so immense it detonated like a bomb, completely leveling another skyscraper. Jace watched in utter disbelief. This was pure, unadulterated chaos. He was floored, thinking, is she seriously planning to take on this entire army by herself? But Esther just casually rubbed her chin. Well, let's see. I'm left-handed after all. Guess I'll start cleaning up from the left side first. With that, she clenched her fist and strode forward to meet them head-on. She opened her hand, and an explosive wave of curse energy erupted from her palm. This malevolent power enveloped her body, radiating outwards to instantly target the horde of monsters and latch onto them. She advanced with unwavering confidence, one step at a time. Esther was now shrouded in a dense aura of curse energy. This power morphed into spectral chains that shot out, wrapping around the monsters' necks. The curse slowly seeped into their bodies, causing them to writhe in agony before they simply popped out of existence. She walked on, looking impossibly cool as the remains of the monsters rained down from the sky like fallen birds. Jace was so stunned. His jaw hit the floor. What in the world is this? He thought. Esther's foot landed firmly on a monster's carcass. That entire horde was dealt with in the blink of an eye. Her imposing silhouette left him speechless. This person? She just casually wiped a speck of blood from her face. Does a being like her truly exist? A curse is a form of extremely powerful suggestion, one that stimulates intense hallucinations in the brain, capable of making a perfectly healthy person fall ill in an instant. It can even cause them to feel excruciating pain without any physical contact whatsoever. Jace was baffled. For a curse to be effective, it requires an incredible amount of mental concentration, yet she wielded that power as if it were second nature. He finally understood what he was seeing, a power level you'd only expect from the top student at any magic academy. This was a binding curse that ensnared any living creature in its range. That's why Henry and the other staff had fled so far away. Even accidental contact with the curse's aura would be incredibly dangerous. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the air, drawing both of their attentions. From within the portal, the flood of monsters intensified, pouring out in even greater numbers. This only seemed to excite Esther more. She yelled out, "Ending it like this would be no fun at all!" The headless behemoth swung its stone pillar with immense force. At the same time, her hand began to bleed. As the crimson droplets fell to the ground, a triumphant smirk spread across Esther's face as the blood dripped steadily. As her blood hit the pavement, a wave of power radiated outwards, instantly followed by a powerful gust of violet smoke that billowed forward. The blast of purple smoke stopped the creature in its tracks. The curse's power was instantaneous. The monster couldn't withstand it. It collapsed to its knees, writhing in agony, its entire body trembling from the torment of the curse. At that moment, she glanced over to her right. A blazing red firebolt shot towards her. With a confident smile, she simply raised her hand, and a massive wall of fire erupted to block the attack. The monster that had just launched the projectile stood motionless in the distance.
Suddenly, a thin, shimmering line appeared across its neck. It was a clean slice. Its head, along with those of the surrounding monsters, tumbled to the ground. Esther flicked her hand in disgust. Ugh, what is this sticky stuff? Her face paled slightly. Blood. What the heck, who is this guy? Suddenly, something caught Esther's attention, forcing her gaze upward. The horde of monsters was still charging right at her, a seemingly endless tide. She quickly regained her composure. With a snap of her fingers, countless lines of cursed text shot up into the sky, originating from her position. Any creature caught within the spell's effective range froze in its tracks instantly. Esther glanced at that blood on her hand and mused. Ha, so they still managed to get this close. Now what should I do with this trash? Her words were utterly chilling, as if she wished for all of them to perish in the most agonizing way possible. The curse activated, causing them to writhe in unimaginable pain. They let out piercing shrieks that echoed through the air. Esther swung her hand down, and in an instant, all their heads popped, splattering gore everywhere. Streams of crimson flowed like rivers across the floor. Gie's face went white with terror. This was the true unbridled power of an S rank. So back in the cave, she and Zheng Huang weren't even using their full strength, just enough to protect themselves. He looked up and let out a gasp of pure shock. From inside the gate, two enormous feet smashed through, while from the other gate, another pair of massive feet appeared. The head of a colossal beast with blazing red eyes emerged, looming over them with its fiery gaze. Its eyes flashed menacingly. Esther, however, just calmly put a hand on her hip. So this is the boss for this gate, huh? She smirked, realizing this was the reason. It couldn't come out sooner. Its foot stepped into her curse circle, and it immediately froze, its massive body unable to stop a violent shudder. Guy stared up, his jaw hanging open. A moment later, all life drained from the beast, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. He was completely stunned. Wasn't that thing supposed to be incredibly powerful? Esther stood with her hand on her hip, looking smug. What's this? How boring. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over her. She let out a small, huh, as another boss emerged from within the gate. G's face paled even further. What? There's another one, and it's not a living creature. She fell silent, staring intently. Of course, a curse wouldn't work on something that wasn't a living being. This is a common trope in many a manhwa recap. Even against that boss made of scrap metal, Esther's curse was completely useless. She wondered what on earth was she planning to do. The monster immediately attacked, thrusting its sharp tentacles downward with immense force. She swiftly dodged out of the way. Esther leaped back a few steps as earth and stone erupted around her. The boss's massive foot then came crashing down toward her spot. A thunderous boom echoed out as dust and debris filled the air, but she shot out from the smoke cloud, leaping high. She spun her body a full 360 degrees. A devastating tornado kick slammed into the boss's iron leg, shattering it. The beast froze instantly, its entire body standing still as if flash frozen. Esther landed on its broken leg and began to run up its body. She dashed forward, aiming straight for the boss's head. A flash of light appeared as a barrage of tentacles shot towards her. She expertly weaved left and right, dodging every single one. Then she launched herself high into the air. The red light in the monster's eye flared brightly before suddenly extinguishing. An explosion erupted right from its eye socket, the result of a single kick from Esther. She slowly turned around in midair, looking incredibly badass, as the boss's head tilted to one side from the sheer force of her blow. It then crashed heavily to the ground just as she landed gracefully. Everyone in the vicinity erupted in cheers. That's Representative Esther for you. Thanks to her, 2 A-rank bosses were dealt with in the blink of an eye. G felt tears welling up inside. Truly, the training at their magic academy was nothing compared to this. So if magic doesn't work, you just beat it with raw power. The physical prowess of an S-rank was on a whole other level. He was so jealous he could die. Esther stretched, smiled, and walked down as if nothing had happened, but suddenly a loud shout rang out, grabbing his attention. Hey you, what do you think you're doing? What the hell is going on? The nearby guards immediately stepped forward, ordering, get out of the way right now. But the man just kept pointing and yelling his head off. No, what I mean is my car is parked over there. That's why I'm here. One of the guards gripped his arm firmly. Don't you see people are currently entering the gate? It's dangerous. You need to leave this area immediately. The man became furious. Hey, are you awakened hunters allowed to just manhandle ordinary citizens like this? He argued defiantly. I just want to get my car out of there. If anything happens to it, are you going to compensate me for it? Besides, I see the monsters are pretty much all wiped out anyway, so how can it still be dangerous? Gieock was in despair. This is not good. The lightning essence has already spread beyond our control. The body of an unawakened person fell to the ground. If a normal human is hit with even a tiny bit of S-rank magic. A sudden scream drew Esther's attention. I told you to get back! The awakened guard couldn't restrain the man, pleading, Sir, you really can't do this. She thought to herself, an ordinary civilian, huh? She raised her hand. She gave the command. Magic Tower, cancel the skill immediately. From this moment, reinforce the perimeter security and make it airtight. Hearing the order, they all responded. They shouted in unison, yes, ma'am. Hearing this, Gieock felt even more helpless. What cancel the skill in a situation like this? The moment that thought crossed his mind,
The monster's eyes snapped wide open. The sight of that glare made him flinch, his face turning pale. Gieock screamed at the top of his lungs. "Esther, be careful!" She slowly tilted her head up. The boss's colossal foot was crashing down right where she stood. Its powerful stomp made the earth and rocks explode. She swiftly leapt far back, narrowly dodging the attack. Esther pivoted, concentrating all her power into her right leg. She unleashed a rainbow kick straight into the boss's knee joint. Its leg bent at a gruesome 45-degree angle, and its heavy body lost all balance and came tumbling down. She seized the opportunity, dashing towards its fallen leg. With her fist clenched tight, she smashed it into the beast's leg one more time. The pain shot straight to its brain, causing it to roar in absolute agony. The boss was now enraged, its tentacles whipping out from its back. The tentacles sliced through the air, launching a continuous assault on Esther. She struggled, dodging left and right as the boss's mouth slowly began to move. Black fluid dripped from its maw as it fired a powerful dark purple orb. Esther covered her nose with her hand, her eyes looking up to assess the situation. The dark orb slammed into the ground, splattering in all directions, and the earth quickly liquefied. The ground turned a sickening purple, and her entire body suddenly froze in place. She narrowed her eyes. What is this viscous fluid? I can't move an inch. A sharp slicing sound made Esther raise her head. Right before her eyes, sharp tentacles were plunging down for the final blow. From behind her, a voice yelled, "Director, the civilian evacuation is complete, and we've secured the entire surrounding area." Upon hearing those words, a confident smile spread across her lips. "Is that so?" Esther then snapped her fingers, and with a sharp crack, her curse power erupted. Now there was absolutely nothing holding her back. The boss's entire form was engulfed by the overwhelming surge of her power. A fierce wind swept past, leaving Gieock utterly astonished. If an S-rank hunter from a prestigious *** magic academy *** could use their mana properly, this was never a fight to begin with. This was in the most literal sense a one-sided suppression. Purple boils began to erupt all over its tentacles. The curse slowly seeped into its veins, and blood, the poison spreading rapidly. An ear-piercing shriek filled the air. The agony of the curse forced the boss to experience a pain that went straight to its bones. Gieock thought to himself, when an S-rank hunter finally unleashes their full strength, just how many monsters in this world could possibly endure it? This whole scene is unfolding like an epic *** Manhwa recap ***. All of the boss's leg joints snapped and its body collapsed. Everyone erupted in cheers. "We got it, that's our director for you. 2 A-rank gates opened without a single human casualty. This is just... Shouldn't that be some kind of record-breaking level?" Byung-di jogged over to Gieock. "Hunter Nim, you must have been terrified, right? Don't worry, the danger has passed now." Gieock turned around. "Ah, yes." But then he added, "However, I think that over there still needs to be dealt with." His eyes immediately grew tense. Suddenly he shouted, "Director, the ground around Esther is dissolving. She's slowly sinking." One of the men glanced at Byung-di. "What do we do?" "There's a rescue rope in the trunk of the car." But he just gave a dismissive, right. Gieock calculated that with Esther Nim's abilities, she should be more than capable of getting out on her own. Was she deliberately staying still to prevent the poison from spreading? He looked at the toxic pool on the ground, a poison swamp created by an A-rank monster. That stuff was an extremely potent toxin. Just inhaling the airborne fumes was enough to be dangerous. Byung-di's jaw dropped. That was the same poison that had been all over the media 3 years ago. Absolutely everyone knew how incredibly hazardous it was. He felt helpless. This is why everyone just has to protect themselves. He glanced at her hand. Since Esther Nim was an S-rank hunter with anti-poison gear, he figured waiting for the cleanup crew was the right call. But then, unexpectedly, Gieock turned to Byung-di. "Hey, can I borrow that for a second?" He was so startled he just blurted out a huh. Gieock looked at him quizzically. "You said there was a rope in the trunk, right?" Byung-di was still trying to catch up. "A rope you're planning to help the director." Gieock confirmed it. "Yes, she needs to be brought out of there as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Byung-di froze in place like a statue. A moment later, he returned with the rope. He handed it to Gieock. "Here you go." It was about 15 meters long. Gieock took the rope. "Thank you." As he started walking, another hunter approached Byung-di and asked, "Isn't that guy just some outside appraiser?" He was clearly skeptical. "Is he really planning on stepping into that poison swamp?" Byung-di stared intently after Gieock. "Don't worry, just stay quiet and watch," he said. "It seems like he's already calculated everything. This isn't some simple exam from a magic academy." Gieock gripped the rope and walked towards Esther, sighing internally with frustration. These people were truly unbelievable. He glanced back over his shoulder with an ice-cold stare. Seeing the group of hunters just standing there, Gieock was a bit surprised. Could they really hate their superior so much that not a single one of them is willing to lift a finger? He was disgusted. Of course, back in my own world, I also wanted to plant my fist right in my scumbag boss's face. So it's not like I don't understand the feeling. As he walked, he thought in any case she ended up in this mess because she was trying to save civilians. Gieock called out to reassure her. "Hunter Esther, please hang on for just a moment." She looked up surprised to see him there. Her thoughts raced. "What? Why now?
Why is he helping me? Weren't you so enthusiastic when you were mocking my abilities? He expertly tied the rope to a pillar.
Her poison resistance is pretty high, Gieock noted to himself, and then he threw the rope. But it's a little too late to act all nice now.
One end of the rope landed right beside her. He yelled, "Grab on and climb up." She was completely flabbergasted. Huh? Esther was stunned. Is he really planning to pull me up just like that? She leaned over and took hold of the rope. Gieock, however, was thinking she could easily pull herself up with her own strength. So why isn't she? He wondered. Is it possible her hands are paralyzed? Esther quickly waved a hand. Oh no, I'm coming out now. She was impressed, though. What's his deal? It's so weird how cold he is for someone performing a rescue. She came up with 1,000 theories, as characters often do in these manhwa recap stories. Because I'm an S-rank hunter for the longest time, people have only ever sucked up to me for their own gain. He must have seen too many people doing good deeds just to get something in return, and that's why he's become like this. But the truth was, Gieock simply didn't have the strength to pull her out, just stood there watching. She was somewhat intrigued. In fact, she found the feeling quite refreshing, but he saw it differently, recognizing her as someone who wasn't fake. Was it really that bad? A moment later, Esther managed to get back on her feet. She slowly trudged out of the muck, brushing off the toxic sludge that clung to her body as she went. Suddenly, Gieock's voice cut through the silence. Hold on. Startled, she glanced back, and his hand reached out gently, taking a lock of Esther's hair. He tucked her hair aside, noticing the sludge had nearly seeped into her ear. She glanced at his hand, thinking to herself that when he decided to be considerate, he was actually quite genuine about it. But it was at that moment Gieock finally looked down at his own hand. Wait, he realized it was poison. The shock hit him like a bolt of lightning. Is this poison? Gieock stared in horror at his hand as the toxin began to eat away at his skin. This is poison! His mind raced quickly. Analyzing if this was a toxin, his Magic Academy training prepared him to just barely resist. No, if someone falls into a poison swamp like this, you're supposed to tell me I nearly kicked the bucket. Meanwhile, Esther clasped her own hands. Anyway, thank you, she said, letting out a small sigh. No matter how awkward it felt, she knew it was wrong to accept help and remain silent. At that moment, his opinion of her began to shift for the better. This woman was an S-rank hunter, and on top of that, the master of a guild. It's a classic setup in any manhwa recap, yet she still threw herself into work that was incredibly dangerous. Thinking this, he finally spoke up. You've been through a lot. Just then, 2 figures in protective gear rushed over, calling out, Guildmaster, we've brought towels! Gieock turned his head. Yeah, toss me one too, he said, wiping his hand. Looking back on it, if that unawakened person hadn't interfered, today's mission would have wrapped up cleanly. What a pity, she remarked while drying her hair. Indeed, she replied, a faint smile playing on her lips. It made Esther wonder if it were a situation where a civilian was suddenly caught in the crossfire like today. What would you have done before he could even respond? She answered for him. Hearing how nonchalantly you talk, I'm guessing you Gieock would just say they brought it on themselves for rushing in and leave them to their fate. Esther dried her hands, her mind racing. She'd always been a pretty straightforward person, but if she were to just mindlessly nod in agreement right now, the conversation would die instantly. It would be over. Gieock pondered for a long moment before finally speaking. Well, he began recounting a story of his own. I've actually been in a similar situation before. When I was activating a skill, a civilian suddenly appeared right in its path. He recalled the memory. I had to cancel the spell in a split second, but the backlash sent everything around me flying. Because of that? No, because my arm was blown clean off. I panicked a little. Esther's jaw dropped. What happened to your arm? He ignored her question and continued. Even so, I still believe our actions were the right ones, despite how frustrating it is right now. Gieock's words made her face flush red. There's nothing more precious than a human life. Honestly, back when you shielded that unawakened person, I was genuinely relieved. She glanced down at her own hands, thinking that people like him were the ones who truly belonged on the front lines. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and a bit of color drained from his face. Gieock immediately turned to leave. But hey, Hunter. Esther? My apologies, but I just remembered something urgent came up, so I'll have to take my leave for today. Esther was completely baffled. What? Before she could even react, he had already dashed off. So sorry, see you later, he called back. She yelled after him. What was that? Hey, wait, Hunter Kim, who she still couldn't process what had just happened. Is he feeling sick or something? Esther then recalled Gieock's words. Even so, I still believe our actions were the right ones. A small smile unexpectedly graced her lips. Kim Gieock. Perhaps he's a better hunter than I gave him credit for. But right now, Jock was staring in terror at his poisoned hand. My hand. I'm not completely immune to poison. The scene shifts to a rather majestic location, as a voice rings out. At first, I thought this guy would be another hot-headed type. You know, crude and aggressive like Kang Trang-ho, no joke. Se-yun asked doubtfully. Who are you talking about? Esther pointed a finger. That Kim Jae guy.
Hearing this,
Se-yun was at a loss for words.
"Oh right," Esther confirmed. "Yeah, the one who resisted the curse." She went on without missing a beat. "You know I don't usually
Judge a book by its cover, but his eyes were so sharp and cold that I had a bad first impression. But then when we actually started talking, it turned out he wasn't nearly as bad as I thought." Se-yun was surprised.
For real?"
Esther's hand was clenched tightly around a chain dragging something behind her. Yeah, I was surprised by how polite he was. The chain she was holding was stained with blood. Usually high-level awakeners are a pain to deal with. Meanwhile, a trembling body was being dragged behind her.
But Hunter Kim Gieock is a rare exception. He's actually reasonable.
She turned back, an amused look she couldn't hide spreading across her face. "Well, it all worked out for the best, didn't it?" she said, staring down at the two battered figures, lying on the ground behind them.
"If they weren't such wicked people, this so-called righteous saintess Esther would have no reason to get her hands dirty, right?"
The two of them stepped through
a doorway, and Esther sighed. "Man, this whole thing was a real hassle." She turned around, stuffing her hands in her pockets.
"We have to record the video evidence out here one by one." She pulled out her phone and opened the camera app. "I wonder when they'll finally develop a body cam that actually works inside a gate." Esther tightened her grip on the chain, channeling her curse power.
"All right, let's wrap this up." She began to count down slowly. 1, 2. Se-yun also took 3 steps back. Esther smiled as Kim Gieock
and the other two guys screamed out in agony at the same time. After the two lackeys finally kicked the bucket, she cheered, "Okay, all done, Esther." Let go of the chain. "Oh, by the way, do you know what Hunter Kim Gieock said to me earlier today? He said that people like me deserve to be at the very top." She beamed. "I can't believe he thinks the same way I do, and he's so powerful too, and he doesn't even bother sucking up to those other S-rank hunters." Se-yun remained silent. As Esther fiddled with her phone, she mused, "I can't tell if it's his high self-esteem or just his natural-born charisma. Whatever it is, I really like it. What do I have to do to get him over to our side?" Se-yun lifted one of the bodies. "You look like you're ready to hold his hand right now, don't you?" Esther replied. "You have no idea how much I want to." She turned her head back.
"A report was submitted today. It said that Hunter Kim Gieock has managed to control the cursed sword."
"Perfectly." Se-yun was shocked.
"Is that for real?" Esther continued. "He really surpasses all expectations, doesn't he? This is one of the most exciting developments in this manhwa recap. If a monster like him were on our side, it's not just the hopeless cases like Deng Ha-ong and Kang Trang-ho, but even the world-class rankers would be completely crushed by him."
At this, Esther let out a long sigh. "Oh, but just thinking about it is a little frustrating."
Se-yun waved a hand dismissively. "What's so frustrating?" Esther propped her chin on her hand. "That man has absolutely no interest in money. If only he were just a video game character, I could figure out a strategy." "I'm sure I would have maxed out his affection meter by now," Se-yun commented. "Spoken like a true former game addict. Always making comparisons like that, huh?" Esther shot back. "So what if I do? I've quit gaming now."
"Anyway, I'm so swamped with work these days I don't even have time to log on." She tapped on the video she had just uploaded, watching as the view count
kept climbing higher and higher. Esther tapped rapidly on her screen. "It's truly pathetic. It's been years since the dungeon shock occurred, and we still don't have a single prison capable of containing a high-level awakener. It's not like we can send them back to a magic academy for detention."
Se-yun listened to her friend's words in silence.
She declared, "Actually, it was me," a crazed, ecstatic look spreading across her face. "I just wish all those who prey on the weak would simply drop dead." In a world of CCTV, advanced forensics, and polygraph tests, the advancement of science had ushered in an age where it was nearly impossible for criminals to hide. But then one fateful day, a crimson light appeared. A phenomenon the world would come to call a gate manifested. A blazing red rift tore open the sky, and just like in an epic manhwa recap, everything was about to change. Supernatural powers awakened in humanity alongside the emergence of monsters from another dimension. These abilities defied all scientific and logical explanation, tearing a massive hole in the safety net humanity had spent years painstakingly constructing. Among these new threats, the most challenging were crimes committed by high-ranking awakened individuals. Investigative agencies suffering from a severe shortage of awakened personnel found themselves constantly struggling to solve these cases. Even when they managed to apprehend the culprits, the facilities meant to punish and rehabilitate them were woefully inadequate. Ultimately, the government was forced to secretly enact a special countermeasure. Until a proper system could be established, they deployed an S-rank hunter and a select few others to covertly eliminate the most dangerous criminal elements. Esther let out a weary sigh.
"Man, I'm dead tired," she thought, having wrestled with a bunch of serial-killing scumbags since the crack of dawn. She grumbled.
"If you're going to awaken with powers, you should enroll in a proper magic academy and learn to hunt monsters, not prey on innocent civilians." Just then, Se-yun opened the door. "Director, have you completed the report?" she asked, placing both hands on the desk.
"Oh, right," Esther replied. "Yesterday's message seemed to be missing a few details. Seo-yun stepped closer. You must be exhausted. Resting her chin in her hand, Esther said, no matter how tired I get, I can't let the public image of the awakened tarnish any further. If I do, all those lucrative advertising deals I've landed will get cancelled. Seo-yun's eyes glanced at her tablet, but she knew Esther's words were only half the story. She thought to herself, she's actually more sincere about this than anyone. The director is different, because her sense of justice is incredibly strong. Esther then asked, the article about the crew we nabbed yesterday still isn't up. Other than that, are there any new issues? Seo-yun tapped on her tablet. There was something strange on the news today. It's just some petty criminals, so I doubt it's anything the director needs to handle personally. Esther took the tablet from her. Oh, really? Let's have a look, she said, a hint of surprise in her voice. An invisible man, huh? As she read, the scene cut to a pair of unseen feet, walking through a crowd. Esther wondered, could this be another awakened criminal? Meanwhile, the invisible figure moved silently through the bustling city. The news report continued, stating that based on the list of stolen items, the police suspect the culprit is most likely an awakened individual, specifically an adult male. The targeted A shopping center has decided to install mana detectors at that location. Elsewhere, a young man named Jake listened to the report while slurping down some noodles. Local shopkeepers with no practical way to defend themselves were growing increasingly anxious. The news anchor stated, we've invited an expert into the studio to discuss this incident in more detail. Welcome, Professor Kim. Thank you for having me. The host asked, Professor, what are your thoughts on this invisible man case? Professor Kim replied bluntly, this perpetrator is extremely meticulous and sophisticated. They leave absolutely no traces behind at the crime scenes, no DNA, no fingerprints, and not even any residual mana signatures, which have been completely wiped clean. The host pressed on. So what kind of technology would be required to capture this invisible thief? The professor continued. Many are pinning their hopes on assistance from analysis-type awakened individuals. However, that is not going to be the solution here. With ease, the skill requires a specific target for analysis, making it pretty useless for sniffing out anyone in hiding. Just as the host was about to ask another question, Gieock paused the video. So you're saying even if we hired a phony appraiser, it would be completely pointless? Gieock mused, rubbing his full stomach. Man, I'm stuffed. I should have invited Susu to get her fill. Just then, his phone chimed with a message from Yun Sung. It read that he was close, waiting right in front of the convenience store. Gieock was taken by surprise. Whoa, is it that time already? He thought, realizing he needed to clear his history fast. Last night, the fee for appraising that cursed sword had been wired to his account from the Korean Magic Tower. He'd earned a cool 10 million just for looking at a single cheap sword. With cash in hand, Gieock decided to put it to use immediately. In fact, he knew exactly what he needed to buy. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hyung! In the distance, he saw Yoon Seung dramatically kneeling on the ground, practically in tears. How could I possibly make you wait for me? I deserve death. No, I just got here a bit early, Gieock said, trying to calm him down. All right, let's get going. Is the place far from here? Not at all, it's just up ahead. Gieock spotted their destination. So it's that building over there? Yes, that's the one. From basement level 2 all the way up to the 5th floor, it's all gear. It's the Hunter Market, a truly magnificent and sprawling building. As they walked and talked, Yoon Sung pointed, the auction house is just across the street. I see, Gieock replied, thinking to himself. After getting dragged into that terrorist incident at the gate and going through all that hell, I've come to a critical realization. For a bottom-of-the-barrel F rank like me, what I need most right now are magic artifacts. And today Yoon Sung agreed to help me on a little shopping trip. As he was mulling this over, Yoon Sung broke the silence. You know, this is the first time I've ever met someone who's never been to the Hunter Market before. He then asked Gieock, you just got back to Korea recently, right? Yeah, Gieock lied smoothly, so I'm still trying to get over the jet lag. The two of them stepped inside the Hunter Market. Gazing at the bustling interior, Gieock wondered if the original Kim Gieock had ever set foot in a Hunter Market either. No specific memories were surfacing at all. He wasn't sure if it was just a gut feeling or something more. Gieock glanced over at Yoon Seung. Man, this kid is getting friendlier by the minute, he thought. Honestly, acting as a personal shopping guide like this must be pretty annoying. But Yoon Sung, acting like an excited 3-year-old, pointed at a drink stand. Oh, lemonade, Hyung, wait right here. I'll go grab us some. Gieock just gave a non-committal hum. Well, from my perspective, I'm certainly grateful for the help, he mused. He then glanced to the side. After Yoon Sung had walked off, his eyes fell upon a nearby escalator. Gieock started walking towards it, his gaze fixed on the sign posted at its base. The notice clearly stated that access to the 2nd floor required the presentation of a valid hunter license. Just then, Yoon Sung returned with the drinks. Here you go, Hyung. Thanks. Gieock then pointed to the sign. It looks like you need a hunter license starting from the 2nd floor. That's right, Yoon Sung confirmed. That's because this is where they officially start selling actual weapons. Apparently, the 1st floor was mostly just for selling low-value monster byproducts.
Well then, shall we head straight up? With that, the two of them started to ascend to the second floor,
where security was noticeably tighter. Internally, Gieock was in awe of everything around him. He peered at one particular item. So many fascinating things. I wonder what principle that one operates on. The soul of a scholar from a true magic academy was practically vibrating with excitement. He pressed his face against the glass display case. If I had the money, I'd buy one of everything just to take it apart and study it, he thought wistfully. With a sigh, Gieock pulled back. Can't buy it all. I have to focus on essential items for survival. His eyes landed on an ice orb, a powerful bomb that instantly freezes any enemies in the vicinity. Gieock eyed the orb with keen interest. Something like this, for example. He continued to admire its craftsmanship. Had just taken a refreshing sip of lemonade. But the very moment Yun Seong turned back to ask him something, that lemonade sprayed from Gieock's mouth like a fire hose.
Dude, are you seeing this?
The reason for Gieock's comical spit take was the price tag. This price had to be a typo. Selling a single-use ice magic item? For this much, this is straight-up daylight robbery. Gieock's eyes then darted to the Break Mamba, a one-hit item that poisons its target. Next was a breakable shield capsule designed to generate a one-time use barrier. That one's price was insane, and so was this one. In front of him was the Sun Pupil, a device that blasted enemies with intense light and high-frequency sound to blind or paralyze them. Gieock shook his head in disbelief. At this rate, he couldn't afford a single thing here, could he? Seeing his dejection, Yun Seong asked, "Are you leaving already? If you don't see anything you like, we could check out the VIP floor." Just then, the glass door to an ice orb display slid open, leaving only the echo of the two brothers' voices. "The VIP floor. Yeah, I have access to that area." Yun Seong's voice was the last thing heard after someone had apparently made off with an ice orb. "They have exclusive products for VIPs there, too." Up on the VIP floor of the Hunter Market, the place was just as crowded. Gieock scanned the products while Yun Seong carefully watched his expression. Gieock could only manage a faint sigh as he looked at the weapons on display. Before him was a high-grade mana potion meant to restore magical energy upon consumption. Gieock thought, this thing is also considered a VIP item. A single bottle that barely restores the mana you've spent costs this asterisk much. With that thought, Gieock turned away in disgust. The magical items on Earth were truly beyond his wildest imagination. Seeing his reaction, Yun Seong quickly asked, "Brother, not even the mana potion is good enough for you?" Yun Seong pressed, trying to salvage the shopping trip. You know, even the pros in the guild have to grit their teeth to afford one of those. It wasn't that Gieock didn't like it. It was that he was flat broke. Gieock slumped into a nearby chair. "Let's just rest here for a minute." "Okay," Yun Seong asked nervously. "If you're hungry, just let me know. I'll go grab you something to eat right away." "Yun Seong," Gieock said, sprawling out on the chair. "Just be quiet for a second and sit down. Let's just rest." Yun Seong obediently took a seat. Gieock gazed at the ridiculously expensive items, thinking back to when he first got his commission payment. He felt like a king for a moment, but in reality he couldn't afford a single decent thing. Yun Seong spoke up again. "But I have to say you have a really high-class eye for quality items." "Me?" He was just pointing out that Gieock was only looking at the priciest gear, and even then he acted as if none of it was good enough. But what Yun Seong failed to realize was that the thing Gieock was truly lacking was the balance in his bank account. Gieock kept the thought to himself, though he had to admit having a high-class eye wasn't entirely wrong. After all, my home is a global powerhouse of magic. The stuff we made at the Magic Academy for first-year projects was better than this. Of course, my standards are high. Even so, these prices were just astronomical. Suddenly, a blurry, translucent figure flickered into view. Gieock saw the person moving about, and was so startled he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Figuring he was just seeing things, he rubbed his eyes a couple of times. What was that? Why did that person look so hazy? Oh, wait a minute. Gieock's eyes widened as he realized it was an awakened being. He watched the figure's every move. What are they up to, and more importantly, is that the item I saw earlier? Watching him clutch the item and wander around so suspiciously, it was clear he hadn't paid for it. This whole scenario felt strangely familiar, like something out of a Manhwa recap. He turned to Yun Seong. "Hey, did you happen to catch the news today?" "What news? About the invisible thief?" Yun Seong's face lit up with recognition. "Oh, I saw a post about that on social media. Some awakened with a weird ability." "Right." "Yeah," Gieock confirmed. "That's him." He thought to himself, this place is crawling with awakened, yet not a single one has noticed him. Gieock's suspicion deepened. Suspicious, he wondered, is he using some kind of stealth skill like an item he bought? He decided to tell Yun Seong, I've located that invisible thief. You have, well, it'd probably be easier for me to catch him, right?" At Jay's words, Yun Seong immediately got to his feet. "Yeah, I guess you're right." Jay pointed ahead, saying, "Go over to that display counter and just unleash any random skill." That should do the trick. Jay suddenly recalled a rather interesting game from Earth, something called Pox Monster, he believed.
Jay continued to direct him. Take 2 more steps forward, he should be right there. Yun Xiang was bewildered. You mean, right here? A flood of questions rushed through his mind. Could this really be right? Use a skill in this exact spot? But then again, Jay must have everything planned out right. It had to be. After all, this was Jay he was talking about. Yun Xiang cautiously moved forward, following Jay's directions. Okay, stop right there. Perfect. The invisible figure also sensed that something was amiss, but by then it was far too late. Yun Xiang unleashed his attack, striking the unseen man. It was a direct shoulder tackle. Yun Xiang immediately felt that something was off. His hand had collided with something solid. He stared in astonishment as the man beside him crumpled to the floor, clutching his face in agony. Precious gemstones spilled from the man's pockets. The thief writhed on the ground, groaning in pain, his entire body trembling. A crowd quickly gathered to see what was happening. Yun Xiang stammered, Who is that? Suddenly a voice screamed, It's a thief! Hearing this, the man on the floor flinched. Across the way, Jay was already shouting for the guards. We've got a thief over! Here! Seeing security arrive, he clicked his tongue and thought to himself, honestly. While everyone else was rushing to apprehend the thief, Jay just stood there deep in thought. It seemed he couldn't get a single peaceful day. A short while later, after everything had settled down, Yun Xiang couldn't help but gush. Wow, Jay, you're seriously incredible. He was practically beaming with admiration as they walked. You just took one look and instantly spotted a criminal that the police couldn't catch for ages. How cool is that? In response, Jay simply said, it was nothing special, really. That's what he said on the outside, but inwardly he was thinking, frankly, it's their own fault for not being able to detect him. Meanwhile, Yun Xiang was still rambling on excitedly. This shopping center even has mana detectors, you know. So how could he possibly sneak in without being noticed? Jay took the time to explain it thoroughly to Yun Xiang, much like a teacher at a magic academy. Those detectors are only installed at the main entrances. They don't monitor the entire building. He most likely climbed in through a window or something. Yun Xiang nodded, finally understanding. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Jay remembered something and asked, Hey Yun Xiang, you must be hungry, right? Let's go eat. Think of it as me treating you for your help today. Yun Xiang was taken aback. Huh, but you didn't end up buying anything. Jay was quick to answer his friend's question. I've looked at everything and honestly nothing really caught my eye. As he said this, his gaze drifted and landed on something interesting. I guess I'll have to come back another time. Inside a display case was a crystal that shimmered with a brilliant blue light. Information about the item appeared before him, a magic reflector mirror capable of deflecting attacks of E rank or lower. It reflects magic of the light attribute back at the caster. Price 500,000. Jay stared utterly astonished at the reflector mirror. To think that something like this would be here of all places. These earthlings are truly clueless, he thought, to not recognize its true value and sell it for such a pittance. Instantly discarding the thought that his trip had been a waste, he decisively called out, I'll take this one. Jay had just hit the jackpot, and he was secretly overjoyed. He never expected to stumble upon such a treasure in this Manhwa recap-worthy moment. Yun Xiang stared at him completely baffled. You came all this way, just to buy that one thing? Yep. Jay's eyes were fixed on the mirror, his mind already racing. With just a little bit of tinkering, this magical artifact would become an insanely powerful tool. The scene then shifts to a dark, cold warehouse where a lone figure appeared. A mysterious man and a kneeling girl are watching television together. The news report continues. Next up, at around 6 p.m. today, a thief responsible for a string of heists at shopping malls and stores has finally been apprehended. The suspect, an unlicensed awakened in his 20s, is now in custody. According to police, the awakened used an invisibility skill to carry out his crimes. His exact motives and whether he had any accomplices remain unknown at this time. Having heard all he needs to, Bionogen immediately mutes the TV. He rests his chin on his hand, scoffing at the captured thief. Caught that quickly? I heard he even managed to bypass the mana detectors. I thought this little observation was going to be a success. Hearing Bionogen's derisive tone, Suha lowers her head even further, her face a mask of fear. He continues his rant. So how in the world did he end up getting spotted? Is that Yun Xiang guy really that sharp? She finally musters the courage to speak. That's not what happened, sir. Bionogen turns to her, demanding, Then what was it? Suha replies with a tremble in her voice. It wasn't Hunter and Yun Xiang. Someone else spotted him? First. He seems a bit surprised by this, but maintains his composure. Her face pale, she points a shaky finger at the television screen. There. Look, Suha insists. The one with the blonde hair. On the screen, a scene shows Gieock and Yun Hyung chatting cheerfully. She explains further that the blonde individual was the first to notice the invisibility ability and signaled An Yun Xiang in the right direction. However, Bionogen remains completely unfazed. At the end of the day, he was still discovered by another awakened. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Sir! TKI reports briskly, We've brought the goods back. Just leave them packed for now. Bionogen continues to issue orders to the two of them. Unpack all the boxes. We're handing them over to the black market middleman soon enough. Oh, and I'll be inspecting every single item later.
If there's so much as a scratch on any of the equipment, you're a dead man. TKI immediately responds, yes.
I understand, sir. Every word from Byeonjin sends a fresh shiver down Suha's spine. Now where were we? That's right.
We were on the part where another awakened saw through the invisibility skill, weren't we? He falls into a pensive silence, clearly calculating his next move. This month alone, the organization has already lost 2 members. To avoid capture, they've changed their names a dozen times and have constantly relocated their hideouts, but it's all been for naught. Byeonjin's thoughts drift to a terrifying woman with purple hair and eyes, someone whose identity was leaked from an unknown source, yet she knows exactly who has perished. The guildmaster of the Korean Magic Tower. Sure, a major figure who runs things like a twisted magic academy. He scoffs inwardly at the name. Protecting innocent citizens, preventing social chaos? What a joke. In reality, she's just a killer who only hunts down other awakened. Just like herself, Byeonjin muses while stroking his chin. That absolute lunatic. He slowly rises to his feet. There's no other way, since the stealth test for our invisible man was a complete failure. A chilling aura begins to emanate from Byeonjin, as a sinister smile spreads across his face. We have no choice but to proceed with that S-rank assassination mission. As it turns out, this man is the leader of the unlicensed awakened criminal organization Byeonju. Byeonjin is presumed to be an A rank in anything that touches his hands. Can be sliced apart. He's a hunter possessing a powerful cutting skill. After his awakening, Byeonjin decided to live by his own rules, doing whatever he pleased. Robbing and harming others became laughably easy for him. He began to gather other unlicensed awakened, just like himself, forming an organization that specialized in all manner of criminal activities. With the godlike power their abilities granted, they dared to do anything, dealing items on the black market, forging tools, committing robberies, and even ending lives. But recently, things have started to get complicated. Byeonjin slowly approaches his 2 subordinates, and as this manhwa recap unfolds, the stakes are about to get much higher. In Esther's mind, a troublesome S-rank hunter had sniffed out the organization's trail, meaning even the top leadership like Byeonjin was no longer safe. He bluntly vented, I just can't wrap my head around it. I'm talking about that invisibility user. He was supposed to personally demonstrate the Nightwalker's capabilities, and this is what we get. Was our source a complete fraud? TKI was also at a loss for words. It was a tough situation to explain. Byeonjin recalled his earlier plans, remembering the previous tests were designed so they couldn't pinpoint his identity. Right, his subordinate agreed, exactly. He stared intently at the tablet, carefully analyzing the data. The subject had intentionally navigated crowded places like shopping malls without being detected. The test at the hunter market was supposed to be the final confirmation. He'd successfully bypassed the mana detectors there, but then out of nowhere, he got nabbed in such a ridiculous fashion right inside. TKI chimed in, I honestly don't get it. His stealth was so good that even an S-rank hunter and mana detectors couldn't sense him yet. He was taken down by a complete unknown. Byeonjin nodded in agreement. It was truly bizarre. Refusing to let it go, he commanded, that blonde-haired guy from the news report, find out who in the world he is. Byeonjin turned his phone screen so TKI and Suha could see. It was likely just an unremarkable piece of footage, but analyzing the security cam might reveal how he concealed the Nightwalker. Elsewhere, Gieock and Yoon-hung had just finished a satisfying meal. The very next day, a shocked voice rang out in a warehouse. Hold on, what in the world is this? Byeonjin held the document, his face etched with disbelief. Partnered with the A-rank hunter, an Ion Seong, and he even cleared the beauty quest of the Magic Tower. This is the guy suspected in the Kung Haong attack, but his awakening is ranked as F-class, which sounds like a plot twist straight out of a manhwa recap. TKI quickly explained, that's a classic sign of someone faking their rank. Records show he was tested twice within 2 years, so the association must have had its suspicions. He then asked, is this guy one of ours from the same circles? Suha replied, I'm not sure. I've asked around everywhere, but nobody seems to know him. Byeonjin sighed in frustration. Is this really the only piece of information we could dig up? There's not even any data on his commonly used items. Who the hell is this guy that he can cover his tracks so perfectly? TKI added. He's likely using the underground market. He set the paper down, his disappointment palpable. The more they investigated, the more flawless his cover-up appeared, like something taught at a magic academy for spies. But in his mind, Byeonjin continued to speculate. First, the invisibility user has been completely silenced by a contract item, so there's zero chance of a leak from that end. In any case, there's no way their side could know our plans. Suha, who had been observing quietly, hesitantly spoke up. This man's name is... He turned to her, surprised. This guy's name, Suha replied timidly. I believe it's a name I've heard before. What, where? She seemed to have a deep-seated fear of Byeonjin, tensing up so much that her whole body trembled. Well, I'm not entirely sure. He glared at her with ice-cold eyes. Hey, stop mumbling and speak up. Suha mustered all her courage and explained. He was the broker for the people trade we were involved in. Shortly before he was captured, he brought an appraiser to inspect the merchandise. Byeonjin looked slightly confused. Oh, he raised an eyebrow. His subordinate confirmed. Yes, he did ask for the address of someone in my industrial district. She continued to recall the past event. This hunter was the last one to be abducted by them. The name's the same, isn't it, Kim Gieock? The moment Byeonajin heard that name, he was completely stunned. A memory suddenly surfaced, and in this part of our manhwa recap, it's a critical one back then. He'd killed the organization's transporter, then dragged the old boss's body to another district to hide it. Rumors started flying that it was Kang Trang-ho's handiwork. And according to those whispers, there was definitely an outsider present at the scene. Byeonajin clutched his head in frustration. How could I only remember this now? He fumed. Suin couldn't help but remark, wow, this guy is seriously lucky. He was just a hair's breadth away from being sold off. He must have survived back then thanks to Kang Trang-ho, right? Though furious, Byeonajin couldn't deny it, muttering a reluctant, yeah. Meanwhile, his two underlings were eagerly gossiping. And no matter how you slice it, he gives off the vibe of being in our line of work. Look at him. He's definitely taken a life before. Suddenly, Byeonajin's demeanor shifted. He spoke up, his tone completely different, but on second thought, this is actually a great opportunity. Suin was taken aback, unable to believe what he was hearing. Byeonajin turned and walked away with a smirk. The only hunter who managed to catch that invisible freak doesn't belong to the Ga Magic Academy's tower yet. He immediately broke into a sprint. This means I have a chance to make a move first, right before that lunatic Esther jumps into the picture. Byeonajin slammed his hand against the wall, his resolve hardening. With that, a brilliant golden energy erupted from his body. He confidently declared his challenge. So where is that power-leveling punk now? The sky overhead was a thick blanket of condensed gloomy gray clouds. That day at Jireo's house, where water cups were stacked precariously on a ledge, a pleading voice could be heard. Stop it! Please just stop! How much further are you planning to take this? You became an archmage at just 20 years old. Isn't that accomplishment enough? For someone like you to master the art of hard work on top of your talent, to successfully cast an intermediate-level spell in a backwater place like this. You truly are a genius. Gieock commanded the rat in the sink, stand. It diligently complied with his order. Every single command. At ease. Very good. He meticulously jotted down his notes. Experiment number 110, corpse manipulation, can be considered a success. For now, anyway. There's still a mountain of variables to test. I need to try controlling a larger mammal and cross-reference the results. I also need to see if it works consistently with avians or insects. The ultimate goal is human control, but finding a fresh human specimen is hardly an easy task, is it? The last weasel carcass was too badly damaged to be of any use. I need a larger, fresher sample. Just then, a new idea sparked in Gieock's mind. He noticed the rat collapsing. As I thought, he mused, the spell's duration is still far too short. In the depths of a somber forest, an eerie gloom hung heavy in the air. Gieock, wearing gloves, was burying the small animal's remains in the same spot he'd laid the weasel to rest. He believed that even experimental subjects deserved to be treated according to Earth's burial customs. Giving them a proper grave was the only ethical choice. Time to find a more suitable specimen, he thought to himself. Perhaps I'll start with the nearby mountain. In this country, you only have to turn your head to see a mountain. It's fantastic. If things weren't so chaotic, I'd probably lose myself exploring this planet's environment. Just then, an invisible force like a disembodied hand shot towards him. Gieock froze, bewildered. Huh, this feeling. I've felt it. Somewhere before. He stared in utter shock at the hazy silhouette that had appeared right in front of him. What in the world is happening? His face tensed as he spoke. Hey, your skin is shifting. What are you doing here? Junti replied with excitement. Oh, he exclaimed. So you really can see me. Gieock was at a loss for words. Damn it, he thought. Should I have just clenched my jaw and pretended I saw nothing? With a snap of his fingers, the figure chided, Relax your face a little. Junti's well-built physique came into full view as he spoke with a teasing tone. I was just kidding, he said. Kim Ju's face was a mask of tension, a clear mix of annoyance and disgust at the man's behavior. Junti strode closer. Hey, now where are you off to, meeting someone special? He cornered Kim Gieock, his voice dropping to a probing tone. So about Kim Gieock? Kim Ju's narrow eyes studied him with suspicion, playing dumb. You know someone named Kim Gieock, is he an old acquaintance of yours? I'd better be careful, Kim Gieock thought, then said aloud. I'm just going for a walk up the mountain. The man smirked. Up the mountain. Huh. Getting an early start on your fitness routine. Before you go, could I ask you just one thing? Kim Gieock was hesitant. What is it? Junti leaned in. I heard a rumor that you, a student from the Magic Academy, were the first to conquer the Korean magic bullet labyrinth. Is that true? They say you're even close with the labyrinth's manager. Kim Gieock thought in exasperation. Where in the world do these crazy rumors even start? That's not true at all, he stated flatly. The man scoffed. Is that so? Then do you have a contract with anyone at the moment? Or are you working as a mercenary? Or something of the sort. Kim Gieock reluctantly replied, no. Junti continued to press. I figured as much. Kim Gieock probably hasn't gotten in too deep with you, has he? Kim Gieock felt a growing unease. This guy's questions were getting stranger by the second. Just who? Is this guy to Kim Gieock?
He suddenly slung an arm around Kim Gieock's shoulders, acting overly familiar. But tell me, kid, are you always this honest with people you've just met for the first time? Kim Gieock was stunned. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you two know each other? Junti just kept on talking. Not a flicker of panic on your face in a situation like this. Interesting. You're just like a professionally trained agent. If only the brats on my team had half your nerve, that would be something. His voice suddenly dropped, becoming more serious. Let me ask you one more thing. Just one more question. How did you see through that invisibility skill? Was it a personal skill, some kind of tool, or something else that people don't know about? Kim Gieock's mind raced. What kind of excuse could he possibly come up with? He certainly couldn't tell the truth. Junti pressed on. Not going to answer me. Kim Gieock's narrow eyes stared directly at him, holding deep secrets, while Junti looked as if he wanted to devour every last one of those mysteries. After a moment, the man shrugged his shoulders and spoke. All right, fine, you don't have to talk. Normally, a little push is all it takes to make anyone sing like a canary, but it seems that approach won't work on you. Kim Gieock, fed up, asked, So can I leave now? The man replied, Nope, this isn't a quick manhwa recap. You need to hear me out. Kim Gieock, I didn't realize you were so short-tempered. Honestly? What's the big idea calling out an enemy's name over and over? It's quite rude. Kim Gieock's steady voice cut in. How? Do you know my name? Junti laughed mockingly. What's this? That's the only thing you're curious about, all right, in the interest of fairness? I'll introduce myself as well. The name's Parjun. Kim Gieock just stared at him with those narrow eyes, saying nothing. Parjun's hand extended into the air, and he asked with a hint of confusion, What is it not going to shake my hand? Don't tell me you're seeing something again. A cold sweat broke out on Kim Gieock's forehead. Good heavens, he thought, this guy isn't a light attribute mage like I assumed. The magic coursing through his hand must be the power to sever anything touched by light. An F rank like me would be turned into mincemeat in less than 0.5 seconds. Just then, Yunti's lips curled into a sinister smile. He spoke slowly. Well, as the one who managed to conquer the magic bullet labyrinth, it would be pretty strange if you didn't notice. Hey, lighten up a bit, will you? It's no fun joking with you. You're putting on that scary face and it's creeping me out. I'm only here today to make a small proposition. Kim Gieock asked, his curiosity piqued. A proposition? Yunti continued. To be honest, your ability is interfering with my work. I could just get rid of you right now, but that would... It's a shame. I want to recruit you. Speaking for myself, I promise to pay you double any amount you've ever received before. How about it? Gieock considered it. This was the kind of offer you just throw out there, a nothing-to-lose proposition. And he'd even chosen a secluded place to say it. This guy fully intended to send him to the afterlife if he refused. Pionajin asked, not interested. Gieock's eyes were fixed on the man's tattooed hands as he mulled it over. He knew Pionajin had no intention of waiting long for an answer. Gieock felt the hand Pionajin had placed on his shoulder squeeze tighter and tighter. He was stunned, his mind racing to figure out how to escape this situation. Pionajin pressed his hand still on Gieock's shoulder. You don't like the offer? Gieock's voice was cold as he finally replied. The devil you say, are you absolutely sure? The man let out a triumphant laugh. Oh, so you're looking to switch jobs after all. Mana began to gather in his hand. Don't worry about it. I don't bluff about things like this. Gieock quietly watched the display. Pionajin continued, his hand still on Gieock's shoulder. A wise decision. If you come over to our side, the work will be very interesting. Gieock froze for a moment, thinking the immediate danger had passed, but the man's hand was still clamped firmly on his shoulder. In that case, for the finer details, let's head over to my hideout and finish our chat. Hearing that, Gieock was startled and confused as the man's expression was now anything but friendly. There's still a lot we don't know about each other, isn't there? At that moment, Gieock's inner thoughts were a complete contrast to his calm face. Are you insane? Everyone knows not to follow strangers. Even a 5-year-old child knows that much. Gieock looked up at Pionajin, realizing that following him would create problems far more complex. With his F-rank magic, he wouldn't be able to escape if he got trapped, so he absolutely could not let himself be taken. With that thought, he shoved Pionajin's hand away. The man's face hardened. What's this? Don't tell me you're planning to refuse me? Are you? And by the way, no one is coming to help you, Pionajin added with a smirk. I've already erased all the cameras. The other cameras in the area were now just static, completely useless. Gieock glanced around, feeling the tension rise as the other men all turned their heads to stare at him. Pionajin continued. You never actually intended to join us, did you? Gieock replied. That's not it. The man's voice turned dark. Not it. After you've shown your true colors, I only have one path left. Gieock asked coolly. Are you going to kill me? He told himself to remain calm as he covertly gripped a magic enhancement vial in his hand. It was the only one he had in his pocket, a precaution he always carried with him in this dangerous Magic Academy world. He silently began to pour the magic enhancement potion onto his hand. Drinking it directly was ideal, but injecting the substance straight into his bloodstream would also be effective. That man Pionajin was still talking with a smirk. I suppose there's no other choice, is there? Our organization doesn't have anyone who can use brainwashing skills. He started rolling up his sleeves.
Even if I dragged you along, you'd be of no use to us. He failed to notice that Gieock's eyes were starting to change as he activated his mana, assuming the boy was just preparing for a direct confrontation. As this unfolds in our manhwa recap, Pyeonajin was oblivious, as in the distance gusts of wind began to stir. Mid-sentence, he finally sensed something odd in his surroundings and looked up. The winds were now starting to whip through the trees, sending leaves scattering everywhere. Birds perched on their branches suddenly let out piercing shrieks, their eyes glowing ominously. Just like that, a whole murder of crows took to the sky, their black feathers raining down, creating a truly sinister scene. Seeing this, Pyeonajin panicked, shouting, What the hell is this?" At that moment, he was instantly struck with fear, whipping his head towards Gieock to demand, "Gieock, what in the world are you plotting?" At that moment, Gieock's eyes flashed with a chilling glint in the darkness. A storm of black feathers filled the sky, seeming to accentuate his ominous figure. The air filled with the frantic flapping of countless wings, punctuated by the birds' tragic piercing cries. Pyeonajin froze in his tracks, completely stunned. He slowly tilted his head up, muttering, "What? What in the hell is this?" In stark contrast to his calm and collected demeanor, Gieock was panicking on the inside. This was the absolute best move he could make in this situation. It was the corpse manipulation technique. He was continuously pouring his magic into the enhancement spell, having already gathered the corpses of every single crow on the nearby mountain. Now all the crows had converged in one place, creating a terrifying spectacle. Pyeonajin's face turned pale with utter fear. "You bastard!" he stammered. "What kind of monstrous skill is that?" Gieock remained silent, his expression unreadable. But this skill had a critical weakness. On the other side, the rest of the group pointed in terror. Before their very eyes, a massive flock of crows was relentlessly converging on Gieock's position. The flaw was this. While the spectacle looked incredibly intimidating, they were in reality just dead birds. They possessed no real attack power, but the sheer gloomy atmosphere was enough to paralyze Pyeonajin. The biggest problem was that just as the man was frozen in shock, one of the crows suddenly dove straight into a nearby object. A spray of red blood erupted as the bird smashed into a stone frame, dying for a second time. The gruesome splash of red was horrifying as its body lay motionless on the ground. Pyeonajin could only watch, utterly confused. What was that? He wondered. Then suddenly, just as he was processing the bizarre event, all the other crows hovering in the sky began to fall lifelessly. They plummeted down like a morbid rain. The sheer number of falling bodies made Pyeonajin look around in a panic. The scene was so horrifying it overwhelmed his senses. He felt completely helpless. Pyeonajin clutched his head and let out a terrified scream. After a few moments, Gieock's enhancement spell finally wore off. Gieock cried out internally, "My mana can't sustain this for long! My heart hurts so much!" Standing amidst the cascade of falling crows, Gieock maintained his emotionless facade, thinking to himself that his original goal was simply to stall for time and call for backup. He began to dial the 3 numbers 112 on his phone. Even if he were attacked while making the call, he could still defend himself with his steel pen. However, at that very moment, the other guy, completely intimidated by Gieock's powerful aura, suddenly cried out in fear. This is the kind of high-stakes drama you expect from a top-tier Magic Academy story. "That's enough. Please spare me. Please just make it stop." Gieock, who was just about to complete the call to 112, froze in bewilderment. "What's wrong with this guy?" he wondered. The man's face was still deathly pale as he pleaded, "Please." In his mind, he had concluded that Gieock must be a curse-type hunter. He glanced down at the dead bird on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Normally, curses were only meant to cause temporary psychological distress at most. An image of Gieock's stoic face flashed in his mind. Pyeonajin was bewildered. As far as he knew, curses were supposed to cause only temporary mental disturbances. Recalling the horrifying spectacle he had just witnessed, his mind began to race with wild theories and assumptions. But a curse that could actually take a life. That was something else entirely. The more he thought, the wilder his imagination became. An animal's primal survival instinct is a powerful defense mechanism. He figured that a person capable of such a feat could only be one of the most powerful mages, maybe even a legendary figure he'd only read about. In the entire world, Pyeonajin was now surrounded by a sea of crow corpses. To be able to wipe out an entire flock in a single moment? Meanwhile, Gieock calmly raised his phone to his ear. "Hello, I'm at Seon City Park. I'm calling to file a report," he stated, bringing a tense chapter of this manhwa recap to a close. Pyeonajin, still reeling in terror, could only wonder, just what in the world is this guy? His gaze shifted upwards to Gieock. So calm, it's baffling. How can he just make a call in this situation? Doesn't he think I can still fight back? Pyeonajin gritted his teeth in fury, wondering if the guy was simply ignoring the possibility. His hand began to gather mana, but just then, Gieock's voice suddenly cut through the air, dark and menacing. "Don't move. Do anything stupid and I'll turn you into one of those birds." He shot a death glare in his direction. Instantly, Pyeonajin froze, his demeanor shifting to one of complete obedience as he stammered, "I understand." He didn't dare to even twitch his mind, screaming, "Damn it, this guy is way too dangerous." Meanwhile, Gieock was casually on the phone saying, "Yes, detective. Sorry to interrupt your conversation." Pyeonajin stealthily reached into his pocket to retrieve something. His instincts were blaring at him. He had to get out of there now. There was something inside his pocket. On his end, Gieock was still on the call asking, "So what's your ETA?"
Right. The park on the mountainside.
Suddenly he noticed the man's movement below as a gust of wind began to swirl around him. It enveloped Pionajin completely. The man shot a vicious glare at Gieock, who looked back genuinely surprised. "That's an escape artifact." In the next instant, the guy vanished from his spot. After he disappeared, Gieock cursed, "Damn it." He rubbed the back of his neck, muttering, "I let my guard down." He stared at the scene of dead crows scattered across the ground in silence. Finally, Gieock scratched his head and said, "Well, at least the danger's past." Just then, a voice called out, "Over here!" Gieock turned to see two men running towards him, completely panicked. "My God, what are these things? Are they all gone?" Gieock just looked at them and let out a confused huff. A group of people arrived, and among them was Wuan. She was surveying the area when Gieock immediately recognized her. A hunter Wuan. She had spotted him too. Yuan quickly walked over and said, "Mr. Gieock." He was also curious. "What brings you here?" She immediately replied, "I came because we received a report about a flock of birds that looked like an awakens creation." "And what about you, Mr. Gieock?" she asked, her brows furrowing. "Don't tell me you're involved in this incident." Hearing that, he felt a bit awkward, unsure how to respond. Soon after, the rest of the team arrived to clean up the bird carcasses. One of the awakened used a cutting skill to help with the cleanup. A little later, the two of them were sitting on a bench having a drink and talking. Yuan said, "He's likely an unregistered awakened. First, we'll try to trace him using your important item, Mr. Gieock." He replied, "That should make it possible to find the artifact as well." Then she asked another question. "What was the perpetrator's awakening level?" "Approximately." Of course. Hearing this, he hesitated. "Approximately." She pressed on. "Compared to me, was he stronger or weaker?" At that, Gieock looked at her and thought, "If I had to say, definitely stronger. We're talking about someone on the level of Yun Sung, not some top student from a magic academy." Yuan was startled the moment she heard that. She immediately voiced her confusion. "Then how are you still standing here completely unharmed?" Gieock calmly replied. He seemed to have misunderstood something. Honestly, the way he got scared and ran off alone felt like a scene from a manhwa recap. She turned away, lost in thought. It was then that Gieock voiced a concern of his own. "Miss Yuan, I don't seem a little scary, do I?" The woman nearly choked on her drink. She turned to size him up, and the moment she did, she was met with Gieock's ice-cold expression, his entire body radiating an incredibly dark and ominous aura. His eyes seemed to radiate a deadly aura. Yuan quickly looked away, stammering, No, that's not exactly what I meant." She thought to herself, to be honest, when he glanced up, he looked terrifying, like the face of a stone-cold killer. Then she glanced back towards Gieock, who was still sipping his water thoughtfully. She realized that more than his face, it was his mysterious actions that were truly unnerving. "Ugh, that invisible person. I'm so confused. Just how many incidents has he been mixed up in?" she wondered, sizing up Gieock's demeanor. Come to think of it, that guy Vu today was also suspicious. An A-rank awakened being from a top magic academy just bolted for no reason. Meanwhile, Gieock was calmly enjoying his drink. Uwan caught her reflection in the glass, thinking about how every criminal who got involved with this guy met a terrible fate. She frowned in his direction, a deep sense of unease washing over her. She looked at Gieock, asking herself, can all of this really be just a coincidence? Later that evening, rain poured down as a news broadcast echoed through the room. The anchor reported, "This morning near a mountain in Seon, a massive flock of crows suddenly appeared. Authorities are currently investigating this strange phenomenon." Inside a rundown room, a man named Pionajin clutched his head while sitting in front of the TV. He said in a panic, "You'd better have a good explanation for this." Pionajin shot a look to his side. "I barely made it out alive this time, all because of the job you guys sent me on." Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows behind him, completely concealed by a hooded raincoat. The mysterious figure spoke, "Calm down, brother. What happened was completely outside of our predictions." Hearing this, Pionajin looked up sharply. "What outside your predictions?" The cloaked figure continued. "There's never been a single case of the Naiwer my invisibility skill being detected by pure senses before." He went on, "Who could have possibly anticipated a variable like that showing up today?" Pionajin waved a dismissive hand. "I've heard enough." He immediately declared he was pulling out of the operation. "I'm done." Seeing this, the figure in the raincoat was taken aback. What? Pionajin then pulled out a newspaper article. "I just got some new intel and this manhwa recap is about to get intense." He pointed to a picture of Gieock in the paper. "This is the guy who caught the invisible user. Turns out he's deeply connected to the Matai." The cloaked figure looked on and said, "And what's the issue?" "He's not glued to Esther's side 24/7. Our ability to slip past even S-rankers using Nair has already been confirmed. This hunter is just an extremely rare exception." Pionajin flinched at those words, his brow furrowing. Then, the robed figure picked up the newspaper and suggested, "Or maybe we should just take care of this guy first." Pionajin immediately shot that idea down. "No way. That hunter is from the same system as Esther.
He warned of the worst-case scenario. For all we know, they could be on the same level. Recalling the sky filled with crows from the day before, he added, I personally witnessed it yesterday. I confirmed it with my own eyes. At this, the cloaked figure finally spoke. Ah, so he's the type who conceals his true awakened stats, just like me. Is that right? The figure continued. Still, a report like this puts me in a rather awkward position. He stepped forward, saying, Your mission is to eliminate the S rank. We, the Natchat Order, will provide all the necessary items and funds for the job. He moved closer. To Pyeonajin, his voice dropping to a sinister tone. Wasn't this our deal? Speaking of the Natchat Order, they are a pseudo-religious organization that operates on a massive fortune extorted from its followers, a cult in disguise. They use the pretense of financial aid to maintain close ties with the criminal underworld, and what this shady cult is always after is... His mind was fixated on a single haunting objective. Just then, the other figure finally lowered their rain hood, uttering two chilling words, an S-rank assassination. Nah. A stunning face framed by silver hair was revealed. We've already provided everything you need for the job, she stated calmly. All that's required is to provide the stealth skill, and you could easily eliminate Esther. Hearing her words, he swallowed hard, a knot forming in his stomach. Immediately after, Pyeonajin shot to his feet in a rage, shouting, You people should have prepared a proper skill stone from the very beginning. He closed the distance between them, his eyes blazing with fury as he spat, You damn phonies from that so-called cult. The woman, however, simply maintained her smile. Provoking me here won't change a thing, she said coolly. You won't change the situation. Fail to take down an S rank, and you can say goodbye to any further support from us. At this, he let out a frustrated breath, a sound dripping with contempt. You witch, he muttered under his breath. If you weren't my money source, I would have dealt with you myself. Unfazed, the woman continued. If Esther is proving too difficult, then just eliminate any other S rank. It doesn't matter who, as long as it's done quickly. With that, she turned to leave. Pyeonajin's ears perked up at her words. He quickly asked, So as long as it's an S rank, anyone is fair game? She paused and replied, Precisely. Lord Natchat is watching you. Therefore you must act with faith, and you will surely overcome this trial. Her words just irritated him further. Lord Natchat, huh? He scoffed. She pulled her rain hood back over her head, her face once again obscured as she spoke. Consider this your final opportunity. If you fail again, the Patriarch will truly cut off all support. I'm sure that's not an outcome you would desire, is it? He could only let out a heavy sigh. In his mind, Pyeonajin thought, Of course not. This wicked cult has pumped so much money into my operations. How could I possibly walk away now? The woman's voice cut through his thoughts again. In that case, I have a piece of information that might be of use to you. A faint smile played on her lips as she revealed, Right now, Dongha is on his way back to Seoul. Elsewhere, the very man being discussed was gazing out of a window. This takes us back in time, a key moment in this Manhwa recap, to when torrential rains flooded the city. As the city was submerged, a monstrous creature surfaced from the floodwaters. It was the year of the dungeon shock, and those who witnessed the event were frozen in terror, trembling so violently they couldn't move. The world had truly become a living hell, overrun by beasts that were impervious to humanity's weapons. They had swarmed across the globe. No matter how much firepower the nation deployed, their attacks had absolutely no effect. Then the awakened began to appear. One by one, they emerged across the country, but even their newfound powers were not enough to restore the peace the world once knew. The colossal monster whipped one of its tentacles towards a ship. But in that critical moment, a lone figure leapt into the fray, a young man. With a single miraculous strike, he sliced clean through the beast. Korea's very first S-class hunter had just made his debut. The battle that followed was nothing short of legendary. A one-on-one duel between man and monster fought with such overwhelming power that awakeners of A rank and below couldn't even begin to compare. The man charged forward relentlessly, his eyes glowing with a magical energy that no magic academy could ever teach. His accomplishments defied all common sense and pushed beyond the known limits of power. It was an unbelievably brilliant spectacle, and in the end, the monster was finally vanquished in a spectacular explosion. In the blink of an eye, he had single-handedly reversed a situation that had seemed utterly hopeless. All the while, the night rain continued its relentless downpour. It fell in heavy sheets washing over the city. The monster's massive corpse now floated lifelessly on the water's surface as onlookers watched from a distance, huddled under their umbrellas. This young man had saved the great city of Busan from the very brink of destruction. At that moment, the silhouette of the hero standing atop the monster's corpse looked truly magnificent. He gazed out at the crowd, and that was the beginning of the legend of the nation's greatest hero, the hero known as Ha Seong. Following his emergence, Korean society rapidly found its stability once more. Now atop a luxurious skyscraper, a sleek car pulled up just then with the nation's hero Seon behind the wheel, having completed his mission and returned. The driver glanced toward the young man in the back and announced, "We've arrived, Mr. Dong Ha Seong." Looking out the window, he replied, "Yes, thank you for your hard work." At that moment, the driver hesitated before speaking up again. "But sir," he began. And as Ha Seong looked over, the driver issued a warning. There's quite a large crowd gathered out there. Are you sure you'll be all right? Sure enough. Both sides of the street outside were packed with a massive crowd that looked like a legion of die-hard fans holding up banners and waiting in anticipation. Attracting this level of public attention was practically a given for him. The driver, looking concerned, couldn't help but wonder how everyone found out the hunter's schedule. Perhaps we should use the private parking entrance. A few reporters were also mixed into the crowd. However, Ha Seong calmly stepped out of the car, simply stating, "I'll be fine." The moment the crowd saw someone emerge from the vehicle, all eyes immediately locked onto his position. As soon as they recognized Ha Seong, they erupted into a roar, a scene straight out of a manhwa recap. "It's Ha Seong, please look over here." This was Hunter Ha Seong, an S-class who had selflessly broken numerous records for the fastest gate clearing times in history. The people surrounding him continued to cheer his name. "You're the top awakened being, and you're incredibly handsome. The nation's #1 pick. Forever and always." Ha Seong gazed down at the crowd, offering them a warm, friendly smile. In the current landscape of Korean society, his influence was absolute. Suddenly, a man clutching a folder rushed over to him and said, "Mr. Ha Seong, my deepest apologies." The man hastily explained the situation. "We did everything we could to ensure your arrival was quiet, but it appears the information was leaked from somewhere. I will escort you inside immediately." Following his lead, they proceeded into the building. Once inside, the atmosphere became much more serene. As they walked, the escort remarked cheerfully, "As expected, sir, your popularity is truly astounding." Ha Seong simply replied, "Not at all." He then looked at the man and asked, "Have there been any incidents in Seoul lately?" The man answered promptly, "Only a few minor issues, sir. Thanks to Miss Esther's assistance, everything was resolved without a problem." Hearing this, Ha Seong nodded in relief. "That's good to hear." They soon arrived at the elevator doors when Ha Seong suddenly spoke up. He said, turning to his escort. "That reminds me what became of that suppressed rank individual I mentioned." The man was visibly startled by the question. Ha Seong pressed on. "I reported a hunter who I suspected of falsifying their rank." He looked at the man pointedly. "Have the results of that investigation come in yet?" The escort became flustered, stammering, "The reevaluation. Well, about that." He seemed to be struggling to find the right words. Finally, the man managed to get the words out. There were no abnormalities found. At that exact moment, the elevator doors slid open. Hearing the news, Ha Seong was in disbelief. "What did you just say?" he demanded, needing to hear it again. "Is that really true?" His escort flipped through his logbook as he spoke. "Yes, sir. We retested him using the latest equipment, but we couldn't detect any irregularities. The individual is indeed a low ranker." The confirmation left Ha Seong completely stunned as they stepped into the elevator. He still couldn't process it. He thought to himself, is Gieock truly a low ranker? Could the test results possibly be wrong? He turned to the escort and pressed further. "Who is in charge of this reevaluation?" The logbook manager hesitated for a moment before saying, Yes, the person responsible was..." He turned and presented the logbook to Ha Seong, saying, "This person right here." After taking the book, Ha Seong's eyes fell upon the information detailed inside. The data clearly listed the inspector's name, Seon-woo. He remembered her, a woman whose precision was like that of a graduate from an elite magic academy. An inspection like this would never be handled carelessly by her, and she certainly wasn't the type to accept a bribe to falsify the results. At this point, he began to seriously question what was going on. He thought to himself. It was a bit annoying, but he decided to shelve it for now. At a time like this, clearing another dungeon was a much better use of his time. Ha Seong then asked, "What about the list of gates with impending dungeon breaks?" His assistant promptly replied, "I have it prepared, sir. You just need to turn to the next page." The assistant seemed a little curious, asking, "Sir, you've only just returned. Do you really want to schedule your work already?" He let out a strained laugh. "Ha ha ha, of course I do." At that moment, Ha Seong studied the map and spoke, "I have a question. Can I start with the nearest gate?" Just then, the sky turned a beautiful clear blue. Beneath a bridge, a lone figure materialized. And just like that, Ha Seong appeared before the dungeon gate. He stood there lost in thought. Gieock is an F rank. With that, Ha Seong decided he had to meet him in person to confirm his suspicions. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Gieock had somehow managed to fool the current ranking test. Mulling this over, he strode directly through the dungeon's shimmering portal. But as soon as he stepped inside, another thought struck him. What if he just got the address from the association and went to find him? Right at that moment, Ha Seong suddenly bumped into someone. He quickly spoke up, "My apologies," then paused. "That silhouette, it's quite familiar." The other person politely replied, "It's no problem at all." The moment Ha Seong heard that voice, he was completely floored. At the same time, Gieock also realized something and shot a startled look his way. Ha Seong immediately blurted out, "Is that you?" He then asked, bewildered, "What in the world are you doing here?" Gieock's face was still a mask of pure confusion. Let's rewind to 10 minutes earlier inside the B-rank Blue Gate, a dungeon of the 11th type. Our protagonist looked ahead. The reason he'd ventured into a gate again was simple. He couldn't put his research on hold, so he really had no other choice. He recalled the incident with the crows from the other day,
which had confirmed he could control the animals of Earth. So the next logical step was to test his ability on monsters. If he could actually control monster corpses, it would be an absolute goldmine. This whole necromancy thing was more advanced than anything taught at a magic academy. Gieock felt a surge of pride in his own ingenuity. He couldn't help but imagine himself commanding a massive monstrous beast. However, monster corpses weren't as easy to find in pristine condition as rats or birds, a key detail in this manhwa recap. To elaborate, hunters typically only harvest the valuable parts, leaving the rest of the monster's remains torn to shreds. Gieock scanned his surroundings as he walked, noting that even though this was a B-rank dungeon, the monsters here supposedly had no particularly valuable parts. He began to move faster as a realization dawned on him. If that was true, then wouldn't this be the perfect place to find the specimens he was searching for? Or so he thought. The very next moment, Gieock was turning tail and running for his life in a panic. After all, he was still just an F-rank. Hunting on his own was out of the question. After that close call, Gieock decided on a new plan. He would simply scavenge the monster corpses left behind by the previous raid team. He looked ahead and muttered to himself, "It's the perfect plan I've laid out." But just as he was about to move forward, he heard a sound of movement up ahead. He voiced his confusion out loud. What in the world was that? Gieock looked around puzzled. Not only were there no corpses, but there weren't even any signs of a battle. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, and a monstrous chicken appeared nearby. Gieock's eyes locked onto the monster as he quickly ducked for cover, thinking, "I can't believe this place is actually..." He was baffled. Is this gate really that unpopular with other hunters? Gieock immediately crouched down. So that's the monster of this gate. With that, he stood up and continued forward, realizing that catching one with his own two hands was nothing more than a pipe dream for now. He remembered that he had prepared some useful tools during his last shopping trip. Gieock couldn't help but think of that guy Yun Seung. I can't just keep always having to depend on Yun Seung. If Yun Seung could hear this, he'd probably be deeply moved, but more importantly, it seemed that on Earth no other awakened individual possessed the art of necromancy. With that in mind, he decided to head towards the gate. If Yun Seung grew suspicious of his actions, it would all be over. And right at that moment, just as Gi was stepping through the gateway, his shoulder bumped right into Ha Song's. The other man grunted, "My bad," Gi replied on instinct. "Oh, it's no problem." But in that same instant, he recognized the man. Immediately, Ha Song's identity flashed through his mind. This was none other than Hunter Ha Song himself. Spotting Gi, he immediately questioned, "What are you doing here?" In the very next second, the hunter unexpectedly drew his sword in a blur of motion. Ha Song instantly aimed the gleaming blade directly at Gi. He closed the distance and began to interrogate him. "This is a B-rank gate, isn't it?" Gi instinctively took a step back, his own expression turning grim as Ha Song asked angrily, "Didn't you claim to be an F-rank?" Gi was utterly stunned. Ha Song immediately came to a conclusion. "So you faked your rank just as I thought. What in the world is the Hunters Association even doing?" Gi stared at the sharp steel pressed against his neck and thought to himself, "Damn it all." Ha Song, however, was not finished. He continued his interrogation. "What are you doing here? Did you think you could hunt B-rank monsters?" Gi hastily tried to explain. "You've got it all wrong. It's a complete mistake. I wandered in here by accident and was just about to head out." Hearing this laughable excuse, Ha Song retorted angrily, "A mistake I was preparing right outside this gate for a full 10 minutes before I entered." Gi felt a cold sweat break out as his face went pale, thinking, crap, this is a total disaster. He had essentially dug his own grave. Trying to remain calm, Gi attempted to explain, "Well, what I meant to say was..." But Ha Song's glare remained sharp and unforgiving. Gi knew deep down that Ha Song wasn't going to let this slide easily. Since things had already escalated this far, he figured honesty might result in a lighter punishment. So he immediately blurted out, "I'm sorry." Gi quickly added, "If I'm interfering with Hunter Ha Song's hunt, I'll leave right away." But the hunter shot back, "Leave, you're not going anywhere." And just like that, the two of them started to argue. Gi retorted, "Well, what do you want me to do, then just stand here forever?" Ha Song challenged him. "What did you just say?" While the two were caught up in their argument, another figure slipped into the gate unnoticed. Pionajin. He was currently using an invisibility technique. Gi, meanwhile, was still trying to de-escalate the situation. "Hold on, Hunter Ha Song, at least lower your sword so we can talk." But the hunter was still irritated, snapping, "What's with all the running around?" Just as Pionajin reached the entrance, he froze, startled by the scene. "What the?" He stared in disbelief at the sight before him, a scene straight out of a chaotic manhwa recap. "How many people am I seeing right now?" Confusion began to cloud his mind. "I'm positive I saw Ha Song enter this gate alone, which is why I followed. So why is Gi here too?" Across from him, Gi was still frozen, completely bewildered by the sword being held to his throat. Seeing this, Pionajin immediately scrambled back out of the gate, collapsing in a panic nearby. "This is insane," he muttered, biting his lip in frustration. "Not again. How does he always manage to show up right next to the hunter we're targeting? This isn't some Magic Academy field trip." At that moment, he suddenly realized, with that F-rank kid on the scene, assassinating Ha Song was now impossible, since Gi wasn't affected by his stealth ability. Pionajin ran his hands through his hair in exasperation. Damn it, I can't just retreat again. He couldn't help but feel The man's words echoed in his mind. If Esther runs into trouble, another S rank will suffice. Get it done. This is your final opportunity. The terrifying expression of that woman flashed through his thoughts, causing him to clutch his head in fear. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, a final opportunity. This was his last chance. Pyanajin immediately pulled out his backpack. That's right, he couldn't back down now. For an awakened individual like himself? One with no official rank, the amount of money he could earn was severely limited. The sum they promised to pay was something he absolutely had to obtain. He began to rummage through his bag, a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach, but he had no other choice but to use the item that those shadowy figures had given him. Pyanajin stared at the device in his hand. It was a molecular disruptor designed to obliterate a specific target upon activation. With his resolve hardened, he clutched the device and headed toward the gate. This kind of explosive was typically used for destroying enemy equipment. He clenched his fist, his determination solidifying. But this was a special model they'd given him, telling him to use it. At the decisive moment, it had to be more powerful than a standard issue, right? Without another moment's hesitation, he hurled the device. It soared through the air and slammed into the gate, instantly creating a fracture on its surface. As he neared the portal, a miniature black hole began to form. A deafening explosion ripped through the air as the gate started to shatter. He stared at the unfolding chaos, stunned and tense. On the other side, the gate's structure spiderwebbed with cracks, and then like a vortex, it began to suck in the surrounding air. A moment later, the gate imploded completely, unleashing a massive shockwave that blasted everything nearby. This right here was the full-blown dungeon break. In the aftermath, the gate was simply gone, vanished as if it had never existed. Pyanajin stared in utter disbelief. No way! Did the bomb actually destroy the exit gate? Meanwhile, on the other side, Gieock suddenly snapped his attention in that direction. Huh! He looked to where the exit gate had been just moments before, completely baffled. Where did the exit go? Ha-song spoke, his voice laced with irritation. Cut the games, Hunter Gieock. Is this another one of your tricks? Gieock, still reeling from the shock, replied. You think I'd do something like this? I've had my eyes on you this entire time, Ha-song. But Ha-song's gaze remained fixed on Gieock, filled with suspicion. Gieock, meanwhile, was racking his brain. The gate just vanished. Could something like that even happen? He began to run through the possibilities. Okay, he needed to calm down and think logically. For a gate to collapse, the monster population has to surpass a certain threshold. Or the dungeon's boss has to be defeated. Gieock scanned the eerily silent surroundings. But as of right now, neither of those conditions had been met. This gate wasn't supposed to have a boss. It was the type where regular monsters just continuously respawned. So what in the world was causing this cascade of system errors? Suddenly, Ha-song whipped his head around, looking back. Wait a minute. In the distance, the unmistakable sound of thundering footsteps began to echo, growing closer with each passing second. This part of our Manhwa recap is getting intense. A look of pure dread spread across Gieock's face. What is that sound? Ha-song demanded as the frantic stomping grew louder and closer. The very ground beneath the foliage began to tremble. Gieock's head snapped up, and there in the distance he saw it. A horde of massive horned beasts was charging straight for them. What in the world are those? Why are there giant monsters like that here? His expression twisted in horror. Those creatures, they didn't belong in this dungeon. At the same time, Ha-song was checking his system. This situation was more dangerous than anything they teach at a magic academy. He looked, and the system prompt flashed before his eyes. Minotauros, the final boss of the Labyrinthos Maze dungeon. He was completely stunned. The boss from the Labyrinthos Maze? Gieock heard him, and his eyes widened in shock. On the other side, the monsters charged relentlessly, and in that instant, Gieock realized a horrifying truth: the boss-level creatures were all converging directly on their position. Ha-song stared ahead and declared, It seems this gate has spawned a whole new category of threat. At his words, Gieock flinched, pure panic washing over him. Ha-song continued grimly, Because the gate was destroyed before a boss appeared, all the ordinary monsters had been randomly replaced with boss-class magical beasts. Cold sweat poured down Gieock's back. He didn't fully understand the mechanics, but he knew this was a catastrophic development. He rubbed his neck anxiously, thinking that at least being trapped with an S-rank hunter was a silver lining. He quickly spoke up. Hunter Ha-song, where should I take cover? Gieock asked timidly. I can't fight, so I'll just be a burden, he added. If you just tell me where I'll hide immediately. Upon hearing this, Ha-song scoffed dismissively. What are you talking about? This isn't some magic academy field trip. I have no intention of protecting you. Gieock was stunned. What? You heard me, Ha-song said coldly. You're on your own, Kim Gieock. He glanced at the monsters, adding, a so-called hunter who can't even handle this much. Gieock was terrified by his sudden aggression. Why is this guy snapping at me all of a sudden? Staring at the ferocious horde, he thought, is he really expecting an F rank to survive this chaotic nightmare alone? Gieock hastily tried to reason with him. Is this about the surprise attack from before? If that's what this is about, I wasn't the one who did it. Ha-song cut him off. Kang Chanho, right. I already figured that out, and I couldn't care less.
Gieock pressed on. If it's not about that, then why are you taking your anger out on me? Ha Song turned to face him. He glared, his voice dripping with contempt. Because your entire attitude is pathetic. He turned away again. You're registered as an F rank. Yet you waltz into a B rank gate enjoying all the perks of being a hunter while shirking every last one of your responsibilities. Gieock was completely floored. He tried to interject Hunter I, but Ha Song just kept walking. I simply can't stand the sight of hunters like you. Gieock tried again. No, what I'm trying to say is... But it was useless. Ha Song continued his tirade. Your only real duty is to show up for a dungeon break, while you've been doing the bare minimum. Do you know how many people have... At that, Gieock finally snapped, his frustration boiling over. Hey, damn it! Would you just let me... Get a word in, I really am an F rank and my only skill is analysis. But that jerk Ha Song just let out a long, disappointed sigh. Suddenly his eyes shot wide open, fixed on something ahead. A monster had broken through and was charging straight for them. Ha Song instantly activated his skill, taking a combat stance to meet the beast head-on. He began to channel mana into his blade. In a flash, a brilliant arc of light cleaved through the charging monster. Gieock stared, dumbfounded by the sight. The massive creature collapsed in a heap right next to him. Ha Song then said, I see. So you're F-rank hunter Kim Gieock. His voice was laced with mockery. Well then, with that amazing analysis skill of yours, you should be able to figure this out on your own. Gieock was completely baffled. What are you talking about? In the next instant, Ha Song spun around and bolted into the forest. Gieock watched utterly powerless. Hunter Ha Song! He cried out in his mind. How could that bastard just abandon someone in a situation like this? Gieock silently burned this moment into his memory. I'm making a note of this part of the Manhwa recap. From now on, I'm downvoting every chapter you're in. Outwardly, Gieock could only stand there in stunned silence as the wind howled around him, carrying the fading sounds of Ha Song's footsteps. A sound echoed out, a classic start to any tense scene in a Manhwa recap. He glanced back toward the noise. Gieock peered into the distance and instantly recognized a horde of monsters stampeding right in his direction. They must have sensed the S-rank hunter who just vanished, right? Gieock immediately spun around, in a panic. Damn it, I'm toast! And so he took off again, running for his life as the monster horde began its ferocious pursuit. I should have just grabbed onto Yun Sung's leg and tagged along, he thought. The frantic thudding of footsteps rang out as Gieock sprinted ahead at full speed. By this point, the monsters were right on his tail. Gieock screamed silently in his mind. If I stop now, I'm a goner for sure. Just then, on the horn of one of the beasts, mana began to gather into a powerful stream, and in the next instant it unleashed an attack right where Gieock was running. He stumbled and fell hard. Gieock was terrified. Even a glancing blow would be fatal. He continued to run, gasping for air. At this rate, his stamina wouldn't hold out. He had to find an exit fast. Or create one himself. Then out of nowhere, Ha Sung appeared, instantly slashing at the attacking monster. Flames erupted instantly, incinerating the charging beasts. Gieock was taken aback. Ha Sung! He stood there stunned by the scene before him. That guy! Did he just incinerate the entire horde and the whole forest with them? A terrified Gieock stumbled back. That level of destructive power was completely absurd, like something out of a top-tier magic academy. The inferno continued to rage, consuming the remaining monsters. Witnessing the carnage, Gieock wondered to himself why after so many monsters had been slain, the exit still hadn't appeared. Gieock grew anxious. Do I have to wipe out every single monster to open the escape route? Then suddenly he sensed something, and was startled. From behind, a monster threw a punch right where he had been standing. Panicked, Gieock leaped to the side. Seeing this, Gieock's heart pounded with fear. This is bad. It's safer to get closer to Ha Sung. Then suddenly, he was startled by something ahead. A monster had somehow conjured a massive mana circle. Gieock stared in disbelief, wondering, what in the world is that? There are monsters like this in here. The creature then raised its hand. Seeing the motion, Gieock was shocked. Wait a minute. That skill is definitely Stone Spike. As its arm rose, mana began to concentrate in its palm. This was an area of effect skill. Gieock was frozen in fear, unable to move. Getting hit by that meant certain doom. Damn it, I don't think I can dodge this in time. Gieock scrambled to his feet. At this point, there was only one option left. He shouted, Hunter Ha Sung, something's casting an area of effect spell. Hearing this, Ha Sung immediately turned and snapped, what? Inside, Gieock's mind started racing. With a plan. If he's the reason I'm in this mess, he can get me out of it. Gieock yelled at the top of his lungs, stop it! Meanwhile, the monster slammed its fist into the ground, causing it to shatter. Immediately after, chunks of earth and rock beneath their feet erupted upwards, flying in all directions. Seeing this, Ha Sung cursed under his breath. Damn it! He instantly used his flames to evade the monster's assault. Immediately after, his sword flashed through the air with deadly precision. Ha Sung brought it down in a single fiery slash, and the flames roared to life with incredible intensity.
That monster, along with all the others, was instantly incinerated, reduced to nothing but a pile of cinders. A moment later, the entire area was nothing but clouds of ash drifting into the sky. He then sheathed his sword and remarked, "So I guess the cleanup is finished, huh?" Just then, a sound came from nearby, and Ha-sung quickly turned to look. As Ha-sung glanced in that direction right after, and in this part of our manhwa recap, his face contorted in horror. Kim Gieock, now scorched by the flames on one side of his body, lay motionless on the ground. He immediately cried out in alarm, "Hunter Kim Gieock!" Rushing to his side, he knelt down and anxiously repeated, "Hunter Kim Gieock! Are you all right?" Kim Gieock tremblingly raised a hand. His arm was charred, revealing raw flesh beneath, and he couldn't move it. Seeing this, Ha-ong's panic intensified. "Damn it!" he cursed frantically, rummaging through his satchel for a healing potion. "There has to be a healing potion in here somewhere." He slammed his fist on the ground, blaming himself for another person getting hurt because of his own skill. He should have been more careful, knowing his uncontrollable power could harm others. In a panicked state, Ha-ong kept repeating, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Suddenly, a faint cough broke the silence. Ha-ong immediately turned to him. "Kim Gieock, are you still conscious?" Kim Gieock shakily replied, "I'm fine." But his face was a paralyzed mask, completely devoid of emotion. Ha-ong was stunned. How could this man suffer such severe burns without even flinching? But inside, Kim Gieock was screaming in agony. The pain was immense, so intense that he couldn't even make a sound. Yet he wasn't overly worried about the injury itself. As long as he was alive, a few burns were nothing. Healing magic could easily fix this. It was a common accident for an Anfuyan. Kim Gieock struggled to sit up, thinking to himself that this was the price he had to pay. "I deliberately ran towards Ha-ong after all," he said weakly. "It's my fault. I'm sorry for rushing in so suddenly." Ha-ong was completely taken aback by his words. He lowered his head and mumbled, Why are you apologizing, Kim?" Gieock suddenly cried out, pointing in another direction. "Ha-ong!" he yelled urgently. Hearing the warning in his voice, Ha-ong spun around just in time as a monster was charging at him. Unfazed, Ha-ong instantly drew his sword. In the next moment, he unleashed a razor-sharp slash at the beast. The monster was immediately struck down, collapsing to the ground, as fierce flames erupted from the wound. Then another sound made Ha-ong snap his head up, peering into the distance. Kim Gieock spoke up. "It looks like more of them are coming." Ha-ong tensed at his words. Kim Gieock pushed himself to his feet and continued, "Postpone my treatment for now. First, we need to focus on getting out of this gate." In the distance, a horde of monsters was aggressively charging toward them. He added weakly, "My eyes are still good. I'll do my best to support you from the sidelines. Can you protect me for a little while?" Ha-ong was struck speechless by his request. Kim Gieock gave a slight bow and said, "I'm counting on you, Hunter Ha-ong." And just like that, the battle resumed. Ha-ong launched a relentless assault on the approaching monsters. One of them swung a massive hammer forward, but Ha-ong didn't even flinch, instead meeting its weapon with a direct slash from his sword. The hammer shattered instantly, and once again flames erupted. Ha-ong, showing off skills likely honed at the Magic Academy, followed up with a series of sharp cuts, dicing the monster into pieces. He then sheathed his sword and walked past it. The incinerated remains of the creature fell to the ground in chunks. His expression showed no signs of fatigue. The area around them was now littered with monster corpses. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hunter Ha-ong." He turned around. Kim Gieock surveyed the area before walking over and saying, "Looks like that was the last of them." He then pointed elsewhere and continued, "Look over there, the transfer gate has already appeared." Just then, their eyes met and a portal instantly materialized. Gieock turned to Ha-song, warning, "This gateway could vanish at any moment. We need to get out of here now." Just then, Ha-song unexpectedly moved closer to him. He took one of Gieock's arms to support him, saying, "Let me help you." And with that, the two of them made their way toward the shimmering portal. Once they stepped through, the air became peaceful again, the stench of monsters completely gone. Gieock immediately pushed Ha-song away, stating flatly, "You've been through enough, Hunter Ha-song." Ha-song was taken aback by the sudden dismissal. "Are you just going to leave like that?" Gieock looked flustered, replying, "As you can see, I need to get this wound treated urgently." Ha-song's expression filled with concern. "I'll take you to the hospital. Since you got hurt because of me, I'll cover all the treatment costs as well." But Gieock cut him off sharply. "That won't be necessary." Turning to leave, Gieock added, "I can handle a minor thing like this myself. A single strength-enhancing potion is all it will take to heal." Ha-song was still overwhelmed with guilt, unable to even look Gieock in the eye. Before he could utter another word, Gieock had already turned his back completely. "Well then, I'll be taking my leave." Ha-song just watched him go, utterly speechless. A confusing thought echoed in Ha-song's mind. Hunter Gieock, is he truly someone with absolutely no power? Watching that unsteady, staggering figure retreat, Ha-song murmured, "I just assumed he was a hunter with a remarkable talent for camouflage. If I had known the truth, I would have sworn to protect him from the very beginning." Ha-song continued to watch, an overwhelming sense of guilt washing over him. What am I supposed to do with this unbearable feeling? A few days passed, and at the Korean Hunters Association headquarters, a voice rang out.
Good heavens, you've really been through the ringer.
The man placed a cup of tea on the table before Ha-song. The gate just vanished without a single warning. You must have been in a complete panic. Rest assured we will thoroughly investigate this matter, so please try not to worry. But Ha-song couldn't shake the events of that day, remaining silent and lost in thought. The man across from him noticed his distraction and looked up puzzled. Finally, he broke the silence again, asking, "Is there something else troubling you?" Ha-song blinked. "Pardon me, sir," the man elaborated. "It's just that you don't look well at all." Ha-song appeared pensive, then said hesitantly, "The truth is, back inside that gate, an F-rank hunter, someone who'd be at the bottom of any Magic Academy roster, was caught in my skill and was severely injured." The man's eyes widened in shock. What, an F-rank was injured? He leaned forward urgently. "Did you handle the situation properly? Things like first aid, offering support, or covering the medical expenses?" Ha-song replied, "About that. My offers were refused. I proposed taking him to the hospital, but he insisted he would handle it himself." The man was utterly astounded. "And you just let him walk away like that? Did he demand any kind of separate compensation?" With every word, Ha-song's guilt deepened. "No, sir," he mumbled. Hearing this, the official grew thoughtful, hesitating for a moment. Then his tone shifted to one of urgency. "This is no time to be worrying about that. Our priority must be the injured party." Confused Ha-song simply said, "Yes, sir." The man immediately began typing at his terminal. What was the man's name? As he searched for the information, he muttered worriedly, "From the sounds of it, this person seems like the type who might go blabbing to everyone." Ha-song felt a need to defend him, quickly responding, "I really don't think he's that kind of person." The official paused and looked over at Ha-song. "Ha-song, you need to understand this isn't just your personal problem anymore." Ha-song flinched at the gravity in his voice. The man continued, "This is a situation that could easily be exploited, used as an excuse to drag an S-rank hunter's name through the mud. Society is already on edge these days, due to a string of serious crimes, so this kind of news turning into some viral manhwa recap would be an absolute nightmare." His voice lowered, laced with a stern warning. "With any other hunter, this wouldn't be an issue, but if the national hero Haong gets caught up in a scandal, the public will be thrown into a state of unease. So much so that they'd lose sleep over it." Hearing this, Haong himself was startled and panicked. "That's the weight of your position, Haong." Then the man continued, "First, we'll summon that individual to the association. We'll arrange the proceedings to ensure the conversation is as confidential as possible. As long as he keeps his mouth shut, this whole incident will be settled quietly." Haong understood the implications, bowing his head and agreeing, "You're right, we can't afford any trouble." Just then, information flashed on the system screen. As our manhwa recap continues, Gieock arrives at the office a short while later. He began flipping through the pages of the settlement agreement, and right after, before the tense faces of the two men across from him, he finally spoke up, "Right now." With a completely deadpan expression, Gieock looked them dead in the eye and asked, "Are you guys kidding me?" He looked absolutely furious. His blunt question left the two men opposite him completely stunned. The man stammered, unsure how to respond. Is there something that you're not satisfied with?" Gieock glanced down at the agreement, his face still a mask of indifference. Across from him, Haong was visibly tense. He chimed in, "Please speak frankly." "Hong fully intends to provide adequate compensation for the burn you sustained." The more the man spoke, the more anxious he sounded. "Is the compensation amount not sufficient?" But Gieock cut him off. "That's not the issue." Gieock then stated bluntly, "A person should have some integrity. I survived thanks to Dong Haong, so what is there to even talk about compensation for?" He then raised his arm to show them, adding, "Besides, the burn has already healed completely." The man, still wanting to push the issue, said, "But at the very least, the medical expenses or compensation for emotional distress." Gieock cut him off again. "None of that is necessary." Haong was completely bewildered by this, unsure of what to say. He quickly proposed another solution. "Well, if not money, then how about something else?" Gieock looked puzzled. "Something else," Haong elaborated. "For example, a pass to a rare resource dungeon that our guild possesses." Hearing this, the association man immediately jumped in. "Gieock, you mentioned before that you entered that B-rank gate simply out of curiosity." "Correct," he added. "How about we assign a professional escort team so you can safely survey high-rank gates? Or perhaps we could provide a team of hunters to support you, allowing you to raid gates much more safely." Gieock stared at them, his expression still unreadable, but inwardly he was completely baffled. What is wrong with these people? Gieock's mind began to race, filled with suspicion. Why are they suddenly so desperate to get me into a dungeon? From the very beginning, I was the one who trespassed, and getting injured was entirely my own fault. Gieock glanced over at Hong, his thoughts racing. That guy, who's usually as cold as ice, suddenly having this change in attitude, is also highly suspicious. He subconsciously began to recall all the things he had encountered so far. Based on his experience, Earthlings are absolutely never kind without a hidden agenda. Then he recalled the person he mistook for a mountain climber, and then the whole incident with that guy Sam Hyung. So why is the side offering money acting this difficult? Gieock's face instantly shifted, his internal alarm bells blaring as he went on high alert around these humans.
His mind started to spin wild theories. Was Gieock imagining a far more sinister scenario? Were they planning to lure him to a secluded location to get rid of him? At this thought, the small alien began to weep internally. The idea was too much to bear. He couldn't stand it any longer and shot up from his seat, announcing, "I must be taking my leave now." Seeing this, Haong hastily stood up as well, calling out, "Wait a moment, Hunter Kim Gieock." Gieock glanced at him and went on, "I've been saying this the entire time." With a completely impassive face, Gieock added, "I don't need money, nor do I require access to dungeons." Ha Seong, still desperate, pleaded, "Then at the very least, could you allow us to assign a security detail to accompany you? It's simply to ensure you don't get injured again." Gieock's voice cut in entirely neutral in tone. Dong Ha Seong, for any person living in this world getting hurt or making mistakes, is a perfectly normal occurrence. Hearing this, Ha Seong flinched as if struck. Gieock stared directly at him and continued, "To be trembling over something so insignificant. As if it's some catastrophic event, do you have any idea how strange you appear?" Ha Seong was utterly stunned as Gieock's words seemed to pierce straight through to his very core. After Gieock had departed, the older man spoke up, "I wonder if I left an opening." That caused him to misunderstand something. He looked over at Ha Seong and added, "Regardless, don't you worry. This entire conversation has now been recorded." Ha Seong remained silent, offering no response. The man's voice continued to drone on in Ha Seong's ear. "He's a clever one, isn't he? Normally in these situations, people would raise hell to extort a considerable sum." To this, Ha Seong muttered to himself, "That's certainly true." He vividly recalled Gieock's composure. And yet, Kim Gieock hadn't taken the money, hadn't accepted the dungeon, and had flat out refused everything. So what in the world could have provoked him so much? He replayed Gieock's words in his mind, and that one phrase, "To be so overly anxious about such a trivial matter? Do you realize how bizarre you look?" Ha Seong closed his eyes, starting to deeply reflect. That question echoed relentlessly in his head. The other man watched him, clearly perplexed. Ha Seong just continued to mull it over, appearing bizarre, huh? That night in another part of the city, the streetlights were already glowing. The savory aroma of cooking food wafted out from a small restaurant. A voice rang out, "Got something on your mind?" Gieock was now sitting across from Yun Seong. He responded, "Yeah, I was hoping to get some advice from you. He's difficult to figure out." "You're asking me for advice." Yun Seong immediately brightened up. "What's going on? If there's any way I can help, I'll tell you everything." "I know." Gieock paused for a second. Then, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, he said, "For some reason, the situation has evolved into something out of a crazy manhwa recap, where it seems like Ha Seong is planning to have me eliminated." Yun Seong froze solid, and then his eyes widened in terror. "What eliminated?" Gieock pressed on. "Just hear me out. It's not a certainty that he'll actually do it. I'd prefer to resolve this whole thing peacefully if possible." On the other side of the table, Yun Seong's panic resurfaced. "Ha Seong wants to kill you?" The words just kept bouncing around his head before being interrupted by the sizzling grill. "Does the barbecue need to be flipped? Wait, what in the world are you talking about? What the hell is going on now? What's the reason and why are we having this conversation while grilling meat?" Gieock, however, remained perfectly composed as he said, "I'm asking you because you're also a high-ranking hunter. Do you know anything about Ha Seong?" At the question, Yun Seong looked flustered. "You're asking so suddenly. You don't just mean any hunter, you're talking about *** Dong Ha Seong, right?" "What about him?" Gieock replied, still confused. Yun Seong glanced aside thoughtfully and said, "He's always been a very cold, aloof kind of person, like a strict professor from some elite magic academy." "How should I describe it? He's kind of cut from the same cloth as you. Under normal circumstances, he isn't the type to get into personal disputes with people." Yun Seong, who had seen Ha Seong around, added, "He only ever gets that intense when the topic of clearing gates comes up." Reaching this point, he looked completely baffled. "I honestly can't even picture Ha Seong furious enough to end someone. Besides, I'm not the kind of guy who inspires that level of deep-seated hatred." He then asked, "Is it possible you're misinterpreting something?" Hearing this, Ja-ok conceded, "Yeah, that could be it." As he flipped the meat on the grill, he thought that perhaps he had read too much into Ha-ong's offer. He spoke up, "I think you're right." Ja-ok then looked up, handing a freshly grilled piece of meat to Yun Seong and said, "There's no way the top-ranked hunter in all of Korea would waste his time on an F-rank hunter like me." Yun Seong accepted it, cheerfully adding, "Well, to be more accurate, that whole situation puts a lot of pressure on Hunter Ha-ong." Ja-ok was puzzled by this. "Pressure," Yun Seong replied. "It's about what happened during the Big Yule incident." He started to explain, "After what went down, there's no doubt his side is going to be wary of you." Yun Seong continued while chewing his food. "That's just the nature of conflict between hunters. Unlike monsters, people can conceal their true abilities." He mumbled through a mouthful of food. "He's hiding something. And when one side starts thinking that conflict becomes almost impossible to avoid, Hearing that, it all clicked for Gieock as he recalled that very moment.
Come to think of it, that assassin from a few days ago? Gieock replayed the events, starting to piece it together. The guy picked a fight first, but then bolted immediately, maybe because he realized I was stronger than he looked. I must be overthinking this. Just then, while Yoon-sung was eating, he noticed Gieock's phone vibrating on the table. Gieock picked it up to check. Yoon-sung asked, "What is it, a text message?" He replied, "Yeah." Looking at the screen, Gieock said, "Hang on a sec, I need to answer this." Yoon-sung just nodded obediently, continuing to eat while watching him with wide, sparkling eyes. Gieock instinctively glanced back at him. A moment later, he asked, "What, you curious?" Startled. Yoon-sung stammered, "Not really." Seeing this, Gieock held up his phone and said, "It's nothing, just some trivial stuff." Yoon-sung's eyes darted to the screen anyway. A series of messages were visible, one of them asking if Gieock had eaten yet. His reply was a blunt, "Sorry, I'm currently busy assisting a police investigation." In another message, the sender checked in on Gieock and asked if he'd eaten. Gieock's reply was a curt, "Just finished." And then there was the most recent message. The person asked if Gieock wanted to have dinner with them, to which he had just coldly replied that he was eating grilled ribs with an acquaintance. Gieock's face remained completely impassive as he said, "See, just someone checking in." Yoon-sung was dumbfounded, but then suddenly, he saw something that made him point a trembling finger at the screen. Hey?" Gieock looked at him confused. "Yeah?" Yoon-sung stammered. The person sending these messages?" Gieock was still lost. Yoon-sung pressed on. "The display name? It says Esther, right? And her face is the profile picture." Realization dawned on Yoon-sung, who asked in utter shock, "Don't tell me that's the representative from the Magic Tower." Gieock replied, completely deadpan, "That's right. She's been messaging me quite a bit lately." Yoon-sung looked like he'd been struck by lightning. "What?" Yoon-sung exclaimed, completely flustered. "You're casually texting back and forth with Esther, the head of the Magic Tower." Gieock, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, just kept eating calmly. This whole Manhwa recap is getting wild. The scene then shifts to that evening at the Hunters Association. A voice echoed through the halls. "Another A-rank gate. Are there any guilds left that can even take on this mission?" A group of officials rushed down the corridor. Both Neelit and the Korean Magic Academy have already dispatched all their main forces. At that moment, Ha-ong's team arrived, their faces etched with worry. He glanced down at his phone and muttered, "Well then. Is there really no other hunter available?" Elsewhere at the site of an A-rank gate, purple vials lay scattered across the ground. At that moment, Ha-seong, completely covered in blood, answered his phone. "Understood. I'm on my way now." After the call, Ha-seong immediately climbed into a car still drenched and ordered, "Get the car started, driver." The driver, terrified by his appearance, stammered, "What? You just cleared a gate and you're already heading to another one." As they drove, the man worriedly added, "You haven't slept for 40 straight hours. You should at least go home and change your clothes." But he remained calm, replying, "I'm fine." Ha-seong lowered his head and muttered, "Either way, blood's just going to splash around in the same boring fashion." As he said this, his expression turned ice cold as he looked up. Beneath the gentle glow of the setting sun, a red brick building emerged in a deserted alley. The scene then shifts. We move to a small laboratory where Gieock is conducting an experiment. As the mixture in the glass vials stabilized, he let out a faint smile. "Good, it's perfect," he whispered. Looking at his notes, he thought to himself, "Thanks to today's experiment, I've finally grasped pain resistance. Since completely eliminating the sensation of pain could cause problems, this will only activate to nullify it after a certain threshold is reached. Now my body is finally getting back to its previous state," he said. Suddenly, Gieock was struck by a painful memory from his past. "I never want to experience the agony of being burned alive again," he declared, kneeling on one knee on the floor. His voice echoed softly, "There's no need to ever collect that kind of data." Abruptly, a flash of red light pierced through the room. He squinted, raising the hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. The entire lab began to shake violently, sending test tubes and glass beakers on the table crashing into each other and shattering. He looked around in astonishment, exclaiming, "What's going on?" The ground trembled so hard he could barely stand, forcing him to brace himself against the wall, still completely baffled. "What is this?" Gieock peered outside to see people frantically shouting, "Everyone evacuate now! It's too dangerous here!" As he rushed out the door, he wondered, what in the world is happening? He burst outside with a bewildered look on his face. What the hell is this? The sky was stained a deathly shade of red. The surrounding buildings were all in ruins, making him wonder if his own building had been blown away. He gazed up at the sky, his face a mask of utter confusion. That's when he saw them. Monsters were swarming the air. Could this be a dungeon break? Gieock joined the evacuating citizens, his mind racing as he ran. Recovery potions, a protection bracelet, sleeping incense, a reflection mirror. What do I need? He thought. All my training at the Magic Academy taught me that my magic artifacts should be enough. He pulled out his phone to find a number, but the screen showed no signal. How could his phone be dead? A panicked citizen shouted, "Is anyone's phone working? I can't call my family." Gieock thought, could it be because everyone is trying to call at once? He then heard urgent cries of, "Run faster!" as the flying monsters descended, causing everyone to scream in terror. One of the beasts used its tail to snatch a man from the crowd. This whole disaster felt like a scene from a dark manhwa recap. The captured man screamed for help, "Save me, get away!" while others yelled, "Where are the awakened? Someone call the awakened, quick!" Gieock ran for his life. Damn it all, he thought while sprinting, but where are we even supposed to run? The crowd was stampeding towards the subway station. He wondered, is that the place? Do people on Earth use subway stations as emergency shelters? 2 station employees were desperately trying to hold people back, shouting, "Stay back, it's dangerous if any more of you go in." The situation was pure chaos. "Let us in." Are they just going to leave us out here to die? Gieock thought, realizing it was now impossible to get inside. Before the monsters could even reach them, the stampeding crowd would surely trample them to death. Gieock decided his best bet was to flee alone, and he began to scan his surroundings. He carefully analyzed the terrain, meticulously tracking the flow of mana, to find paths where the monsters couldn't possibly detect him. As Gieock moved stealthily, a powerful stream of magic suddenly flew past, startling him. He quickly turned his head, following the source of the immense power. This mana signature? Gieock immediately dashed toward it. Unless his senses were deceiving him, this had to be the sight of monsters being annihilated one after another. Indeed, the corpses of monsters were strewn across the ground at a lone man's feet. Dong Haong was visibly exhausted from battling such overwhelming numbers. "It really is you, Dong Haong!" Gieock whispered, peeking at the S-rank hunter who had just appeared before him in the middle of this monster outbreak. He muttered to himself, "This is just like a survival scenario from a manhwa recap. When it comes to this kind of parasitic living, I'm an expert." Yet Gieock hesitated for a moment. He looked back at Dong Haong, wondering, but why is his mana so unstable? Meanwhile, the number of monsters continued to swell. As they swarmed him, Dong Haong suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He thought, could my mind already be affected? He'd been closing one gate after another over and over again. Despite his efforts, the situation only worsened by the day, which could only mean one thing. This was undoubtedly a calculated act of terrorism. But who would do this and for what purpose, according to the intel he had? The president of Magic Tower G was supposedly on a business trip and couldn't be reached. At that very moment, the shrieking monsters closed the distance and launched their attack. A look of fierce resolve, the kind not even a top magic academy could teach, flashed in Haong's eyes as he resolved to fight to the bitter end. And so Dong Haong unleashed another devastating attack to obliterate them. I have to hold on, he thought, as the horde of monsters was blown apart, their remains scattering everywhere. With just a single strike, he had wiped out the entire pack. Dong Haong panted for breath, recalling his blade. He reached for a stamina recovery potion, only to realize the bottle he carried was nearly empty. Then from the distance, he heard someone crying for help. "Please save me!" The voice called out again, "Help me!" He looked over to see a person collapsed on the ground. A survivor! Haong immediately sprinted towards him. "Don't move, I'll clear this debris right now." He heaved the massive concrete slab off the man. "Are you okay?" he asked. The man replied weakly, "My legs. I can't move them. Please help me up. Take my hand." Dong Haong helped the injured man to his feet, his mind racing. The broadcast station must be offline. If I use my comms to call G personnel for an evac? But just then the man spoke up asking, "You're the hunter. Dong Haong, the one who's number 1 in the rankings, aren't you?" In an instant, the man's arm shot out, locking around Haong's neck in a chokehold. In that same moment, Haong realized this was a trap. As the man's grip tightened, he ripped his shirt open, revealing a ticking time bomb strapped to his chest. The horrifying truth dawned on Haong: it was a suicide bombing. The device exploded with catastrophic force, leveling the surrounding buildings in a fiery blast. Gieock, who was hiding behind a nearby wall, was violently thrown back by the shockwave, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Oh, a familiar hand was visible in the rubble as someone screamed, "Hunter Dong Haong!" Amidst the devastation from the massive explosion, Haong lay injured in a crater. A groan of agony escaped his lips as he struggled to push himself up. I was too careless, he thought. So from the very beginning, this was a terrorist plot targeting me, wasn't it? They knew I always operate alone, which made me the perfect target. Could it be that the recent dungeon breaks were also deliberately staged to deplete my mana reserves? Dong Haong clutched the last of his recovery potion tightly in his hand. So this is how it's going to be, collapsing from his grievous injuries. Hasong fought to stay conscious as long as he could. Just before he blacked out, he saw someone running toward him. Jiwook rushed over and took one look at Haseong. This injury was seriously bad. He quickly opened his backpack and started rummaging through it, muttering, "It's a good thing I brought a healing potion." Jiwook looked at him. No matter how you sliced it, Haseong looked. He held the potion in his hand. "Without me, you'd be a goner for sure." Haseong's eyes fluttered open once more as he heard a voice calling, "Hunter Haseong!" He snapped back to his senses when the person called out again. "Hunter Dong Haseong," Jiwook asked. "Are you feeling any better? Can you move at all?" Haseong slowly sat up, asking, "Who are you? Why are you still here? Shouldn't you have evacuated?" Jiwook replied, "I was looking for an evacuation shelter when I happened to stumble upon you." "Haseong!"
He then pulled a shirt from his backpack, handed it over, and said, "First,
Use this cloth and put this on." Ha-seong looked at the offering. "Don't you have anything else?" Gieock just held the cloth out in front of him, which puzzled Ha-seong.
"Huh?" he asked. "You used a potion on me, didn't you?" Gieock, still rummaging through his bag, simply said yes, as Ha-seong wiped the blood from his face.
He couldn't believe it. What kind of potion could heal such a devastating injury in the blink of an eye? He then added that he would definitely repay him.
"Any idea how much that was worth?" Gieock just shrugged. "Not really. It was a gift, so I have no clue about its actual price."
By now, Ha-seong's wounds were completely healed, and he had changed into a fresh set of clothes. Suddenly, the radio beside him crackled to life, demanding a response.
"ETV headquarters, 3 Class A entities." Ha-seong grabbed the radio. "3 Class A entities at the ETV headquarters." Ha-seong responded to the call. "This is Dong Ha-seong. I'm heading there now."
Gieock was stunned. What did this madman just say? He quickly interjected. "Hold on a second."
"Hunter Ha-seong, where do you think you're going? You can't just exert yourself like that right now, you know?" he continued. "My goodness,
Your lungs were shredded by that explosion. It's only thanks to the timely treatment that you're even standing. You need absolute rest. Using magic with newly regenerated lungs will leave permanent side effects."
Ha-seong replied without a moment's hesitation. "I appreciate the advice, but in a situation like this, there's no other choice." Gieock thought to himself, he's planning to use magic in his condition. Back at the Magic Academy, they taught us that for a sorcerer, the lungs are an incredibly vital organ. Gieock continued to protest. "If you do this, you could suffer permanent damage." Ha-seong picked up his sword and replied decisively, "I'll accept that risk." Gieock was left speechless, completely exasperated, this stubborn fool. Ha-seong then said, "Kim Gieock, right this very moment people are dying. There's no time to waste. If I don't act more innocent, people will continue to lose their lives." Gieock shot back, "So what?" Ha-seong turned around, shocked. "What did you just say?" Gieock repeated, "I said so what? It's not your fault." Ha-seong couldn't hold back. "And you call that an excuse?" Gieock stated bluntly, "That's their business. This whole city doesn't just have one hunter like you. For just one day you can leave it to someone else."
Ha-seong let out a long sigh. "I'll rest as soon as this job is done." Ha-seong then added, "So please move aside." Gieock stepped directly in front of him, holding out a hand to block his path. He stood firm. "I can't let you pass." Ha-seong was still resolute. "Stop it. I'm grateful for your help, but if you keep this up, you'll be obstructing an official mission." Gieock thought to himself. Talking to this guy is like talking to a brick wall. This is more than just some heroic impulse. He knows full well how severe his injuries were. Is he really pushing himself this hard just because of an order from the association? In this manhwa recap, I've seen far too many talented young people fall into this kind of delusion. Ha-seong paid him no mind and stubbornly walked on. "I used to be just like him. Look, I don't have time to argue anymore." Gieock could only give Hunter Ha-seong one last warning. "If you keep this up, your lungs will be permanently damaged, and you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Ha-seong paused for a moment to ask, "A warning?" He scoffed, completely dismissing Gieock's words. "You, a self-proclaimed F-class, are warning me to be honest. That's just insulting. What can someone of your rank possibly do?" Gieock's expression darkened at the condescending remark. "I'm going regardless." As he spoke, Gieock pulled a length of chain from his backpack while Ha-seong didn't forget a sarcastic farewell. "We'll talk later." Suddenly, something that looked like an iron box shot towards him from behind, catching him completely off guard. He froze for a split second, but Ha-seong didn't hesitate to draw his sword, instantly cleaving Gieock's weapon in two. The pieces clattered uselessly to the ground. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he roared in fury. But then, an unseen force suddenly bound Ha-seong's legs. He gritted his teeth in realization as the magical energy wrapped around him, forcing him to his knees. Gieock watched with satisfaction. Good, it worked. This little trinket was originally only meant for those B-class or lower, but I made a few special modifications, a little trick from my Magic Academy days, so it would even work on an S-class. He then said, "Sorry about this, Hunter." "Ha-seong, but this is for your own good." Just then something caught his eye, a ring on Ha-seong's hand. "This ring. I've never seen that before. Don't tell me after that stunt Kang Jung-ho pulled you actually prepared a resistance artifact." After a moment, Ha-seong finally collapsed. Gieock mused to himself, to be this prepared and still get taken down by the same trick twice. You must be absolutely fuming. Gieock walked over into the unconscious Hunter. This is going to be a headache later, he thought. Still, he couldn't just stand by and watch a promising mage with such a bright future completely destroy his own lungs. He just couldn't let it happen. The image of Ha-seong's stubborn pain somehow reminded him of his own past. After a moment of reflection, Gieock stood up and hoisted Ha-seong onto his back, grunting under the weight. So heavy. The unconscious Ha-seong was now just dead weight on his back. "Seriously, I'm too kind for my own good," he muttered. The scene in our manhwa recap shifts to a bright morning at a hospital where a doctor stood nervously before a patient's bed, hesitantly stammering, "Ha!" But the patient in the bed, now wide awake and furious, roared, "Kim Gieock!
Hassan, his face a mask of pure indignation, growled, "That bastard." The story flashes back 24 hours at that very hospital where everyone was in an uproar, as if a major incident had just occurred. A nurse finally spoke up. "Well, what in the world happened? How did Hunter Ha-song end up like this?" Gieock calmly replied, "Do I really need a reason to get him admitted?" He added gently, "It's not like he's injured or was in an accident. I just happened to use a sleep-inducing item on him, and now Hunter Ha-song is out cold." All the nurses were stunned, thinking he actually dared to put South Korea's #1 S-class hunter to sleep. Gieock simply asked, "Can I just leave him here to rest for a while?" The staff began to whisper amongst themselves, "Who is that guy? Could he be dangerous?" The head nurse just nodded and replied, "Of course." When Ha-song finally woke up, he was seething. What the hell was that F-class thinking, he wondered. He then shouted, "The guy who dragged me here! He's already gone!" The doctor replied, "Yes, sir, he left a while ago. And about the dungeon break that you were so worried about, it's already been fully resolved." "You've been asleep for an entire day, sir." Ha-song was stunned. "What did you just say?" He completely lost it, turning to yell at the doctor. "A whole day!" In such a critical situation, Ha-song thought to be out for that long. "I can't believe I slept for an entire day. What kind of potent sleeping draft did that guy use to knock me out so completely?" He just keeps on mumbling, doesn't he? It suddenly hits me. While I was in this daze, how many more people had to perish? My nightmare always begins the same way, with me being late. The day I overslept and was late for my magic academy, that was the day the tragedy unfolded. The Dawn break. It claimed the lives of all my friends. I've replayed that day in my head countless times since then. The image of him, rushing in his voice, calling out, "Hey kids," it's forever seared into my memory. If only I had been at the academy that day. His voice still echoes in my mind. "Hey kids, teacher. If only I could have faced those monsters alongside my friends." Dong Ha-eun screams in his mind, "Everyone, if only I had awakened back then. And could use my S-rank powers." On the ground, a backpack lies, ripped open, its notebooks and pens scattered about. Dong Ha-eun continues to blame himself, wondering if he could have protected his friends. A few years later, I finally had my awakening. I became Korea's very first S-rank awakened. Life as a hunter wasn't half bad. Even though I was a bit overwhelmed by the new role that was suddenly thrust upon me, the work itself wasn't too difficult. After all, everyone was grateful to me. Confidence, pride. I thought I was finally starting to gain those things. And then on a day I was beginning to let go of my past wounds, it happened all over again. A plate of beefsteak sits on the table as a voice says, "This is delicious. It's all thanks to my son that I get to eat so well." Dong Ha-eun replies, "Please, Mom, eat a lot." He was savoring this rare moment of happiness when suddenly the phone rang. A sense of unease washed over Dong Ha-eun as he slowly reached for the phone on the table. He answered, "Yes, this is Dong Ha-eun." The voice on the other end apologized for bothering him on his day off. "Hunter Dong Ha-eun, we've detected a gate near Hongno showing signs of an imminent dungeon break." He immediately shot back, "You're kidding, what's the rank?" The voice replied, "It appears to be B rank." Dong Ha-eun thought to himself, "A B rank, we can close that in no time." He then asked, "How long until the dungeon break?" The operator responded, "We estimate about 1 day." Back then, the precise conditions that triggered a break were still not fully understood. No one realized that mana density was a far more critical factor than time. Dong Ha-eun said, "All right, so we just need to close it before the end of the day." Dong Ha-eun's mother asked softly, "Do you have to leave right now, dear?" He replied, "It's all right, Mom. I still have plenty of time to finish my meal before I head out." As this manhwa recap shows, that was his fatal mistake. He thought to himself, so it should be fine. He then stood up, glancing at the clock, and said, "Mom, I think I'd better get going. I'll call a cab for you." Just then, the phone on the table rang again. Dong Ha-eun calmly picked it up. "Yes, Guildmaster." And just like that, everything took a turn for the worse. His voice became deadly serious. Right now, the city had descended into utter chaos. The dungeon break had already happened. Thick plumes of smoke billowed from fires spreading across the city. Chanun, his face a mask of terror, trembled too much to even speak. "No, stay." Away before him stood Dango, its eyes filled with a ferocious hunger that seemed to want to devour the world. It bared a jaw full of razor-sharp teeth, and its eyes glowed with a malevolent red light. Dango raised its deadly claws and lunged directly at Chanun. With its sharp fangs, it lunged forward, sinking them into his flesh. With immense power, Dango lifted Chanun off the ground in its massive jaws. Just then Dong Ha-eun, Dong, arrived like a bolt of lightning. He thrust his powerful hands forward, channeling his innate strength to grab hold of the creature's torso. Gripping Dango firmly with both hands, Dong Ha-eun slowly began to rip the beast in two, and just like that, he tossed the upper half of Dango's body aside. It slammed into the ground, lying completely still. Dong Ha-eun immediately rushed toward Jung Jun, but a faint noise made him freeze in his tracks. He turned, asking, "Huh?" Jung Jun was sprawled on the ground, paralyzed by Dango's bite. his voice a strained whisper. Please, help me. Seeing his desperate state, Dong Haong moved closer, gently urging, just hang on a little longer. He began frantically searching his pockets, saying, I have a recovery potion. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Jun's eyes went vacant and his body went limp. Surrounded by the bodies of his comrades, Dong Haong choked out, It's no use. If I had just been a few minutes earlier, I could have saved everyone. My brief moment of hesitation cost them their lives. Standing before the tombstones of the fallen, a grief-stricken voice cried out, Oh, my poor child. So many families were now permanently shattered, never to see their loved ones again. If only I had moved the second I got the call. If only I had been a little more cautious. This is all my fault. Dong Haong bolted upright in bed, his face slick with sweat as he gasped for air. He stared wildly, up at the bright ceiling light, his mind racing. Was that a dream? Completely disoriented, he realized he must have fallen asleep without even knowing it. He clutched his heart, a familiar suffocating anger rising within him. It's that same choking feeling. Back when I was just a machine for clearing dungeons, my emotions were never this volatile. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of rage. Dong Haong swung his legs over the side of the bed with purpose, each heavy step he took across the floor echoing his profound resentment. His mind was made up. Kim Gieock, I'm going to settle this with you once and for all. Meanwhile, at that exact moment, over at the Gangnam Gymnasium, which was serving as a disaster relief shelter, a loudspeaker crackled to life. This is an announcement from the temporary Dungeon Disaster Relief Shelter. For those receiving water or lunch, please bring your identification to the distribution area. Again, we repeat the announcement. The large space was filled with rows of tents, each bearing the emblem of the Korean Red Cross. Kim Gieock, having just finished his meal, set down his chopsticks with a sigh. He leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face, and mused internally, so they're providing temporary housing for everyone who was displaced. Interesting. The landlord mentioned it would take some time. For the rebuilding. So it seems the advanced research I learned at the Magic Academy will have to be put on hold. Oh well, I'll just focus on gathering information on Earth in the meantime. Just then his phone vibrated with an incoming call. He grunted, sensing trouble. What does this person want now? He thought before answering hello. A voice on the other end spoke immediately. Hello, Hunter Kim Gieock. Can you talk right now? He replied instantly. Yes, Hunter 1. Did they finally catch the attacker? Her voice was laced with panic as she shot back. No, that's not the problem right now. What on earth did you do this time? Taken aback, Gieock played dumb. What are you talking about all of a sudden? She practically yelled his name Dong Haong, and then repeated it again. That man stormed the association this morning demanding your home address like a lunatic. You should have seen his eyes. He was completely feral to the point where he even chewed me out because he wouldn't drop the issue about the re-examination. Hearing this, Kim Gieock thought to himself with a smirk, called it. His reaction is so predictable, like something straight out of a revenge manhwa recap. He ducked down, pulling back the tent flap to step outside. He continued his train of thought. I was prepared for this when I knocked him out. But he already has my phone number, so why would he cause a scene at the association for my address? Is he trying to? Does he really want to come and beat me up himself? After a moment of thought, Gieock told Uzion, I'll explain the details later. He then asked, Is Ha-seong at the association right now? She quickly replied, Yes. Gieock's expression turned icy as he declared, I'm on my way there now. With the call ended, Gieock thought to himself, it's better to end this thing right now before it gets any worse. He immediately sighed in frustration. Man, I'm really not good at handling these kinds of situations. How do people on Earth normally apologize? Gieock quickly pulled up a search bar to find the proper way to say sorry. Instantly, the internet displayed numerous methods, a simple bow, a deep bow of the head, and even kneeling while bowing. A short while later at the back gate of the Hunters Association, Uzion was standing there waiting for him. She kept glancing around, a worried and impatient look etched on her face. She thought anxiously, this is insane. What on earth could have made Ha-seong that furious nearby? Ha-seong himself was also standing holding a sword, and he had been maintaining that exact same stance for quite some time now. The situation felt incredibly tense to Uzion, and she wondered, he said he would resolve this himself, but is that even possible? And when is that other guy going to get here? Just then, Gieock finally arrived on the scene. Uzion spotted him immediately. He opened the door, stepped out of the taxi, and then quickly made his way towards the two of them. Uzion immediately rushed over to Gieock and whispered urgently, Mr. Kim Gieock, he replied in surprise. Hunter Uzion. She pressed on, hurry up and explain what happened. Without a hint of hesitation, Gieock answered with a perfectly calm expression. Well, I knocked Ha-seong unconscious yesterday. Hearing this, she froze in shock and stammered, what? Gieock just shrugged. What's done is done. He then tried to reassure Uzion, don't worry, I'll figure out a way to resolve this. Watching him walk so calmly towards Ha-seong, Uzion grew worried, thinking, please don't let this turn into a complete bloodbath. This wasn't your typical Magic Academy drama. Both of them have pretty mild personalities, so hopefully they'll just talk things out calmly. The moment Gieock stepped in front of Ha Seong, the enraged hunter instantly drew his sword and slashed at him with incredible speed. But then Ha Seong's own face twisted in sheer astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Uzion, watching from the side, was just as stunned. She thought to herself, wait, I didn't even see Ha Seong draw his sword, and Gieock managed to dodge it. As luck would have it, Gieock had bowed his head at the perfect moment, narrowly avoiding the dangerous blade. Ha Seong broke the silence. I held back a little to gauge your level, but I never expected you to dodge it completely. Who in the world are you? Gieock remained in his bowing posture, completely at a loss for words. In reality, his entire body was trembling uncontrollably from the near miss. His face had gone deathly pale, and he was drenched in cold sweat, thinking, I was almost a goner just now. If I hadn't bowed to apologize at that exact second. It all came back to him, his earlier internet search for a solution. He had wondered, so I should just bow when I see him. And now he realized, if I hadn't, I would have been sliced in half. This whole manhwa recap could have ended right there. It was almost over. Goodbye, cruel world. Shaking off the fear, Gieock finally looked up and spoke to his attacker. Mr. Ha Seong, please calm down. I was genuinely in the wrong and I came here to apologize. Ha Seong replied coldly, if an apology could fix everything, then what would be the point of having laws? Gieock thought that was a fair point, then quickly added, but you know I didn't do it on purpose. I was genuinely worried about your health, he said, but Ha Se-yong clearly didn't believe him. And how am I supposed to believe that you suddenly knocked someone out cold? To me, you're no different from those terrorists. Gieock was rendered speechless by the accusation. He thought to himself, this is the exact reason I had to take you down. Ha Se-yong pressed on, be honest, you have some other motive, don't you? Seeing no other way out, Gieock let out a long sigh and retorted, a motive? I think I'm the one who should be asking that question. Why are you always in such a rush? Hearing this, Ha Se-yong's expression froze solid. Yoon was no exception. She was also stunned into silence by his words. Gieock continued, I saw online that you break the record for closing dungeon gates every single year. That means you're constantly grinding in dungeons without taking a single break. You hand over all the spoils from the dungeon to the government like an absolute fool, keeping nothing for yourself, not even taking a rest when you're sick. Tell me, why are you so addicted to hunting monsters? What harm would it do to take just one day off? After listening, Ha Se-yong let out a bitter laugh and replied, so to put it bluntly, you're saying South Korea won't collapse just because you take a break. So I should stop overdoing it. Is that what you mean? Hearing him twist his words, Gieock's eyes turned cold with a hint of helplessness. Yeah, Ha Se-yong shot back. Could you say the same thing to the families of the victims who died because I didn't show up? At that point, Gieock thought to himself, nope, this bastard has no intention of listening to a single word I'm saying. He's just twisting everything. Ha Se-yong's face darkened with rage. Let's see how long you can maintain this relaxed attitude, Hunter Kim. Gieock! He then pointed a finger straight at him and boomed, do you think this is some Magic Academy prank that will end as a simple assault case? Let me make it perfectly clear, someone like you doesn't deserve to be a hunter ever again. Hearing that, Gieock flinched, feeling a surge of absolute horror. What asterisk? A deeply unsettling feeling washed over him as he thought, what does he mean? I can't be a hunter anymore. Don't tell me he's planning to permanently remove me so I can't do this job anymore. Looking toward Ha Se-yong, he could see a terrifying murderous aura practically boiling off of him. Because in the current situation, to Ha Se-yong, Gieock was just a criminal devious enough to fake his reevaluation. He thought, I should restrain him before he tries to bolt. With his mind made up, Ha Se-yong immediately started closing the distance to Gieock. As we continue this manhwa recap, the tension becomes almost unbearable. Gieock flinched back, trembling in fear, his mind screaming, why is he getting closer? Is he going to finish me right here? Is he really going to kill me? He's actually going to kill me. I'm going to die right here. Gieock stared in panic at the approaching Ha Se-yong. What should I do? His entire body was shaking uncontrollably as he desperately racked his brain for a solution. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, a lesson about what happens when hunters fight each other. Someone had once told Gieock, unlike monsters, humans can conceal their abilities. These awakened ones are always hiding something. When your opponent is like that, fights don't just break out so easily. At that moment, he clenched his fist. And he thought, that is right? In the very next second, Gieock's entire demeanor shifted. His expression transformed completely as he began to roar. Snap out of it, Ha Se-yong! This sudden outburst left both Yoon and Ha Se-yong so shocked they were frozen on the spot. The two of them were in complete disbelief at what their own eyes and ears had just witnessed. Gieock then raised his hand and pointed it directly at Ha Se-yong. Gieock suddenly roared, you are far too weak. To Yoon, those words struck like a bolt of lightning as Gieock pointed a finger directly at Hwang and yelled, do you really think you're that special, getting blindsided by a mere F rank? Even if you let your guard down, is that truly the extent of your abilities?
At his words, Huang was rendered completely speechless. Yoon was no different. She just stood there utterly dumbfounded as Gieock pressed on.
What's that you think everyone's lives depend on you? Don't be absurd. South Korea isn't going to collapse just because you
disappear. And even if it did, would that somehow be your fault? Internally, Gieock knew that if he wanted to survive this confrontation, this was his only option. He had to be stronger, or at least project an unshakable image of strength. He continued aloud, "You're clearly delusional, letting everyone's hero worship get to your head. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a regular 20-year-old kid. So stop acting like you're so special." Huang remained unnervingly silent. At that, Gieock lowered his head slightly, avoiding the other man's intense gaze while thinking, that should be enough, right? If I push this any further, he might actually snap on me. Gieock mentally celebrated. After the stick, it was time for the carrot. He completely shifted his tone and said, "Do you have any idea how unstable you seem right now? You're obsessed with these gates constantly pushing your body to its limits for no good reason. Honestly, I see it as a serious problem. You look like someone who needs professional help." Yoon was taken aback again, thinking, what in the world, why the sudden 180 in his attitude? Gieock continued, his voice now surprisingly gentle. "You should get some rest. Being a hunter isn't some job you do for a day or two and then quit." Huang's expression twisted, looking more disturbed than ever. Gieock thought to himself, noticing the sweat on his own face. Man, I'm sweating bullets from how tense the air is right now. Just then, Huang finally broke his silence, his voice low. "What exactly?" Gieock flinched, a jolt of fear running through him. He thought, why does he sound even angrier now? Did I go too far? Was I too harsh? Huang's voice was dangerously low. "So in your eyes, am I just some patient that needs to be fixed?" Without another word, Huang immediately turned and stalked away. He strode right past Gieock with an icy glare. Gieock could only think, why is he reacting like that? Just then, Yoon called out, "Hunter Huang!" But before she could finish, Huang cut her off. "My apologies, Hunter Yoon." And with that, he walked away without another glance, leaving Gieock and Yoon completely stunned, their eyes following Huang's retreating back. Gieock thought to himself, well, I didn't get my face punched in, so does that mean the plan actually succeeded? I can't believe that little act was so effective. The mages on this planet are more naive than the ones I dealt with at the Magic Academy. This is a major discovery. A huge one. I'll have to keep up this charade so Huang doesn't expose anything. Acting all cool and mysterious isn't that hard after all. I just have to act like I did back when I was the great archmage. But one look at Yoon's face told me she wasn't buying it in the slightest. She just kept staring daggers at him. Gieock sighed internally. Ugh, now what's her problem? A moment later, he walked over to her and simply said, "Yoon." The sound of her own name made her jump. She looked at him flustered and managed a forced, awkward laugh. "If you're here to, silence me, you really don't have to." Gieock was genuinely taken aback. "What are you talking about?" Yoon quickly continued, "I won't tell a single soul about what happened here today. I promise." Seeing her reaction, Gieock wondered, is she actually trying to show concern for me? Well, it made sense. In a dramatic manhwa recap like this, you never want rumors spreading that you've picked a fight with a top hunter, an S rank. He quickly replied, "Well, if you're offering, then I gratefully accept." Yuan let out a flustered, faint laugh. "Ha." Gieock spoke up again, asking, "So should we go grab a bite to eat now?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, two young students spotted Ha Seong. They were just walking down the street when they suddenly saw him, their faces a mask of pure shock. With the legendary Ha Seong right there, the two boys could hardly believe their eyes, whispering his name in awe. As he walked, Ha Seong couldn't help but replay the words of Gieock from earlier. "Do you really think you're that special? Even if you let your guard down and got ambushed by an F rank? Was that all on your own merit? To me, you're just a regular 20-year-old guy, so stop acting like you're some kind of chosen one." A shadow fell over Ha Seong's face, his expression completely vacant, as he thought to himself that it had been a long time since anyone had treated him so coldly. After all, who would dare speak so harshly to an S rank awakened? And though he had already passed them, the two students remained frozen in place, staring after him and muttering in admiration, "So cool." The more Ha Seong pushed himself without rest, the more people praised him as a true hero. In this part of our manhwa recap, we see the crushing weight of public expectation, because the more S ranks sacrificed themselves, the safer the public felt. They always just assumed the S ranks would be fine, so they pressured him to enter more and more gates, with no one ever bothering to check on the state of his well-being. At that moment, Ha Seong's gaze turned icy and tense as he continued to mull over their conversation. Gieock's voice echoed in his mind. You always look like you're not okay. To be honest, I think that's the problem. You look like someone who needs professional help." In that instant, Ha Seong realized that those insolent words, which treated him like a patient, "You should take a break. Being a hunter isn't a job you can just do for a day or two," were perhaps exactly the words that Ha Seong had been longing to hear all this time. At that same moment, over in a bustling food district, Gieock's voice piped up, "Wait a minute, Hunter Song Yuan. Is that seaweed soup?" She immediately replied, "Yes." He then asked, "It has beef in it. Right, Yuan seemed a bit flustered. I think so. Internally, she thought, this is so frustrating, I bet he's hiding something.
Gieock, meanwhile, was devouring his meal, mumbling to himself between bites. Beef, huh? Maybe I should have gotten the seaweed soup.
Yuan, however, was still lost in her own thoughts. Is he really on the same level as Ha-seong? I never imagined I'd get to see the #1 hunter fight with my own eyes. His power is on a completely different level, defying all the theories we studied back at the Magic Academy. Just how many more surprises does this guy have up his sleeve?
Just then, Gieock broke the silence. But Hunter Song Yuan, isn't it working hours for you right now?
As a fellow working man with a strong work ethic, I'm worried I'm making you waste your time. Yuan quickly replied. It's fine, this is my lunch break. Besides, there's something I need to discuss with you. Gieock looked a little surprised. She then placed her chopsticks down on the table and began. About the man who attacked you and tried to eliminate you in the park. To be blunt, apprehending him is going to be very difficult. The name you gave us, Park Jun-tae, we couldn't use it to confirm his identity. It's most likely a fake name. We also attempted to trace the rare item he used, but ultimately, we couldn't track down the suspect's whereabouts. I'm sorry.
Gieock calmly scooped up another bite of food and replied.
That's not your fault, you don't need to apologize. She continued. There is some good news. Yuan then picked up her phone and asked,
You and Hunter Ha-seong were recently trapped inside a gate, correct? We've found out who was behind that incident.
We recently got a lead on a radical organization. Hearing this, Gieock let out a gasp of surprise. Terrorists. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an incoming text message. As it turned out, it was from Yuan asking if he had ever heard of the Nachen Temple. He thought to himself, Nachen Temple, that's a first. Her next message explained that the terrorists were members of a pseudo-cult calling themselves the Disciples of the Nachen Temple. Gay then muttered under his breath, But why are you texting me about this? Yuan's reply came through as if she were whispering, They're using stealth skills, so we have to be extremely cautious like we're dealing with assassins from some dark magic academy, she continued typing. There's a chance a foreign object is also involved, which is why we are monitoring the situation so closely. They're scattered all over, making a clean sweep incredibly difficult. I've also heard they've recently been involved in other incidents as well. A person like you, Kim Gieock, probably doesn't need to be overly concerned, but please be careful nonetheless. He quickly texted back, understood. He then let out a long sigh, thinking to himself, but to be honest, even if she tells me in all this, what does a terrorism investigation have to do with me? Now for this Manhwa recap, let's jump back 48 hours before the cult's suicide bombing attempt on Dong Ha-seong, where a man was so enraged, he shattered a brick with his bare fist, roaring, son of a b****. Jun-tae's voice cut through the air. Hey, get that bastard Shi Hui on the line now. A subordinate behind him, startled, replied, Oh, yes, sir. He then yelled, That cult's lackey, the guy who skulks around in that robe, he told us to contact him after we'd taken care of. Dong Ha-seong, the other man stammered nervously. Yes, Jun-tae continued his tirade. From the moment he used that ridiculous fake name, I should have known better than to trust him. That destruction orb he gave me just in case I ran into an S-ranker. Who the hell knew it would also destroy the gate's exit? What if I had used that thing inside the gate? Damn it, he was trying to trap me. Inside the gate with an S-rank, just then a henchman reported, Boss, I've made contact. He's on his way. Jun-tae let out a breath. Good. His face was a mask of pure fury as he paced, thinking, I can't let him live! I'm going to beat those cult lunatics to a bloody pulp! Jun-tae froze for a moment, his thoughts turning darker. But first, his expression hardened, radiating pure killing intent. I'm going to tear that bastard Shi Hui limb from limb. A short while later, he was seated in a chair, waiting for Shi Hui to arrive. His two subordinates stood nearby, the tension in the air so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, a voice called out, Mr. Jun! T. It was none other than Shi Hui who had finally shown up. He was all smiles as he said, I came as soon as I got your message. Was the assassination a success? Jun-tae's face remained grim as he slowly began to rise from his chair. Shi Hui added, You must have worked hard. So, Dong Ha-seong is finally? Jun-tae could no longer restrain himself. He immediately shot out his hand, unleashing a torrent of raw power directly at Shi Hui. The attack was so sudden and unexpected that he had no time to react at all. Blood sprayed violently from Shi Hui's body as he was thrown backward. His face was a picture of utter confusion as he'd cried out, What are you doing? In the next instant, Jun-tae lunged forward, seizing his shoulder in a powerful grip and said coldly, From now on, you only answer my questions. That damn destruction orb. What the hell was your real reason for giving it? To me, Shi Hui replied, completely bewildered. The destruction orb, you mean the red stone. Jun-tae's grip on his shoulder tightened menacingly. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. Don't you dare question me! The response was immediate and brutal. Blood violently burst from Shi Hui's shoulder as he let out a pained shriek, a grim lesson in this unforgiving magic academy. In agony, Jun-tae staggers back to his feet as Wai Hui clutches his own wound and asks, What is the meaning of this? I was only following my leader's orders. Jun-tae roars back, That was the device that destroyed the gate's entrance. He then adds, Even so, the target is still trapped inside the gate.
Hearing this, Wai Hui exclaims in disbelief. What? Junti grows irritated. I mean, doesn't that guarantee the assassination is a success? At this, Junti's anger boils over, or I could have died trapped alone. In there with an S rank, the mission is complete. We destroyed the gate with Cheung Ha-seong still inside. Yi Hui immediately appears shocked. Huh, you didn't kill him directly. You just destroyed the gate and left. Junti snaps back. So what? He's trapped in there because I obliterated the entrance. Wai Hui quickly points out, unless of course he manages to defeat the boss. Of the gate, a new exit will appear. This isn't some simple Magic Academy training exercise. Junti stands up abruptly. Is that so? Well, it's a pity that this S-rank elimination mission has failed then. Hearing that, Wai Hui cries out in frustration, what, you gave me your word? After pocketing the payment before Wai Hui could protest further, Junti shouts him down. Do you think I wanted it to end up like this? Who the hell knew another S-rank bastard would be with Cheung Ha-seong? You fools need to do your intelligence gathering properly. He immediately lets out a string of curses. Damn it, you bastards from the Yui cult. Hearing this, Yi Hui seems to freeze for a moment. Junti grabs Wai Hui's head, squeezing hard as he snarls. This is all your fault for constantly rushing me, you get it. Yi Hui's voice drops to a low, cold tone. We are not a cult. Junti is taken aback by the sudden shift. What? Yi Hui continues, his voice devoid of emotion. Unlike those other false religions, we worship the one true God. Do you think the dungeon shocks are a coincidence? This isn't a simple plot for a manhwa recap. Lord Nakanya is testing us sinners, regardless. This is quite disappointing. Another failure. A confused Junti yells, what are you talking about? Wai Hui clarifies, for an S rank, being trapped in a gate is hardly an issue. He'll kill the boss and get out. So consider this your last chance. Junti starts yelling, what do you think you're doing? Snap out of it. Do you have any idea whose life is in my hands right now? Wai Hui coldly replies, as expected, one should never place their trust in a non-believer. At those words, Junti freezes in place. Wai Hui's expression becomes incredibly sharp as he calmly states, you fools fail to even realize our importance. We had intended to expand our influence using money, but perhaps it's better to stop now. At this point, Junti's rage hits its absolute limit. He thrusts out his hand, summoning his power to attack, screaming, you damn bastard! But for some strange reason, Junti's power refuses to activate. He thinks to himself in a panic, what's going on? Why can't I use my skills? A faint mocking smile plays on Wai Hui's lips. Have you only just now noticed that something is wrong? Normally you would have slit my throat the moment you saw me. It's faster and safer. So why did you choose to strike a non-fatal blow instead? Enraged, Junti swings, his fist yelling, you son of a gun! But his arm freezes midair, stopping just inches from Yi Hui's face. His hand begins to tremble violently as a deep fear takes root. Yi Hui speaks coldly. Why torture me instead of killing me instantly? It's because deep within your subconscious you already know that killing me is forbidden. As he speaks, he gestures towards the other henchmen in the room. Seeing this, they all recoil in absolute terror, their faces turning as white as sheets. Was trembling uncontrollably. The minions hastily drew their daggers in a desperate attempt to defend themselves when suddenly a deafening crash echoed through the area. A sound echoed, and Junti's face twisted into a mask of horrifying surprise, while the others were paralyzed with absolute terror. Junti screamed, What in the world just happened? But it was too late as Yi Hui proceeded to eliminate the rest of them in a flash. In the blink of an eye, only Junti remained standing alone amidst the carnage. He could only watch in stunned silence as his men were taken down one by one, completely helpless to do a single thing. A horrifying realization dawned on Junti as he thought, this is a mind control skill. That damn bastard is controlling my own men. Suddenly a strange sensation washed over Junti as his expression shifted. He thought in panic, this can't be, my body is moving on its own. Instantly, Junti unleashed his own power, desperately trying to fight back and suppress the influence of Yi Hui's ability. He roared, you son of a dog! Yi Hui responded with a cold sneer. I am a humble servant of Lord Nan. Did you honestly believe you could harm a sacred vessel and walk away unscathed to boast about it? A cruel smile spread across Yi Hui's face. Now you will pay the price for your failure. Every single one of you is a sinner. I was actually interested in your talent, but what a shame. Perhaps it's the will of the gods. I should have focused on our true believers instead of relying on external assets. He placed his hat back on his head and muttered in frustration, why can't anything ever go according to plan? He then walked over to a nearby desk, cluttered with documents, picking up a specific file. It was Gieock's information sheet. Yi Hui's expression grew darker and more menacing than ever as he whispered to himself, someone is constantly interfering with my plans. In stark contrast, warm sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting a serene and peaceful picture across the forest floor. A monster collapsed to the ground, panting heavily in agony. A weary Gieock whispered to himself, I can't even control a simple F-rank monster like this. It seems I'm completely unable to control any monster no matter how low its rank is. The only things his corpse manipulation skill worked on were small creatures like rats and birds.
Ugh, if I had known this beforehand. I never would have entered that B-rank gate. Why didn't anyone stop me back then? Gieock let out a long, weary sigh of exhaustion, trying to reassure himself.
Calm down. This isn't the only way to protect myself. It's a lesson you learn fast outside the walls of a magic academy.
After all, there's something called gear dependency in this world. He grabbed his knee and slowly pushed himself to his feet. The only problem, as Gieock painfully realized, was that he was completely broke. He buried his face in his hands on the verge of tears. I have no money. Come on, think I need cash for so many things, and I also need a new place to live. But how am I supposed to earn it? Take on outside appraisal jobs. I can't risk getting abducted like last time. A grim determination set in as Gieock pulled his phone from his pocket. All right, I've made up my mind. It feels a bit like repaying kindness with deceit. But the laws of this world are cruel. It's time to use on Yunsung. He quickly dialed a number, and the call connected. Hey man, you doing okay? Gieock asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Yunsung, are you by any chance free today? The scene in this manhwa recap then shifts to a wide-open space, where sunbeams illuminated Gieock's handsome features. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. Hey! Gieock glanced over to see the energetic young man waving enthusiastically. I'm here. Gieock replied, his voice cool and detached. So you came. I know you're busy, but I did call you, didn't I? Yunsung replied cheerfully. It's no big deal. When you call me to come to a gate, together you know I'll be there. Gieock thought to himself, this naive A-ranker has no clue what I'm scheming. But An Yunsung needs this just as much as I do. He then spoke aloud. Yunsung, before we enter the gate, there's something I need to tell you. The place we're heading into today is an A-rank gate known as the Golden Scent. The typical monsters inside are guardian golems. Gieock's serious tone immediately caught the younger man's attention. He was so tense that beads of sweat were forming on his brow. Jock continued, and today at this gate I intend for you to conquer it all by yourself. Yunsung's entire body began to tremble.
But how am I supposed to handle a gate that matches my own level all by myself? Especially when I'm just a rookie from the Magic Academy. His voice dropped to a low murmur. Besides, it's golems. You know as well as I do that golems are notoriously difficult to defeat, even when compared to other monsters of the same rank. You know what they did to me. Just then, Jock's surprisingly warm voice cut through the tension. Yunsung, he began. If you never confront them, do you really think this trauma of yours will just vanish on its own? Be honest with me. If I were to place a golem in front of you right now, you'd be completely paralyzed, wouldn't you? You're a hunter. What will you do if one day a horde of golems suddenly breaks out of a dungeon? This isn't just a manhwa recap about getting rich. It's a real shame to see you unable to use your true skills because of fear. And with that, Jock opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. That's why I'm going to help you. Today you're going to overcome this golem phobia. You get over your fear and I get to collect some A-rank monster materials. Anyone can defeat a golem if they know the trick. Yunsung's eyes widened slightly. There's a trick. Jock's voice was confident. How about we just head into the gate and grab one? There's usually one right near the entrance. If it doesn't work out, we can always just leave. Yunsung stammered. Well, if you say so. Jock turned on his heel, his tone all business. Good. Let's get you registered. To enter the gate immediately. After fumbling with his phone for a moment, Yunsung looked up confused. But Jock, if it's an A-rank gate, you won't be able to enter with me. Jock simply held out his hand. Can I borrow your phone for a second? Yunsung quickly handed it over, watching as Jock's fingers flew across the screen, typing information into some unknown website. There, Jock said. Registration complete. Yunsung was stunned. Jock, that's completely illegal. Jock's sharp gaze locked onto him. Is that a problem? Well, get on with it, Yunsung stammered. Right, yes sir. And just like that, the phone screen displayed a confirmation application successful. Jock smirked. Well then, shall we? The moment they stepped through, the world transformed. They were inside the gate, a space surrounded by luxurious gold-plated walls. Yunsung's eyes went wide. Is all of this real gold? Jock thought to himself. Frankly, who cares if it's real or not? There's something far more valuable than gold waiting for us here. As they prepared to move deeper, Jock suddenly held up a hand. Hold on. Yunsung stopped confused. Okay. Jock closed his eyes, focusing, sensing a familiar trail of mana he knew he had to follow. It was a path inside the gate itself. He knew that if he followed it, it would lead him exactly where he needed to go. Yunsung panted, struggling to keep pace. As he chased after Jock through the opulent gold-plated halls, Jock's sharp eyes suddenly darted forward. There it is, he thought. The guardian golem, an autonomous clay doll powered by a mana core. No matter how he looked at it, he could still feel the distinct touch of his homeland, Alpha Uri. It wasn't just the golems. Familiar traces of Alpha Uri often appeared inside these gates. Of course, there were new unfamiliar elements as well. Slowly but surely, he was beginning to form a picture of the true identity of the beings who created these gates. Jock spoke aloud. This one has a different style than the last. Yun Seong looked at him, puzzled. What was that? Jock brushed it off. It's nothing. More importantly, are you ready? Yun Seong nodded. Yes, I brought a few potions. Just in case. Jock's deep voice rumbled. And what is that? Flustered Yun Seong explained. Oh, this I borrowed it. It's an item box. It can store a certain amount of materials found inside a gate. Jock's gaze fell upon the cube-shaped item. Hand. An item box. I heard this thing is worth as much as a nice apartment. All right, one more thing before we start. I'll be taking the cores and magic stones from this place, since I'm providing you with advanced intel. Is that a problem? Yun Seong stammered. Cores and magic stones. Seeing his reaction, Gieock wondered if he'd just revealed his greed a bit too blatantly. But his mind was set. If he was going to use on Yun Seong, he had to make a hefty profit this time. Then Yun Seong's voice cut through the silence. You're not being greedy at all for showing me the method. Please take whatever you need. He then changed the subject. Now, shall we go hunt some golems? Yun Seong replied firmly. Yes. Gieock scanned the area, his eyes landing on a guard. A closer look revealed it was a civilian security golem. There was a light installed on its body. He thought to himself, the emergency stop command uses a light signal. I knew this would happen, so I brought this along. He gently raised the item. A laser pointer he'd bought at Dao. Yun Seong looked bewildered. What is that? Gieock spoke up. Yun Seong, do you see that round gem embedded in the golem's chest? Yun Seong replied, I do. Gieock explained the plan. I'm going to shine this light on it for about 10 seconds. All you have to do is block that thing while I'm doing it. Sounds easy, right? Yun Seong was completely stunned. What Gieock slowly reminded him, like I said, 10 seconds. The boy quickly shifted into a ready stance, preparing to restrain the machine. Gieock himself felt confident that Yun Seong would be able to hold it off. But now that I have protective gear, I should be able to hold out somehow for about 10 seconds. Just then, it seemed the golem's light tracking device activated. Its eyes and the gem on its chest began to emit a blinding light. It moved with startling speed, causing cracks to spiderweb across the walls as debris rained down. With sharp eyes, Gieock barked out a command. Now! He stood before its massive frame and roared. Come and get me! Goaded by the laser's light, the golem charged furiously toward Gieock. He began the countdown. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Gieock aimed the beam of light directly at the beast. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. It only grew more ferocious, lunging at the two of them. In a scene perfect for this manhwa recap, Yun Seong created a mana shield to fend off its attack, while Gieock remained focused on the countdown. 6 seconds, 5 seconds! It violently smashed the very ground beneath its feet. 4 seconds, 3 seconds! The golem reared back, preparing to unleash a full combo of punches. The clock was ticking down. 2 seconds, 1 second. Amidst the chaotic swirl of energy, Gieock's voice finally rang out. It's done. His laser beam was still active, but now the golem stood completely frozen. He called out a warning. Yun Seong, back up a bit. The boy replied, oh yes. Gieock knew that by sending a light signal that matched the golem's emergency stop code, like this, its head would begin to burn intensely. In just a few short moments, the golem's legs buckled and it collapsed to the ground, creating a deafening screech. Its massive body was now completely engulfed in flames. Yun Seong could only stare in disbelief. Gieock explained, that's its weak point. I'll give you the details later, so don't you dare try to imitate this. The boy's eyes were wide as car headlights. Of course, how could I possibly do what you just did? Gieock thought to himself. Oh, I think you probably could. Gieock's voice turned cold as he issued a new command. All right, Yun Seong, now it's your turn. This is a necessary step to overcome your psychological trauma. He stepped onto this golem's massive smoldering hand and declared, now I want you to take this golem. And he shot Yun Seong a look of fierce determination. And smash it to pieces! The scene cuts to a grueling battle with Yun Seong wildly swinging a heavy iron axe in his hands. He brutally targeted each of its components, launching a decisive assault. His sharp eyes blazed with a fierce determination to fight. Yun Seong vaulted high into the air, bringing his weapon down with enough force to cleave its head in two. He then landed gracefully amidst a swirling cloud of dust and debris. Seeing Yun Seong panting heavily, Gieock called out, so how was it? When you try it for yourself, it's not as tough as you thought, huh? At that moment, he was completely lost in his own thoughts. This is insane. How is this even possible? I just turned it into a pile of scrap. How can you neutralize a golem with a single hand gesture in under 10 seconds? Gieock's voice cut through his thoughts. Yun. Snapping out of his trance, Yun Seong replied, yes. Gieock gestured. Could you come over here for a second? Yun Seong answered, of course, what's up? Gieock said in a low tone, I'll show you how to extract the core right now. Look here, place your finger into this crevice and pry it open just a bit. He wondered. Right here, Yun Seong asked quickly, setting his shield aside. Gieock instructed, press down firmly, then lift. Yun Seong stammered, like this. As Yun Seong slowly peeled back the outer protective layer, his eyes widened in sheer amazement. Whoa, this is incredible. Gieock explained, exactly. Typically, the area housing the core has a weaker seal, allowing for quick and precise extraction. This isn't something you can figure out just from having a lot of hunting experience. Of course, there are always different models. To truly understand a monster's anatomy, you need to conduct countless experiments and extensive research. Yun Sung gazed at Gieock with
eyes full of admiration. While other hunters are just busy smashing golems, you're taking the time to dissect them. That's a level of insight you'd never get at a magic academy.
Gieock just looked at him confused. Huh. Yun Sung pressed on with his theory. To be honest, with your level of skill, you could easily take down
a golem without needing any of these tricks. You intentionally developed a new strategy, didn't you? So you wouldn't have to rely on your skills. Awakened ability.
Gieock felt a headache coming on. You're spouting nonsense again. But it's too much of a pain to explain. Fine, whatever, you're right. 100%. A smile crept onto Yun Sung's face as he thought, I knew it. He's on a completely different level from those hunters who just rely on
the power they were lucky enough to awaken.
Gieock's voice broke the silence. So ready to continue. You're feeling more confident now, aren't you? He declared boldly.
Absolutely, just leave it to me.
Gieock nodded. I'll get another shield ready. Yun Sung hesitated. Before that, the core.
All that remained was a desolate pile of rubble, where the golem once stood a testament to their fierce battle.
The core lay gleaming amidst the wreckage. Yun Sung shot forward like a blur to retrieve it, his movements swift and decisive as he sifted through the remains of the
massive golem. Yun Sung smiled confidently. This is a piece of cake. I just have to smash the golem when it pauses, then pull out the core. It's like they're serving themselves up on a platter for me.
As we continue this manhwa recap, Gieock lets out a weary sigh thinking, mission accomplished. Hopefully this is enough to get him over his golem trauma. Yun Sung spoke up. You were right, their behavior patterns are incredibly simple. Gieock replied.
See, I told you there was no reason to be so scared.
But don't get cocky and underestimate them either. The technique I just showed you only works on this specific model. What was its name again? Yun Sung chimed in. The sentry golem. That's the one, Gieock confirmed. It only works on them. If you ever run into a type of golem you don't recognize, you need to be extremely cautious. He replied dutifully, yes, I understand.
I'm finally getting warmed up, Gieock thought to himself with a sigh. This kid, he's completely forgotten that what we're doing right now is highly illegal.
We didn't register with a licensed porter, which means this is technically trespassing. We're going to be branded as criminals. A crime if you're caught. Not exactly. In fact, this time I have a reason to be confident since the frequency of gate appearances has skyrocketed lately. They must. This place is seriously understaffed for management. Geo must be completely swamped. There's no way they'll be able to catch us. Thanks to that, illegal intruders like us can run wild. Come on, Yun Sung. The next door is the boss room, right? He looks confused. Are we going already? It seems we've already cleared out most of the regular monsters, a classic setup in any good manhwa recap. Gio's mind raced with frustration. How can I trick this kid into farming more for me? He had to think this through very carefully.
I have to be clever about this. Just then, the gate swung open, releasing streams of cold mana. Gio cursed under his breath as the ground quickly formed a path of biting ice. Even Gio's own feet were frozen solid. Yun Sung cried out in alarm. Gio! Gio felt the strength being sapped from his body. He gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it! His face turned ashen from the overwhelmingly cold air, and he wondered, what in the world is this? The area around the gate was shrouded in layers of frigid energy. Suddenly, a disturbing chill ran down Gio's spine. Stunned, he thought, who are these people? Meanwhile, 1 hour earlier in front of the abandoned Jumhyang gate, a voice called out. Is everyone ready? The person beside him immediately replied. We are ready, sir! But it seems another hunter went in ahead of us. He probably thought no other team would dare try since golems are so difficult to hunt.
Dong Hong replied coldly. That's even better. If they clear out the mobs for us, we just need to take them down and then claim the boss for ourselves. The woman beside him added excitedly. So we're going to be kill-stealing, Dong Hong announced. Today, we stand here as representatives of the Loctran Temple on a mission more critical than any I faced at the Magic Academy. No matter the cost, we must acquire the boss item from this dungeon, the core of infinite power. The man next to him nodded in agreement. Of course, we cannot
be disrespectful to our father.
The woman was practically buzzing with excitement. We absolutely must complete this mission, Dong Ha-ong then announced. It seems we've just received a revelation. An anonymous message from an insider at the Hunter Association had just appeared on his phone. As he started walking, he mused to himself, he's clearing the Golem dungeon all by himself. This is certainly an unexpected turn of events, but it just makes stealing the boss that much easier. Just then, the man with the scar noticed something. He looked toward the wreckage and spoke up. What in the world is this? What happened here? The woman also chimed in that something felt wrong. The three of them stared wide-eyed at the piles of rubble before them, one of them speaking in utter disbelief. All of these golems, did he do this? All by himself. Dong Hong declared, his clearing speed is clearly abnormal, and immediately broke into a run. We have to run now, follow me! The other two shouted their assent in unison. As he ran, Dong Hong's mind raced. Yun Seong entered. About 1 hour before us. Normally he shouldn't even be halfway through by now. What kind of trick is he pulling?
As they drew closer, they saw him right ahead.
But wait, why is there someone else with him?
The trio panted heavily as they finally caught sight of the two figures. There in front of them was Yun Seong.
Dong Haong had no idea who the other person was, dismissing him as some nameless nobody.
I'll take out Gieock first,
Dong Haong schemed, and then strike while Yun Seong is disoriented. Neither Yun Seong nor Gieock were aware of
their presence, which made his surprise attack incredibly effective. Gieock's feet were instantly encased in ice. This development
made Dong Haong gloat internally. At this rate, I'll take down Yun Seong as well. But Yun Seong had already caught him in the act. He spoke up, "What the? Are you guys living under a rock or something?" Yun Seong clicked his tongue. "Your stupidity is actually becoming a problem." Dong Haong was stunned to see that Gieock remained completely calm.
How could he be so calm? Does he not realize what's happening? Yun Seong finally begins his counteroffensive, declaring, "You've all made a grave mistake.
Of all the people to pick a fight with, you chose my brother." Meanwhile, Dong Haong was still puzzled about the person
standing next to Yun Seong. Gieock, on the other hand, was desperately trying to fight off the creeping cold from his feet.
Dong Haong was curious, but it wasn't a major concern. He brushed it off. Dong Haong resumed his assault, thinking to himself, "This is how I'll snatch the boss kill." Just like that, he unleashed his power on the two of them. Yun Seong was equally stunned by the scene unfolding before him. The entire area was now coated in a thick layer of ice. However, Dong Haong didn't let up, and the freezing air continued to pour in. He coldly uttered a single command, "Perish!" Hundreds of ice shards shot towards Gieock and Yun Seong. Gieock let out a terrified scream, and even Yun Seong was momentarily frozen in shock. Snapping out of it, he quickly raised his shield to block Dong Haong's barrage. However, he couldn't fully withstand the onslaught in his current state. Gieock knew this was bad. The difference in their power levels was just too vast. With that thought, Gieock glanced over at Dong Haong's party. That ice mage's power was far beyond anything you'd see in a typical Magic Academy duel, and he was the only one on Yun Seong's level. His companions were all C rank.
It's incredibly difficult to face a hunter with such powerful area of effect skills, the kind of overwhelming force you see in a climactic manhwa recap,
especially since Yun Seong lacked any real offensive abilities.
At that moment, Yun Seong cried out for help. "Save me, please," Gieock thought to himself. "What do you expect me, a lowly F rank, to do? I've got my own issues here." But then Yun Seong noticed something.
Wait a minute, he thought. That gesture. Could it be? All the while, Gieock was continuously shaking his head, shaking it frantically. Yun Seong completely misinterpreted Gieock's refusal as something profound. He thought Gieock was implying that his power was too difficult to control, and that he couldn't risk using it against people. Yun Seong even started imagining a heroic monologue for Gieock. "I cannot intervene. With great power comes great responsibility." And just like that, a realization dawned on him. That's right, a powerful awakened being could end someone's life with the slightest mistake. Thinking this, Yun Seong resolved himself, "I have to handle this on my own." It was as if this newfound understanding gave him a surge of strength, allowing him to push back against Dong Haong's attack. Seeing his assault completely blocked, Dong Haong grew furious. He cursed, "You bastard!" As he did, the ice began to melt away. Damn it! The three of them watched their plan crumble right before their very eyes. The woman in their party immediately sprang into action. She moved like a flash, appearing behind Yun Seong and drawing a dagger from her belt. But Yun Seong had already sensed her presence. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassin lunged, thrusting her dagger at him. But he was ready, blocking the strike with his shield. The force of his parry alone sent her flying back several meters. Dong Haong couldn't believe what he was seeing. What Yun Seong? How is he completely unscathed after taking down all those golems? He grew even more suspicious. And why is that blonde guy just standing there watching? Is he hiding some terrifying power? A typical boss steal relies on the target being completely exhausted. At this rate, their mission was doomed to fail. He shot a look back at his companion. A silent command passing between them. "I absolutely cannot let that happen," he thought. The other man in their party reached for a pouch at his waist. This tiny detail didn't escape Gieock's notice. A pouch, he wondered, as the man pulled out a small bag. It fit neatly in the palm of his hand. "We have to secure the infinite power core," he declared, before tossing the pouch directly at Yun Seong. Yun Seong watched confused as the small bag flew towards him. The moment it made contact, it burst open, releasing a cloud of powder. Yun Seong started coughing violently. "What is this stuff?" Gieock was just as shocked. "What was that paralysis item?" Yun Seong pointed towards. The other three screamed, "What in the world do you think you're doing?" Seeing that he was completely unharmed, Gio realized it wasn't some kind of paralyzing agent. Both of them were utterly baffled. What in the world was that powder then? Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right before their very eyes. In the aftermath of the blast, the wall in front of them began to crumble to the ground. Neither Yun Seong nor Gio could believe what they were seeing. This was impossible. "Those absolute madmen!"
Something slowly began to emerge from the smoke of the explosion, and another monster materialized before them. It was then that Gio had a dawning suspicion. Was that a monster luring incense they'd used? The colossal beast lumbered toward Yun Sung. It was an A-rank golem, its eyes glowing menacingly. It stared down both Yun Sung and Gio. Gio was absolutely terrified. This is bad, that's another golem, but it's a new model, so it's going to take some time to figure out where the emergency switch is. Gio immediately yelled for Yun Sung to get out of the way, shouting, "You still have that monster-luring scent on your face, which is making it even more aggressive." And just like that, the golem focused all its attacks solely on Yun Sung. He quickly moved to block the incoming blow with his shield. On top of the golem, Dong Hong's group also began their assault on him. The chilling air of ice magic started to flood the area. Yun Sung's feet were instantly frozen solid to the ground. He cursed silently under his breath. He glanced at the golem before him, thinking, "Damn it." At the same time, Dong Hong was trying to immobilize his limbs. He was gritting, his teeth pouring all his effort into freezing Yun Seung completely. The situation was so intense that even Yun Seung started to break a sweat. The golem continued its relentless advance, getting closer with every heavy step. Yun Seung manifested a protective shield to start fending off its attacks. It hammered against his barrier with a continuous barrage of punches. All alone, Yun Seung had to withstand dozens of powerful blows from the golem. A person's stamina couldn't possibly hold out against both a golem and Dong Hong's ice magic simultaneously. Gio knew he couldn't just stand by and watch. Damn. This is not good. This whole situation is turning into a chaotic manhwa recap. I brought him to this Magic Academy dungeon to overcome his trauma, but it looks like I'm just making things worse. Gio pulled out a small vial of blue liquid from his pocket. Holding the potion in his hand, he thought, I have to prevent the worst-case scenario no matter the cost. The golem showed no signs of letting up on Yun Seung, its attacks growing even more ferocious. It was clear Yun Seung couldn't hold out for much longer. Just then, Yun Seung noticed something. Even the golem turned its head toward a new sound as a brand new protective field materialized around him. Gio had joined the fray, lending his power to Yun Seung. A wave of relief washed over Yun Seung. Finally, the big boss decided to step in personally. Gio weaved a complex spell in the air, and from high above a torrent of water began to cascade down, completely engulfing the golem and Yun Seung. At last, Yun Seung was free from the golem's relentless assault and the ice that had been binding his feet. Gio then called out to Yun Seung, snapping him back to reality. All of that monster-luring incense has been completely washed off. Now the monsters won't come after you anymore. Seeing his plan foiled yet again, Dong Hong seethed with anger. That bastard. I really thought that once I took down Yun Seung, this would all be over. But I never anticipated this outcome. Is he a water attribute awakened or something? Because on Yun Seung's body, there was no longer any trace of the luring scent. The golem seemed confused. Dong Hong frowned. But what in the world is that guy's deal? I can't sense a single drop of mana coming from him. Just then, the golem's attention shifted as it spotted the other group of people. Dong Hong realized with a jolt that the golem was now turning its attack towards his own party. Facing the automaton, Dong Hong cursed, "Damn it, normally. Luring a single golem is more than enough, especially since those two don't have another one to bait." As the golem stomped ever closer, Dong Hong's companion started rummaging through his belongings for something else. Dong Hong shifted his stance, turning his body to the side as he prepared for the next move. He proceeded to toss another guiding scent packet right at them. This time, the undeniable target was Gieock, which prompted Jong Ha to immediately challenge him. "What in the world are you doing? Do you have any idea how expensive that is?" But the golem was already turning in their direction, though the other guy didn't seem to care. It's going to get washed off by his water attribute skill anyway. This isn't some basic *** Magic Academy *** lesson. A frantic Yun Seung also shouted, "Big bro, use your water attribute magic one more time." He urged Gieock to cast the spell. But Gieock remained completely still, his sharp gaze fixed on the approaching golem. He hadn't anticipated the guy having another bag of that powder. What's more, he had already exhausted his mana for the day, making it impossible to summon more water. Just then, Gieock spoke to Yun Seung. "Use this opportunity to get out of this ice field." Even Yun Seung couldn't comprehend why Gieock would say such a thing. After giving his warning, Gieock spun on his heel. He started running from the golem, thinking those might be his final words. Seeing its target flee, the golem immediately launched an attack, but Gieock managed to swiftly dodge the blow. Internally, Gieock was screaming for help while Jong Ha's group just watched him run around in circles. "I don't get why he won't just wash it off," one of them muttered. "That crazy fool, is he actually planning to face that boss all by himself?" Hearing this, Yun Seung shot back. "You're only just now realizing that this whole fight could be its own *** manhwa recap ***, and you're still clueless. You'd better consider yourselves lucky. Do you have any idea how much my big bro held back against you? He's reining himself in because he's afraid he might accidentally end you." Jong Ha and the other man's faces paled at his words, realizing they should quit while they were ahead.
Meanwhile, Gieock was still running for his life from the golem. He thought to himself, if I get hit even a single time, I'm a goner. Fortunately, the creature's immense size and weight made it difficult for it to change direction, and its speed was sluggish. At this point, Gieock figured he needed to use this to his advantage and somehow break its line of sight. Noticing the golem had stopped its pursuit, Gieock glanced back. The golem was no longer giving chase. Instead, it began to cast a spell. What now, he wondered. Is it mad because I ran so much? Eerie ribbons of purple light began to snake their way toward Gieock. He then realized something was happening behind him. Gieock saw that the very terrain of the gate was changing. He stared at a deep chasm opening up. Is this its special skill? Yun, what is this? Yun was still struggling to break free from the ice trapping his feet. Zhongha had started using his ice magic again, causing the ground to freeze over at an alarming rate. The ice crept ever closer to Gieock's position. Gieock could see the ground freezing solid, rapidly becoming a glossy sheet of ice from the intense cold. At this rate, Gieock wouldn't be able to run, and the chasm at his feet was widening by the second. Faced with this pincer attack, he was completely cornered. For a moment, Gieock faltered. He let out a deep breath. Yun Seong watched in horror at the relentless assault. In a shocking move, Gieock decided to run straight towards the golem to confront it head-on. Despite its terrifying aggression, Gieock tried his best to remain calm as he ran. The golem, utterly enraged, raised both its massive arms high, preparing for a devastating strike. Behind the guardian golem was an empty space. Gieock thought to himself, it's hollow beneath it. He shot forward, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that if he just kept going straight and fell, the sharp, slick ice would cause him to slide a long way. He suddenly lost his footing and fell onto the icy surface with a cry of pain. The guardian golem, showing no mercy, still unleashed its ferocious attack. The force of the blow traveled down towards Gieock. A chilling thought crossed his mind. This is it. If that attack connects, I'm really finished. But then Gieock suddenly realized something, and his face contorted in panic. The creature's massive foot was drawing nearer. He had a fleeting thought that he'd hit the mark. The sheer force, the brutal, crushing force from the guardian golem's foot sent excruciating pain through Gieock. He was rendered speechless, his face a mask of pure agony. Suddenly, the guardian golem froze as if something unnatural was about to happen. It accidentally slipped on something, causing the guardian golem to tumble forward. With its incredibly cumbersome body, it immediately fell flat on its face. The sheer size of its body, combined with the impact, caused the ground to slowly fracture. A huge chunk of the earth broke away, dragging the guardian golem down into the abyss. Gieock sat there, turning to watch it plummet along with the shattered pieces of land. He was stunned, not quite understanding what had just transpired. He uttered, "What?" Deep down, he was still in disbelief. Wait, what is it really gone? So to sum it up, the monster's attack missed me and it slipped. I kicked the golem's leg while it was on the ice, making it lose its balance. Then it fell onto a weakened area, causing the ground to collapse and sending it to its doom. I caused it, but it feels so absurd. How could something like that even be possible? Just as he finished his silent contemplation, Gieock's eyes widened as if he'd discovered something. A sharp, pointed light shot down from above, plunging straight into the ground. Startled, he turned to observe it, thinking to himself, what is this? Gieock took slow, deliberate steps, moving closer to the object, thinking, no way. He reached both hands into the beam of light with ease. Gieock's hands withdrew, pulling some kind of object out from the light. He suddenly realized it was the boss defeat reward. No, so it really was defeated. Gieock suddenly remembered something important, his thoughts racing. Wait, what about Yun Sung? Yun Sung stood before the white, icy ground, his expression perfectly calm as if nothing had happened at all. Gieock's face went pale, his mind struggling to process the event. What in the world just happened? He stammered. How could that be? The field of deadly ice spikes was still completely pristine, adding another layer of mystery to this manhwa recap. He just stood there staring with a look of utter astonishment. Meanwhile, Gieock still held the item firmly in his hand. Yun Sung thought with admiration. That's insane! In a split second, he identified the golem's weakness and guided it, making it lose its own balance before delivering the final blow. It's a truly sophisticated hunting method, a strategy that surpasses anything taught in a magic academy. He managed to take down that monster without even using a skill. Huntai's voice was filled with disbelief. How could he possibly defeat a golem with his bare hands? Gieock shouted, "An Yun Seong, get over here, the gate opened right here!" Yun Seong immediately obeyed, scrambling over and replying, "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Witek was incredibly surprised and annoyed, thinking, no. He pointed a hand toward the gate, signaling to Yun Seong. He then channeled his power, creating an attack while stating with conviction, I can't just let them escape like this. Witek thought to himself, I've been controlling my speed until now, but there's no more time. He poured all his power towards the gate, thinking, I have to get that core no matter what. Seeing this, Yun Seong yelled out, Sir, it's dangerous, get behind me quickly. Gieock placed a hand on his shoulder and said in a calm, deep voice, It's okay. You're the one who needs to be behind me, Yun. He thought, it's not over yet, so I didn't want to use this. But in a situation like this, I have no other choice. Countless sharp shards of ice shot straight towards Gieock.
Accompanied by Yun Seong's terrified scream, Sir Gieock remained calm, standing his ground and holding out the glowing item. Instantly, all the ice fragments froze in midair. Standing beside him, Yun Seong was utterly flabbergasted, his mind reeling in astonishment. What in the world? Why did it suddenly stop? The razor-sharp ice shards instantly reversed their direction. Yun Seong was utterly baffled. However, the attack's trajectory suddenly shifted. The ice shards from before immediately hurtled towards Wee-Tek and Huntai, one massive chunk after another. Razor-sharp icicles rained down from the sky. Huntai stood his ground, attempting to fend off the cold, sharp fragments, but it was completely futile. Wee-Tek, wearing a look of sheer panic, was too stunned to react in time. Meanwhile, Gieock and Yun Seong calmly observed the icy onslaught. Gieock thought to himself, "It seems this little combat test at the Magic Academy was a bit premature, huh? This item was originally only meant to work against attacks of E rank or lower, so I had to work my tail off to modify it. But since its base is a low-grade artifact, its durability is just too pathetic." He spoke up. "Let's go, Yun Seong. We need to report those guys before they end up getting themselves permanently deleted." Yun Seong replied, "Yes, sir, I'm so moved. You've always avoided fights, but the moment I was in danger, you unleashed your true power just like that." Gieock muttered, "All right, my power." Yun Seong pressed on. "Whether it's your personality or your strength." "Sir, you truly are," Gieock thought internally. "Didn't I tell him to report public crimes to the association, not the police?" Was he even listening? Gieock glanced back with an expression of pure disdain. Seeing Wee-Tek and Huntai, he thought, "Those annoying pests. I just want to see them arrested, cuffed, and interrogated." And then, in a twist worthy of a manhwa recap, Gieock found himself sitting in a chair with his own hands in cuffs, completely baffled. He sat in a room with 4 bare walls, wondering, what the heck? What is going on? Gieock was just as confused, a thought flashing through his mind. Something's gone sideways again. I think I'm losing it. Yuan approached and called out, "Mr. Kim Gieock, we meet again. Are you here on business?" Gieock, looking thoroughly annoyed, shot back, "No, I've been arrested." A strong, stern voice cut in. "Let's go, Mr. Kim Gieock, to the room of truth, or more accurately, the basement." In his mind, Gieock sighed. Why does this always happen to me? Yuan was completely stunned, standing silently in a corner. They were now standing before the gate, recounting the entire series of events. Apparently, association staff had received the report from Gieock's group and immediately rushed to the scene. The captured terrorists were still frozen solid as they were taken away one by one. I thought that was the end of it. But then a man suddenly approached. The exit gate was already open. "So who took down the boss?" Yun Seong immediately ran his mouth, saying, "Of course it was Mr. Gieock." Hearing this, the man whipped his head around, looking confused. Yun Seong instantly slapped a hand over his mouth. The 2 men on the other side eyed Gieock with deep suspicion, saying, "Isn't Mr. Kim Gieock just an F rank? But this is an A rank gate." Gieock scratched his head, replying, "It's not like that." The other guy pressed on, entering a gate without a report, ignoring the rank limit regulations. At that very moment, Gieock's arm was cuffed, and then they added, "hunting without a license." The man promptly slapped cuffs on both of Gieock's wrists, stating, "You're under emergency arrest for the aforementioned charges." Gieock was dumbfounded, arrested. The other man continued, "You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney." "You're familiar with that, correct?" "Confiscate his phone." Seeing this, a worried Yun Seong cried out, "Sir." By now, Gieock was sweating buckets. Damn it. He was then escorted to an interrogation room. The first 2 charges might be overlooked, but hunting without a license was a very serious offense. Currently, Gieock was at the Hunters Association in a basement interrogation room. He couldn't stop his mind from racing. "If I'm not careful, I could really end up in jail. Get a grip." The man across from him spoke up. "All right, let's get this straight." He glanced at a sheet of paper and said, "You were just a porter, and all the monsters. So you're saying everything inside the gate was eliminated by Hunter Yun Seong, correct?" Gieock replied, "Yes, that's right." The man then looked up again, staring directly at Gieock as he continued, "And forgetting to report your entry into the gate was merely an oversight?" Gieock quickly answered, "Of course, a guy like me. An F-ranker! How could I possibly hunt an A-rank boss?" At that moment, the man's aide leaned in and whispered something into his ear. It sounded plausible enough. Just a short while ago, Hunter Yun Seong used new equipment to reevaluate his awakened abilities, and we already have the results. Gieock, for his part, was trying to secretly overhear their conversation. The aide reported, "He really is an F rank." Hearing this, the investigator grew pensive. Then the man set the paper down and said, "Well then, Mr. Gieock, for now, we will only issue you a warning for entering the gate without prior notice." A wave of relief washed over Gieock, the investigator continued. "But this is now on your permanent record, and the next time it happens it will be considered a repeat offense. We won't be nearly this lenient again." After that, his subordinate immediately removed the handcuffs from Gieock. He replied, "I'll be sure to remember that." Inside, he was bursting with joy, finally free. And just like that, Gieock walked with his officer, who led him outside. Now all he had to do was go sell the massive pile of cores he'd stashed in his inventory and he'd be rich. Suddenly a thought struck him. "Wait a minute," he thought. "I need to rethink this."
Gieock instantly remembered that in South Korea, when you buy or sell items from a gate, you have to use the national exchange, don't you? And that means every transaction is permanently logged. He kept walking as his mind raced. He thought, I'm already under suspicion for hunting without a license. If I go and sell this huge stash of cores now, I'm definitely 100% going to be caught. Gieock's face instantly went pale with fear. At that very moment, his phone suddenly rang. Gieock quickly answered. On the other end, a worried Yun-sung asked, Hey, are you done with the interrogation? Gieock, while on the phone, cupped his hand over his mouth and spoke cautiously. I told them I was the one who destroyed all the golems but the investigators. They keep asking me where the proof of the hunt is. Hearing this, Yun-sung was confused. Proof of the hunt? Gieock sighed. There was probably no other way out. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! A single tear streamed down Gieock's face. I'll go get it back. This is my karma for trying to deceive Yun-sung. The scene shifts to the Na-Chat temple branch, where inside a man turns his head and asks, What? He says furiously, Are you telling me all of our followers who entered the gate have been captured? This man is none other than Elder D, a mid-level manager within the Na-Chat temple organization. Turning his back, Elder D asked, So what about the item? You failed to retrieve it. The person opposite him immediately replied, That is correct. Hearing this, the elder sighed. How can I possibly face the father now? His subordinate remained silent. The item in question was the Infinite Power Core, a reward that can only be obtained from a golem-type boss. Everyone in the hall looked up at the item's projection. This is an extremely popular artifact, a key component for any aspiring Magic Academy student, and many major corporations are targeting it, making it incredibly difficult to purchase even at a high price. The man tapped his fingers on the table and said, We can't win in bidding wars against giants like the Korean Magic Tower, so our only option was to retrieve it ourselves, but we ended up losing a precious A-rank follower in the process. The subordinate immediately bowed his head and said, I am deeply sorry, Elder. Elder D pressed on. I heard a few hunters entered the gate before our team, so who was the one that defeated the boss and took the core? The subordinate then lowered his gaze and said, Rumor has it that before we arrived, he recalled Gieock's appearance, having secretly observed him at the time. The police had arrived and were sternly asking, The exit gate is open, so who was the one that took down the boss? Down below, Yun-sung let it slip. Of course it was Gieock. Realizing his mistake, he immediately tried to backtrack. I heard a hunter named Kim Gieock was the one who defeated the boss. Since there was no news of the core being put up for sale, the prize was likely still in his hands. Hearing this, the elder's brow furrowed as he turned, rising to his feet to announce, And we also need to fill the vacancy of our lost A-rank hunter. Capture him. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a low command, Make sure he is reconditioned and retrieve the core at all costs. They locked eyes, and the elder issued a chilling warning that another failure would not be tolerated. The scene shifts to the following evening in the city. As night fell, the streets blazed with light. Yuan was crossing a bridge, her eyes on her phone, when suddenly, she looked up and noticed a familiar figure ahead. Recognizing him, she called out, Is that you, Yun-seung? He jumped, clearly startled by her voice. He spun around, and upon seeing Yuan, he quickly composed himself. Oh, Hunter Yuan, are you heading home? She simply replied, Yes, I am. And you, what are you doing out here? He scratched his head sheepishly, explaining, I just came from the exchange. I was selling a few golem parts. Yuan immediately pressed him. Golems, you mean from yesterday's gate? Hearing her connect the dots, he broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Well, about that, she cut him off. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you. The one who killed the boss yesterday was Hunter Kim Gieock, wasn't it? At the mention of that name, the color drained from his face. The young man froze, solid, his guilty expression a dead giveaway. He couldn't have looked more like a terrible liar. Yuan studied his reaction intently. Asterisk. So my hunch was right after all, asterisk. She thought her suspicion now a certainty. Asterisk. That guy Kim Gieock actually managed to take down asterisk asterisk an A-rank boss. She then voiced her concern aloud. You need to be careful. People at the association are already starting to talk about this incident. Yun-sung tensed up at her words. She continued. This time it might just be a light disciplinary action, but the Hunters Association has definitely started to notice Kim Gieock. Yuan glanced at her phone with a faint wry smile. It doesn't matter how skilled he is. If he keeps sneaking into high-rank gates like this, it's not going to end well for him. Her fingers began tapping rapidly on her screen as she decided asterisk, I should just tell him directly. Yun-seung, meanwhile, was a ball of anxiety. Seeing her make a call, he asked, Who are you calling all of a sudden? Yuan replied coolly, The transporter. However, the phone just kept ringing before going to voicemail. The phone is switched off. Please leave a message. Yun-sung was bewildered. He's not picking up. Yuan stared at her screen thinking, asterisk, his phone is off. Beside her, Yun-sung was also panicking, silently praying, asterisk, oh please, please, asterisk, asterisk. Let him be okay. Yuan's mind raced with concern. Don't tell me he's already gotten himself into more trouble. How can a grown man,
Asterisk asterisk. Make people worry this much, asterisk. Elsewhere in a classic Manhwa recap contrast, we find Gieock in a shelter for evacuees lounging around and eating snacks with a heavy sigh. Asterisk, I worked my butt off collecting those cores like a madman, only to hand over all that effort to Yun-sung. I know. Asterisk asterisk. I reaped what I sowed, asterisk, he mused, asterisk, but it still feels a bit frustrating. Gieock reached back into the snack bag. Asterisk, but it's not like... Asterisk asterisk. I walked away empty-handed. The ownership of the core is mine since it was the boss-slaying reward. He sat up abruptly. Asterisk, actually. Asterisk asterisk. I've already thought of a use for that core. Peeking into the bag, he cried out, Did I eat them all already inside a... Tiny alien laughed with glee. Asterisk. With a massive mana source like this, asterisk, Gieock thought. Asterisk. I can do something that will leave everyone completely floored. Asterisk. He tossed the empty wrapper aside and glanced at his phone. It was only then that he noticed the screen was black, the battery was completely dead. Just then, a noise from outside caught his attention. Gieock lifted his head and looked out. Is that the charity distribution area over there? Yeah, it is. I should probably go. Gieock peeked outside, thinking to himself, Asterisk, looks like some more kind-hearted earthlings are bringing food. Asterisk for us. He then added, that eggplant dish you gave me last time was amazing. But the moment he poked his head outside, a crimson cord instantly coiled around his entire body. What the? In the next instant, Gieock found himself bound and slammed onto the ground. Looming over him were two mysterious figures with their faces concealed. He quickly realized they were also pinching his nose, cutting off the airflow. Required for a mage to cast spells, a basic technique taught at any magic academy. Are they trying to stop me from activating my skills? His consciousness began to blur. Damn it, I can't breathe. And with that, he blacked out. The two figures leaned down, peering at him. On a nearby wall, an old clock ticked away methodically. A soft groan escaped as Gieock's eyes fluttered open to a grim-seen bloodstains and an array of rather nasty-looking instruments on a table. No matter how he sliced it, this situation was clearly kidnapping the sequel. This entire scenario felt like something straight out of a dark manhwa recap. And once again, he was tied to a chair, completely immobilized. Damn it all, he thought, just as a man entered the room, arriving much sooner than Gieock had anticipated. The man closed the door behind him and asked, How are you feeling? Gieock glared at him, thinking to himself, This guy's face just screams kidnapper. He decided to size up his opponent to at least hear him out first. Gieock finally spoke, his voice steady. Why was I brought here? The man casually reached into his coat and said, Who can say, maybe for enlightenment, or perhaps for salvation? The cryptic response only left Gieock completely baffled. The man then pulled out a knife and began polishing it, declaring, This is all according to the divine will of the 8 great Dharma protectors of Na. The little alien inside him was stumped. What kind of gods are those? Every word this lunatic spoke was more suspicious than the last. But then, it hit him like a ton of bricks. Wait a minute. Nachat. Gieock vividly recalled a message he'd received. Have you ever heard of the Nachat temple? The message had gone on to say, Those extremists are nothing but followers of a pseudo-cult. He remembered reading that line of text very carefully. We call those followers the Nachat temple, the same fanatical cult Yuan warned me about. I thought they were just a simple terrorist group. The man brandished the knife and stepped closer to Gieock. This is the way of the world. All things must return to the hands of someone who understands their true worth, especially a precious resource that only manifests in a special gate like that one. Gieock decided to cut straight to the point. Hold on. In short, you want me to hand over the infinite power core, right? The man's lips curled into a slight smile. Precisely. We've already tossed the refugee tent and the house you were staying in, but it was nowhere to be found. Gieock's heart began to pound in his chest. The man brought the cold steel of the blade right up to his face. Tell me where the core is. His expression turned grim, and he leaned in his voice a menacing whisper. Don't you dare tell me you sold it. Gieock felt the sharp edge press against his skin, his mind racing. The location of the core. It was with Yun-seong. He remembered the agonizing decision, the pain of having to hand it over to his friend. If he said the wrong thing, Yun-seong would be dragged into this nightmare. He was torn. The man, however, continued to smile. That's right, he purred. Of course you wouldn't spill the beans that easily. The man's tone then dropped to an ice-cold whisper. In that case, I suppose I'll have to give you a little push. Gieock was confused for a split second, and then a spray of crimson erupted, leaving him utterly stunned. His hand had been stabbed clean through the blade, pinning it firmly to the arm of the chair. The little alien inside him let out a silent scream of agony. This guy wasn't playing around. He was genuinely dangerous. The kidnapper's face was now flecked with a few drops of Gieock's blood. Yet Gieock's own expression remained a mask of pure stoicism as he said, All right, from this moment on I'll do everything you say. He added, So please, we're not doing this again. Gieock glanced down at his bleeding hand, thinking to himself, good thing I managed to adjust my pain perception beforehand. Woo! That should have been agonizing for her. Gieock, however, calmly continued. So I just need to tell you the location of the core is that it... The man was stunned, seeing that the boy's expression showed no hint of pain. He was in disbelief. What the hell? He took a blade to the hand and didn't even blink. Is he just powering through the pain? I've never seen a skill like that. He began to struggle internally. Is he really just enduring this with pure willpower? He then suddenly grabbed a nearby chair. The chair screeched as it was dragged to face Gieock. It seemed this guy was indeed an A-rank hunter, or perhaps even higher. He picked up an object from the table. It's a known rule that the higher a hunter's rank, the more powerful their mental control becomes. Across from him, Gieock was dumbfounded. What is that? Before his eyes was a bizarre-looking object. The sphere resembled a single unblinking eye, staring directly at him. This was the Eye of Temptation, a rare grade item with the power to brainwash people and turn them into mindless puppets. The man's voice dropped to a low growl. No matter what happens today, I will complete the brainwashing mission assigned by the elders. He picked up a pair of pliers, adding, let's see how long that expressionless face of yours can hold out. Seeing this, Gieock couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. And so the clock continued to tick, and about 2 hours and 15 minutes passed. His toenails were scattered across the floor in a bloody mess, and then another one was brutally ripped out. By this point, even the interrogator was panting from exertion and frustration. This monster, why is he completely unaffected? This is the kind of intense scene you'd find in a top-tier manhwa recap. Gieock was covered in injuries, yet his face showed absolutely no sign of pain. He slowly shifted his foot, thinking to himself, so this is how people on Earth conduct their interrogations? It must be incredibly painful. By now, Gieock's expression was quite dazed. I don't feel pain, but I've lost far too much blood. This is getting dangerous. He spoke up. I already told you the location of the core. There's no more information for you to dig up. So why are you wasting your energy? Hearing this, the man erupted in anger. What as if I would spare a creature like you from a true apocalypse? Hearing these words, Gieock glanced over at the strange artifact. The eye seemed to radiate a mesmerizing mana. It was a brainwashing item that used psychic magic for an easy mental takeover, not physical pain. But it's fine, he thought, since I have a resistance to brainwashing. And with that realization, he immediately called out, hey, wait a second. Gieock then asked, isn't it about time we stop this? The man looked confused. What? Gieock pressed on. You want to make me your subordinate, don't you? Fine. I'll join the elders. At this, the man was taken aback. Why the sudden change of heart? Gieock lifted his head, his face an emotionless mask as he answered. Because I'm afraid I'm going to die. Instantly, the man snatched the artifact and shoved its unblinking eye directly in front of Gieock's face. Gieock flinched in surprise. Wait, why are you? But before he could finish, the man lost his cool and smashed him across the head. He roared furiously, that's a lie. If you truly felt your life was in danger, the Eye of Temptation would have already worked. After being beaten to a pulp like this, you still haven't shown a single shred of fear. The demonic Gieock slowly looked up and said, but I am being affected. He said this with a perfectly straight face. A smirk played on his lips as he said with mock terror, I'm still so very scared, you know. Hearing this, his opponent actually took a step back. What? Gieock was utterly bewildered, struggling to understand the psychological games at play in this elite magic academy. No, I'm the one getting beaten, so why are you the one flinching? Gieock fumed internally. This is seriously driving me insane. He continued, is there anyone else here? If possible, I'd like to speak directly with a higher up. Get your boss in here. I have some information that might be useful to the Knuckle Temple. Hearing this, the man sneered. Just as I suspected. You're finally showing your true colors. You were targeting our organization's leadership from the very beginning. Gieock was baffled by the accusation. The man dropped an item to the floor and continued. I also can't figure out why someone strong enough to kill a golem would willingly let himself be led here. Gieock immediately tried to defend himself. No, it's not like that at all. At that moment, the man lost his composure, snatching a sharp object from the table and snarling, shut your mouth. He then immediately raised the large spike in Gieock's direction. Just like that, it plunged deep into Gieock's thigh, sending a spray of crimson into the air. At this point, the color was rapidly draining from Gieock's face. Damn it, his vision was starting to blur. Was this the sign of losing too much blood? Gieock stared intently at his captor. The first rule of interrogation is not to let the subject expire. So why did I get caught by an amateur who can't even manage blood loss? Am I really going to meet my end here? Just then, a sudden noise from outside startled the man who whipped his head around. Gieock, on the verge of losing consciousness, also managed to look up. What was that sound? A moment later, a massive explosion erupted, blasting a hole clean through the opposite wall. The man saw this and froze in shock, as a figure radiating an overwhelming killing intent burst in immediately, clamping a hand tightly around his throat. Gieock watched in awe, whispering so fast. A familiar ice-cold voice echoed in the room. Hello, Kim Gieock. We meet again. The moment he heard that voice, Gieock's mind went blank. What the hell, the person who showed up is none other than Jang Ho. He was smiling, but it was a cold expression that didn't hide the fury in his eyes. Gieock wondered why is *he* here?
The arrival of Jang Ho was a complete shock. The longer Gieock stared at him, the more bewildered he became, wondering why on earth that guy had appeared. Gieock told himself it was too soon to be asking for his help. Thinking back, he still felt a sense of unease. The last time Jang Ho had been the one to ask, "Do you want my help?" Gieock had obediently nodded. Yes. Jang Ho remarked that he was nothing but trouble. "It's a good thing I arrived when I did." He then walked over and effortlessly shattered the restraints. Gieock concluded, "So this is the kind of power you see from an S-ranker at a top-tier magic academy." Jang Ho pulled out a knife, complaining, "Why do they always leave their stuff lying around?" He then offered a bottle of water. "Drink this." Gieock took it. "Thanks," Jang Ho teased. "You look surprisingly okay for someone who just went through the ringer." Gieock asked curiously, "You think so?" He replied, "Normally you wouldn't be able to speak so calmly. By the way, do you know the way out of here?" Gieock was clueless. "No idea." Jang Ho balled his hand into a fistful of confidence. "I guess we have no other choice then. The way we came in is the way we'll go out." Gieock was taken aback. "What?" And just like that, they fought their way past the guards exiting through the entrance. The path was littered with the unmoving forms of their captors, a grim scene painted in crimson. The two of them moved past it all as Gieock glanced around. Gieock's eyes narrowed. Something about this whole situation felt off. He began analyzing everything, his thoughts circling back to Jang Ho. "He showed up and came straight for me. Even if he knew my location, how could he possibly have known I'd been abducted?" Jang Ho's voice cut through Gieock's train of thought. "What is it, Kim Gieock? You've been staring at me this whole time." Gieock just scratched his head. He was avoiding the question. "It's nothing," he said, turning away. "How boring." Gieock closed his eyes, his mind racing. Since when, come to think of it? That guy had come to my house alone before, but I never gave him my address. And even a long time ago, he had made a subtle comment noticing the specific taxi I was in. Could he have been stalking me this entire time the next morning? Over at the Hunters Association Cafe, Yuan was carrying her tea, her eyes glued to her phone as the screen lit up with an incoming call that took her by surprise. Yuan answered, "Hello, Hunter Kim Gieock." He replied, "Hello, Miss Yuan. I saw I had a missed call." "So I'm calling you back." She set her teacup down. "A missed call." "That's right. I tried to reach you the day before yesterday." Gieock asked curiously. "Is something wrong?" Yuan replied, "Well, nothing too serious, but it's been about 2 days since I called." "Were you inside a gate or something?" Gieock countered, "No, I just got a little kidnapped, but I'm fine now. I just got my phone back after answering some questions for the police." She said hastily, "You need to be more specific. Where were you taken?" He replied simply, "To Naxian." Yuan was stunned. "What?" Gieock responded. "I got caught in that terrorist den you warned me about, but I managed to get out." He could hear the distinct worry in her voice as she asked, "Are you okay?" Gieock answered, "Physically, I'm perfectly fine." Yuan was taken aback. Did he just laugh, or did I mistake a sigh for a chuckle? He then said, "If there's nothing urgent, I'm going to hang up. I have something to take care of today, so I can't talk long. If you need to tell me something, just send a text." She practically yelled, "Wait, hold on." Yuan stared at her phone. The whole situation felt like a wild manhwa recap, and she still had so many questions, but he said he was busy, so she didn't dare press him. He did mention being questioned by the police. Right. She made another call. "Hello, detective. This is Seon's daughter. I have something I'd like to ask you." "Are you free to talk?" Yuan was shocked by what she heard next. Hunter Kang Tai-ho went to Nakshan. The detective explained, "They destroyed buildings and hurt people. They operate like a shadow organization, not some magic academy where everything is out in the open." How did he even know where that place was? But Kang Tai-ho only mentioned rescuing Kim Gieock, while the supposed victim Kim Gieock himself claims he knows nothing. The strangest part is the reaction of the man we apprehended. He's a henchman who worked as a sort of recruiter for Nakshan. He completely lost his mind when he heard Kim Gieock's name. He screamed that the kid is a demon in human skin. He claimed that everything was orchestrated by Kim Gieock's manager, even saying Gieock got himself captured on purpose to infiltrate their ranks, which sounds completely absurd. How could he possibly plan around being kidnapped? After hearing this, Yuan put her tea down, lost in thought. No, that can't be right. But if it's him, maybe. Elsewhere, Kim Gieock's hand rested on his glass. Watching him take a sip, Kang Tai-ho gently asked, "Is it good? What even is a vanilla latte without the coffee?" Gieock retorted, "It's drinkable." He then asked, "So what's up? What's the reason you suddenly wanted to meet?" Gieock looked up at Kang Tai-ho. "I wanted to thank you." "Thank me?" Kang Tai-ho asked, surprised. Gieock nodded. "I was summoned for an investigation, and there were a lot of other complicated things. So thanks." "Yeah, thanks, but I do appreciate you saving me." He then asked coldly, "You were stalking me, weren't you?" Hearing that accusation, Kang Tai-ho flinched for a split second. Gieock demanded, "Can you stop that little game of yours now?" He just smiled and replied, "No." Gieock was baffled. "No, why not?" Kang Tai-ho said casually. "The reason it's thanks to that I was able to save you, isn't it?" Gieock fumed. "Are you kidding me? If you keep this up, Kang Tae-ho cut him off. What are you going to report me? Go right ahead. I'm a 20-year-old guy who's awakened his powers and is now being stalked. What do you think the cops would say to that? Gieock screamed internally, feeling his life turning into a dark manhwa recap.
He wasn't wrong, but my patience is wearing thin.
You're Trang-ho, the user of gluttonous evolution.
Am I right? Gluttonous evolution is a skill that lets you take out powerful opponents and steal their abilities? Gieock concluded. So it's not
That you've been hanging around me because you've marked me as your next target? That's the only reason you're keeping me alive, because you're not entirely sure if I'm truly powerful or not. Trang-ho admitted it casually. That's right, leaving Gieock stunned by the immediate confession.
He just admitted it so easily. I don't want to accept that I'm his target. The man continued.
Since you've already figured it out,
Why don't we talk about it? This isn't some simple test at a magic academy.
Kim Gieock, so how old are you?
He replied, probably 24. Hearing this, Trang-ho raised an eyebrow. You're younger than you look.
He slammed the table and stood up. I'll make you a proposition. Trang-ho's sudden intensity left Gieock completely speechless. Hunter Kim Gieock, would you be so kind as to let me